Chapter 91. How could this happen? Su Xian touched his chin, his heart full of confusion. Why does the role mission of Rosalind seem simple, but the recommended level is higher than that of Issa? Confused. He stared at Rosalind sitting on the ground, and an inexplicable sense of danger emanated from her, which made him shudder. Rosalind slowly opened her eyes. Although her body was only wrapped in the soul, the details of her facial features had never been lacking. Under the illumination of the crystal skeleton, her eyes were dazzling, like the stars twinkling in the night sky. The moment she stood up, the first thing she did was to draw the sword of oath from her waist. "What are you doing?" Su Xian asked Rosalind curiously, not knowing what she was going to do. Only Rosalind's cold voice came. "My swordsmanship has improved a little." "Ah?" Before Su Xian could react, Rosalind had already swung the sword in her hand and released a sword skill. Almost at the same time, a full moon suddenly appeared in the air, and the bright moonlight sprinkled down like a waterfall, turning into countless tiny sword beams, slashing at the training dummy in the distance. Bang! With a bang, the training dummy was instantly blown into pieces. Simulated combat power, 1000. Su Xian stared at the simulated combat power value that popped up and was stunned. The simulated combat power of Water Moon that Luoselin used a few days ago was only 500, but now it has been directly increased to 1000. The most terrifying thing is that this is still the highest value that a primary training dummy can withstand. That is to say, Luoselin's sword exceeded the limit of the primary training dummy. Although it has not yet broken through the scope of high-level swordsmanship, its power is far beyond the previous sword. Luoselin stared at the oath sword in her hand, and whispered softly, "Let's name it Falling Moon." Su Xian watched Luoselin talking to herself, and couldn't help but marvel at her talent. The legendary adventurer is indeed extraordinary. "President, do you have something to do with me?" At this time, Luoselin turned to Su Xian and asked. "Nothing." Su Xian replied calmly. It turned out that he came because he cared about Luoselin. Unexpectedly, she was not only fine, but also comprehended a higher-level swordsmanship during this period. This was indeed beyond his expectations. "If there is something, please tell me directly. As long as the president's order is not excessive, I will obey it," Luoselin said coldly. Her face was calm, but it was certain that she would definitely obey Su Xian's orders. "There is indeed something that needs you to deal with." Su Xian's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration, and he remembered that there was indeed something for Luoselin to deal with. "What's the matter?" Luoselin asked in confusion. "Two new members came to the guild, and they are very enthusiastic about the commission tasks," Su Xian explained, "but I think they lack combat experience and need an experienced senior to lead them. In addition, as the number of guild members increases, Su Xian, as the guild leader, does not need to participate in some tasks personally." "I understand." Luoselin immediately understood Su Xian's intention. "As a condition, I can promise you a small wish." Su Xian thought that he had never paid Luoselin, and felt a little sorry. "A small wish?" Luoselin repeated, seeming to be unfamiliar with the word. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "As the guild leader, your physique is too weak. Tomorrow, practice swordsmanship with me, and I will help you strengthen your physique." Su Xian was a little surprised to hear this request. He couldn't help but think of Luoselin's role mission. The content was almost exactly the same. However, when he thought that the role mission was the wish that every adventurer longed to realize in his heart, he felt that there seemed to be no problem. But Su Xian did not expect that Luoselin's role wish was actually related to him, which made him feel a little unexpected. "No problem." Su Xian agreed to Luoselin's request without hesitation. "Then tomorrow morning, be sure to be on time." "Yes." During the conversation, a dazzling white light flashed in the teleportation array, and it seemed that the two elf sisters had returned. "Let's go to the guild hall and meet the new members." Su Xian immediately walked towards the guild hall. When they arrived at the guild hall, the two elf sisters were already waiting there. Each of them held a huge pink pearl in their hands, and their beautiful faces were filled with smiles. But Su Xian noticed that their white jade-like hands were scarred, and it was obvious that they had made great efforts to collect the task props. "President, we have collected the pearls," Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafuluo said in unison, and raised the giant pink pearls in their hands at the same time. "You did a good job. Thank you for your hard work." Su Xian took two huge pearls from the hands of the two elves. Each pearl was as big as a wash basin, which surprised him a little. He submitted the task, and the prompt box in front of him popped up. "Collect giant pearls, 2 halves, mission completed. Add 15 silver coins, add 1,500 experience points." This is your reward. Su Xian handed a bag of silver coins to the elf sisters. Great. When the elf sisters received the reward, Su Xian saw the twinkling stars in their eyes. Excuse me, President, do you have any more tasks for us? We still want to continue. The elf sisters asked Su Xian again in a pleading tone. Their enthusiasm for the task exceeded Su Xian's expectations, but he glanced at the time and found that it was already dark, so he decided to arrange the task tomorrow. He said to the elf sisters, "It's too late today, let's do it tomorrow." But Beefuli seemed to be unsatisfied and was eager to continue accepting tasks, but was stopped by Beefulu beside her. "Sister, we can't embarrass the president, and it's getting late now, so it will be more dangerous to carry out the mission." After the two sisters whispered to each other for a while, they turned to look at Su Xian and bowed gently. "We understand. See you tomorrow, President." As soon as the voice fell, the two elf sisters hurriedly walked into the teleportation array and left the guild. Su Xian was very curious about their reaction. What force pushed them to work hard in their prime years? As the president of the guild, it seems that he needs to get to know his newly recruited elf sisters in depth tomorrow. While thinking, Su Xian took off his VR glasses, washed up simply, and went to bed. In the elf kingdom, Beefuli and Beefulu returned to their tribe through the teleportation array. As soon as they came back, they immediately ran to a small wooden house next to the elf mother tree. This wooden house is a bit strange. It is wrapped in a dark blue magic circle, as if someone is under house arrest. The two sisters pushed open the door, and a gentle voice came slowly. "You are back, my children." In the wooden house, there is a female elf with long light golden hair sitting quietly. Her long hair is combed into a loose braid, hanging in front of her chest. Her figure is plump and well proportioned, as if she is the figure of the elf sisters after they grow up, giving people a gentle, considerate and virtuous feeling. "Mom, look! This is the first money we earn." Beefuli and Beefulu rushed into the arms of the female elf eagerly, and handed the first adventurer commission they earned today to their mother. The female elf looked at the commissions her daughters earned by completing dangerous tasks, and gentle tears appeared in her fiery red and water blue eyes. She gently placed the purse on the wooden table beside her, then stretched out her hands, with warm magic surging in her palms, gently covering the scars on her daughter's hands and healing their pain. "Mom, when we make enough money, we can take you away from this place," Beefuli said expectantly. "Okay," the female elf said softly, with a motherly smile on her face, full of pampering and love for the children. "Ah, sleepy. Go to sleep, my babies." When the elf sisters fell asleep, the female elf slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, as if thinking about her own destiny. After a long time, she slowly turned around and looked at her daughters, who were sleeping soundly. She smiled kindly and said softly, "They said you were my disaster, and I was charged with unwarranted crimes, and was imprisoned here." The elf's tone revealed a hint of helplessness and sadness, but she quickly adjusted her mood and continued to say gently, "But I think you are the best gift given to me by the goddess of elements, and the most precious treasure in my life." After that, the elf walked to the bed, and gently kissed Beefuli and Beefulu on the forehead, as if telling them in her own way that no matter what difficulties and challenges they encountered, she would always be by their side. "I won't let anyone hurt you, you are my children." Buzz buzz buzz. A white light flashed, and Su Xian came to the guild. He came very early today on purpose to fulfill his promise with Lu's line. But when he just stepped into the guild, he was surprised to find a silver tear on the guild bar. "What is this?" Su Xian picked up the tear curiously, and looked at it carefully. Elf's Tears, Epic, a gift from a mysterious elf. Chapter 92. Elf's Tears, Epic, a gift from a mysterious elf. The specific effect is unknown, but it can be worn as a lucky charm. Luck plus 20. This is... Su Xian looked at the silver white tears in his hand, his heart full of confusion. Is this the tears of Beefuli and the others? It shouldn't be. The level of this elf tear seems a bit outrageous. While thinking, Luo Saline has come to Su Xian's side. "Well, you are on time." Luo Saline nodded to Su Xian in approval. Su Xian looked around and found that the guild was empty. Alice was still sleeping, and Issa and the elf sisters had not entered the guild yet. After all, it was only 7 o'clock in the morning in the game. Let's get started. Su Xian put the elf tears into his backpack and prepared to take on the next role task. I just don't know what kind of hardship is waiting for him. Follow me. Lu's line immediately led Su Xian to the practice room. As soon as she entered the practice room, she threw a long sword to Su Xian. Start right away? Su Xian looked at the long sword in his hand and asked in confusion. He thought there would be some warm-up preparations before that. I need to understand your physical condition and function first, and then make an assessment. Luo Selen said expressionlessly, for me, the most direct and effective way to test is to observe your reaction speed, strength, accuracy, and skills through sword fighting. In the moment, when Su Xian had not yet reacted, Luo Selen stepped forward and stabbed Su Xian with a sharp sword in her hand. For Su Xian, who had no sword skills, this was no different from a novice player who had just entered the game and was not fully equipped to fight the final boss in the game. At that moment, before he even had time to hold the long sword tightly in his hand, he was easily picked up by Rosalind and fell heavily to the ground, while Rosalind lightly pressed on him. Ouch, it hurts. Rosalind, your armor is too hard. Su Xian covered his head that was hurt by the knock and complained to Rosalind. Your reaction is too slow. Rosalind glanced at him lightly, let go of him, and stood up. She began to take off her armor piece by piece, and as each piece of armor fell off, her figure gradually appeared in front of Su Xian. She was left with only a piece of clothing that wrapped her sole body, and her graceful figure spread in the air. This was specially selected by Su Xian for Rosalind. After all, after recovering her memory, her sole body details were vivid, not just a single skeleton structure. Her upper body was a snow-white sports bra, tightly wrapped around Rosalind's. Although it was a blue fluorescent color representing the soul, it had a different charm. The lower body is a close-fitting fitness pants, outlining the perfect curves, as if they were specially made for her. If Rosalind were in modern society, she would definitely be a qualified and highly sought-after female fitness coach. However, compared to fitness coaches, Su Xian prefers free-spirited female knights. Rosalind raised the long sword in her hand and said coldly, I will slow down and try to prolong the fighting time. Half an hour later. It hurts. Su Xian was pressed to the ground by Rosalind. Although he was no longer oppressed by the hard armor, he was still struggling in the one-sided blood abuse. Rosalind's sword skills were still too early for his current physical function. After a moment of silence, Luo Selen said, Now I roughly understand what level your physical function is at. Su Xian said helplessly, Can you get off me first? He was still being pressed to the ground. Luo Selen immediately stood up and sheathed the sword. She looked at Su Xian deeply and said, Your physical function is not too bad, but you lack the training of sword skills. Hearing this, Su Xian knew in his heart that the previously enhanced attribute values did improve his physical fitness a lot, but in terms of sword skills, he was still a complete novice. After all, he was just an ordinary college student. Regarding sword skills, I can't teach you at the moment, and the training methods you need also need to be discussed in depth. Luo Selen continued, however, I will find a suitable coach for you tomorrow. Coach? Su Xian couldn't help but feel curious when he heard this. Just as he was about to ask, the teleportation array in the guild hall suddenly flashed a dazzling white light. They are here, let's start today's mission. Luo Selen put on armor and walked towards the guild hall. Su Xian paused at the door of the practice room. He wanted to ask Luo Selen about tomorrow's coaching, but then he thought that he would meet her tomorrow, so there was no need to ask more questions now. So he stepped out of the practice room and walked towards the guild hall. At this time, the elf sisters Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulu were waiting in the guild hall. When they saw Su Xian, they immediately ran towards him happily. President, please give us a mission, they asked expectantly. Wait a moment, let me see, Su Xian replied. He scanned the commission task board. There were still 4 E-level tasks, 3 of which were combat commissions, and 2 were non-combat commissions. He took 2 combat commissions and handed them to them. These 2 combat commissions only required them to kill the target monsters, and the process was not complicated. Thank you, President. After receiving the tasks, the elf sisters were filled with joyful smiles on their faces, but when they saw that the task target was a level 18 monster, a trace of worry appeared on their faces again. They seemed a little worried about their own strength. Lu's line will participate in these 2 tasks with you, Su Xian explained at this time. Of course, the corresponding rewards will be slightly reduced. The elf sisters did not refuse this. On the contrary, they turned to Lu's line with curious eyes and bowed respectfully. Please give me more advice. Senior Lu's line. Go. Su Xian gave Lu's line a trusting look. With this level 20 female knight leading the team, he felt extremely relieved. Yes. After Lu's line nodded, she stepped into the teleportation array with the 2 young elf adventurers and headed towards the mission location. As soon as they left, Issa walked into the guild with a smile. Mr. Su Xian, good morning, Issa greeted softly. Good morning. Su Xian smiled and prepared to continue talking with her, but found that Issa seemed a little different today. Is there something happy? He asked Issa curiously. Yes, Issa nodded her forehead and smiled. Yesterday, the supervisor of the Church of Light came to our church. They appointed Sister Kelly as the manager of the Blue Moon City Church and promised to give her a subsidy of 5 gold every month. Sister Kelly was appointed as the manager of the Blue Moon City Church? Su Xian was not too surprised when he heard this. After all, the 2 priests who managed the Blue Moon City Church before had been eliminated by him, and it was natural for the Church of Light to find a new manager. So you all want to move to Blue Moon City? Of course not. Ivisa shook her head and continued. The nuns in Silver Moon Town have always been in excess, so Sister Kelly took the nuns over the age of 30 to Blue Moon City. Now the church in Silver Moon Town is managed by Sister Morin. Are there only nuns under the age of 30 left in Silver Moon Town? Su Xian whispered, but he didn't mean anything else. There are more. Ivisa suddenly had a hint of charm in her eyes, and took out a small pink bottle from her pocket. What is this? Su Xian asked in confusion. This is the holy water I developed by myself, Ivisa said softly, licking her red lips and showing a charming smile. Su Xian instantly had an ominous premonition, always feeling that this holy water was a little strange. Efusa's special holy water, ? Some secrets from Efusa are added to it. Ahem, Efusa, we are ready to start the task entrustment. Su Xian quickly changed the subject. He planned to operate in 2 threads to speed up the completion of the task entrustment. After all, the guild is strong enough, and there is no need to delay. And the reason why the general guild cannot improve the player's evaluation level is probably because the guild's combat power cannot meet the needs of the task. Really? So what task does Mr. Su Xian give to Efusa today? Issa leaned close to Su Xian's chest and asked him, but before that, can I feel the burning holy light from the president? Her charming eyes were full of expectation, and she was eager to pray in the morning. While the guild was empty, she hoped to perform the holy light ceremony in this quiet place. Issa, I think. Su Xian was about to speak, but Issa quickly drank up her own special holy water. In an instant, her skin was stained with a faint blood red. Lustful faith, all status increased by 50%. 3H. Su Xian was stunned when he saw this. He never dreamed that Issa's special holy water was used to increase her status. Wait! No! Before Su Xian could react, Issa lightly pushed away the mist and gently sucked the sacred light. Then, a prompt suddenly jumped out in Su Xian's sight. You have obtained the state of lustful faith. Ah? The following is a morning prayer time. 50,000 words are omitted below. At this moment, in the Elf Kingdom, several elven elders sat around a round table and held a meeting. A female elven elder with long green hair said seriously, the 16th trial of Layla begins now. Elders and priests, please express your opinions. This topic has been discussed for a long time. Layla violated the taboo of the elves. She secretly combined with an outsider and gave birth to a life that should not exist. She should be subject to the most severe judgment. Roni priest, Layla has already said that she has not combined with any man. Please don't add false charges to her. Then how do you explain that she gave birth to 2 elves? She must have concealed the truth. Even so, she should not be subjected to the most severe trial, and most she should be expelled from the tribe. But she is one of the 3 elf princesses of our elf tribe. How can the sins she committed be the same as those of ordinary elves? We believe in Layla. She would never do such a thing. Don't slander her innocence. Enough. The green-haired female elf elder decisively interrupted the elves' argument. She said. In a cold tone, he said, we have discussed the taboo for hundreds of years. During this period, many elves were expelled from the tribe, but they were still willing to follow their loved ones. We cannot stop it. However, Layla's identity destined her to not give up her identity and leave the tribe like ordinary elves. As for what kind of punishment she should receive, wait until the Elf Queen wakes up, and she will decide. What do you think about this? But hasn't the Elf Queen been sleeping for 20 years? The elves looked at each other and asked in confusion. The female elf elder with long green hair smiled faintly, with a look of reverence in her eyes. The queen told me with her mind magic that she will wake up soon. As the only queen of the elves in 10,000 years, it is her magic that has nurtured tens of millions of elves. I believe she will guide us to make the right choice. Long live the queen. Chapter 93. Oh my god, Mr. Su Xian, look at this dazzling holy light, huh? He is so beautiful, isn't he? Even if you ask me to pray to him thousands of times, I am willing to do so. Yifsha's gentle words echoed in Su Xian's ears, and the scene of the nun praying was being played out in the hall of the guild. As the holder of the holy light, Su Xian sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Lorthelin and the others went out, otherwise they would have corrupted the pure elf sisters. Just as Su Xian was enjoying the prayers from the succubus nun, Alice slowly woke up from her sleep. Master. Alice rubbed her eyes gently. The first thing she did after waking up was to see her master. And at this moment, Alice suddenly noticed a weak soul power around her. Huh? What is this? Alice curiously stretched out her fingertips and gently touched the blue fluorescent magic. The moment she touched it, her soul was suddenly pulled into a space. In this space, she caught a glimpse of the soul of the master. Master. At the same time, Su Xian suddenly felt the high-level magic soul star language that Natasha had taught him before, and there seemed to be an extra soul in the space created. He immediately came to the soul space to check what was added. Alice? Su Xian was a little surprised to see Alice appear in his soul space. Wait. Could it be because of the soul mate entry, allowing Alice to freely come to the soul space he created? Master. Hug me. Alice's sweet and soft voice made Su Xian's heart flutter. She pounced on him like a cute kitten, her hands tightly wrapped around his waist, and her face gently rubbed against his chest. Master, do you know? Although we have only been apart for a few hours, I miss you so much that I can't express it in words. Your embrace and your breath make Alice feel safe and comfortable. Alice said softly. The touch of the soul made Su Xian's soul tremble slightly. Alice. Su Xian wanted to say something, but the tremor from the depths of his soul made his voice stuck in his throat, and he couldn't continue. Master, your soul smells so good, inhale. Alice hugged him tighter. She pressed against Su Xian's chest, and could clearly feel the throbbing of his soul. Moreover, she seemed to have discovered some treasure at this time. Master. Can I? The moment she saw the treasure, Alice's mind flashed the scene of the succubus senior teaching her. Her love for Su Xian made her eager to give him everything. Alice. Bo. Su Xian looked at Alice in astonishment, calling her name, trying to stop it all, but the one who responded to him was Issa? Su. Mr. Su Xian. When Issa heard Su Xian calling Alice's name, a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She leaned down and whispered in Su Xian's ear, How can Mr. Su Xian call another woman's name when he is with me? This makes me a little angry. I can't let Mr. Su Xian go so easily. After the voice fell, she increased the speed of swaying, filling the whole space with charming rhythm. Master. Mr. Su Xian, the following is a plot description of the dance between the soul and the body, omitting 200,000 words below. Fireball. As the spell was launched, a blazing fireball streaked across the sky and hit the saber-toothed tiger-like monster heavily, and the monster fell into a pool of blood. Great. We succeeded in killing it. Beefuli and Beefulo cheered. Under the leadership of Lord Lin, they successfully completed the 2 tasks assigned to them by Su Xian. Well done, let's go back. Lord Lin sheathed the sword and led the elf sisters back to the guild. Okay, Senior Lord Lin. The 2 sisters responded gratefully. Senior. Hearing this title, Lord Lin seemed to be touched, but the memory was fleeting, and she said expressionlessly, Come on. Yeah. The white flash filled the entire teleportation array, and the figures of the 3 reappeared in the guild. When they returned to the guild, they were surprised to find that Issa and Alice were kneeling on the ground, as if they were receiving some kind of punishment. Su Xian sat on a wooden chair in the guild, took a sip of tea, and asked sternly, Do you know where you are wrong? We know we are wrong. Issa and Alice answered in unison, but they had a satisfied smile on their lips. They know nothing. In response, Lorthelin did not say much. She reported to Su Xian expressionlessly, The mission has been completed. Thank you for your hard work. Su Xian smiled and nodded to the 3 people. He sighed in his heart that Lorthelin was indeed trustworthy. In contrast, Issa and Alice wanted to squeeze his life magic and his soul power respectively. He quickly submitted the task, then took out a purse and handed it to the 2 elf sisters. Seeing the thicker purse, Bayafuli and Bayafuluo couldn't help but smile like flowers. At this moment, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Bayafuli, Bayafuluo, adds 5 to your favorability. Current favorability, 65. Thank you, President. The 2 sisters thanked Su Xian respectfully. Don't be so restrained. This is the reward you deserve. Su Xian smiled faintly, and, I hope you will treat this place as your home. We are all a family. Home? Bayafuli, Bayafulo, adds 3 to your favorability. There is such a good thing? Bayafuli and Bayafulo looked at each other, then showed a sweet smile. We know, President. Then what's next? Su Xian paused slightly, and his eyes swept across the experience pool. The accumulated experience of the mission has reached 50,000. It's time to upgrade. He first set the upgrade target on Issa. Issa's current level is 14, and the experience required for upgrading is between 2,800 and 3,800. So, Su Xian directly upgraded Issa's level to level 20, experience 19,800. A white light fell, and Issa's level soared to level 20 at this moment. Thank you, Mr. Su Xian, for your generosity. Feeling the power from Su Xian, Issa's mouth curled up a happy smile. Her power is even stronger, and she can squeeze more unscrupulously. Next is Alice. Su Xian cast his eyes on Alice. Alice's current level is only 5, and it only takes 500 experience points to level up at this stage. Therefore, Su Xian directly raised Alice's level to 15. Experience 15,500. Thank you, Master. After receiving Su Xian's favor, Alice showed an excited expression. In this way, only 15,000 experience points were left out of 50,000. So, Su Xian divided the remaining 15,000 experience points equally among the elf sisters, allowing each of them to level up by 3 levels. Experience 13,200. Do we have it too? The 2 elf sisters showed incredible expressions after seeing that they were also given experience points by Su Xian. Of course. Su Xian responded lightly. As an excellent guild president, he would not favor any guild member. Thank you, President. Bifuli and Bifulu happily expressed their gratitude to Su Xian. Then, Su Xian looked at Luosalin. As the guild member who contributed the most in the previous mission, how could he forget Luosalin? Of course, he had to give Luosalin the best reward. Come on, Luosalin, I give you a hug from the president as a reward. Luosalin, Just kidding. Su Xian smiled and waved his hand, then said, come with me. He brought Luosalin to a room in the guild. What secret seemed to be hidden behind the door? This will be your room from now on, Luosalin. Su Xian said to Luosalin. Since Luosalin joined the guild, she has been living in the guild. Because she was a dead soul before, she had no problem sitting on a wooden chair for a day and a night. But now that Luosalin has recovered her memory, Su Xian thinks that Luosalin should be given a more comfortable living environment. Luosalin was a little confused about Su Xian's mysterious behavior, and the moment she pushed open the door, she was stunned by the familiar environment. She didn't expect that Su Xian would copy the room she lived in Yerman Castle in the guild. Even the stuffed toys she had placed in the room were exactly the same. For this unexpected reward, Luosalin didn't know what to say, only a fleeting smile flashed across her cheek, thank you. And it was this smile that made Su Xian stunned. Luosalin can actually smile. It was the first time he saw Luosalin smile. As for why Luosalin didn't level up? One level up costs nearly 10,000 experience points. It's really impossible to level up. Chapter 94. Great. Su Xian quickly activated the video function and captured the moment when Luosalin smiled. This picture was like a sister-in-law wearing a light swimsuit and inviting you to date in the bathroom. It was a rare and precious moment. Luosalin did not pay much attention to Su Xian's slightly childish behavior. She quietly closed the door, then drew her sword and carved 4 words on the door. No disturbance. Su Xian looked at these words and couldn't help feeling a little confused. After all, there would be no outsiders in the guild, so where would the idle people come from? President. Just after everyone's rewards were distributed, Bei Yafuli couldn't wait to ask Su Xian again, are there any tasks you can give us? Su Xian naturally admired the elf sisters' enthusiasm for work, but he couldn't let them be too tired. These 2 little guys looked only 15 or 16 years old. Well, elves are immortal species, and their appearance cannot accurately judge their age. But what is certain is that Belfuro and Belfuli are definitely not very old. Fuli, Furo, are you hungry? Su Xian did not answer their questions directly, but asked them instead. This question made the elf sisters look at each other. They were indeed hungry. This was normal. After all, the 2 combat missions had consumed their magic and physical strength, and hunger was inevitable. They were not Luosalin, and they would not feel hungry or thirsty. The 2 little cuties nodded gently like chicks pecking at rice. Then eat first. After you fill your stomachs, I will assign tasks to you. Su Xian continued. Good. After having a good meal, it was time for a relaxing lunch break. Even the elf sisters, who were eagerly looking forward to the mission, dozed off on the wooden chairs by the window due to the warm and gentle sunshine. Su Xian was no exception. He lay leisurely on the sofa in the guild hall, browsing various news on the World Channel and game forums. From these news, he learned that several guilds were actively striving for A-level evaluation. There were even rumors that a rich man went bankrupt and spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build his own guild, but most players still stayed at F or E level. All kinds of life, all kinds of appearances, everyone's life is so colorful. Su Xian glanced at his guild assets. Excluding daily expenses and the wages of adventurers, he had about 25 gold coins left. This was under the premise that Lortharin and Alice did not need to pay any salary at all. Alas, making money is really not easy. With a sigh, Su Xian focused his attention on the remaining 2 tasks. One combat task and one life task. The combat mission required him to kill a creature called a snow dolphin, which was a dolphin creature that was rumored to be formed by ice and snow, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. The life mission was to collect specific herbs for a doctor. This task did not require superb skills, but it required great patience and carefulness. After some thought, Su Xian decided to let Lorslyn and Alice carry out the task of killing the snow dolphin with him, and let Ivsa lead the elf sisters to complete the task of collecting herbs. After making up his mind, he stood up and looked around at the members of the guild. Everyone has rested for an hour, and should have recovered. Has everyone rested? Su Xian asked politely. President, are we going to start the mission? Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulawa stood up expectantly, but from their slightly trembling calves when they stood up, it can be seen that their magic power has not yet fully recovered. Yes. Su Xian nodded gently, and then told everyone in detail about the assigned tasks. We promised to complete the task. After receiving the task, the elf sisters immediately showed their enthusiasm and passion for the task. Then let's go, dear elves. Issa smiled. She felt very close to these 2 flawless elves. Yes. Under the guidance of Ivsa, the 3 calmly stepped into the teleportation array. After they left, Su Xian immediately stood up and prepared to lead Luzline and Alice to the mission location. Just after completing this task, Alice's second stage of the role mission will be declared completed, thereby unlocking the second soul weapon. Let's go too, Su Xian said. Yes. Rosalind and Alice responded in unison. They followed closely behind, closely following Su Xian's steps, and stepped into the flashing portal together. When the white light of the teleportation array gradually dissipated, they had already arrived at the mission location. However, what came into view was a world covered in snow, which gave Su Xian a headache. It's so cold. He couldn't help but shiver. Although his physique had been significantly improved, he still couldn't resist the raging wind and snow. Su Xian hurriedly activated the sunny and cheerful entry, making his body glow and heat up to resist the invasion of the wind and snow. At this time, Luo Selen said thoughtfully, I sense a trace of magic in the wind and snow. You mean, this wind and snow is artificial? Su Xian looked around. They were not in the snowy mountains. On the contrary, it was a vast plain covered with white snow. Su Xian narrowed his eyes, and found a small snowy mountain. With curiosity, Su Xian walked towards the small snowy mountain. But before leaving, he hugged Alice tightly in his arms. Because the little guy could not rely on his own strength to resist the invasion of the wind and snow, he could only turn into a doll, and snuggle in Su Xian's arms, feeling the warmth from him. Of course, the premise is that Alice did not deceive her master. Su Xian pushed away the snow, and was surprised to find that it was not a mountain, but the top of a building. This made him frown, and his eyes scanned the surroundings again with vigilance. He seemed to be standing on a frozen country. Ice Witch. Su Xian suddenly recalled the ice fragments mentioned by Luo Xia before, as well as the various legends about the Ice Witch. This witch, with her own strength, permanently froze a country the same size as the Star Kingdom. And now, he was standing on that permanently frozen country. We have to find the mission target quickly, and leave here quickly after completing the commission. Su Xian was shivering with cold, and even the holy light could not dispel the coldness of this ice and snow world. After returning to the guild, he must hug Ivsa tightly, and hide in the quilt. Hearing Su Xian's words, Luo Selen nodded. Then, she began to look around for the existence of snow dolphins. According to the description of the task, snow dolphins are monsters born from ice and snow elements. They can hide in the falling snow with their cold bodies. However, it is not easy to find their traces in the ice and snow. Only through keen perception can the subtle magic fluctuations in this cold world be detected. As an experienced Oath Knight, Lorslyn immediately discovered the faint magic fluctuations in the snow. There. Lorslyn quickly drew out the Oath sword, and the snow-white sword light instantly broke through the air. Yee. At this time, a sharp cry broke through the sky, and a snow-white dolphin suddenly rushed out of the ice and snow, drew an arc in the sky, and then dived back into the snow, disappearing without a trace. Want to escape? Lorslan snorted lightly, and the oath sword flashed a dazzling sword light again, waving towards the snow-white land. Su Xian watched the battle quietly on the side. He had full confidence in Lorslan's strength. Just as Su Xian was concentrating on watching the battle, a snow-white dolphin rushed out of the snow near him without warning and hit him at lightning speed. Don't hurt my master. Alice took out her big scissors without hesitation and bravely fought with the snow dolphin. However, despite Alice's resistance, Su Xian could still feel the snow under his feet trembling slightly. No! There are more! Su Xian frowned, and he immediately drew his sword and prepared to fight. At this moment, another snow dolphin rushed out of the snow and hit Su Xian in the same way. Get lost. At this critical moment, a sword beam fell from the sky and pierced the snow dolphin's body accurately. These are all clones created by the snow dolphin. After completing the kill, Luo Selen explained lightly, the real body is not here. After saying that, Su Xian noticed that the body of the snow dolphin gradually melted into ice and snow, and finally disappeared completely. At the same time, Alice also successfully defeated the clone of another snow dolphin. Master, are you okay? Alice held the big scissors nervously, and asked Su Xian worriedly. Well, I'm fine. Su Xian gently pushed away the big scissors in Alice's hand. To be honest, he was a little scared of this big scissors. Is there a way to find the real body? Su Xian turned to Luo Selen and asked. Yes. Louslan nodded. There is a trace of my sword energy in one of the snow dolphin clones, which will guide me to the exact location of the original body. Is there such an operation? Su Xian's eyes lit up. It was the first time he heard that sword energy could be used for this purpose. However, this may only be possible for Louslan. After all, her sword energy is integrated with the power of the Sword of Oath, and that power comes from the White Rose. Found it! Louslan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, Louslan found the target. Follow me! She took a quick step and ran in a specific direction, and Su Xian followed closely. Soon, they came to the foot of a snow-capped mountain hundreds of meters high. There was also a dark cave at the foot of the mountain. According to Louslan's guidance, the original body of the snow dolphin was hidden in it. Master! I smell the breath of the witch! Alice suddenly reminded Su Xian. Witch? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If this is indeed the frozen kingdom of the Icefield Snow Girl, then it is not impossible that the snow dolphin is the creation of the witch's power. Let's go in and take a look first. Su Xian walked into the cave. Because the light was dim, he lit a torch. When they came to the deepest part of the cave, a touch of snow crystal color caught his attention. This is Snow Dolphin Egg, Epic Snow Dolphin Egg. Don't lie to me. Dolphins are born alive. Chapter 95. Snow Dolphin Egg, Epic an egg from a snow dolphin. Don't lie to me. Dolphins are viviparous. Why is it an egg? Su Xian looked around the cave. There was only a snow crystal egg here, nothing else. He stretched out his fingertips and gently touched the eggshell, but he could not feel any throbbing of life from inside. Could it be that this is a lifeless egg? Master, it seems to be dead. Alice looked at the snow crystal egg, and a faint light flashed in her sky-blue eyes. As a witch creation, she could sense the other party's witch breath. But the creature from the egg did not respond to her, which means that there is no life in the egg. Su Xian nodded gently, but was full of confusion. Why would an egg that has lost its life appear in this place? Is the snow dolphin silently guarding it? Just as they were lost in thought, a slight movement broke the silence. They turned around and saw a white snow dolphin appear behind them. Danger! Louslan reacted instantly and protected Su Xian tightly behind her. The Sword of Oath in her hand pointed directly at the snow dolphin, and she was on guard. However, the next scene surprised them. The snow dolphin did not show hostility towards them, but jumped towards the snow dolphin egg. Just when they were wondering what the snow dolphin was going to do, they saw that it actually transferred its magic power to the egg continuously. What is it doing? Su Xian showed deep confusion. Master! It's committing suicide! Alice shouted immediately, her voice full of anxiety. Suicide? Yes. Alice nodded and explained, as a witch's creation, our existence depends on the witch's original magic power, and now, it is transferring its original magic power to the egg. When the original magic power completely disappears, it will die. Su Xian frowned when he heard Alice's words. He didn't understand why the snow dolphin did this. Giving the original magic power to the egg, would it give the egg life? Just when he was full of doubts, The snow dolphin had already transferred all its original magic power to the egg. Then it turned around and made a few ee sounds to Alice. "Do you want us to help you raise this egg?" Alice asked in shock. "Can you understand its words?" Su Xian asked curiously. He was very surprised that Alice could understand the language of the snow dolphin. "Yes." Alice nodded affirmatively and explained, "We are both witch creations, so we can communicate through the witch language. Master, the snow dolphin hopes that we can help it raise the snow dolphin egg." Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard this, and he looked at the snow dolphin egg in the snow dolphin's arms. Although it has absorbed the snow dolphin's original magic power, it still does not emit any breath of life. On the other hand, after the snow dolphin has exhausted its original magic power, its vitality is rapidly fading. Looking at the snow dolphin's expectant eyes, Su Xian finally nodded and said, "Tell it that we will help it take care of the egg." He guessed that the snow dolphin made such a decision because it sensed that Alice was also a witch creation, and there might be some deep relationship between the Moonlight Witch and the Icefield Witch. Therefore, it chose to trust Alice and entrusted the egg to them. "Okay, I tell it." Alice immediately conveyed Su Xian's meaning to the snow dolphin. After hearing this, the snow dolphin showed a cheerful expression, jumped in front of Su Xian, bent its tail fin, and presented the egg to Su Xian respectfully. Faced with such an action, Su Xian glanced at Alice. He knew in his heart that Alice must have said something to the snow dolphin, otherwise, the person it trusted should be Alice. "Don't worry, I will take good care of this egg." Su Xian took the snow dolphin egg and promised. Although this is a lifeless egg, as long as it is placed in the guild without any bumps, he can still do it. Yee, the snow dolphin made a cheerful cry, and then gradually turned into ice and snow, disappearing without a trace. Faced with this scene, Su Xian was a little stunned. His mission seemed to be completed after the snow dolphin disappeared, but why did he always feel that the process of the mission was a little unusual? "Master, let's go!" Alice gently took Su Xian's right arm, and her cute face was filled with a bright smile. After returning to the guild, Su Xian carefully placed the snow dolphin egg in a glass cabinet for protection. He had considered placing it in a flower pot, but the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly always flew around curiously, wanting to touch the egg. Su Xian was worried that its flame would melt the snow dolphin egg, so he deliberately added a layer of glass cabinet as a barrier. Therefore, the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly could only stick to the outside of the glass cabinet, staring at the snow dolphin egg inside with eagerness. Mission completed. Experience plus 1500. Silver coins plus 15. After Su Xian submitted the task, a prompt popped up in his sight. The second stage of the Magic Doll character mission has been completed. Obtain mission rewards. Soul weapon new form plus 1. Transforming the witch's breath in the body of the Magic Doll. Successfully unlocked the new form of soul weapon Ice Silk Snow Line. Ice Silk Snow Line. Unknown, this weapon form is woven from ice and snow, extremely tough, and has a frost effect. It comes from the breath of the Ice Witch. Ice Silk Snow Line? Su Xian was curious about Alice's new soul weapon. While thinking, Alice had already shown the new weapon. "Master, look." Alice's mind moved, and countless crystal blue ice silks immediately surrounded her body, emitting a cold air. These ice silks are as thin threads, but they contain powerful power, which is chilling. Moreover, these ice silks, like Alice's soul cutter, can be controlled remotely. However, compared with the lethality, the control effect of this soul weapon is more outstanding. Not a bad weapon. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Alice's third stage mission suddenly appeared in his sight. Third stage, ? Open after going to the palace where the Moonlight Witch of the Moon God Empire once lived. Mission reward, unlock a new form of soul weapon. Current number of soul weapons, 2. Does the third stage mission need to go to the Moon God Empire to start? Su Xian frowned slightly when he saw that the third stage mission was just a ? Because the situation of the Moon God Empire is quite special, it depends on the belief in the Moon Goddess. To enter the Moon God Empire, you need a pass, and the player teleportation array cannot directly enter the territory of the Moon God Empire. But if there is a mission in the Lunar Empire, he can be directly teleported to the Lunar Empire, and the client of the mission will give them a temporary pass to facilitate their entry into the Lunar Empire. Perhaps, there are other ways to enter the Lunar Empire. Su Xian thought. He knew that there must be more than one way to enter the Lunar Empire through missions, but it was indeed troublesome to enter the Lunar Empire. Just as he was thinking, the white light of the teleportation array flashed, and Ifsa and the others also returned to the guild. "Mr. Su Xian, we are back," Ifsa said with a smile. Is the mission going well? Su Xian asked with concern. Yes. Very well. Bayafuli nodded vigorously. Bayafuli added, This is the first time we have seen a world full of flowers. That female doctor is so amazing. Oh! Su Xian's eyes flickered slightly, thinking about the so-called world full of flowers in his heart. He had never seen such a scene with his own eyes. Thank you for your hard work. Here is your reward. Su Xian divided the reward into two, and gave it to Issa and the elf sisters. Thank you, President. Beefuli took the money bag and thanked happily. Okay, there are no tasks for today. Let's continue tomorrow. Su Xian said to the elf sisters. The 10 tasks of E-level evaluation have been completed, and only the special commission tasks that will be refreshed are left, so there are no tasks suitable for the elves at present. We understand. We will listen to the President. Beefuli and Beefuli looked at each other, and then nodded obediently. They had a rich harvest today. 3 commission tasks allowed them to earn 20 silver coins. For them who have lived in the Elf Kingdom for more than 10 years, this is a wealth they have never had before. But it's still early now. Su Xian glanced at the sky. It was only about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It seemed inappropriate to log off so early. So does Mr. Su Xian want to? When Edna saw Su Xian said it was still early, she immediately showed an expectant expression. Give up your thoughts. Su Xian immediately interrupted Edna's thoughts. The depression brought by the morning prayer has not dissipated yet. Do you want to have another evening prayer? What a pity. If the President doesn't mind, would you like to have dinner at our house? Beefuli suddenly made this invitation to Su Xian. Isn't this inappropriate? Su Xian heard this, and a little interest sprouted in his heart. But the elf sisters have only joined the guild for 2 days, and they are going to their homes so soon. It's okay. Everyone in the guild is a good person. Besides, the food cooked by Mom is really delicious. The President will definitely like it. Bayafulu added immediately. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Su Xian was about to accept it, but it was like a thunderbolt in his mind. Mom? Wait. Su Xian instantly had a premonition in his heart. Could the elf mother that Lu Shui mentioned before be Bayafuli and Bayafulu's? Go, President. The elf sisters took Su Xian's arms, one on each side. Mom said she wants to see you too. Really? Su Xian was a little surprised. Bayafuli and Bayafulu's mother wanted to see him? This makes people look forward to it even more. Okay. Let's go now. Chapter 96. In sharp contrast to the closed-door state of the Moon God Empire, the Elf Kingdom is open and does not completely shut out outsiders. However, this does not mean that all areas of the Elf Kingdom are open to outsiders. In fact, only the outer areas allow outsiders to set foot, and the inner core areas of the kingdom are strictly prohibited. So, when Su Xian and others arrived at the Elf Kingdom through the portal, the sisters Bayafuli and Bayafulu urged them to speed up and rush towards home. It is worth mentioning that the two sisters live in a remote area. Although they are very close to the Elf Mother Tree, there seems to be no other elves living nearby. This made Su Xian curious, and when he witnessed the spectacular sight of the Elf Mother Tree, he could only describe his feelings as so big. This giant tree, which is thousands of meters high, has leaves that are several meters wide, not to mention its branches that tower into the clouds. Su Xian stared at this sacred tree of the elves, and his heart was filled with shock. Is this the sacred tree of the elves? It is indeed amazing. Soon, they came to a small wooden house. But what surprised him was that the house was wrapped in a dark blue magic barrier. Although they could pass through it freely, it seemed to be designed to block the people inside. Mom, we are back. Beefuli and Beefulu rushed into the wooden house happily, and Su Xian and the others followed closely. However, only Issa came this time, because the other 2 guild members did not need to eat. Before Su Xian stepped into the wooden house, a charming female voice floated into his ears. Come back, my children. When Su Xian first heard this voice, he felt something surging in his body, as if his whole body was trembling. This voice seemed to have a kind of magic, attracting him, making him completely captured by it at this moment. He glanced through the half-open door frame, and saw the beautiful woman in the house. She was graceful and plump, full of vitality. The light yellow braids hung gently on her chest, showing both innocence and an indescribable charm. Her eyes were gentle like water, like a deep lake, with a bright and charming light. Just that one glance made him want to explore the world in those eyes more deeply, look at her more, and learn more about her. What a beautiful female elf. Mom, this time we invited the President and other friends from the guild to have dinner at home. Beefuli explained to the female elf in a soft voice. Oh! The female elf raised her head slightly. Her red and blue eyes cast towards Su Xian, who was standing outside the door, and smiled gently. Welcome to you. Thank you very much for taking care of my daughters. No, no, no. Su Xian smiled and waved his hand, then slowly walked into the wooden house. The furniture in the wooden house was very simple, with only a wooden table, a few wooden stools, and a simple wooden bed. Only one bed? Did the mother and daughter sleep together all the time? As soon as they walked into the door, Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulu immediately brought 2 wooden stools for Su Xian and Issa. And they sat next to each other on the bed, leaning against their mother. Please have some tea. The female elf kindly poured hot tea for Su Xian and the other girl. Thank you. Su Xian took the cup of hot tea with a smile and took a sip. A faint milky aroma flowed in his mouth, but this aroma did not seem to come from the smell of tea leaves. You two go get the ingredients for dinner. The female elf instructed her daughters. Okay, Mom. Beefuli and Beefulua immediately went to get the ingredients for dinner. After the 2 sisters left, the female elf cast her tender eyes on Su Xian. Excuse me, are Beefuli and the others doing well in your guild? Have they been injured during the mission? Can you please give them some less dangerous missions? This is their first time leaving the elf kingdom, and they know nothing about the outside world. The female elf pleaded with Su Xian. Please rest assured, I will not let the members of the guild participate in dangerous missions that are beyond their ability to bear. Su Xian smiled faintly and promised. Really? That's great. The female elf stroked her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she began to introduce herself. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bailila. Nice to meet you. Su Xian. Ivsa. President, Miss Ivsa, Bailila smiled. Please take care of Bialifly and Bialifro. Because of me, they have to bear a burden that shouldn't exist. Don't worry, everyone in the guild takes good care of the 2 sisters, right? Ivsa. Su Xian replied. Yes. Ivsa agreed softly. That's great. I was worried that the 2 sisters couldn't adapt to the outside world. I feel relieved when you say that. Bialila's eyes revealed gentle comfort, as clear and bright as spring water, which made people inevitably fall into it. The mature charm exuded by her gestures made Su Xian feel slightly amazed. Is this the charm of women with children? It is indeed different from Ivsa and others, with more tenderness. Mom, we have brought back the ingredients for dinner. During the conversation, the elf sisters had already returned to the wooden house with the ingredients. Then I will go to prepare dinner. Please sit for a while. Bialila stood up and walked to the kitchen. The 2 sisters, Bealefli and Bealefro, helped their mother, leaving only Su Xian and Ivsa in the wooden house. Mr. Su Xian, the mother of the elf sisters, is really beautiful, gentle and virtuous, Ivsa whispered in Su Xian's ear. Yeah, Su Xian responded. He felt something strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Soon, the elves prepared a sumptuous dinner for Su Xian and his friends. Although they were all vegetarian, the aroma was overflowing. Please eat more, Mr. President. Bialila was like a classmate's mother, enthusiastically picking up food for Su Xian. Thank you. Bialila's enthusiasm made Su Xian a little flattered, and she sat next to him, intentionally or unintentionally close to him. Her soft body and faint milky fragrance made it difficult for him to concentrate on eating. Mr. President, is the food not to your taste? Bialila seemed to notice Su Xian's absent-mindedness. Her beautiful eyes were full of concern, as if she was afraid that her food would not suit his taste. No, Su Xian waved his hands hurriedly. Then, do you want me to feed you with my own hands? Bialila said gently, and then really began to feed Su Xian with her own hands. No need. Su Xian quickly rejected her kindness. The enthusiasm of this elf mother made him a little overwhelmed. Her caring and gentleness made him feel sweet and troubled. He really couldn't keep calm under such an attack. He was afraid that he would lose himself. As for Ivsa, she just quietly enjoyed dinner on the side, and seemed indifferent to everything. After dinner, Bialila asked her 2 daughters to take Ivsa to visit the beautiful scenery of the elves. However, she left Su Xian alone, which made him very confused. He didn't quite understand what Bialila wanted to talk to him alone. Mr. President. While washing the dishes, Bialila said to Su Xian, Fuli and Flo are my children. I gave birth to them and raised them. They are the most precious treasures of my life. I understand. Su Xian listened attentively to Bialila's true feelings for her daughters. This may be the unique feeling a mother has for her children. At this moment, Bialila suddenly stopped washing the dishes. She turned around gently, staring at Su Xian with her red and blue eyes, which made him feel puzzled. Then, He saw Bailila slowly pull out the fruit knife placed aside, and her gentle voice came into Su Xian's ears again. So, I don't want anyone to hurt them. They are my children, even the president they trust. Bailila said, holding a fruit knife and walking lightly towards Su Xian. The pressure that was approaching step by step made Su Xian's face become serious in an instant. What's going on? Could Bailila's gentleness be? Just as he was wondering, Bailila's information panel popped up in his sight. Bailila, legend, level, ? Race, elf. Growth, 12 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Skills, unexpanded features. Sin of greed status. Greed, *2. Sin of greed. Su Xian was immediately filled with question marks. Could it be that Bailila wanted to? Just as Su Xian was feeling uneasy, Bailila's voice rang out again. Mr. President, do you want to eat apples? Or pears? Or all of them? I can help you peel and cut them into pieces. Of course, if you want me to feed you, that's fine too. Bailila came to Su Xian's side, the sharp knife in her hand flashing with cold light. I hope that everything I do can make Mr. President take better care of Fuli and Fro, please. Chapter 97. Ah. Bailila tenderly handed over a piece of cut apple. Facing the warm hospitality of the mother of the two elf sisters, Su Xian naturally could not resist. Especially Bailila's attitude was still so tough, as if in her eyes, Su Xian was also a child who needed her care. Well, Su Xian was only 18 years old, not much different in age from the two sisters Fuli and Fulua. Thank you. Su Xian gently bit the apple handed over by Bailila and tasted it carefully. The apple tasted delicious, but Su Xian had a lingering doubt in his mind. That is, the food in Bailila's house always had a wonderful milky fragrance. Maybe it was because this place was located in the territory of the elves? Just as Su Xian was wondering, his eyes accidentally swept over Bailila's elegant figure. It must be admitted that Bailila's every frown and smile was full of the unique charm of an adult woman. Not only does she have a graceful figure and skin as white as snow, she also has an irresistible mysterious charm. And Bailila always has a faint milky fragrance, which makes her existence even more fascinating. Mr. President, I leave the matter I just said to you. Bailila's voice floated gently, like a whisper in the breeze. Yes. Su Xian nodded lightly. Bailila's deep love and persistence for her daughters allow her to devote everything to her daughters. At the same time, she will never allow anyone to hurt her precious daughters. By the way, about the elf's house arrest on you. Su Xian intends to ask further. After all, Bailila is an elf under house arrest by the elves. Moreover, she is the only special case among the elves who has two daughters. I can't help it. Who made me violate the taboo of the elves? Bailila's eyes flowed with gentleness like water, but they had deep sorrow. Is this so-called taboo of the elves? Su Xian was about to say something when Bailila covered his mouth. Shh, be careful that the wall has ears. And please don't say too much, Mr. President, Bailila said softly. You can be invited as the guild president, which is their biggest concession. Oh. Su Xian heard this and nodded silently. At the same time, he noticed that Bailila's palms were a little wet and exuded a faint milky fragrance. This milky fragrance was very real, just like Bailila's children had not yet reached the time of weaning. If you need any help, please tell me. Su Xian said immediately, as the guild leader of Fuli and Furo, I will help you as much as possible. Thank you, Mr. President. When Bailila heard Su Xian's words, her eyes flickered slightly, and a gentle smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Mom, we are back. At this time, Bailila and the others had returned to the wooden house. There are fruits, do you want to eat? Bailila quickly got up and handed the fruits to her daughters. Yes. The two sisters ran towards Bailila happily, and a warm picture of mother and daughter hugging each other appeared in front of them. Mr. Su Xian, this elf tribe is really interesting. Issa walked lightly to Su Xian and said with a smile on her face. It is indeed quite interesting. Su Xian nodded. The elves are indeed a little interesting. It's getting late, we should go back. Let me see you off. Then I trouble you. After seeing off Su Xian and Issa, Bailila returned to the cabin. Mom, has the president left? Yes. Mom, the president is a good man, right? The two elf girls asked their mother expectantly. When Bailila heard this question, she raised her lips slightly and gave an affirmative answer. Yes, he is a good man. In the blink of an eye, Su Xian and Issa returned to the guild. As soon as they returned to the guild, Issa whispered in Su Xian's ear, Mr. Su Xian, you are really too much. When we were having dinner just now, The female elf almost ate you, but you were indifferent. Ahem, Ifsa, you can't talk nonsense. I actually tried very hard to resist. Wait! She didn't want to eat me. Su Xian immediately retorted nervously. Hee, what an interesting reaction. Ifsa gently hugged Su Xian, her fingertips gently brushing across his back. Then, Mr. President, can I have some midnight snack? The elves' dinner hasn't fed me enough. Okay. Mr. President? Before he came to his senses, Ifsa had already started her night prayer, Ah Holy Light. The following is a detailed description of eating midnight snacks, 10,000 words omitted below. Huh, this game is really exciting. Su Xian gently took off his VR glasses, his body and mind still immersed in the game just now. He got up and walked to the bathroom to wash away his fatigue. The next day, Su Xian carried his school bag and went to school. There was only 1.5 months left before the college entrance examination. Although Su Xian was immersed in games most of the time, he still tried to keep studying when he was in school. Here, this is the review material. Lu Shui put a stack of review materials on Su Xian's desk. As a top 3 good student in the school, she was still trustworthy. Well, thank you. Su Xian took the materials gratefully. By the way, are you still investigating the matter about the elves? He suddenly turned to Lu Shui and asked. Hey, I don't have any clues either. Why would a virgin elf give birth to life? Lu Shui sighed softly. Besides, Winnie is just a scout of the elves. The information she can access is very limited. Although she wants to help the imprisoned elf mother, the elders in the tribe are the ones who really decide the fate of the mother. The elf elders? Su Xian heard this and nodded thoughtfully. Why do you care so much about this matter? Lu Shui suddenly asked curiously. Nothing, just asking casually. Su Xian shrugged calmly, but his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After school, he immediately entered the game. After entering the guild, he found that the elf tears in his backpack were shining. Su Xian gently took out the elf tear and observed it carefully. In addition to the faint light it emitted, he also found that this silver-white tear had undergone some wonderful changes, and a slight crack appeared on its surface. When Su Xian's fingertips gently touched the crack, a prompt flashed in front of his eyes. Do you want to accept the hidden task? Greedy elf. Task reward, mandatory entry. Degenerate. Mandatory entry. Can only be used for non-guild member units. Chapter 98. Do you accept the hidden mission? Greedy elf. Mission reward, mandatory term. Depravity. This mandatory term is only valid for non-guild member units. Su Xian was confused by the sudden mission prompt. He wondered in his heart, who gave him this elf tear? The elves he knew were only Bea's mother and daughter, and Lu Shui's Winnie. Could it be that Bea Layla gave him the elf tear? All signs seemed to point to this conclusion, and this mission seemed to be inextricably linked to Bea Layla. Greedy elf. Su Xian muttered in a low voice. He could indeed feel a strong desire from Bea Layla. Her desire to protect her 2 children seemed to be stronger and more resolute than any other mother. Of course, he had just touched the edge of the sin of greed when they first met last night, and he had not yet seen its unfathomable limit. In addition, the newly appeared mandatory terms cannot be used on guild members, which means that he and Ifsa and others cannot use this power. Is this for Baalila? No. Judging from the word mandatory, this should be used for the enemy. Yes. Su Xian clicked to accept the task. Task target, help Baalila. Task description. This is a serious mistake made 20 years ago. Please help them. Hiss. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, Mistake? Whose mistake? Is it the elf mother tree? Because in the elves, the only unit responsible for breeding is the elf mother tree. The description of this task is a bit vague, but Su Xian understands that this is a hidden task. As the main task progresses, clues about the hidden task will gradually be revealed. It seems that the elves' affairs have just begun. Su Xian murmured. The role missions of Bayafuli and Bayafulo have not yet been opened, but there is no doubt that they are related to their mother. In addition, Su Xian glanced at the special commission mission of E-level upgrade that had just been refreshed. This mission has a prerequisite, which is to kill a Viscount of the Star Kingdom. This mission is not difficult. The opponent's level is only 20, and the reason for killing him is very simple, just because he became a believer of the witch and caused casualties. The law enforcement knights issued this mission, hoping that the adventurer can kill the fleeing Viscount and bring back his body. However, Su Xian stroked his chin and pondered, first of all, this is just a pre-task. Could the subsequent mission be related to a witch? Just as he was thinking about it, The white light of the teleportation array flashed. He raised his head and looked at the gate of the guild. I thought it was Issa and the others who arrived, but I found it was Luzlin, and behind her, there was Lozia? Wait, is the coach Luzlin mentioned Lozia? Genius. Is this Mr. Su Xian's guild? Lozia stepped into Su Xian's guild and looked carefully at every corner of the guild. This was her first time entering a guild established by players, so she was naturally full of curiosity and expectations. Is she the coach you mentioned? Su Xian walked towards Luzlin and the others and asked. Yes. Luzlin nodded affirmatively and explained, Lozia can be your coach at this stage. She will teach you some basic knowledge and skills of swordsmanship. Of course, you only need to learn the most basic swordsmanship so that you can have a certain understanding of cold weapon combat. Oh! Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, and then turned his eyes to Luo Xia. Luo Xia was still wearing silver-white armor, and her long golden hair fell like a waterfall, exuding the fresh fragrance of a girl. The pair of blue eyes were as deep as sapphires, flickering with a faint light. Please give me more advice, Mr. Su Xian. Luo Xia seemed to notice Su Xian's sight, and stood up straight immediately. Maybe because she came to Su Xian's territory, she seemed a little nervous. This is understandable, after all, Luo Xia just came of age a few days ago. Although she has become the patriarch of the Yerman family at this age, for her, the real experience has just begun. Time is tight, let's start immediately. Luzlin immediately walked to the practice room, ready to start today's night training. As soon as she entered the practice room, she habitually took off her armor. And? Luo Xia was full of doubts. Since it was a night training, why did she take off the armor? It's just a sparring match. There's no need to wear heavy armor. Luo Salin explained. Then, the armor on her body fell like petals, showing her graceful figure. Oh! Although Luo Xia was a little confused, she chose to believe what her aunt said. However, the next moment, she was not calm again. Because the vest and gym pants worn by Luo Salin were things that did not exist in their world. Although it was not exposed, it perfectly showed the figure of a mature woman. And, why did my aunt look a little timid in this dress? How could Mr. Su Xian hold back? What are you doing? The training has begun. Suddenly, Luo Salin's voice came into Luo Xia's ears, bringing her back from her trance. Oh! Luo Xia immediately drew the sword from her waist, and at the same time, Su Xian also took a fighting posture. Luo Salin stood aside, with her hands behind her chest, and said coldly, let's start. I will observe your every move, and point out the mistakes. Okay. Okay. The following is a sword teaching, and the following 1,000 words are omitted. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing sounded, and the sword in Su Xian's hand was knocked several meters away. Not bad, you can already take 10 of my moves. Luo Xia smiled approvingly. But only 10 moves. Su Xian smiled faintly. It only took him an hour to resist Luo Xia's 10 moves with basic swordsmanship. Whether Luo Xia had reservations or not, this was an improvement. The moment he picked up the sword, a prompt flashed in front of him. Learn basic swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship? Su Xian's eyes flickered. Basic swordsmanship is the foundation of all swordsmanship. Without this foundation, it is impossible to learn more advanced swordsmanship. In other words, now he can start learning more advanced swordsmanship? Of course, the foundation of all swordsmanship depends first on the two attributes of strength and agility. A person with weak strength and agility attributes cannot compete with an enemy whose comprehensive attributes far exceed his own even if he masters advanced swordsmanship. And at this moment, the light of the teleportation array shone again. Issa and the elf sisters arrived at the guild. Mr. Su Xian, President, we are here. Excuse me, is there any task you can give us today? Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafuluo looked at Su Xian expectantly, waiting for their guild leader to give them a task. There is indeed a task that you need to solve. Su Xian handed them the pre-task of the special commission, and then said, however, this task is somewhat dangerous, so all 4 of you go. For this pre-task, he would definitely not be assured if he only gave it to the elf sisters. But if Luo Selin and Efusa went with him, he could rest assured. I know. Luo Selin nodded, immediately put on her armor again, picked up the sword of oath placed in the corner, and walked towards the portal. Let's go. Yes. The elf sisters followed closely. Then, Mr. Su Xian, we will be back soon. Efusa smiled at Su Xian, and then followed him into the portal. After a while, only Su Xian, Luo Xia and Alice, who was making coffee, were left in the guild. Let's continue. Su Xian clenched the sword in his hand. He just found the feeling. Yeah. Luo Xia nodded, holding the sword and fighting Su Xian again. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Stop, stop, stop! Let's stop here today. After 2 hours of sword training, Su Xian felt exhausted and needed to rest. Okay. Luo Xia put away the sword. Master, have coffee. Alice quickly brought Su Xian a cup of coffee, and carefully drew a heart on the surface of the coffee, showing her unique mind. Thank you, Su Xian said gratefully. He picked up the coffee and took a sip. The cold coffee immediately made him feel refreshed, but he also found a problem. The coffee was too bitter. Alice obviously put less sugar. Luo Xia also came over at this time. Due to excessive physical exertion, her chest was obviously rising and falling, and she was wearing heavy armor, which caused a lot of sweat to flow out of her body. Miss Luo Xia, this is your coffee. Alice handed Luo Xia a cup of coffee considerately. Thank you. Luo Xia took the coffee gratefully, took a sip, and sat on the wooden chair to recover her strength. Isn't it hot? Su Xian asked Luo Xia curiously. A little. Luo Xia did feel a little stuffy. The heavy armor on her body, and her sweaty physique seemed to have added a double debuff. If you're hot, take it off. There's a bathing area in the guild. You can take a bath, and then go back. Su Xian said while drinking coffee. It's so bitter. Alice, do you have any sugar? No sugar. The sugar jar seems to have been hidden by someone. Alice explained. Damn. There's a thief in the guild. Su Xian sighed helplessly. He was very tired now, and was too lazy to buy candy in the mall, so he just drank it. However, at this moment, Luo Xia gently took off her armor, revealing the graceful and plump figure hidden under the armor in front of Su Xian. But Su Xian was more concerned about the crystal-clear sweat beads flashing on Luo Xia's skin. Those sweat beads sparkled in the sun, like pearls inlaid on her skin. And because she was tightly wrapped in the armor just now, the smell of sweat was not strong at that time. When Luo Xia took off her armor, the aroma from the curse rushed to Su Xian's nose like a tide, and could not be covered. This was the effect that Luo Xia barely suppressed after soaking her body 3 times a day according to Luo Salin's method of removing the curse. Su Xian couldn't imagine how terrible it would be if the curse broke out completely. Please allow me to use the bathroom in the guild. Luo Xia asked Su Xian. Well, go ahead. Thank you. Su Xian responded. Luo Xia, who was sweating all over, really needed to wash well. By the way, didn't Luo Xia think that the coffee brewed by Alice was bitter? Su Xian looked at the cup of coffee that Luo Xia had drunk curiously, and secretly tasted it. So sweet. Chapter 99. Swish. Hot water gushed out of the shower head, soaking Rashia's whole body. The water drops slid across her skin, making her enchanting figure even more charming. Her waist-length hair clung to her skin under the touch of the water, like a golden waterfall, outlining her perfect figure. The mist formed by the interweaving of hot air and fog made her look like a fairy in the clouds and a witch in the mist. Then, Rashia carefully wiped every inch of her skin with shower gel, thoroughly washing away the sweat on her body. When the warm bath water dyed her skin a light crimson, she gently turned off the faucet and murmured in a low voice, "It's really convenient." Then, she walked to the mirror, and Rashia stared at herself in the mirror. The arrogant whiteness seemed to tell her that she was no longer a little girl. And she looked more and more like Rosalind, which made some old knights in the family often confuse the two of them. But compared to Luo Selin 10 years ago, she still has many shortcomings. Luo Xia sighed softly, and picked up a towel to dry her body. When she was about to wipe, she suddenly remembered that Su Xian had reminded her not to use pink towels. Pink towel. Luo Xia found that she was holding a pink towel, and she immediately changed it to a pure white towel. She couldn't help wondering, does Mr. Su Xian like pink things? After drying her body, Luo Xia put on her clothes and returned to the guild hall. She saw Su Xian lying leisurely on the sofa in the guild hall, and Alice sat beside him, massaging his shoulders and legs, looking very comfortable. Sit down for a while, we wait for Luo Selin to come back. Su Xian patted the seat next to him, motioning Luo Xia to sit down and rest. Yeah. Luo Xia nodded, and sat lightly on the sofa beside her. She had just finished bathing, and a faint lavender scent lingered around her body, blending with the cursed fragrance she originally secreted, producing an indescribable sweetness. Also, Su Xian had tasted Luo Xia's cup of coffee before. Under normal circumstances, the coffee that Alice prepared for Luo Xia should be exactly the same as the one that Su Xian tasted. But strangely, Luo Xia's cup of coffee showed an extreme sweetness. If it wasn't a problem with the coffee itself, It might be the cursed fragrance secreted by Luo Xia. Even just a drop is enough to turn the originally bitter coffee into sweet sugar water. It's no wonder that Luo Xia never adds sugar to coffee. It turns out that there is no need at all, because she was as sweet as honey. By the way, since the death of the Lord of Sunset City, has the royal city appointed a new lord? Su Xian asked curiously. Yes, someone has already taken over the Lord of Sunset City. Luo Xia nodded and replied, it's an old knight. He used to be the law enforcement knight of Sunset City, but for some reasons, he went to the royal city. But now, he decided to return to Sunset City and take over the position of lord. Is he trustworthy? Su Xian asked. He is of the same generation as my grandfather, and was once a good friend of my grandfather. When I was a child, he taught me swordsmanship. The old knight's swordsmanship is even better than my aunt's, Luo Xia said. So powerful? Su Xian was a little surprised. There was a knight in Sunset City who was more powerful than Lu's line. However, I heard that the old knight volunteered to return to our Sunset City from the royal city. He was a prince's royal knight in the royal city, and he was only one step away from the Star Knight. I don't understand why he wanted to return to Sunset City. If he returns here, he will lose everything. Luo Xia was puzzled by the old knight's behavior of returning to Sunset City. Su Xian heard this and nodded thoughtfully. After all, Sunset City is still too small compared to the royal city. Even if he becomes the city lord, it is difficult to have a higher promotion space. Oh right, Luo Xia suddenly remembered something and said, Mr. Su Xian, do you still remember Princess Vivian? Well, what happened? Su Xian was a little surprised. What happened to Princess Vivian? What bad things did she do? She has been writing to me recently, hoping that I can consider becoming her royal knight. In addition, she mentioned in the letter that a Star Knight chose to be loyal to her. If I am willing to go to the Imperial City, she can let that Star Knight become my mentor, Luo Xia said. Reject her. Su Xian shook his head decisively and said in a firm tone, try to stay away from the royal family's struggle, understand? Luo Xia. Su Xian stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on Luo Xia's shoulder. This contact made Luo Xia's body tremble slightly. Because of the blessing of the white rose gift, her all attributes increased by 100%, her danger perception increased by 100%, but her pain sensitivity also increased by 100%. Therefore, Su Xian lightly touched her shoulder, causing her body to tremble slightly. This is also the reason why Luo Xia always wears armor to reduce physical contact with other people. But now, she has just finished bathing and cannot effectively stop this. I hope you can understand. Su Xian stared into Luo Xia's eyes, like her uncle, and warned seriously, the struggle of the royal family may bring you opportunities, but it also means that you and the Yerman family behind you need to choose sides, understand? After hearing this, Luo Xia's beautiful eyes flickered. She naturally understood what Su Xian said. As the patriarch of the Yerman family, she needed to make judgments from the perspective of the family. I know. Thank you, Mr. Su Xian, for your advice. Luo Xia replied immediately. As long as you are willing to believe me. Su Xian smiled and nodded, saying, if you want to become stronger, I will let Luo Selen return to the Yerman family often to teach you swordsmanship. She has grown in the guild, and it will also be reflected in you. This aunt and nephew both have good talents and are worth cultivating. Thank you so much, Mr. Su Xian. I don't know how to repay you. Luo Xia was filled with deep gratitude when she heard Su Xian's words. No need to repay. I am the president of your aunt. These are what I should do, Su Xian said calmly. Loselin's contribution to the guild is far greater than what she has paid. It is only natural for her to take care of her niece. In the gap between the conversations, the white light of the teleportation array flashed, and Luz Lin and the others returned to the guild. We are back. Thank you for your hard work. Su Xian stood up to greet his guild members. How is it? Have you improved your swordsmanship? As soon as Luo Saline came back, she couldn't wait to ask Su Xian about his progress in swordsmanship, and seemed to be particularly concerned about him. Not bad, I have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Su Xian answered seriously. Well done. Luo Saline nodded with satisfaction, then turned her eyes to Luo Xia and said, Luo Xia, put on your armor, I take you back. Okay, aunt. Luo Xia hurriedly stood up and began to put on her armor. After Luo Xia put on her armor, Luo Saline took her out of the guild and returned to Sunset City. Su Xian sat on the sofa and submitted the pre-task. Mission completed. Experience plus 1000. Silver plus 10. Unlock special commission mission. Betrayal from the Night. Recommended mission level, level 30. Mission description. The Night Witch was once all the rage, and the truth of betrayal runs through her life. She betrayed the witch church, betrayed the country, betrayed love, betrayed family, and even betrayed herself in the end. Mission target. Get the Night Witch's letter from the witch's hut. Mission reward. Get a random entry, player. After completing this special mission, the player's rating will be upgraded to E+, and an adventurer recruitment scroll, green, will be obtained. Can I actually get a new entry? Su Xian saw that completing this special mission could add a new entry for himself, and his face showed a touch of joy. In addition, he felt a little confused because this special mission was related to the Night Witch. He felt that the entanglement between him and the Night Witch seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. But isn't she a dead person? No. Thinking from another angle, perhaps the influence of the Night Witch on this country is much more serious than Su Xian imagined, causing her shadow to be everywhere. Speaking of the Night Witch, Su Xian took out the magic eye of the Night Witch from his backpack. It is like a gold mine, containing unknown mysterious power. He hadn't used this magic eye yet, and didn't know what effect it had. Perhaps it was similar to the magic eye of Princess Vivian? The power of domination? Should I use the magic eye of the Night Witch? Let's try. Su Xian took a deep breath, and made up his mind to gain the power from the magic eye. Merging the magic eye, the moment he decided to use the magic eye emitted a brilliant light, and released a trace of magic power, which seemed to gather into a jade hand and stretch directly to Su Xian's left eyeball. Then, he saw that the jade hand tightly grasped his left eyeball and gently pinched it. Ah! Su Xian couldn't bear the intense pain and couldn't help shouting. Mr. Su Xian, what's wrong with you? Master, are you okay? President Iveshaw and the others immediately surrounded Su Xian and asked worriedly. No. It's okay. Su Xian gritted his teeth. The intense pain seemed to crush his left eyeball in reality. Blood and tears flowed and dripped in his left eye. When the pain gradually dissipated, a prompt appeared in Su Xian's sight. Fusion of Witch Eye and Illusionary Magic Eye. Illusionary Magic Eye. You can ignore the effects of any magic eye. If the magic eye carrier activates the magic eye effect on you, you will be subject to the same counter effect. Chapter 100. The Eye of Illusion? Su Xian stared at the effect of the Eye of Illusion he had just obtained, revealing a hint of disbelief. At this moment, he began to understand why the Night Witch could avoid the pursuit of the Witch Church and do whatever she wanted in the Star Kingdom. The cooperation between the Eye of Domination and the Eye of Illusion was indeed a bit against the sky. Mr. Su Xian, are you okay? Ivesa asked with concern. Alice and other members also stared at him, fearing that their president would have an accident. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Xian waved his hand, signaling everyone to rest assured. He slowly stood up, walked into the bathroom, and cleaned the blood from the corner of his eye. Through the mirror, Su Xian noticed that his left eye seemed to be shining with a bright light, but the light disappeared in an instant. It seems that the Eye of Illusion did not bring other changes to my body. Su Xian's face sank slightly, which was probably the reason why he could not resonate with the night. However, the effect of the magic eye has already taken effect, giving him a passive skill to counter it. Just like when he met Princess Vivian before, the original magic power of the night, which made Princess Vivian's magic eye ineffective, and made her suffer backlash. Now, Su Xian has taken that power as his own, and can control it at will. It feels good. Su Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and he found that he could adapt to this change better than expected. When he walked out of the bathroom, Issa and the others were still waiting outside anxiously. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Su Xian said quickly, trying his best to calm the emotions of the guild members. It's good that you're fine. It wasn't until Su Xian answered for the third time that Issa and the others felt relieved and smiled with relief on their faces. At this time, Lu's Line just returned to the guild. She noticed that everyone was surrounding Su Xian and asked in confusion, what happened? Nothing. Su Xian shook his head and continued, you're back just in time. We're going to set off on a mission. Let's go together this time. Yes, Mr. Su Xian, President. The black wind swept by, and the surrounding environment was gloomy and terrifying, making Su Xian frown slightly. He looked around, and there were strange black trees everywhere, and the soil under his feet was filled with stench, making him suspect that the witch actually lived in such a place. Right in front of him, a pumpkin-shaped hut stood quietly. Is this the witch's hut? Su Xian whispered to himself, and then planned to lead Issa and the others into the hut. But before that, he asked Lu's Line to scout first to check if there were any hidden dangers. After all, the witch's hut still needed to be cautious. There is a fluctuation of magic here. As soon as Lorthelin stepped into the hut, she felt the surge of magic, and she immediately drew the Sword of Oath from her waist. At this moment, several illusory figures appeared around the witch's hut. Sharp laughter also rang out. Ah ha ha ha, where did the bug come from? You dare to mess up my territory? You are really looking for death. Several phantoms attacked Lorthelin together, and the dark magic surged in the air. Falling moon. Lorthelin almost didn't hesitate, and the tip of the sword instantly burst into a sword light as clear as moonlight. In just a moment, those phantoms were pierced by the sword energy as sharp as moonlight and turned into nothingness. However, a sharp laugh sounded again. Heh, I didn't expect this stink bug to have some strength. But this is just the beginning. As the voice fell, the dark mist instantly turned into a huge black panther with a body length of nearly 10 meters, and pounced on Lorthelin with the force of thunder. Magic Shadow Leopard, Elite, Level, 35, 0/14,000, Race, Witch Creature. Strength, 448/Agility, 420/Magic, 300/Constitution, 525. Growth Value, 8, every time you upgrade a level, all attributes increase by 8 points. Is this a level 35 monster? Su Xian's eyes became sharp. He didn't expect that this witch hut would be guarded by a level 35 witch creature. Ivsa, Alice, Fuli, and Furo, keep your distance and use long-range spells to attack. Su Xian decisively issued instructions to the guild members. Understood. Ivsa and the others quickly entered the battle position and began to gather magic power. Their attributes were not enough to confront the Magic Shadow Leopard head-on, and only Lorthelin could fight it. Roar! The Magic Shadow Leopard let out a deafening roar, and pounced on them like lightning. I stop it! Lorthelin stepped forward and blocked the Magic Shadow Leopard's attack with a long sword in her hand without hesitation. Although her overall attributes were inferior to the Magic Shadow Leopard, the gains given by Crystal Structure and White Rose and Oath Knight enabled her to face the Magic Shadow Leopard head-on, and even had a certain advantage. What's more, this was a just-team battle. Don't move. Alice made a prompt decision and summoned Ice Silk Snow Lines, which bound the limbs of the Magic Shadow Leopard tightly like a spider web. Roar! The Magic Shadow Leopard roared angrily, trying to break free from the bondage, but the silk-like Ice Silk Snow Lines were as hard as steel. At the same time, Ivsa and the Elf Sisters began to chant magic. The shadow of the Holy Nun appeared above the Magic Shadow Leopard, surrounded by a ball of blazing flames and dozens of water arrows formed by water elements. Fall! With an order, 3 kinds of magic immediately smashed towards the Magic Shadow Leopard. Instantly, horrible magic fluctuations echoed in this space. The holy fire and water elements tore the body of the Magic Shadow Leopard at the same time. However, as a monster woven by the majestic dark magic, the Magic Shadow Leopard relied on the dark magic to gradually repair its broken body. Seeing that the body of the Magic Shadow Leopard was about to recondense, Luzline waved the sword in her hand and released the falling moon. In an instant, the bright moonlight poured down like a rainstorm, completely piercing the body of the Magic Shadow Leopard that was about to reunite. With the joint efforts of Luzline and the others, the Magic Shadow Leopard was finally defeated, and the dark magic surrounding the witch's hut also dissipated with the wind. As the president, Su Xian witnessed this thrilling battle throughout, and he gave full marks to his guild members. Among them, Luzline's performance was like a bug. Ignoring the elemental magic claws made her feel like a fish in water in the battle. She could completely ignore the magic of other members of the guild and output with all her strength, while being the main tank. Ivsa and other members' magic attacks also made great achievements at critical moments. Especially Alice, her Ice Silk Snow Line can cause temporary control of monsters, winning precious opportunities for the team. It can be said that every member of the guild is an indispensable key to this victory. The 6 of us are really amazing. Ahem. After solving the monsters outside the witch's hut, Su Xian entered the hut without hesitation and swept away all the treasures inside. He obtained the following items. Letter of the Night Witch quest item. Witch hat. Rare, this is a witch's hat. Increase the magic power by 5%. Witch gem. Rare, this gem contains pure magic power, and is a rare material for making high-level magic wands. Is it gone? After Su Xian searched the hut, he still felt a little unsatisfied. However, the letter from the night, which seemed to be the lifeblood of the hut. As the letter was taken away by Su Xian, the originally solid pumpkin hut gradually lost its vitality, began to decay and collapse. In the end, it turned into a pool of mud, blending into the gloomy environment around it. We should go. Su Xian, didn't want to stay here for another second. He quickly activated the teleportation array and returned to the guild. He was about to deliver this special task, but before submitting the task, he opened the envelope to see the contents of the letter. Ha ha ha. I created a life. Su Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. Every word of this letter was full of madness and distortion. Are all witches like this? Scared. Kitten emoji submit. Special mission. Betrayal from the night. Complete. Get 1 free entry to refresh. Congratulations on completing the special mission. Get an adventurer recruitment scroll green. Your player rating is upgraded to E+. You get a random player entry. Wait. Suddenly, Su Xian noticed something was wrong. He suddenly remembered that he couldn't refresh the player entry, and this time he got a random player entry. Then if he got a random entry that was against the sky, wouldn't it be? Just when Su Xian was still thinking, a bright entry suddenly caught his eye. Dragon Knight, oh? It seems to be an entry worth looking forward to. Su Xian saw the entry he got randomly, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. This Dragon Knight's entry is very powerful from the wording. Dragon Knight. Increase the probability of taming dragons by 20%, increase the special attack on dragons by 100%, and provide a 50% increase in combat power for tamed dragons. You also want to be a Dragon Knight? Ah? Su Xian frowned slightly. He always felt that this entry was a bit unserious. Besides, since he has the Dragon Knight entry, where can he get the dragon? Land of the Fall? Never mind, this entry is quite satisfactory. Let's recruit adventurers first. Su Xian thought, took out the recruitment scroll he had just obtained, and prepared to welcome new adventurers. Just as he was about to recruit new members, the portrait of the saint stored in his backpack suddenly flashed a dazzling light. At the same time, a mysterious option appeared in Su Xian's sight. Do you want to consume a recruitment scroll to grant 2 powers to the saint entry? And add an extra personality? Add personality? Currently available powers: chastity, diligence, generosity, humility, tenacity, temperance, justice, arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, lust. Attention! The choice of power will directly affect the creation of personality. Please consider it carefully. Chapter 101. Add a personality? Su Xian stared at the hidden prompt that popped up on the portrait of the saint, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. He thought, if you sacrifice a recruitment scroll, you can add 2 powers and a personality to the saint entry. So what if you sacrifice 2? Can you add new powers and personalities? In addition, saint is an ultra-rare entry, and it can be inferred that after the sacrifice, adventurers above legendary will definitely be recruited. So, after adding new powers and personalities, will adventurers of mythical quality be recruited? This series of conjectures made Su Xian full of interest and expectations for this mysterious option. Agree. He finally made up his mind to consume a recruitment scroll to enhance the strength of the saint entry. Mythical adventurers are worth a try. Recruitment scroll, green -1. Please choose 2 of the following 6 powers: generous, debauched, melancholy, lively, tsundere, wealthy. Su Xian frowned at this choice and fell into deep thought. A saint who is both lively and dissolute? Or a saint who is both generous and wealthy? Or a saint who is both arrogant and melancholy? Of course, he excluded the combination of melancholy and liveliness. After all, this rapid change of emotions is too extreme. After pondering for a moment, Su Xian finally made a decision. He chose generosity and wealth. Who would not like a saint who is both generous and wealthy? You have chosen generosity, wealth. Rich. She is rich enough to rival a country. Mission rewards are increased by 50%. Generosity. She is willing to share everything with you. Immune to diseases and curses. Adventurer recruitment scroll, green -1. Do you want to continue consuming recruitment scrolls to add powers and personality? Tip. Using a higher level adventurer recruitment scroll will increase the number of powers selected at a time. Can higher level recruitment scrolls add more powers and personalities? If so, wouldn't the powers be switched along with the personalities? Su Xian frowned slightly. Although he had not yet recruited the saint, he could tell from the known saint entries that the powers seemed to be bound to the personality. In other words, many powers could be added to the saint entry, but these powers would change with the switching of personalities. A saint with multiple personalities? Su Xian rubbed his chin, wondering if he could really recruit adventurers with multiple personalities. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, the 2 little cuties, Beafuli and Beafuro, appeared in front of him. They looked at him expectantly, full of enthusiasm for work. President, there is more. Okay, let me see if there are any tasks suitable for you. Su Xian looked at them and glanced at the task list again, and found that the E+ level tasks had increased to 20, but the difficulty of the tasks had not increased significantly. The number of combat type and life type tasks was half and half, just enough for Fuli and Furo to complete the life type tasks first. Here. Su Xian handed them a commissioned task, and they thanked him happily. Thank you, President. 2 days later, with the efforts of the guild members, Su Xian's guild completed 8 E+ level commission tasks, accumulating 40,000 experience points and 5 gold coins in rewards. Su Xian used these experiences to upgrade the elf sisters to level 17 and Alice to level 18, consuming a total of 32,800 experience points. He used the remaining experience to upgrade Lortharin to level 1, consuming 6,000 points. In addition, during the execution of the task, they accidentally discovered a hidden and obtained a broken staff. Su Xian used the witch gems at hand to cleverly repair it, and made a rare witch staff. Witch staff, rare. This staff is inlaid with witch gems. When the holder uses magic, the consumption is reduced by 10%. Considering that the elf sisters are good at magic, Su Xian decided to give them this witch staff and witch hat, hoping to further enhance their combat effectiveness. By the way, why haven't the 2 sisters come today? Suddenly, near noon, Su Xian found that Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulu had not come to the guild as usual. According to past habits, they should have been eager to come to him to receive the task 2 hours ago. Su Xian was wondering when he suddenly saw Ifsa passing by holding a strange neck shackle. He stepped forward curiously and asked, "Wait, Issa, what new things have you brought back?" "This," Issa gently patted the neck shackle in her hand and explained, "this is a torture device used to punish unruly nuns. Mr. Su Xian, please rest assured that what I brought are all new and unused." Su Xian frowned slightly. He actually wanted to know why Ifsa brought the torture device to the guild. But Ifsa didn't seem to intend to explain. She just hummed softly and walked into the prayer room of the guild. Su Xian sighed lightly. Since he promised Ifsa to set up a prayer room in the guild, it seems that the development of the plot is moving in an uncontrollable direction. He just sat down and prepared to enjoy a cup of made coffee carefully prepared by Alice to relax. However, at this time, the teleportation array flashed white light, and the elf sisters Bai Yafuli and Bai Yafulu rushed into the guild in a hurry. They shouted to Su Xian nervously, "President, it's not good." Seeing this, Su Xian immediately put down the coffee in his hand and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "President, they want to put my mother in the dark prison." Bai Yafuli and Bai Yafulu hugged Su Xian's arms tightly, with helpless expressions in their eyes. "Put her in the dark prison?" Su Xian frowned and asked immediately. "Yeah." Bai Yafulu wiped her tears and sobbed, "There are still 3 days before the queen wakes up. They plan to send my mother to the dark prison and keep her there until the day of trial. President, please help my mother. Please, President." Bai Yafuli also gently pulled the corner of Su Xian's clothes and begged. "Let's go now." Su Xian immediately stood up and prepared to go to the elves. Although he was not very influential among the elves, he couldn't just stand by and watch at this time. "Great. President, let's set off quickly." Bai Yafuli and Bai Yafulu each held Su Xian's hand and eagerly led him to the teleportation array. In just a moment, they arrived at the elf kingdom. At this moment, the cabin where Baiya and her daughter lived was surrounded by a group of elves, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The elves were divided into 2 factions. One insisted on imprisoning Bayyalila in the dark prison, while the other strongly opposed it. The 2 sides were deadlocked, and the conflict was imminent. Bayyalila violated the taboos of the tribe and must accept the due punishment. An elf elder walked to the center of the crowd and solemnly announced, according to the tribe rules of the elves under trial must be detained in the dark prison for 3 days. Although Bayyalila is a princess, she is no exception. "Come on! Take Bayyalila to the dark prison." With the elder's order, a group of elf soldiers immediately stepped forward to execute the order. Let's see who dares. Chapter 102. Let's see who dares. In front of the wooden house, an elf with a fiery red body stood up. She was like a burning flame, blocking the elves who tried to take Layla away. "Honglian, are you going to violate the elves' clan rules since ancient times?" Elf Elder Roni asked angrily. Honglian turned her head, and the flames in her pupils seemed to be able to burn everything to ashes. She glared at Roni and sneered, "Roni, when are you qualified to talk to me?" Her voice was full of confidence and strength, which made Elder Roni show a trace of fear. Although Roni's status was equal to Honglian, and they were both elders of the elves, Roni could not help but feel afraid in the face of absolute strength. Honglian's anger seemed to be able to ignite the whole world, so that all elves dared not approach easily. Honglian, this is a unanimous decision of the Elders' Council. You have no right to interfere. Seeing that she could not suppress Honglian, Roni raised the name of the Elders' Council. However, Honglian just smiled coldly, as if she didn't care about the decision of the Elders' Council. She slowly took off the giant sword behind her, and the tip of the sword fell to the ground, and suddenly a raging fire ignited, as if warning everyone who tried to get close. As long as I'm here, no one can touch Layla. Honglian's voice was firm and cold, which made the elves present feel afraid and retreated. Su Xian happened to arrive at the elves at this time. He watched Honglian standing in front of thousands of elves from a distance, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Is this an adventurer from another player? Su Xian immediately judged that this fiery red female elf already had her own adventurers guild. Moreover, judging from her strength and momentum, she was obviously not an ordinary adventurer. At this time, Honglian was like a burning flame. Her existence itself was a symbol of power, which made all the elves dare not act rashly. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Her level was so high, she was even over level 50. And Honglian. Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulu pushed through the crowd, and came to the side of the female elf. Don't worry, I'm here, your mother will be fine. The fiery red female elf smiled, and assured the two sisters. Her smile had a wonderful soothing power, which made people feel at ease. Who are these friends? Honglian looked at Su Xian and others and asked in confusion. This place is close to the location of the Elf Mother Tree, and outsiders cannot come here. They are partners of the guild, and there is also the president. And Honglian, we have joined the guild like you. Bei Yafuli replied to Honglian. Oh! Really? Hearing this, Honglian's eyes flashed with a warm light. She looked at Su Xian and others carefully, and then showed a bright smile. Welcome to the elves, but unfortunately I can't entertain you now. We are here to help Fuli and Fulua. Su Xian responded. We appreciate your kindness, but it's not easy for outsiders to interfere in this matter. Honglian's tone seemed a little heavy. Even if it's not easy to interfere, I will stand up to help them. Fuli and Fulua are very important partners in our guild. Su Xian said firmly. It seems that Fuli and Fulua have chosen a trustworthy guild. Honglian smiled with appreciation after hearing Su Xian's words, and then said firmly, You can rest assured that as long as I am here, Layla will never be sent to the dark prison. At this moment, a female elf with short dark purple hair and wheat yellow skin walked out of the hostile elf camp. She gave Honglian an order in a cold tone. Honglian, we must abide by the rules of the elves for thousands of years. If you continue to obstruct, we will have to deprive you of your status as an elf elder. Honglian turned to the black-haired elf, a smile on her face, and asked, You Lucy, did you plan all this? If you want to frame Princess Layla, even if you are one of the 3 noble princesses of the elves, I will never let you go. If you don't believe it, you can try it. You? You Lucy was shocked by Honglian's words. A trace of chill flashed across her cold face. She didn't expect that even as a princess, she couldn't suppress Honglian's arrogance. The anger in her heart made her right eye flash with a faint purple light. What was that? Su Xian was shocked. Was that the witch's magic eye? He never thought that there would be witches in the elves. You Lucy snorted coldly and said angrily, It seems that you want to start an internal war among the elves. I'm always here. Honglian pulled out the flaming sword that was stuck in the ground and carried it on his shoulder. The blazing flame was like the sun in the sky, emitting blazing light. Just as the elves were arguing, Su Xian took a few steps forward and said loudly, Please look at me first. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the elves in the field. Who is he? Why is a human here? This is a forbidden area for the elves. How can humans enter? Is he Princess Layla's man? But didn't Princess Layla say that she had never had contact with a man? The elves talked about it when they saw Su Xian appear. Who are you? You Lucy asked Su Xian coldly. Human, this is the territory of the elves. You are not qualified to speak. I am the guild leader of Fuli and Fulua. Su Xian said calmly. Of course I know that I am not qualified to participate in the affairs of your elves, but please allow me to say a word. How can you speak? Get out of here. Elder Luo and I wanted to drive Su Xian away, but was stopped by you Lucy. Wait until he finishes speaking. You Lucy said. Okay, Princess You Lucy. Elder Luo and I hesitated. Thank you. Su Xian smiled faintly at you Lucy, and then said, I learned from Fuli, and the others that according to the clan rules of your elves, only those who commit unforgivable sins will be imprisoned in the dark prison. So I want to ask, what unforgivable sins did Layla commit? As a princess, she gave birth to 2 offspring for a foreign race, which is an unforgivable sin. Roni immediately accused loudly. Su Xian calmly asked back, as far as I know, whether Fuli and Flo were born from the union of 2 sexes is still undetermined. Then, how can we assert that their mother committed a heinous crime? Roni sneered and questioned, are you ignorant? In addition to the union of 2 sexes, are there other ways to give birth to life? Faced with this question, Su Xian chose to remain silent, just staring at Roni deeply. Why are you looking at me like this? Roni asked, puzzled. Let's go! Euluxi suddenly interrupted their conversation and turned away. Princess Euluxi? Elder Roni was confused, but Euluxi did not explain to her. Obviously, she did not want to talk to someone she could not understand. When leaving, Euluxi turned to Su Xian and said seriously, even if Layla does not go to the dark prison for the time being, she must still be judged when the queen wakes up in 3 days. The elves cannot be defiled by anyone. As soon as the voice fell, Euluxi took the elves on her side, and resolutely left the venue. After Euluxi and the others left, Honglian also asked the elves who supported her to leave in an orderly manner. However, Su Xian's eyes were always fixed on Euluxi, who was leaving. The witch was just an identity, but the appearance of a witch in the elves was still surprising. Mr. President. At this time, Layla, who had never appeared before, supported the door and appeared in everyone's sight. Her snow-white skin was slightly flushed, and her cheeks were as rosy as apples. It seemed that there was something difficult to talk about. Layla, are you okay? Honglian walked towards Layla with concern and asked. Thank you for this time, Honglian. Layla forced a smile and then said, I still have some things to discuss with the president. The other things will be discussed tomorrow, okay? Well? Honglian nodded, and before leaving, she looked at Su Xian meaningfully. Then she said, Layla will be left to you to take care of. After speaking, Honglian left with a flaming sword. That elf. Su Xian was a little curious about Honglian's identity. She was an elf elder who supported me, and one of the people I trusted the most. Layla explained to Su Xian, please come in first, I pour you some tea. Her light voice was a little weak, and just as she was about to welcome Su Xian and the others in, she fell forward due to illness. Su Xian immediately hugged Layla, and gently pressed his big hands on her soft and slightly warm body. Layla's body was as soft as water, and with the milky fragrance of her body, Su Xian almost thought that he was holding something made of milk. Ahem, Su Xian asked, are you okay? No, thank you. Layla smiled at Su Xian, but her eyes were a little evasive. As if avoiding Su Xian's sight, she stood up with a slight tremor, and left Su Xian's arms. Finally, she let Fuli and Fulawa support her, and sat on the bed. Su Xian was a little confused about this. Is Layla sick? He immediately opened Layla's status bar. Strong desire. Strong desire makes her body become a little strange. Chapter 103. Strong desire? Su Xian looked at Biolila's state, and couldn't help thinking. Is it because of the effect of strong desire that Biolila appears sick, and the reason for the strong desire is probably because the trial is coming? She is afraid that she will never see her daughters again after being imprisoned in the dark prison. Mom. Don't worry, we will never let you be imprisoned in the dark prison. Biolila and Biolila said in unison, Mom, let's leave the elves together. We can rent a house first, and then buy a house for the 3 of us when we make enough money. Mom deeply feels your concern and love, but some things are inevitable. Sadness flashed in Biolila's eyes. As a princess of the elves, she knew that if they chose to escape, they would be regarded as traitors by the entire elves. This is fundamentally different from the elves, who were expelled from their tribes for crimes. Those elves only lost the protection of their tribes, while they will be hunted by the elves all the time. Why? We can go to the Star Kingdom, or the Moon God Empire, or even the Orc Kingdom. I don't believe there is no place for us in this world. Bea fully clenched her fists, her indignation overflowing. Fully. Layla was touched by her daughter's words, and tears welled up in her eyes. She gently wiped away the tears with her fingers, squeezed out a smile, and her voice was full of determination. Don't worry, my children, I will never leave you. Su Xian listened to their conversation quietly, thinking about how to help them. He thought, if Layla really gave birth to Fuli and Flo for no reason, can it be determined that she did not violate the clan rules? However, the answer is not certain, because no one can prove the truth of this matter. This is why there is a disagreement within the elves. Some tribesmen think she is innocent, while others think she violated the clan rules. The elves have been reproducing for thousands of years by relying on the breeding of the elf mother tree. Suddenly, an elf gave birth to 2 baby girls, which is obviously beyond their cognition. What's more, in the elves, marriage with foreign races is strictly prohibited. They believe that elves should be born from the elf mother tree. And the identity of Princess Bylila makes everything more complicated. As for the trial of the Elf Queen, although Su Xian has never seen the Elf Queen, he knows from various documents that she is an absolutely fair and wise monarch. He guessed that the Elf Queen might be biased towards Bylila on this matter, but how to make this trial convincing is a tricky thing. After all, violating the rules of the entire clan for an individual is also a headache for a queen. In addition, there has always been a solution. That is to let Bylila live in his guild, because it is an independent area, and even the Elf Queen cannot easily interfere. In this way, the pursuit from the elves will no longer exist, but this plan is not the best solution. Mr. President, stay for dinner, okay? I have something to say to you. Just as Su Xian was thinking, Bylila invited him. Well, okay. Su Xian nodded and accepted Bylila's invitation. Due to Bylila's physical condition, the dinner was made by Fuli and Fulua. The dishes of the elves are relatively simple, mainly based on fruits and vegetables, so it is not too troublesome to make. After dinner, Bylila signaled Fuli and Fulua to go out and collect some herbs for bathing. And Ifsa and others left first and returned to the guild. Only Su Xian was left, and he had a conversation with Bylila in the cabin. Sorry, I am not entertaining you well because of my illness. Bylila apologized to Su Xian, and then handed him a cup of fragrant green tea. How could it be? The food made by your daughters also suits my taste. Su Xian took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. About the trial in 3 days. Bylila's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she was full of tenderness. I think, even if the Elf Queen won't punish me severely, for the benefit of the tribe, I may be imprisoned in the Elf Mother Tree. The Elf Mother Tree? Su Xian was a little confused about this. Well, there is also a world in the Elf Mother Tree, where the Elf Queen is sleeping. Bylila explained to Su Xian, although it is a beautiful world, if I am imprisoned in the Elf Mother Tree, it will be difficult for me to see Fuli, Flo and the others again. After listening, Su Xian understood the Elf Mother Tree more clearly. The elves imprisoned in the Elf Mother Tree will be supervised by the Elf Queen herself. Although they are nominally serving the Queen, they actually lose their original freedom. For other elves, this may be a supreme honor to be able to serve the Elf Queen closely. However, for Bylila, this is undoubtedly a cruel punishment. Because she cannot leave the Elf Mother Tree, she will never see her daughters again. If you need my help, please tell me. Su Xian responded concisely. I feel relieved with what you said, Mr. President. Bylila smiled, and suddenly a sharp blade appeared in her hand. This time it was not a fruit knife, but a mysterious rune blade engraved with ancient patterns. God Killer, legend has it that a rune weapon contains a trace of divine power. Once it hits the enemy's heart, it will give the opponent a fatal blow. Su Xian was stunned when he saw the rune blade in Bylila's hand. At this time, Bylila's whispered words came into his ears. This is also a helpless thing. Who asked them to separate me and my children? Maybe this is the only way. As long as I cut it. Bylila said. She gently stroked the blade of the rune blade with her fingertips. Su Xian could even see a flash of cold light mixed with the breath of death on the rune blade. Hiss. Su Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm Bylila down. Layla, you have to calm down. You can't kill the Elf Queen with just a legendary weapon. Kill the Elf Queen? I've never thought about it like that. Bylila looked at Su Xian in confusion, not understanding why he had such a misunderstanding. Su Xian was speechless for a moment, and he realized that he might have misunderstood Bylila's intention. Bylila chuckled a few times and said in a gentle tone, Mr. President really cares about the 3 of us, mother and daughter. Don't worry, I won't do anything that I'm absolutely sure of. But? She paused and her eyes fell on the rune blade again. Her voice became cold. As long as the elves lose those voices opposing us before the Queen wakes up, we can be together forever. I have carefully prepared for this for nearly 20 years. As long as I make up my mind. Su Xian silently looked at Bylila, feeling a little surprised. It turned out that her plan was to launch a coup within the elves to shut up those elves who opposed her. This is absolutely a crazy thing. Although there are many elves supporting Bylila, and even powerful beings like Honglian, the elves have not had internal strife for nearly 10,000 years under the guidance of the Elf Queen, and there are only some minor frictions at most. Therefore, Bylila's behavior is undoubtedly crazy, and she herself is very clear about this. The kindness in her heart and her deep attachment to her daughters are intertwined, which makes her hesitate to make up her mind. But now that the trial is coming, her desire becomes stronger and stronger, gradually drowning out the kindness as an elf. Give me 2 days. Sometimes the way to shut someone up is not just to kill them, Su Xian said at this time. He knew that the elves would not listen to a human like him, but what if he used threats? The elves probably didn't know that one of their princesses was a witch, right? After dealing with one, the other one wouldn't be far away. Mr. President. Bealila was slightly stunned. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she showed a charming smile. She walked towards Su Xian lightly, ready to give him a warm hug. Su Xian's first reaction was to step back, because Bealila was still holding the legendary weapon in her hand. However, before he could make any move, Bealila had already hugged him tightly in her arms, and his face was buried in her milky white lips. Thank you so much. Mr. President, I can clearly feel your kindness, Bealila said gently, tears of happiness overflowing from the corners of her eyes. But Su Xian wanted to say that he was almost out of breath, and he finally knew why he could always smell a scent of milk. This elf mother, are your children still not weaned? How can they still? Ahem, he tried to tell Bealila with some reactions that he was falling into an abyss full of milk fragrance. However, Bealila did not notice his discomfort, but hugged him tighter. Su Xian felt that his whole face was buried in the soft white. After a long time, she gently loosened her arms, giving Su Xian a chance to breathe. He took a deep breath and felt like he was alive again. What a milky hell! Ha! Su Xian felt that his nasal cavity was filled with a strong milky fragrance, and even his face could feel a little wet. At this time, Bealila stretched out her slender fingertips and gently held his cheek. She smiled gently, her voice like a spring breeze blowing over the strings of a harp. Then I leave it to you, Mr. President. If you can make those opposing voices disappear without using force, that would be great. My lovely child, as long as you do it, I will give you your favorite reward. As the voice fell, a prompt suddenly popped up in Su Xian's sight. You are being affected by the sin of greed. Chapter 104. You are under the influence of the sin of lust. The lustful spirit wants to take you as her property. Favorability +5, current favorability 110. The prompt text made Su Xian feel the throbbing in his heart at this moment. What's going on? Why is Bealila's favorability towards him so high? Is it because of that entry? Just when Su Xian was confused, Bealila's soft jade hand gently stroked his face, and her red and blue eyes flashed with the charm of a mature woman. She said gently, Then I leave it to you, Mr. President. It should be. Su Xian answered evasively. He always felt that Bealila's eyes looking at him were a little wrong. That feeling was like when he was looking at Fuli, Flo and the others. By the way, Beala suddenly remembered something. She stood up and took out a bottle of pure white liquid from the cabinet. What is this? Su Xian saw this and quickly waved his hand to refuse. No. This is really not okay. I am not suitable. President, don't refuse. This is good for your physical growth. Bealila stuffed the bottle into Su Xian's arms and was determined to give it to Su Xian. No, no, no. Layla, this is really inappropriate. Right? Su Xian held the bottle in his arms, full of hesitation. It contains Ms. Layla's. How can it be inappropriate? Bealila asked back with a smile. This is the juice of the elf mother tree unique to the elves. It can treat most diseases, and can also be mixed in tea at ordinary times. It has the effect of prolonging life. Oh, it is the juice of the elf mother tree. Su Xian whispered, and for some reason, he felt a little lost. Mom. We are back. When will the bath start? Just then, the two sisters Fuli and Fulo returned to the cabin with some buds. Su Xian took a look, and those buds seemed to be picked from the branches next to the elf mother tree. They were like newborn buds, exuding a tender breath and a faint fragrance. Okay, children. Bealila smiled and nodded, then looked at Su Xian and said, Mr. President, I want to bathe the children, so I won't keep you. Of course, if you want to stay, I can. No, no. I'm leaving first. Then, see you tomorrow. Su Xian hurriedly left the cabin where Bealila and the others lived. The moment the door closed, he heard the sound of a trickling stream coming from the house. There was also a fragrant mist escaping from the gap. It must be a fairyland inside, right? It's time to go back to the guild. Su Xian said softly. His palms seemed to still have the unique milky fragrance of Bealila, which made him smile slightly. He just walked to the location of the teleportation array and was about to start it and leave. However, at this moment, he noticed a figure appear behind him. He didn't need to look back to know who was coming. Is there something wrong? Princess Ulusi. Su Xian turned calmly and looked at the elf princess in front of him and asked. Humans, you shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the elves. Ulusi walked out of the darkness, her voice cold and firm. Oh! Are you going to solve me from the root? Su Xian asked back. He knew that Ulusi appeared here alone, and she must have her purpose. While thinking, Su Xian's eyes quickly swept across Ulusi's panel. Ulusi, Legend, Level, 60, !42,000, Race, Elf. Growth, 12, gain 12 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Skills, to be expanded, a legendary elf who has reached level 60? Su Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and he had a certain understanding of Ulusi's combat ability. In addition, the 3 princesses of the elves are all of legendary quality. It can be inferred that in this world, the existence of mythical quality is undoubtedly the top existence. There may be only one mythical quality character in each race, or there may be more than one. But the only mythical quality character publicly disclosed by the elves seems to be the Elf Queen. The elves are known for their kindness. We will not use force against guests from afar. Ulusi shook her head gently, and added, but in order to maintain harmony and peace within the tribe, sometimes necessary tough measures are inevitable. Please rest assured that I have no intention of taking your life. I just hope that you will temporarily stay away from the Elf Kingdom in the coming days. Su Xian said calmly. Then, how do you plan to make me leave willingly? If you plan to use magic to imprison my freedom, then the remaining magic fluctuations will inevitably attract the attention of other elves. When the news spreads that a princess of the Elf Kingdom secretly imprisoned an innocent human man, what do you think the elves will think? Just relax. Ulusi heard this, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her lips, and replied, I am not so low as to resort to imprisonment. I only need a little trick to make you willingly sink. As soon as the voice fell, a faint purple halo appeared in Ulusi's brown eyes. Then, Su Xian felt a subtle wave of magic power coming from all around and gradually invading his body. Along with this wave of magic power, there were waves of charming and moving voices gently echoing in his ears. Lost in the illusion, Ulusi smiled coldly, releasing her magic power, and let Su Xian gradually fall into a deep illusion. At this moment, many beautiful and moving female elves appeared around Su Xian. They smiled and gently surrounded Su Xian, as if to push him into an endless dream world, where he would forget all his troubles. Once Su Xian completely fell into this illusion, he would completely lose interest in the affairs of Bea and her daughter, and no longer ask about it. At the same time, the trial of Bea Layla will proceed as scheduled without any interference. However, at this moment, Ulusi suddenly felt a sense of astonishment. She found that her body was completely unable to move at this moment, as if it was firmly bound by an invisible force. What on earth is going on? Ulusi exclaimed in surprise, with an unbelievable look on her face. Just as Ulusi was full of doubts, Su Xian's voice gently rippled in the air. The ability to create illusions? It's really interesting. When Ulusi saw that her magic eyes were completely ineffective against Su Xian, she showed surprise in her eyes. This is impossible. Why is it ineffective for you? She tried her best to break free, but was horrified to find that her body had been firmly bound by several hard silk threads. Those silk threads not only restricted her movements, but also suppressed her magic power, making her like a canary in prison, unable to spread her wings and fly high. Give up. You can't break free from these threads. Su Xian smiled and walked to Ulusi, his deep eyes flashing with a strange light, like a beast that caught its prey. Although he had the upper hand at the moment, his heart was beating like a deer. Damn! Why didn't the counter effect of the illusionary magic take effect immediately? Fortunately, his willpower was still strong, otherwise he might have lost himself under the temptation of those elves just now. Ahem, fortunately, Ulusi used the magic eye as he expected, but was backfired by his own magic eye. What did you do to me? Ulusi bit her teeth lightly and struggled to ask. However, Su Xian gently pinched her chin. The princess of the elves is actually a witch. Tell me, if your people knew about this, what would they think? Su Xian leaned close to her ear and asked in a low voice. You? When Ulusi heard this, she was shocked and her pupils trembled slightly. The other party actually saw through her identity as a witch. How is this possible? How did this ordinary-looking human do it? Su Xian did not answer this. The one with glowing eyes is not necessarily a witch, but if the other party is really countered by the illusion eye, then the other party must be a witch. Chapter 105. What are you going to do? Ulusi bit her teeth and asked. She couldn't imagine that she would fall into the hands of a weak human male. No, He is definitely not an ordinary human male. He must have hidden his strength. Otherwise, how could Su Xian reveal her identity as a witch and even make her magic eye ineffective? How could a weak human male have the power to fight against the magic eye? He must have hidden his strength. What is his true identity? Devil. Yes, it must be a devil from hell. Of course, Lucy never expected that if she didn't use the magic eye, it would be as easy to kill Su Xian as to kill an ant. However, once the magic eye is activated, she will only be greeted by irresistible torture. Su Xian gently pinched Lucy's cheek and smiled. If you don't want me to make your identity as a witch public, tell me everything. How did you become a witch, and why did you target Layla? I won't give in to you. Lucy resisted stubbornly. Su Xian smiled slightly, and there was a cold determination in his smile. His big hand gently slid across Lucy's weak yellow skin, as if with a cold warning. Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame me for using some special means. You devil. Bastard. Lucy screamed angrily. Snap! In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed in a flash. With the counter effect of the illusion demon eye, Su Xian successfully obtained the required information. Lucy's demon eye is called the Dream Desire Demon Eye, which can awaken the target's inner desire or nightmare and make it fall. The effect is quite powerful, but unfortunately, she met her nemesis. Su Xian used the function of the illusion eye to counter the effect of the dream eye and successfully awaken the nightmare in Lucy's heart. From the nightmare, he learned that Lucy's magic eye originated from a war 100 years ago, which brought tragic losses to the elves, and several of Lucy's close friends also died on the battlefield. In order to escape the enemy's pursuit, she hid in a cave and accidentally obtained the inheritance of the witch. After that, she destroyed the enemy's troops with the power of the magic eye. Of course, she did not reveal the secret to anyone. However, ordinary elves may not be able to detect the matter of becoming a witch, but it will definitely not escape the eyes of the elf queen. She thought she would face the punishment of the elf queen, but unexpectedly gained the queen's understanding and kept the secret for her. After experiencing this incident, she stood firmly on the side of the elf queen and expressed her devout support for the queen. The reason why she targeted Layla was because Layla, as a princess, gave birth to 2 baby girls, which seriously violated the rules of the elves. Like those loyal supporters, she would ruthlessly eliminate any unstable factors that might threaten the elf queen and severely punish those elves who made mistakes. I didn't expect you to be a devout supporter. I thought you were a dark elf. Su Xian couldn't help but complain after learning about Lucy's intentions. Dark purple short hair, weak yellow skin, hot body, and some actions that seemed to be villains. She looked like a dark elf no matter how you looked at it. Lucy was angered by Su Xian's words, and she loudly retorted, "How could I be a dark elf? They are a group of elves who have fallen into darkness. They indulge in darkness and do whatever it takes to pursue power, and even want to murder the elf queen. Don't confuse me with them. I don't care about these. I just hope you can give up your hostile behavior towards Layla," Su Xian said indifferently. Layla violated the clan rules. Before Lucy could refute, Su Xian once again pinched her neck tightly and asked coldly, "Don't you violate the clan rules by becoming a witch? Since the elf queen can forgive you, she can also forgive Layla." Lucy widened her eyes and bit her teeth lightly, with a glimmer in her brown eyes. "This is different. Only the elf queen knows that I became a witch. But all the elves know that Layla gave birth to 2 baby girls. Even if the elf queen forgives Layla, there will definitely be objections within the elves. I will never let the queen's reputation be tarnished." Lucy's remarks made Su Xian ponder for a moment. It can be confirmed that she has been thinking from the perspective of the elf queen's reputation. Indeed, the queen's act of protecting an elf who violated the clan rules will undoubtedly have a negative impact on her reputation. But Su Xian is double standard. He is now thinking from the perspective of Bea and her 3 daughters. Moreover, the reputation of the elf queen is tarnished, which will not make her lose a piece of meat, and there is nothing wrong with the perspective of the elves, just different standpoints. To them, the elf queen represents the entire elf race, and her reputation is above all else. I don't want to hear this. I just want to ask if you are willing to give up your hostility towards Layla. Support her instead? If your people know that the elf queen has covered up your identity as a witch, then she will not lose her reputation," Su Xian said coldly. "You?" After hearing Su Xian's words, Lucy's whole body trembled slightly. If the tribe knew that she was a witch and the elf queen was protecting her, everything would be okay. I promise you. After a struggle, Lucy decided to agree to Su Xian's request. A smart choice. Su Xian smiled slightly. This result was smoother than he expected. Of course, This was mainly because Lucy used the magic eye at the beginning, which gave him an opportunity. If he was facing a dark elf, Su Xian might have been knocked unconscious by a stick and then carried back to the cave to give birth. As Su Xian snapped his fingers lightly, the effect of the magic eye disappeared instantly. Lucy found that she was not tied up by the silk thread, but stood straight in place. Is this an illusion? Lucy realized that everything just now was an illusion. All of them were nightmares and fantasies created by her magic eye. Remember our agreement, Princess Lucy. Su Xian smiled and walked into the teleportation array, reminding Lucy to remember her agreement. Even if I am willing to give up, Elena will not agree. She is more eager than me to let Layla stand trial. Lucy reminded Su Xian. Elena? Su Xian murmured softly, and the white light of the teleportation array flashed instantly, teleporting him to the guild immediately. Ah, it's more troublesome than I thought. Su Xian sighed softly. Things were much more complicated than he thought. Mr. Su Xian, you are finally back. Ivsa immediately greeted him and asked softly, have you found a solution to the problem? Su Xian shook his head. It's still a long way off. Solving the problem of Bea and her daughter is much more difficult than he expected. If you ask me, Ivsa suggested with a smile, as long as some elves get pregnant, they will abolish the clan rule themselves. It is best to let those elves with high power and status get pregnant, such as... How about the elf queen? If the elf queen is pregnant, how dare those elves talk nonsense? Su Xian's expression changed slightly when he heard Ivsa's words, and he looked a little solemn. What a strange way of thinking of a succubus. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a little tired. Su Xian sighed and was about to quit the game. However, just when he was about to log off, he was surprised to find that the magic flame silver swallowtail was still lying on the glass, staring closely at the snow dolphin egg inside. Has this little guy been like this these days? Su Xian asked Ivsa. Yeah. Ivsa nodded and said softly, it seems to be very fascinated by this egg. People who don't know the situation think it is its egg. What a weird little guy. Su Xian shrugged and logged out of the game. After he quit the game, the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly quietly observed the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the guild hall, it spit out a small cluster of flames and burned a hole in the glass. Then it flapped its wings happily, flew to the snow dolphin egg, and gently landed on the egg. When the flame came into contact with the ice and snow, the snow dolphin egg actually bloomed with a faint light of life at this time. Chapter 106. The next day, Su Xian logged into the game early. The review of his lessons during the day made him want to relax in the game. As soon as he arrived at the guild, Su Xian found that Ivsa and the others had gathered in the guild early, but they were gathered around something at the moment. What's wrong? Su Xian walked towards them in confusion. Mr. Su Xian, look. Ivsa and the others gave up their seats to let Su Xian check the abnormality in the guild. When Su Xian saw what happened, his brows tightened. He was surprised to find that the snow dolphin egg was actually wrapped in a layer of fiery red silk, and it turned into a cocoon? Chirp chirp. The magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly flew happily to Su Xian's shoulder, waving its gorgeous wings, as if showing its masterpiece to its master. Su Xian stared at the snow dolphin egg wrapped in fiery red silk, and then looked at the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly on his shoulder, and fell into silence for a while. However, what was even more incredible to him was the life state inside the snow dolphin egg. Snow dolphin egg, epic catalyzed by flames, it is evolving. Who knows what it will evolve into? Su Xian was stunned. He looked at the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly on his shoulder, his eyes full of disbelief. How did this little guy do it? It actually brought the lifeless snow dolphin egg back to life. Chirp chirp. The magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly still waved its wings happily, looking forward to Su Xian's praise. You are so amazing. Su Xian praised, smiled and gently stroked the tentacles of the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly. The gentle touch made the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly show a happy mood, and its wings behind it flapped more happily. However, the next second, the mouth parts of the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly tightly stuck to Su Xian's fingertips and began to absorb his magic power. Wait! Wait! In the territory of the elf kingdom, a female elf stood by the lake. She had long silver white hair, which was tied into a high ponytail and decorated with a light blue bow hairband. The beautiful face was pure and lovely, exuding the youthful breath of a girl. She stretched out her slender white fingertips, grabbed a handful of grains, and gently threw them into the lake. Immediately, countless fish flocked to the grains, scrambling for the food. At this time, an elf came behind her and whispered, "Princess Elena, Princess Ulysses had a private contact with the guild president, and they seem to have reached an agreement." "Didn't you hear what they agreed on?" Princess Elena asked softly. "They seem to use some special way to communicate. I only saw Princess Ulysses standing there and shaking a few times, and then..." The elf softly described the scene at that time. "Oh!" Hearing this, Princess Elena's eyes flashed with a bright light, as if she had understood everything. "I know, you go down. As you command." After the elf left, Elena took out a piece of paper from somewhere, wrote something on it, folded it into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes, and gently threw it into the sky. At this moment, the 1,000 paper cranes seemed to be given life, flapping their wings and flying to the distant sky. After completing all this, Elena sat on the swing beside her, her snow-white toes gently touching the ground, and the swing swayed gently at this moment. At this moment, she smiled faintly and said softly, "It's getting more and more interesting. She should know what happened here. Oh, I forgot, her body was destroyed by the Elf Queen, and it should still be reshaped. President, are you okay?" Bayafuli and Bayafulu supported Su Xian and asked worriedly. "I'm fine, just a little bit of magic power is exhausted." Su Xian smiled reluctantly, his legs trembling at this moment. Even so, he still wanted to solve the matter between Bai Yasin and her daughter as soon as possible, and even postpone Lozline's night training. There are only 2 days left before the Elf Queen wakes up. He must speed up. "President, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Su Xian's trembling body, Bayalila showed a concerned expression. "Mom, the president's magic power seems to have been drained by something. Since Fuli and Fulua went to the guild, the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly had already eaten, so they didn't know what happened. Is the magic power exhausted?" Hearing this, Bayalila said with a smile, "Please wait a moment." After saying that, Bayalila immediately walked into the kitchen. Su Xian was a little confused, not knowing what she was going to do. Not long after, Bayalila returned to Su Xian with a cup of black tea. The black tea exudes a rich milky aroma, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. "Please drink it." Bayalila's voice was gentle and kind, and she handed the black tea to Su Xian. How could Su Xian refuse a cup of fragrant black tea? "Thank you." He thanked politely, then took the black tea and drank it all. Instantly, the rich milk aroma surged in his stomach, making him widen his eyes in surprise. His magic power was restored in this instant. What a magical effect! Su Xian showed a look of surprise. "A cup of milk tea can restore all the magic power? Do you feel better?" Bayalila asked gently. Much better." Su Xian nodded, lingering on the milk aroma left between his lips and teeth. "This is the elf lady. Then please sit down first, I have something to tell you." Bayalila took Su Xian's arm and invited him to sit down. Su Xian sat down enthusiastically. Almost at the same time, he could feel Bayalila's softness, like quicksand, which made people sink into it in an instant. "What's the matter?" Su Xian sat down and asked Bayalila. "Since you came yesterday, the elves led by Ulysses have stopped making trouble." "Thank you so much, Mr. President," Bayalila thanked sincerely. "I conquered her with my personality charm." Su Xian smiled and waved his hand, then as if he remembered something, he took out the elf's tear and asked, "Ms. Layla, is this yours?" Bayalila frowned slightly, and shook her head gently. "No, Mr. President." Su Xian was slightly surprised. "Not yours? If this elf tear is not Bayalila's, then whose is it? Are there any guests today, Bayalila?" At this time, an elegant figure gently walked into the wooden house. "Elena?" Bayalila was a little confused by the arrival of the elf. Su Xian's eyes immediately turned to the female elf, with silver-white ponytail hair. This elf gave him a different feeling. He always felt that she exuded a subtle holy aura, and he could tell at a glance that she was a princess of the elves, or in other words, among the 3 princesses, only her elf temperament was most like a real princess. "What are you doing here?" Bayalila stood up and asked Elena. "I came here." Elena was about to say something, but her eyes suddenly fell on the elf tears in Su Xian's hand. For a moment, her voice stopped abruptly, and even her beautiful eyes were slightly startled, as if she saw something extraordinary. But the surprise was fleeting, and she immediately smiled and said, "I came to see you, and by the way, I took a look at the human man from a distance. You know, Layla, I have never seen a man. Now my purpose has been achieved, so I will leave first," Elena said, showing a kind smile to Su Xian, and then turned and left. At this moment, a female voice came into his mind. "If you want to see me, come to the Elf Lake." Su Xian frowned, watching Elena leave, and couldn't help feeling a little confused. He was surprised that this female elf actually took the initiative to invite him to negotiate. Also, although she was younger than Bylila and Ulysses, Su Xian had a hunch that this elf princess might be the most difficult one to deal with among the three of them. After staying in Bylila's cabin for a while, Su Xian left with a mouth full of milk fragrance. He followed Elena's instructions and came to the elf lake. When he came to the elf lake, Elena was standing by the lake, holding a fishing rod made of ice in her hand. She was wearing a long emerald green dress, and the breeze blew, and the skirt fluttered, as if blending into the surrounding scenery. Her face was beautiful, and her eyes were shining with wisdom, which made people involuntarily attracted to her. Please wait a moment. When Su Xian came to the lake, Elena said softly. Su Xian stared at the lake quietly, without saying a word, wondering what kind of fish she would catch. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Elena's hand shook violently, as if a big fish had taken the bait. She gently pulled it, and a half-meter-long fish jumped out of the water, and was pulled by her fishing rod. The fish was about half a meter long, and the scales all over its body were shining with a faint light. It was obviously not an ordinary fish. Elena blew gently at the fish in the air, and a water ball was formed, wrapping the fish in it, and making it float in the air. She smiled and turned to Su Xian, explaining, "This is a spiritual fish. The meat is delicious but has a certain poison." After that, Elena let go of the fishing rod in her hand, stretched out her fingertips, and gently touched the water ball wrapped around the fish. The water ball immediately floated towards Su Xian. Su Xian quietly stared at the spiritual fish in front of him, secretly guessing Elena's intentions in his heart. He didn't think that the other party was going to give this poisonous fish to him, so he remained vigilant and didn't take the water ball easily. At the critical moment, when the spiritual fish was about to float in front of Su Xian, a magic beast suddenly rushed out from the side and swallowed the spiritual fish in an instant. Then, it turned to Su Xian, let out a low roar in its throat, grinning and showing its fangs. "Is this a dragon?" Su Xian stared at the magic beast in surprise. This monster has colorful elemental energy flowing all over its body. It is translucent, has a pair of wings symbolizing a giant dragon, and a long tail, but its body length is only more than 1 meter. "This is an elf dragon," Elena explained with a smile. "It is a dragon-like monster unique to the elves. Only pure elves can command this creature." However, she stopped talking before she finished, because she saw her elf dragon sticking out its tongue like a puppy and gently licking Su Xian's cheek. Okay. Stop. It's so itchy." Su Xian quickly asked the elf dragon to stop, thinking to himself, "I finally got to see a dragon." Dragon Knight. Start. Chapter 107. Elf Dragon, Epic, Level, 55, 0/33,000, Race, Dragon/Elemental. Strength, 850/Agility, 985/Magic, 985/Constitution, 850. Growth, 10 points of all attribute increase for each level up. The little guy is quite powerful. Su Xian looked at the attribute panel of the elf dragon, and was a little surprised. He never expected that this was actually a level 55 epic elf dragon, and its combat power was probably beyond the reach of most guilds at this stage. Fortunately, this little guy seemed to like him very much. The elf dragon stretched out its tongue and gently licked Su Xian's cheek, showing its love and closeness to him. Su Xian felt a little at a loss for what to do with this enthusiastic little guy. Elena on the side was stunned. She couldn't understand why her elf dragon showed such an intimate side to this ordinary human man. According to legend, the elf dragon will only show obedience to pure elves, so why would it show attachment to this man? What's going on? But soon, Su Xian frowned slightly, and his eyes became more solemn. Because this elf dragon already has an owner. Damn! I have to find a way to bull it over. Come back. At this time, Elena called softly, and the elf dragon immediately ran back to her side obediently. On the way back to Elena, the elf dragon did not forget to look back at Su Xian. His eyes were full of unforgettable emotions, until Elena gently tapped its head. "Please sit down first, man." Elena forced a smile, and invited Su Xian to take a seat. Su Xian nodded, and sat on a chair woven by vines by the lake. Elena poured him a cup of tea, but his mind was not on the tea at this time. The milky black tea of Bylila was still flowing in his stomach. Green tea is not as delicious as milk tea. I heard that you are running around for Bylila. Elena took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. Yeah. Su Xian responded lightly. Why is this necessary? Elena put down the teacup and asked, the elves are a united and friendly race. Even if Bylila is tried, it is just house arrest. It will not affect her life. Why should you take it so seriously? It is house arrest for you, but she only wants to be with her children, Su Xian said in a deep voice. So that's why. Maybe I don't understand those feelings, the so-called family affection, love. Elena smiled softly, and then said, Did Lucy tell you that I was the one who wanted to judge Layla the most? Yes. Su Xian nodded. Layla and I are both princesses of the elves. We are in a competitive relationship, Elena explained softly, and she did violate the rules of the elves. She should be judged. The rules of the elves cannot be broken because of her. Su Xian remained silent about the concise explanation. He didn't expect that the elves would also fight for power. But not now. I decided to support her instead. Elena's tone changed significantly. She decided to give up the trial of Bylila and instead make excuses for her. This made Su Xian very confused. He didn't know why Elena changed her attitude. Why? No reason, I just want to do this. Layla and I are competitors, but not enemies. Of course, we are not very good friends either. Elena showed an innocent smile, but this simple answer did not satisfy Su Xian. I don't think you are an elf. He frowned and said. Most of the elves he had seen so far did not have deep thoughts. Just like you, Lucy, her approach was very direct. Layla violated the rules of the elves and might damage the reputation of the elf queen, so she wanted to put Layla on trial. But Elena's approach was incomprehensible. In short, she was like a riddle man. Really? Many people in the tribe said so, but I hope you can believe me. I did this for the future of the elves. Elena smiled slightly and continued, I'm done, you can leave. Of course, if you still want to drink tea for a while, I won't stop you. Su Xian didn't say anything more. He got up and left. He didn't want to stay with Elena anymore. This elf may seem pure and innocent, but his heart may be as unfathomable as the abyss. Elena did not make any comment on Su Xian's departure. She just quietly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Huh? After taking a sip of tea, she exhaled a wisp of fragrance and was about to stand up. However, at this moment, she suddenly found that her elf dragon was gone. Huh? Where did it go? It can't be. Why are you following me? Su Xian frowned and squatted down, looking at the elf dragon in confusion. The elf dragon happily circled around him, then gently bit his arm, as if to guide him to somewhere. Su Xian was very puzzled by the strange behavior of this little guy, but driven by curiosity, he decided to follow the guidance of the elf dragon. Soon, he was brought to the vicinity of the elf mother tree by the elf dragon. There was a magic barrier blocking the range of 1 kilometer from the elf mother tree, but the elf dragon seemed to be immune to this magic barrier. It was so easy to take Su Xian through the barrier and enter the taboo, which surprised Su Xian. He looked around curiously. Since they were very close to the elf mother tree at this time, the magic atmosphere around them became extremely strong. Su Xian felt as if he had strayed into a mysterious fairyland, and the grass under his feet seemed to have intelligent life. When he stepped on the grass scattered, revealing the brown-black soil underneath. Unknowingly, he had come under the elf mother tree. He looked up and saw countless fruits on the elf mother tree. These fruits were hanging high on the treetops more than 1,000 meters high. From a distance, they were only the size of a fist, but if you get closer, you can find that the diameter of each fruit is more than 1 meter. At this time, the elf dragon gently rubbed Su Xian's trouser leg with its head, as if telling him something. Su Xian turned his head in confusion, and found that there was a tree hole in the direction pointed by the elf dragon. Are you going to let me in? Su Xian asked curiously. The elf dragon nodded, and led Su Xian into the tree hole. Su Xian followed the elf dragon into the tree hole with full curiosity. When he stepped into the tree hole, he was surprised to find that it was full of gold, silver and jewelry. The elf dragon led Su Xian to the pile of gold, silver and jewelry, and then stretched out a small claw, as if asking him to pick one from the pile of treasures and take it away. You want to give me a gift? Su Xian asked doubtfully. The elf dragon responded happily, and Su Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. He quickly scanned the elf dragon's treasures, trying to find a gift he liked. Just as he was lost in thought, a piece of wood carving caught his attention. The wood carving was an image of a beautiful woman. Although it was carved from wood, her charm was still difficult to conceal. Her face was beautiful and her figure was graceful, as if she condensed the beauty of heaven and earth. Su Xian couldn't help but sigh at the exquisiteness and charm of this wood carving. He carefully picked up the wood carving and wanted to take a closer look. This wood carving alone is so attractive, which shows how beautiful she is in person. Elf Queen wood carving, Ordinary symbolizes the worship of the Elf Queen. She is the queen who gave birth to us. Is this wood carving of the Elf Queen? Su Xian was a little surprised. He heard that there seemed to be a nearly 100-meter-high jade carving of the Elf Queen in the palace of the Elf Kingdom. He has not had the opportunity to see it in person, but he must go and see it when he is free. When Su Xian picked up the wood carving, the elf dragon immediately rushed over and licked his cheek gently. Its expression seemed a little nervous, as if it was unwilling to let Su Xian take the wood carving, which was its treasure. Okay, I choose another one. Su Xian smiled at it. He didn't expect that in the territory of the Elf Kingdom, even an elf dragon worshipped the Elf Queen so much. Let's take this one. Su Xian picked out a gem containing colorful magic from a pile of treasures. Elemental gem, rare, a magical gem that can increase elemental damage. Let's take this one, okay? He asked the elf dragon with a smile. The elf dragon nodded happily, looking extremely excited. Xiao Bai? At this time, Elena's voice came. She seemed to be looking for the elf dragon, and found it next to the elf mother tree. Oops. Su Xian's brows sank. If the elves found that he had entered the forbidden land of the elves, he might be imprisoned. The elf dragon also noticed something wrong and quickly bit Su Xian's arm, and pulled him deeper into the tree hole. And at the moment when Su Xian hit in, Elena walked into the tree hole. Why did you sneak back to the nest? We still have things to do later. Elena stretched out her jade hand, and gently pinched the elf dragon's chubby face. The elf dragon flapped its wings quickly, as if urging, I know, let's go. Why are you in a hurry? Are you feeling guilty? Slow down, I can't keep up with you. After a tug of war, the elf dragon took Elena out of the tree hole. Su Xian, who was hiding in the tree hole, breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out of his hiding place, and found that the elf dragon and Elena had already left, so he prepared to return to the guild. However, he was surprised to find that the teleportation array could not be used here. He walked towards the magic barrier, thinking that the barrier should be external, and there would be no. Bang! Ouch! Su Xian bumped into the magic barrier, and his face suddenly darkened. It's over. He was locked up here. Let me out. Just when Su Xian thought he was trapped here and had to wait until the elf dragon returned to the nest before he could leave, suddenly, the tears of the elf in his arms flashed with dazzling light. Then, the barrier around the elf mother tree disappeared at this moment, as if Su Xian had opened the way to leave. Su Xian walked out of the barrier of the elf mother tree with a puzzled look on his face. The moment he stepped out of the barrier opened again by itself, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Su Xian was full of curiosity about the special effects of the elf tears. At this time, a female elf with long silver-white hair loomed under the elf mother tree, watching him from afar. Chapter 108. Have you conquered Elena, too, Mr. President? Bealila asked in surprise, with a bright smile on her face. She chose to support voluntarily. Although I don't know her motives, at least the result is correct. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders lightly. After leaving the elf mother tree, he did not return to the guild, but came to Bealila's cabin again. For no reason, he was thirsty and wanted to drink a cup of milk tea, and by the way, he asked Bealila about something about the elf queen. Really? Elena's mind is indeed difficult to guess. She is obviously just a little girl who is less than 100 years old. Bealila said with a smile while pouring tea for Su Xian. Less than 100 years old. Su Xian took a sip of tea and sighed in his heart. Elves are indeed a long-lived race, and those under 100 years old are still little girls. By the way, she is different from you, right? Yes. Bealila nodded and explained. Elena is the fruit picked by the elf queen from the elf mother tree. It is rumored that she has merged a strand of the elf queen's original magic. Therefore, her birth is more noble than any other elf. So that's the case. No wonder I always feel that she is different from other elves. Su Xian heard this and nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Bealila quietly sat beside him, her soft body pressed against Su Xian's arm. She leaned close to Su Xian's ear and said softly, Thanks to Mr. President, there are fewer voices in the elves who want to judge me now. I really don't know how to thank you. Otherwise, I will give you the reward now. Huh? Bealila's hot breath gently floated into Su Xian's nose, mixed with a special milky fragrance, which made Su Xian refreshed for a while. The reward should wait until this matter is over, Su Xian said with a faint smile. Fuli and Flo are still here, so we can't do things that are not suitable for children. That's right, we can't relax our vigilance now. Several elders in the tribe are stubborn old antiques. Even if Elena and others are willing to give up the trial, the elders will not give up easily. As Baylila said, she gently brushed Su Xian's cheek with her hand, as if admiring her possession. The desire to control it in her eyes became stronger and stronger. Gulp! Su Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Baylila's possessiveness was too strong. Is this a real greedy elf? At this moment, a fiery red figure pushed open the door and broke into everyone's sight. Baylila, I heard that even Elena. Honglian walked into the house, and was about to say something, but found Su Xian here. At that moment, her body paused for a moment, and the words that had been on her lips were swallowed back into her stomach. Honglian, seeing Honglian coming, Baylila smiled and said to Su Xian, Mr. President, how about letting Fuli and Fulua take you to the Elf Kingdom? You have been here for so long, and have been running around for my affairs. It's time to appreciate the beauty of the Elf Kingdom. Okay. Let's go. Mr. President. Su Xian immediately followed the two cute elves to the central area of the Elf Kingdom. After Honglian walked into the wooden house, she closed the door tightly. I heard that Elena also gave up the trial of you. Well, this is thanks to the help of Mr. President. The scene switched, and Su Xian followed Fuli and Fulua into the core area of the Elf Kingdom. In front of the solemn and majestic palace, there stood a nearly 100-meter-high jade sculpture of the Elf Queen, which made people admire. This jade sculpture is lifelike, like a fairy descending to the earth, which is amazing. Although it is just a jade sculpture, its vividness is no less than that of a real person, with rich colors and delicate details. The Elf Queen wore a gorgeous white dress embroidered with complex silver patterns, and every detail showed unparalleled exquisiteness. She wore a matching silver crown on her head, shining with dazzling light. Her face was solemn and elegant, and with that gorgeous dress, she looked even more noble. She showed the demeanor of a mother of the world, which fascinated Su Xian and attracted her charm. Her existence made everything around her pale in comparison. President, this is the statue of our queen. She is beautiful, right? Fully introduced to Su Xian. Yes, she is indeed beautiful. Su Xian nodded in agreement. It can be said with certainty that the Elf Queen is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. She and Ides each have their own unique charms. If Ides is a charming red rose, then the Elf Queen is a pure white rose. Her holy appearance makes Su Xian admire her, rather than arousing his inner desire. The Elf Queen is the greatest existence in our entire Elf Kingdom. Fulua clasped her hands together and exclaimed with admiration, she has bred tens of millions of elves with her magic power. She is the object of worship for all of us elves. Giving birth to tens of millions of elves? Aren't elves born from the Elf Mother Tree? Su Xian asked doubtfully. Of course the elves are born from the Elf Mother Tree, but that also requires the elemental magic of the Elf Queen to water it, and the Elf Mother Tree will bloom and bear fruit. Fulua explained, in a sense, the Elf Queen is the real mother of the elves. Oh, Su Xian heard this and nodded thoughtfully. He began to have some respect for this queen. A queen who has existed for the elves for tens of thousands of years, with high beauty, strong strength, and a kind heart, is also the creator of tens of millions of elves and the Elf Kingdom. It's really wonderful, however. You shouldn't call her mother? Should you call her grandma? Su Xian asked the two sisters Fuli and Fulua jokingly. Oh, that's right. The two sisters seemed to suddenly understand, but immediately said, it doesn't matter, everyone can just call her the queen. There is no distinction between relatives and the elves, everyone is just a tribe. Only we and Mom are special. So this is the precious place, isn't it? Only between you two there is a special bond. Su Xian smiled and touched the heads of the two little cuties, which made them stunned at first, and then smiled happily. President, let's go somewhere else. Yes. After going around in circles, Su Xian and the two sisters Fuli and Fulua finally returned to the cabin. They came back at the right time. Honglian and Baylila had just finished their conversation and were coming out of the cabin. Several people met unexpectedly at the door, and their eyes crossed in the air. Thank you very much this time. Your help saved us a lot of trouble. Honglian's smile was as bright as the sun. She patted Su Xian's shoulder enthusiastically and expressed her gratitude without hesitation. I just did what I should do. Su Xian replied calmly. This is not a trivial matter. You are indeed an outstanding guild president. I believe that sooner or later you will grow into a person as good as my president. Honglian laughed loudly, and her words were full of admiration and expectations for Su Xian. She patted Su Xian's shoulder again, as if to encourage him in her own way. Su Xian just smiled at this, but he was full of curiosity about Honglian's president. Since Honglian's level has surpassed level 50, and has at least epic quality, her guild leader should be at least rated C, right? Okay, I still have things to deal with in my guild, so I leave first. Honglian said, I look forward to seeing your guild in the future guild war. By then, I hope you have trained Fuli and Fulua into independent warriors. See you later. Su Xian waved goodbye and watched Hongyun's back gradually disappear from his sight, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Guild War. It was a special event that only guilds above level C could participate in. It can be said that only when you are promoted to level C can you be considered the beginning of this game, and only then can you be considered to have truly established an adventurer guild. And now, it is at most just the scale of a mercenary group. Su Xian returned to the guild after enjoying dinner at the home of Bea and her daughter. As soon as he sat down, he felt a heat in his chest. Su Xian took out the elf tear in his arms in confusion, and found that there was a faint figure in the tear. What is this? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and he still knew nothing about the origin of this elf tear. It didn't come from Bealila, so who could it be? Su Xian stared at the vague figure in the elf tear, and felt a little familiar for a moment. This seems to be the Elf Queen? Chapter 109. Is this the Elf Queen's tear? Su Xian gently held the elf's tear, thinking in his heart. But this was just his guess, and he still couldn't be sure of the truth. In any case, when the Elf Queen wakes up from her deep sleep the day after tomorrow, everything will be clear. Su Xian whispered to himself, and then slowly exited the game world. Back to reality, Su Xian washed up as usual, and then prepared to fall asleep. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the light of his mobile phone flashed, prompting a new WeChat message. The message was sent by Lu Shui. Kana's bunny. Su Xian, my sister said that you don't have to come to the store the day after tomorrow, and we will temporarily close for 2 days. Closed? Su Xian saw this message and couldn't help but feel a little confused. The store has been running well. Why would it suddenly close? Kana's bunny. Don't worry, there are just some routine procedures to go through. No big problem. Oh, is that so? After hearing Lu Shui's explanation, Su Xian's doubts were slightly relieved. He remembered that Lu Ling's noodle shop was in the selection of 5-star shops on the street, maybe because of that incident? Although it is just a useless title, it can also attract customers when it is placed in the store. By the way, tomorrow is Friday. Su Xian suddenly remembered the flow of time Friday. It seems that we can stay up all night again, but Ifsa has to return to the church, and the elf sisters have to go home to spend time with their mother. Only Alice and Lorslin are left, and if there are 3 people, it's just right to play landlord. Sleep, sleep. The next day, Su Xian yawned and walked into the school. When he walked into the classroom, the words on the blackboard immediately caught his attention. There are still 30 days before the college entrance examination. Time flies so fast. Su Xian sat down with emotion and began to look through the review materials attentively. Although the guild is currently operating in full swing, learning cannot be left behind. Just as Su Xian was concentrating on reviewing, Lu Shui appeared behind him quietly. Reviewing? Su Xian nodded and replied, yes. Do you know that a big thing happened in the game recently? Lu Shui asked. What happened? Su Xian raised his head curiously and looked at her. Lu Shui explained, many high-level guilds have received special commissions. It seems that demons have escaped from the abyss. Demons? Hearing this news, Su Xian frowned slightly. Strictly speaking, Ivisa and Ides are also demons. Well, I heard that although the number is not large, the strength of each demon is very strong. Only guilds above level D are qualified to accept those special commissions. Lu Shui continued softly. Above D level? Su Xian touched his chin thoughtfully, and seemed to have a strong interest in this matter. However, Su Xian also understood that he had not reached that level yet, so this matter had nothing to do with him for the time being. But he was not far from D level, and he might soon be qualified to accept special tasks of this type. After school, Su Xian bought some food and hurried back home. He couldn't wait to log into the game, and found that the time in the game was only 7:30 in the morning. Alice was busy cleaning in the guild hall, while Lortharin was concentrating on sword training in the practice room, and the crisp sound of the sword tip cutting through the airflow could be heard faintly in the air. Su Xian thought that he had free time to do night training. He remembered that in the role mission of Rosalind, he had to complete 3 night trainings together. Since the first training did not satisfy Rosalind and only lasted half an hour, it did not count and needed to be done twice more. So he went to the practice room and asked Rosalind, Rosalind, night training? Rosalind nodded in agreement and pointed the sword in her hand at Su Xian. Let's start. Wait! Too slow. Hold the sword firmly. The pace is too chaotic. Faster! 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 The next is a sword training lasting 1.5 hours, and the following 10,000 words are omitted. Hiss, it hurts! Su Xian leaned back on the wooden chair of the guild and couldn't help but take a breath. His body was covered with bruises, which were the traces of Rosalind's strict training. Every time she swung her sword, Su Xian felt powerless, but he still resisted tenaciously, trying not to fall. Compared with the first training, Su Xian's swordsmanship has made significant progress. Pa, Luo Saling neatly applied the medicine for treating bruises on Su Xian's back and said, "You are growing very fast. After just a few training sessions, you can barely catch my sword. You have good talent. If you put all your mind on swordsmanship, it will not be difficult to surpass Luo Xia." Hearing Luo Saling's high evaluation, Su Xian smiled slightly and closed his eyes, quietly feeling the process of Luo Saling applying ointment to him. Since Lorthalin is an undead, her body is wrapped in souls, and the touch is somewhat special, cold and icy, like gelatinous slime. The moist medicine rubbed against Su Xian's back skin under her massage, making a creaking sound. And Lorthalin's massage was very strong, causing Su Xian bursts of pain, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. In order to become stronger. Daily training of nights, one remaining, Su Xian took a deep breath. There was only one last night training left, which meant that he had to endure Lorthalin's severe blow again. Just then, Issa walked into the guild and asked curiously, "Mr. Su Xian, what are you doing?" Su Xian replied helplessly, "Applying medicine. I was beaten by Lorthalin just now." Issa heard this, and showed a mysterious smile on her face. "Really? That means you can't move now, right?" Su Xian heard Issa's slightly playful words, and a trace of uneasiness flashed across his face. The next second, Issa suddenly hugged him, buried his head between the Snow White, and said gently, "Come on, Mr. Su Xian, let my body help you heal your pain. This is what a kind nun should do." Su Xian was caught off guard by her sudden action, and could only make a vague protest. I can't breathe." "Issa, let me go." Issa laughed mischievously. "Can't breathe? Then let me give you artificial respiration." Luzlin quietly applied ointment to Su Xian, and didn't pay much attention to the play between him and Issa. She finished the painting work attentively, then sat leisurely on a wooden chair beside her, flipping through the newspaper in her hand, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. 10 minutes later, the elf sisters arrived as promised. "President, we are here." Their arrival made Su Xian hurriedly push away Issa, who was clinging to him, and tidied his clothes somewhat awkwardly. He couldn't show these inappropriate pictures in front of the pure elves, at least until they grow up a little bit. Cough cough. Su Xian cleared his throat and asked Fuli and Fulu, "Is the time for the elf queen to wake up confirmed?" "Yes." Beafuli nodded affirmatively, with trust and determination in her eyes. "The queen will wake up from her deep sleep at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we believe she will give Mom a fair judgment." Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard the time when the elf queen would wake up. 5 o'clock, that means he has to spend the night in the guild tonight, so as not to miss this important moment. "President, are there any tasks today?" Fulu's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she seemed to be eager to start a new adventure. Su Xian smiled slightly and reminded them, "There are a few tasks, but the difficulty has increased a little." "It's okay. President, please give us the tasks. We want to become stronger. Then we can serve you better." Fuli answered confidently, with a high-spirited smile on her face. It seems that the motivation of the elf sisters to do tasks has changed. At first, they fought to rescue their mother, but now, they also hope to become stronger by completing tasks and contribute to the development of the guild. Night fell, and the clock pointed to 10 o'clock. Issa and the elf sisters had left the guild, and only Su Xian was still sitting there, quietly summarizing the results of the day. Today, he successfully completed 3 commissioned tasks, and obtained 50 silver coins, and 7,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the hidden task was not triggered this time. What bad luck. However, the 50 silver coins brought the guild's assets to 30 gold coins. Su Xian looked at the numbers in the guild account, and smiled with satisfaction. These gold coins are enough to buy an epic quality prop or equipment, but now, he needs to use some of them for other purposes. Lozlin's scabbard is a bit worn, so you can consider replacing it. Issa's nun's uniform can be upgraded to improve her defense. Alice wants to learn how to make desserts, so she needs to buy some ingredients and kitchen utensils. Su Xian carefully calculated the expenses of the guild, and suddenly found that his guild's expenses seemed a bit high. What made him even more headache was that there were too many things to deal with in the guild. Now he could barely cope with it, but when there were more guild members, he might feel his scalp tingling. Imagine that the needs of dozens of guild members were listed on a list, and then he had to deal with and solve them one by one. No. I have to find an accountant. By the way, the power of wealth and generosity has been added to the entry of Saint before. I wonder if I can use it? Wait. Having money doesn't mean you can manage money. Hey, don't think about it. Let's go to bed first. Su Xian sighed and went back to his room to rest. He yawned, then hugged the rag doll on the bed and fell asleep quickly. Why is there a doll on my bed? Master. The next day, at 5 in the morning, the sky was slightly bright. After Su Xian simply washed up, he immediately went to the Elf Kingdom. President. You are here. As soon as Su Xian arrived at the Elf Kingdom, Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulu greeted him outside the wooden house. At this time, the door of the wooden house was closed. Where is your mother? Su Xian looked around and did not see Bei Yalila, so he asked the two. They are helping my mother, where the torture instruments inside. Bei Yalila explained. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the wooden house was pushed open. Bei Yalila and two elves appeared in sight, and Bei Yalila had silver chains on her neck and hands. Mr. President, good morning. Bei Yalila greeted Su Xian with a smile. Su Xian slightly shifted his sight. Why did the chained Bei Yalila look a little? Ahem, and Ifsa, who was standing next to Su Xian, looked at Bei Yalila seriously, then smiled mysteriously, as if she admired Bei Yalila very much at the moment. Let's go, Princess Layla. The two elves said to Bei Yalila. Yes. Bei Yalila nodded, then smiled at Su Xian. Then I go first. I leave it to you, Mr. President, during the trial later. Chapter 110. Everyone speed up. The queen is about to wake up. The elves rushed to the elf mother tree anxiously, looking forward to the queen's awakening. Su Xian followed Fuli and Fulua, and came to the elf mother tree. He looked around and found that there were already groups of elves outside the barrier of the elf mother tree, with a number of at least hundreds of thousands. However, he always thought that the elf queen would wake up in the palace of the elf kingdom, but he didn't expect it to be in the elf mother tree. Master, look, there are so many beautiful elves here. Alice has now become a small and cute rag doll, and was put in Su Xian's pocket. She poked her head out, and looked around curiously, her big watery eyes full of expectations for everything around her. After all, this is the moment when their queen wakes up. Su Xian smiled softly. In this world, there may be only a few people who can reach the level of the elf queen, a leader respected by all elves. For example, the Pope of the Sun Church. Just as Su Xian was thinking, he saw hundreds of elves approaching the elf mother tree. This group of elves was different from ordinary elves. They were more beautiful, and dressed in gorgeous clothes. Although they had not yet reached the status of elders, they were undoubtedly high-level elves in the elves. They held silver-white silk representing holiness in their hands, and spread it at one end of the elf mother tree, as if forming a white road. Then, hundreds of elves appeared, each of them holding a huge elf leaf, standing straight on both sides of the silver-white road. The two princesses, and nearly 100 elders of the elf clan also came to the scene. They stood quietly in the venue, waiting for the arrival of the elf queen. Then, there was silence, as if time had stopped at this moment. Su Xian looked around and found that they were the only ones who were not elves. It seemed that the ceremony of the awakening of the elf queen had been kept secret. If it weren't for Bea and her 3 daughters, he wouldn't be here. Just as Su Xian was thinking, suddenly, the elf mother tree trembled slightly. Rustle. Su Xian heard the sound of wind blowing the leaves, and he raised his head slightly and looked up. Surprised, he found that the branches and leaves of the elf mother tree were extending outward rapidly. What is that? Before he could come to his senses, the branches and leaves of the elf mother tree instantly woven into a gorgeous throne, and then, the emerald green vines spread out in all directions, slowly descending like a staircase. In a moment, a magnificent forest palace appeared at the roots of the elf mother tree. The shocking scene was awe-inspiring. Alice's voice sounded softly in Su Xian's ears. Master, they all knelt down. Su Xian came to his senses, and found that the elves around him knelt down one after another, showing deep respect and submission to the elf queen, who was about to come. And at the moment when the elves knelt down, the elf mother tree burst into brilliant light, as if responding to their admiration. At the same time, a pleasant sound like a silver bell rang in the air, and it was like an ethereal female voice singing in the air, adding a bit of mystery and sacredness to this solemn scene. Then, a beautiful figure like a fairy slowly floated down from the sky, exuding a holy aura, instantly attracting Su Xian's attention. She was wearing a snow-white, fluffy and light long dress, and her long silver hair flowed down like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. 2 blue eyes are inlaid on her beautiful face, like bright stars, emitting clear and bright light. Her delicate facial features are natural and perfectly show her nobility and holiness. Her temperament is proud and reserved, but also approachable, which makes people feel respect and closeness. A queen who combines nobility, kindness and goodness, a queen who is the mother of the world. Every subtle expression of the elf queen is fascinating, and every movement is enough to make people fall in love with her. She seems to be the purest and flawless incarnation in the world. That kind of holiness and pure love can only make people admire from afar, and dare not have the slightest blasphemous thought. Even Su Xian also saw the bright starlight flashing around the elf queen, like stars falling around her, adding a bit of mysterious charm to her. What is that? Is it a special effect? The elf queen gently landed on the throne woven from the elf mother tree. Her figure was elegantly displayed on the throne, like a beautiful painting. When she sat down, all the elves shouted in unison, "Welcome Her Majesty the Queen. Get up." Her voice was like a gurgling stream, gentle and magical, spreading throughout the elf forest, making people feel relaxed and happy. Yes! Hundreds of thousands of elves stood up, and the spectacular scene made Su Xian amazed. In addition, he was surprised to find that he could actually view the Elf Queen's information panel. Elf Queen Mythology, Level 96, 96,000/96,000, Missing Brilliant Crystal, Race, Elf. Growth, 15, gain 15 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Features: Holiness, Pure Love, Mercy, question mark, question mark, question mark. Although some of the Elf Queen's information was hidden, compared with Edith's information full of question marks, the information displayed by the Elf Queen was enough to shock him. Especially the 7 characteristics, and the terrifying level of 96, it is simply invincible in the world. In this world, there are probably no more than 2 hands, who can be enemies with the Elf Queen. My people? The Elf Queen's charming voice echoed in the air again, like a spring breeze blowing across the cheeks, making people feel warm and comfortable. She looked at her people with a kind look and continued, "Tell me what happened during my sleep." "Yes, Your Majesty." The princesses and elders of the elf tribe reported to the Elf Queen what happened in the tribe. Since the Elf Kingdom has been in a peaceful period, and there are no major disputes in the country, most of these things are trivial. Even if there are outsiders present, they can tell them one by one. Soon, all the trivial matters in the Elf Kingdom were reported, and the next is the most critical moment. An elf elder with long green hair came out and reported to the Elf Queen, "Your Majesty, we cannot make a ruling on the birth of 2 baby girls by Princess Byalila. Please make the decision." When the Elf Queen heard the news that Byalila had given birth to 2 baby girls, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. "Bring her up." "Yes." Soon, Byalila, who was bound by iron chains, was brought to the Elf Queen. "Queen." Byalila half knelt in front of the Elf Queen to express her piety. When the Elf Queen looked at her, a gentle light flashed in her eyes and asked, "Is this true?" "Yes." Byalila nodded in answer. After hearing this, the Elf Queen turned her gaze to the green-haired elf elder and asked, "What is the verdict of the Elders' Council?" The green-haired elf elder replied, "According to the tribe rules, Byalila should be expelled from the elf tribe, but because of her status as a princess, she should be imprisoned in the dark prison for 100 years. What about you?" The Elf Queen looked at the 2 elf princesses again, but her tone was not asking for the opinions of the elves, but to understand the elves' thoughts. "I don't think such a verdict should be made, because Byalila's pregnancy is not due to her union with a foreign race, and we don't even know the reason until now." At this time, Ulysses stood up as agreed and defended Byalila. "Ulysses, you?" A group of elf elders heard Ulysses' words and showed puzzled looks. They didn't expect that Ulysses really chose to defend Byalila and gave up the trial of her. "Yes." At this moment, Elena stood up and said to the Elf Queen, "Your Majesty, I also think that Byalila should not be punished so severely. She is innocent." The 2 elf princesses defended Byalila, which caused a commotion among the elves. "So, Princess Layla did not violate the tribe rules? But the facts are in front of us. Princess Layla did give birth to 2 baby girls. This is unprecedented in the elves. Except for the union with foreign tribes, I really can't think of why Princess Layla is pregnant. Don't forget, we are all born from the elf mother tree, or there are other possibilities." The elves were talking about it, and the scene became chaotic. "Quiet!" The elves' elders immediately stood up and shouted, asking the elves to quiet down. Afterwards, an old elf elder said to the Elf Queen, "Queen, we can't tell whether Princess Layla's children are born from a foreign race, but the fact that she gave birth to 2 baby girls is true. Even if she is spared from prison, she must be punished, otherwise it will be difficult to maintain the rules of the elves for 10,000 years. Yes, The clan rules have been maintained for 10,000 years. How can they be changed for her alone? Queen, please think twice. Several elf elders took the lead, hoping to judge Princess Layla according to the clan rules. But the moment they said it, the elves who supported Bylila were not calm and protested. Faced with the chaotic environment again, the elf queen slowly stood up, and this action immediately made the elves present quiet down. The elf queen walked to Bylila lightly. Her blue eyes were as deep as the sea, revealing a wisdom that could see through everything. She stared at Bylila closely and asked softly, "Bylila, what are the names of your daughters?" Bylila replied softly, "Their names are Bealefli and Bealefro, your majesty." Okay, the elf queen nodded, and then she announced loudly to the elves, "From today on, Bylila is no longer the princess of the elves. In the name of the queen, I will remove her princess status." The elves were surprised when they heard this ruling. Although this was a lenient treatment compared to being imprisoned in the dark prison, this decision was still a heavy punishment for Bylila. However, the elf queen's announcement did not end there. She then announced, "In addition, I have decided that the two elves, Belle and Belle, will take over the position of the elf princess. However, considering their young age, their mother will assist in management before they can take on this important task independently. If they are unable to perform their duties as princesses after adulthood, I will find another suitable candidate." The elf queen's second sentence was like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up layers of ripples. The elves present were stunned by this sudden decision. They never dreamed that the elf queen would make such a decision. The queen actually removed Belle from the position of princess and let her daughters take over. Although shocking, it is acceptable. Great! Mom is finally free. Belle and Belle cheered and expressed their joy after hearing the result of the trial. At the same time, the elves also expressed their firm support for the decision of the elf queen, and shouted, "Long live the queen! Your majesty, is this?" The old elf elder Oriwen had a flash of doubt in his eyes, but he hesitated to speak. "Elder Oriwen, do you have any objections to my decision?" The voice of the elf queen was elegant and majestic, which made Elder Oriwen shut up immediately, and dared not say more. Su Xian thought that the decision of the elf queen was quite wise, which was undoubtedly a solution that had the best of both worlds. Except for a few stubborn elders, the other elves expressed their conviction and support. Just as he was thinking, a prompt suddenly appeared in his sight. Greedy elf. Completed. Obtain the mandatory entry Fall. Fall? Those holy and beautiful things, if they are destroyed, it must be very cool, right? You devil. Subsequent task start. The elf queen seems to have something to say. Chapter 111. The condition for opening the subsequent tasks is to talk to the elf queen. Su Xian was a little surprised when he saw this condition. However, this discovery made him more convinced that there must be some important connection between the elf tears and the elf queen. In addition, he also vaguely sensed the incident about Bealila, which was just the beginning of the elf tribe's plot. The real story has just begun. From this moment on, you are the new princesses of the elf tribe, dear children. The elf queen smiled, and said to Fuli and Fulua, "Thank you, your majesty." Beya Fuli and Beya Fulua half knelt in front of the elf queen, and accepted the blessing obediently. The elf queen's fingertips touched their eyebrows lightly, and a soft white light flowed from her fingers into the bodies of the elf sisters. At this moment, a line of prompt information suddenly appeared in front of Su Xian's eyes. Your adventurers Bayafuli and Bayafuluo have received the blessing of the elf queen. Elemental magic power increased by 50%, and all element resistance increased by 30%. Su Xian saw this message, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Oh! There is such a good thing?" "Layla." The elf queen called softly, and turned her eyes to Bayafula. Her eyes were full of majesty and tenderness, as if she could see through everything. After blessing the elf sisters, the elf queen slowly said, "Although you have been forgiven for your crimes, there are still some objections that have not been resolved. Therefore, during this period of time, I hope you will stay in the elf kingdom and help me deal with some affairs." "I understand, your majesty." Bylila replied respectfully, with a smile on her face. She knew that the elf queen was doing this to protect her and to give her people an explanation, so that they could see a fair verdict. "Now that everything has been settled, let's go." The elf queen's voice echoed in the air, with an unquestionable majesty. "Yes, sir." The elf queen left immediately, and her figure disappeared without a trace, marking the official end of the event. After everyone saluted respectfully, they dispersed and the tranquility of the square was restored. "Great. Mom. We can finally live a normal life in the elf kingdom." "Thank you, my child." The three mothers and daughters hugged each other tightly, and cried with joy. Congratulations, Bialila. Elena walked up to them and blessed them with a smile. Thanks to your help. Bialila thanked with a smile. The Elf Queen made such a judgment, and the defense of Elena and Ulusi played a key role. If they also asked Bialila to stand trial like the Elf Elders, the Elf Queen's judgment might change. Then you have to thank that guy. Ulusi glared at Su Xian coldly, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Su Xian shrugged helplessly. He just convinced people with virtue. I have something else to do, so I leave first. Elena was ready to leave after congratulating. Before leaving, she smiled and said to Su Xian, Man, if you want to know me more deeply, you can come to me at any time. Before Su Xian understood what Elena meant, she left quickly accompanied by several high elves. This made Su Xian frown. What did Elena mean? What did it mean to want to know her more deeply? The mystery of this elf princess made him feel a little tricky. It was better to stay away from her. Mr. President, this time is really thanks to you. Bayalila's voice was as sweet as silk. She led her daughters on the left and right, and walked gracefully to Su Xian. They smiled, their eyes full of gratitude. Please be sure to come to our house for dinner tonight. Let us have a chance to thank you. Mr. President. Come on, the two little girls also said in unison. They looked at Su Xian with expectant eyes, waiting for his answer. Su Xian looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. So, he nodded to Bialila. Okay, then I go deal with the task first, and I come over at dinner time. Yeah, Bialila smiled, then I quietly wait for the arrival of Mr. President, looking forward to sharing dinner with you. After solving the problem of the Elf Kingdom, Su Xian returned to the guild. Fuli and Fulua did not come back with him, because Su Xian gave them a holiday, so that the three of them could celebrate today's joyful moment. Okay, let me see what tasks need to be completed before having dinner with the three of them. Su Xian opened the task panel, and 11 E-level tasks had been completed, leaving only 9. He carefully checked these task commissions, and suddenly noticed that the location of one of the task commissions was in the Moon God Empire. It seems that this task could open the third stage of Alice's role task? He touched his chin and said to himself, but this task seems to be a bit difficult. Let's solve 2 simple tasks first. Su Xian immediately accepted 2 simple tasks, and led Issa and others to complete them. Time passed quickly, and it was already evening. Su Xian came to the familiar cabin in the Elf Kingdom alone. Originally, Issa was going to come with him, but she was unable to follow because of an emergency in the church. Su Xian was about to knock on the door, but heard the conversation between the 3 mothers and daughters from inside the house. Mom, why hasn't the president come yet? Maybe something delayed him. Mom, what did you add to the soup just now? Nothing, this bowl is for the president. Don't be greedy later. Ah, Mom is so stingy, just thinking about the president. The conversation between Layla and others made Su Xian swallow his saliva. What were they talking about? What did Layla add to the soup? Just as he was guessing, the door slowly opened. Layla, wearing an apron, showed Su Xian's graceful figure. She asked in confusion, since Mr. President is here, why don't you come in? I just happened to arrive. Su Xian smiled calmly. Really? Then please come in. Layla smiled and took Su Xian's hand, pulling him into the house. Mr. President, you are finally here. Fuli and Fulua smiled happily when they saw Su Xian's arrival. The dining table in the house was already filled with rich food. Since the president is here, let's get started. Bialila helped Su Xian to a seat, and then whispered in his ear, I prepared a thick soup for you today. Please be sure to drink it all. Gulp, Su Xian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Madam, what did you add to the soup? President, this is delicious. Fuli enthusiastically used chopsticks to pick up food for Su Xian, while Fulua seemed a little hesitant. She held the bowl and chopsticks in her small hands, and looked at Su Xian shyly, struggling in her heart whether to imitate her sister. At this time, Bialila whispered, Fulua, do you remember that your mother taught you to sit well when eating? Okay then. Fuli and Fulua adjusted their sitting positions obediently and ate quietly. However, just as the daughters sat down, Bialila picked up a piece of green bamboo shoots, stood up gracefully, bent down gently, and handed the green bamboo shoots to Su Xian's mouth. This tastes great, Mr. President. Please eat more, she said gently. Fuli and Flo looked at this scene with puzzled expressions on their faces. Question mark. Ahem. Su Xian coughed lightly to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, and he obediently ate the bamboo shoots that Bialila picked for him. However, his attention was more attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of him. Bialila's snow-white skin was looming in her apron. He suddenly noticed that Bialila only had a thin long skirt under her apron, and inside the long skirt was her plump Snow White. After dinner, Su Xian sat quietly in his seat and sipped his milk tea. He was a little flattered and slightly excited by the enthusiasm of Layla and the children. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Layla walked out of the bedroom. She had just gently carried the sleeping sisters fully and Flo to the bed. This scene made Su Xian very confused. Why did the two sisters suddenly fall asleep after dinner? It's great to be young. Just as he was thinking, Lila had already walked to his side gracefully and sat down next to him. Su Xian's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. He felt Lila's soft skin close to him. The next moment, a gentle voice gently rippled in his ears. Mr. President, this time thanks to your help, everything went smoothly. Su Xian was about to speak, but Lila gently blocked his lips with her fingertips. Her red and blue eyes flashed brightly under the weak candlelight, as dazzling as stars, so beautiful that it made people palpitate. I know. Lila smiled sweetly. She leaned close to Su Xian's ear and said in a charming voice, I won't forget it. I promised you the reward. I give it to you now. Su Xian? ? He was confused. He didn't mean this. However, before Su Xian had a chance to explain, Lila gently took off her apron. Inside the apron was a turquoise long skirt, and inside this long skirt was the enchanting Snow White body. Lila gently slipped off the straps on her shoulders, instantly revealing her flawless upper body. Her graceful figure looked plump and seductive, and her snow-white skin showed a faint blush under the candlelight, so beautiful that it made people's heart beat faster. Su Xian looked calm on the outside, but his heart was as shocked as a tsunami. Sighing, Fuli and Fulu's food is really good. Wait, madam, your reward is not very serious. At this time, Lila held her cheeks with both hands, and her red and blue eyes flashed with brilliant light, as if containing some mysterious power. Her slightly morbid smile made Su Xian's heart beat faster involuntarily. Her voice was charming and gentle, like a spring breeze, intoxicating. Come on, this is the reward you deserve for your outstanding performance, she said softly, revealing endless charm in her tone. As soon as the voice fell, Lila hugged Su Xian tightly in her arms, letting him feel her warm embrace and faint milk fragrance. At the same time, hand over the most delicious food. Wait! Me! It's okay, you deserve it. Lila gently comforted. Obedient children should be rewarded. Come, let me see your growth. Well, it's good, it seems that you have eaten well. Let me help you. Omit 10,000 words next. Chapter 112. Ms. Layla. Su Xian took a deep breath and gently wiped the milk stains from the corners of his mouth with his thumb. Don't worry, Mr. President. Lila smiled and washed off the white burn on her hands with water. Her voice was soft and warm. I won't tell Fuli and Fulu about this. Su Xian was silent for a moment. He might not want to know this answer, but just now. Ahem, his thoughts were a little confused, and Lila's reward kept echoing in his mind. Although her technique was still unfamiliar, the gentleness, like the spring breeze, intoxicated him, and made him unable to extricate himself. It's late at night, I go back to the guild first. Su Xian stood up and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and asked Lila, by the way, is there any way to meet the Elf Queen alone? Meet the Elf Queen? Lila was a little surprised to hear that Su Xian wanted to meet the Elf Queen, but she did not ask the reason. After thinking for a moment, she replied, if you want to meet the Elf Queen, you need to seek the qualifications of the elders first, but usually even the envoys of the 10,000 races find it difficult to meet the Elf Queen, unless what? Su Xian asked in confusion. On weekdays, the Elf Queen will handle government affairs in the palace, but she will relax for 1 or 2 hours every day. If you can know the location of the Elf Queen at that time, you can meet her alone. Lila explained. Then where does she usually relax? I don't know this, but if it's Elena, she should know, because she is fully responsible for the service of the Elf Queen. Lila suggested to Su Xian. Elena? After hearing this news, Su Xian's face became a little serious. He didn't expect that he would have to meet the cunning elf princess. Then I go first. Wait, Mr. President. Lila suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Lila hesitated a little, but finally plucked up the courage and said softly, that, if possible, remember to go home for dinner often. Her tone revealed deep expectations and care. After hearing this, Su Xian was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled softly and replied, yeah. Then, he hurriedly left the cabin. Lila stared at Su Xian's back as he left, with a smile on her face, and said softly, what a great child, no matter in which aspect. Huh? Su Xian returned to the guild, but the sweetness just now still echoed in his mind. His mouth and stomach were filled with the milky aroma of Baialila, and I'm afraid this smell will not dissipate tomorrow. Baialila is so generous. Sleep. Today he still chose to spend the night in the game, but before falling asleep, he went to the real world to eat something, take a shower, and go to the toilet. When Su Xian closed his eyes and fell asleep, the tears of the elf in his arms suddenly flashed a dazzling glimmer. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was not in the guild room, but on a green meadow. Me? Where am I? Su Xian froze instantly, and his eyes swept around and found that there was only an endless meadow around him. Is this a dream? He realized this immediately, however. The reality of this dream was beyond his imagination. He could even feel the touch of the breeze blowing through the grass. Just as he was immersed in this strange feeling, a tree in the distance caught his attention. He immediately walked towards the tree, and when he arrived at the tree, he was surprised to find a crystal coffin under the tree. The crystal coffin was filled with snow-white flowers, and in the clusters of flowers, a woman was lying quietly. Su Xian was full of confusion. It was his first time to dream in the game, and who did he dream about? With curiosity, he walked towards the crystal coffin. When he saw the person in the crystal coffin clearly, his face showed a look of horror. Because he was shocked to find that the person lying in the crystal coffin was the Elf Queen. The flawless Elf Queen lay quietly in the crystal coffin. Her breathing was weak and regular, and her chest rose and fell with a slight breath. Su Xian stood beside the crystal coffin tomb, carefully looking at the sleeping Elf Queen. He realized that the Elf Queen's figure was invincible. Although she was wrapped in that snow-white gorgeous dress, the sense of urgency that was about to burst out was still shocking. But Su Xian showed a trace of doubt at this moment. He didn't understand why he dreamed of the Elf Queen. Just as he was wondering, the big tree behind him suddenly made a rustling sound. Then, the Elf Queen lying in the crystal coffin tomb slowly opened her eyes. The pair of blue eyes were as bright as stars, and as deep as the sea. When it opened, everything around seemed to be eclipsed. Even Su Xian couldn't help but stare deeply into the eyes of the Elf Queen, and a bold idea came to his mind. Ahem! Just when Su Xian thought the Elf Queen was about to speak, a hint suddenly appeared in his sight. Evil thoughts. ? Even the most holy and noble queen in the world cannot completely get rid of the desires and impulses from her heart. But she handled it very cleverly and suppressed it. Su Xian saw this hint and showed a puzzled expression. Is the Elf Queen in front of him the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen? Just as Su Xian was struggling with his thoughts, the Elf Queen in the coffin slowly sat up. Her smile was still as warm as spring, and a voice like warm sunshine came gently. Can you help me, little guy? The Elf Queen slowly raised her delicate jade hand. Her jade hand was soft and delicate, and her fingers were slender, as if it was a fine work of art. After a brief thought, Su Xian held the Elf Queen's hand and carefully helped her up. When the Elf Queen stood up, Su Xian was surprised to find that she was a little taller than him. Is it because of her hairstyle, or the pair of transparent crystal high heels on her feet that sparkled with starlight? She generously displayed her flawless jade feet in front of Su Xian. Thank you. After standing up, the Elf Queen politely thanked Su Xian. For the Elf Queen in front of him, Su Xian could not tell the difference between her and the real Elf Queen. Of course, this may be because he had never had contact with the Elf Queen before today. Are you wondering why I appeared in your dream? Suddenly, the Elf Queen asked Su Xian this question. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, and it was because of this sentence that he realized that the Elf Queen in front of him was not just a character in a dream. In response, the Elf Queen smiled and said, I hope you can help me complete one thing, okay? Little guy. As the Elf Queen's voice fell, a prompt appeared in his sight. Commission from the Elf Queen. 1/2. There are 4 endings to choose from. You can choose one. 2 branching paths? For possible endings? Su Xian looked at the prompt. A trace of confusion flashed across his face. This was the first time he encountered a hidden task with branches. What do I need to do? He asked. Are you willing to join me in bringing the pure Elf Queen into the abyss? The Elf Queen's voice was deep and seductive, making the entire space full of mystery and unknown. Chapter 113. Put the Elf Queen into the abyss? Su Xian stared at the Elf Queen in front of him, his heart full of confusion and thought. First of all, it can be judged that the Elf Queen in front of him is not the same person as the one he saw under the Elf Mother tree, but there must be some unfathomable connection between her and the Elf Queen. If according to the prompt, the one in front of him is the Elf Queen's evil thoughts, without thinking too much, he decided to accept the task. Accept. Get the special task Elf Queen's commission, 1/2. Task description, not opened. Complete the dialogue with the 2 Elf Queens to get the task details.
Task reward? ? He had nothing to hesitate. Participating in this task can not only reveal the truth step by step, but also let him determine which elf queen is worthy of his support. After all, the prompt only said to put the elf queen into the abyss, but did not specify which elf queen it was. Isn't the one in front of him also an elf queen? Hearing Su Xian's answer, the corners of the elf queen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. She whispered, "Very good, I come find you again, little guy." After that, her figure gradually became blurred and finally disappeared completely in the air. At the same time, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes. He found that he had returned to the guild, and everything in his dream had disappeared without a trace. The beautiful figure of the elf queen also disappeared, replaced by Alice's lovely face. Alice? Master, good morning. Do you need Alice's morning service? Su Xian quit the game, washed up, had some breakfast, and then entered the game again. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning, and the guild was silent. Only the sound of Alice making coffee for him rang in his ears, and even Lorslan was still immersed in dreams. Speaking of which, the undead should not need to sleep, right? Is she meditating? Taking advantage of his free time, Su Xian first sent a letter to Princess Elena, asking her if she had time to taste tea together, in order to ask Princess Elena where the elf queen went to relax. After doing all this, he got up and went to Lorslan's room. I happened to be free today, so I had to help her complete the role task and improve the guild's combat power. Lorslan, get up. You undead don't need to sleep. Su Xian pushed Lorslan's room open and called her to wake up. However, he found that Lorslan had put on armor. She glanced at him coldly for his sudden intrusion and reminded him lightly, "Next time, remember to knock on the door." After that, she walked out of the room. "Oh!" Su Xian simply responded and followed him out. They came to the practice room together. Today was the last night training. I don't know what Lorslan will teach him. Now, you have mastered the basic swordsmanship and practical experience. Although you are still a little raw, you are already far ahead compared to those who have never been exposed to swordsmanship, Lorslan said, taking out her oath sword from her waist. Yeah. Su Xian nodded after listening, but I think I still lack something. When facing opponents without rich combat experience, he can easily win. However, when facing those experienced warriors, he always feels a little powerless. That's right. Lorslan continued, you are indeed still missing something, that is, absolute confidence from the heart. You must trust your body, trust the sword in your hand, and believe that they will bring you victory. Is this the legendary unity of man and sword? Now! Pick up your sword and attack me. Oh! Su Xian responded and immediately attacked Luo Céline with the sword in hand. With the experience of the previous 2 times, his swordsmanship has made great progress and his steps have become more stable. However, compared with Luo Céline, he is still far behind. With just one move, Luo Céline easily picked up the sword in his hand. Come again! Okay. Su Xian picked up the sword and rushed towards Luo Céline again. But soon, his sword was picked up again, and he himself was also shocked and flew backwards. Keep going. Speed up. Don't stop. Yes, that's the feeling. Next is a hard swordsmanship practice. 1,000 words omitted below, ha, ha. Su Xian panted, his whole body was soaked with sweat from Lothrin's swordsmanship training, as if he had just been fished out of the water. But his efforts were not without reward. Congratulations on your temporary status. Swordsmanship Mastery. 3 years. Swordsmanship Mastery. As long as you have a skill book, you can instantly master intermediate and lower swordsmanship. Not bad. Su Xian smiled with satisfaction. Although the basic swordsmanship allowed him to learn all levels of swordsmanship, it took time. However, Swordsmanship Mastery allowed him to instantly master intermediate and lower swordsmanship after using the skill book. Compared to Su Xian's fatigue, Lorslan seemed to be still unsatisfied. But she knew that Su Xian's physical strength had reached its limit, so she stopped forcing him. The practice of swordsmanship requires time to accumulate. I hope the president will practice more when he is free. Lorslan put the sword into the scabbard and made suggestions to Su Xian. Okay. When I am free, I will find you to practice swordsmanship. Su Xian nodded, if he is free. His schedule is very full, and Ivisa always hopes that he can take time to practice the holy sword. Yeah. Lorslan got Su Xian's answer and nodded gently. Her eyes seemed to reveal a trace of recognition as a master to her apprentice, and at this moment, a prompt popped up. Daily training of the night, completed. Get a free refresh of skill entries. Get the item Medal of Honor. A white light flashed, and a silver white medal suddenly appeared in Su Xian's hand. Medal of Honor, materials for Lorsland's upgrade. It's much more normal than Issa's upgrade materials. Su Xian couldn't help but complain. Issa's succubus candy doesn't look like upgrade materials at all, but rather like sex toys. This is... Lorsland suddenly noticed the Medal of Honor in Su Xian's hand, and her eyes were full of desire for it. Excuse me, can you give it to me? Lorsland showed a longing expression, just like Issa before. This reaction made Su Xian's eyes light up. He knew that character upgrade materials were something that adventurers wanted to get. Here you go. Su Xian handed the Medal of Honor to Lorthelin. Thank you. Lorthelin took the Medal of Honor, placed it flat in her palm, and admired it carefully. She looked like a child who finally got the toy she had always dreamed of, with excitement and satisfaction in her eyes. Su Xian even noticed that Lorthelin's blue fluorescent soul body seemed to be shining with bright starlight at this moment, and her excitement was rising. You give adventurer Lorthelin the upgrade materials. Lorthelin's level is raised to level 25. Add 20 to all attributes. Unlock the bond skill, Knight's Loyalty. Knight's Loyalty. You have obtained the absolute loyalty of a knight. Upgrade experience is halved. Ah? Upgrade experience is halved? Su Xian was stunned when he saw Lorthelin's bond skill. The effect of having the upgrade experience is too strong. This means that he can use fewer resources to upgrade Lorthelin's level faster, or concentrate all resources to create a high-level adventurer. With the improvement of basic attributes, various attribute increases and combat power increases will get greater benefits. Luzlin gets a new entry. Please choose one of the following 3 entries. Blacksmith. Likes to eat peanuts. Drunkard. After careful consideration, Su Xian decided to update Luzlin's entry. As the most powerful combat force, her entry must be accurate and cannot be missed. Refresh successful. Bitch. Top sword spirit. Female group lead singer. Chapter 114. Bitch? Su Xian saw this entry and smiled evilly, but soon stopped. If this entry is added to Lordislin's attributes, the only normal member of the guild may leave him. And, considering Lordislin's personality, if she is labeled as a bitch, she might stab her waist and let him know what price he has to pay for the choice he made with his lower body. Top grade sword spirit? Su Xian turned his attention to the second entry. Lurdlin is a knight who uses a sword. This entry seems to be more suitable for her. If it is in a novel about cultivating immortals, the general top grade sword spirit is usually a cute little lowly in ancient costume. I just don't know if it will be the same in this Western fantasy game. He thought about it and decided to add the entry of top grade sword spirit for Lurdlin. Your adventurer Lorthelin has obtained a new entry, the ultimate sword spirit. The ultimate sword spirit, a companion spirit, water fairy, that can enhance the sword spirit. It inherits everything from Lorthelin, including emotions, senses, etc. Sword damage increased by 100%. Ultimate. It may not mean literally, but you should like it. Su Xian saw the description of the ultimate sword spirit, and had a little doubt in his heart. What does this mean? Before he understood the meaning of ultimate, the water fairy that accompanied Lorthelin had some changes. Hiss. The water fairy happily spit out its snake tongue, and its small wings flapped quickly, rising into the sky like a spiral. What is it doing? Su Xian asked with confusion. However, Lorthelin did not answer Su Xian, but stood there dumbfounded, as if she had lost her soul. Even if she was hit on the head with a shovel, she would not react at all. Su Xian slapped his head suddenly, and suddenly realized, how could I forget that the water fairy and Lorthelin are one? The water fairy, as an elemental creature born from Lorthelin's soul, is now undergoing a transformation into a sword spirit. This transformation will undoubtedly have a certain impact on Lorthelin's body. At this moment, the body of the water fairy is growing rapidly. It was originally only about half a meter long, but now it has grown to about 2 meters. Its surface is covered with clear snake scales, which are neatly arranged and emit a faint glow, like stars inlaid in the night sky, flashing a mysterious light. At the same time, the wings behind it have become fuller, adding more momentum and charm. In addition, Su Xian also noticed that the water fairy seemed to have a sword in its mouth. What's wrong with being a little handsome? Why not tell Lorthelin and let the little guy follow you? After completing the gorgeous transformation, the water fairy fell lightly like a feather, and its body flexibly wrapped around Su Xian's waist, like an intimate hug. At the same time, the sword in its mouth has turned into a dazzling mark, quietly dotted between its eyebrows, shining with mysterious light. The water fairy happily spit out its snake tongue and gently licked Su Xian's cheek, as if conveying deep joy and closeness to him. Okay, it's a little itchy. Su Xian chuckled and gently stroked the water fairy to calm it down. He felt a little flattered by the enthusiasm of this little guy, and even licked his face with saliva. During their intimate interaction, Lorthelin came back to her senses from her dumbfounded state. When she saw the water fairy being so close to Su Xian, her eyes flashed with complex emotions, and the starlight in her body flickered slightly at this moment, as if representing some kind of emotion. "Come back!" Lorthelin shouted softly, trying to get the water fairy to come back. However, the water fairy showed unprecedented rebellion against her order. It spit its snake tongue at Lorthelin, as if expressing dissatisfaction, and then began to gently rub Su Xian's cheek, smearing Su Xian's whole body with saliva. Seeing this scene, Lorthelin's face changed slightly, and she looked a little solemn. She quickly walked to Su Xian's side, grabbed the water fairy's snake tail, and tried to pull it off Su Xian. But the water fairy didn't seem to want to leave, but instead wrapped around him tighter. So, a fierce tug-of-war between the water fairy and Lorthelin began. For Su Xian, this was definitely a torture. "Stop, stop, stop! It's too tight!" he shouted helplessly, muttering in his heart. Lorthelin doesn't seem to like the water fairy entangled with him. After a hard pull, the water fairy finally returned to Lorthelin reluctantly, and the starlight in her body stopped flickering. "I'm going to meditate for a while. Call me when there is a task." Lorthelin left a word, and immediately turned and left. When she left, the water fairy seemed to be reluctant to stay with Su Xian. But when the sword of oath was placed on its snake head, it immediately became obedient, and dared not move at all. After Lorthelin left, Su Xian looked down at his body, and found that his face and body were wet, and there was saliva from the water fairy everywhere. "Looks like I have to take a bath first." Su Xian laughed softly, and then went to the bathroom in the guild. In his heart, he secretly sighed. This water fairy is really worthy of its name. There is really a lot of water. After washing, Su Xian walked into the guild hall, and the scene in front of him surprised him. 1,000 paper cranes were being chased by the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly. The dancing 1,000 paper cranes and the flying magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly formed an interesting picture. Su Xian was a little confused. How could 1,000 paper cranes appear in the guild? Just as he was thinking, the 1,000 paper cranes flew straight towards him and landed lightly in his hands. After seeing Su Xian, the magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly seemed to lose interest in chasing the 1,000 paper cranes. It flapped its wings and landed lightly on Su Xian's head, shaking its head happily. "What's going on?" Su Xian opened the 1,000 paper cranes and found that it was a letter from the elf princess Elena. "This afternoon, the elf lake is waiting for your arrival, little man." Little man? Elena's name for him was indeed a little unexpected, but considering that she was a 100-year-old elf, it was reasonable to add a little man in front of him. Afternoon? Su Xian silently remembered the agreed time. Just at this time, Issa and the others came to the guild. "Let's start today's task." "Yes, President." In a secluded garden in the Elf Kingdom, the Elf Queen was standing by a clear pool, staring at her reflection in the pool expressionlessly. However, surprisingly, the Elf Queen reflected in the pool was smiling, as if she was enjoying some deep joy. "Have you told him?" the Elf Queen asked softly, with a hint of emotion in her voice. "Yes, although he is just a human, his identity is just right to serve as a referee between us." "Is it really okay to hand it over to an outsider?" the Elf Queen questioned softly. "Only outsiders can make the most fair decision. Moreover, I saw a trace of kindness and honesty in his eyes." "Then I listened to you, but only one of us can stay." The Elf Queen's tone revealed an unspeakable determination. "The other will bear the evil thoughts, and be sealed forever in the depths of the Elf Mother Tree. No matter what the result is, there must be no resentment. This is all for the future of the Elf Kingdom. It's all for those lovely children." Chapter 115. "President, please give it to me." Bei Yafuli gently grabbed Su Xian's arm, begging him like a spoiled kitten. "Okay, give it to you." Su Xian smiled and handed the elemental gem in his hand to Bei Yafuli. In the previous mission, he gave the elemental gem to Issa, trying to increase her sacred magic damage. However, he found that the effect was not as ideal as expected. The increase in basic elements seems to be higher, such as wind, fire, thunder, water, etc. As for the increase in sacred attributes, it seems to focus more on the addition of sacred items. Although the increase for Issa is small, the increase for Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafuli is quite significant. This is the scene described at the beginning. Of course, Su Xian didn't want to give it to them. He was just a little hesitant. Is it better to give it to the elder sister or the younger sister? After all, there is only one elemental gem. "Great. Thank you, President." Beefulu happily took the elemental gem, and then handed it to Beefulu. Su Xian saw that the two sisters had no intention of competing for it, and his worries gradually faded. He then submitted the task. Kill the giant eagle, 1/1. At 30 silver coins, 2,000 experience points, Su Xian sorted out his E-level tasks, and successfully completed 2 more today, leaving only 5 to be completed. At this rate, if nothing unexpected happens, he will be promoted to a D-level guild the day after tomorrow. It's almost time. It's time to go to the appointment. Su Xian glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the time agreed with Elena had arrived. Just as he was about to get up and leave the guild to go to the Elf Kingdom, he was surprised to find that Issa was holding a bundle of red thick ropes, and walked into the prayer room she was building. In response, Su Xian stared at the mysterious prayer room, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. He has not yet been able to step into Issa's prayer room, and he knows nothing about the mystery inside. He was full of curiosity, but was always stopped by Issa. She always shirked it on the grounds of tidying up, so he could only wait patiently and let him in to visit after she had tidied up. Then reluctantly wait. While thinking, Su Xian activated the teleportation array, and with the light flashing, he came to the Elf Kingdom again and walked towards the Elf Lake. When he arrived at the agreed place, the familiar figure ran towards him as expected. The elf dragon happily jumped into his arms, and licked his cheek happily to express its joy. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, Elena's voice came softly. Su Xian's sight followed her. She was sitting by the lake, enjoying afternoon tea elegantly. Sorry I'm late. Su Xian walked to Elena's side, and sat down slowly. There were several exquisite cream cakes on the small round table, each of which was decorated with rich cream. It doesn't matter. I don't have anything special to do on weekdays anyway. Elena smiled and didn't seem to care. Aren't you going to deal with the personal affairs of the Elf Queen? Su Xian was a little surprised and asked. Do the elves also like to slack off? The Elf Queen doesn't like people standing like a piece of wood next to her. Elena explained, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. Her demeanor revealed a calm temperament, as if everything was under her control. You specially asked me out. Do you have something to ask me? Elena put down the teacup, her emerald green eyes flashing with anticipation. I want to see the Elf Queen alone. Su Xian frankly expressed his intention. Want to see the Elf Queen? So you came to me to ask where the Elf Queen would appear in her spare time, right? Elena accurately guessed Su Xian's entire intention. Yes. I can tell you the location and time where the Elf Queen will appear, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Elena smiled and supported one cheek with her hand, and asked Su Xian with a playful look on her face. What condition? Su Xian was a little curious. What kind of condition would the princess of the Elf Kingdom put forward to him? Elena did not answer immediately, but raised her slender fingers and waved them gently in the air. The next moment, it was as if a layer of night fell around them, isolating the area they were in from the outside world, and even the elf dragon was locked outside. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly at the sudden secret room. What did Elena want to ask? Why was it so mysterious? At this moment, Elena asked, Can I see it? What? Your body. Elena's request made Su Xian frown immediately. What kind of plot development is this? Could it be that Elena is actually a succubus hidden in the elves? No wonder I always think you are not right. It's exposed. Don't worry. At this time, Elena's voice came again. I'm just curious about the body structure of men, and I want to observe it. I won't do anything to you. In addition, I hope you can use every muscle in your body. I want to see what the difference is between human men and female elves, and then record these pictures. As she spoke, she took out a drawing board from somewhere and prepared it. Su Xian was stunned for a moment, and was speechless about Elena's hobby. This elf princess not only likes fishing, but also likes painting. Su Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She really has nothing to do. Just show your muscles, right? Su Xian immediately took off his shirt, showing his slightly trained body. Oh! Elena smiled with satisfaction when she saw the looming abdominal muscles. But she was obviously not satisfied with this. That's not enough. Elena pointed at Su Xian with a paintbrush with expectation, and added, Take it all off. As soon as the voice fell the next second, a colorful magic suddenly bloomed. Before Su Xian could understand what was happening, he found that his clothes disappeared instantly. Is there such a strange magic? When Elena saw the holy light from hell for the first time, her eyes suddenly showed a trance of stars, as if she was deeply shocked. Ahem. Elena's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her beautiful eyes showed a bit of awe that she dared not look directly at. She casually threw a handkerchief she carried with her, Cover it up. Su Xian quickly covered the holy sword with the handkerchief. Although it only covered half of it, at least he was wearing a hat. Remember, don't move around. Elena reminded, and then began to copy attentively. During the painting process, Su Xian noticed that Elena's cheeks were slightly red. Obviously, even this unique elf princess still maintained the purity of the elf blood. By the way, big man. Elena's address to Su Xian changed again. What do you think of the dark elves? I haven't met them, but Lucy said that they are a group of elves who fell into darkness for power. Su Xian replied. Then if an elf seeks power and falls into darkness just to avenge her friend, do you think she can be forgiven? Elena asked while painting. At the same time, her eyes glanced at Su Xian from time to time, and she always looked at a certain place intentionally or unintentionally. Analyze the specific situation specifically. As long as she doesn't do anything that harms the world, I think she can be forgiven. Su Xian continued. When she heard Su Xian's answer, Elena paused with her brush, then smiled. I understand what you mean. You wouldn't. Su Xian frowned slightly, suspecting that Elena had turned into a dark elf. Don't guess, I will always be loyal to the elf queen, and the one who fell into darkness is one of my friends. Elena explained hurriedly. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Then, Elena immediately said, the elf queen will go to the Holy Bird Tower next to the elf palace to watch the moon at 7:30 tonight. You can go there to wait for her. Chapter 116. At 7:30, will we go to the Holy Bird Tower to enjoy the moon? Su Xian secretly memorized the place where the elf queen had planned to land. At this time, Elena's joyful voice came. I've finished the painting. Su Xian immediately put on his clothes and walked over quickly, gently placing the handkerchief in his hand on the tea table on the way. Let me see, he said, while holding a cup of black tea and coming behind Elena. Just as he was about to taste the cup of black tea to relieve his thirst, Elena's painting attracted his attention and made him hold his breath instantly. He was lifelike in the painting, as if he was looking in the mirror, and the lines of every muscle were clearly visible, and even the holy sword covered by the handkerchief was perfectly outlined, with full details. He widened his eyes, and his heart was full of amazement. Is Elena a human camera? While Su Xian was immersed in the shock of Elena's painting, Elena's face was burning with anger. Because Su Xian didn't notice that the teacup in her hand had lost balance, and the tea happened to drip, soaking her head and upper body. Damn man! You got me wet. Ahem, mine. Su Xian apologized hastily, and quickly picked up the handkerchief on the table and handed it to Elena. Elena tried her best to control her anger, and wiped the tea stains on her cheek with a handkerchief. However, when she was halfway through wiping, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Ah! Bastard! Bug! Stinky pig! Slip away! At 7:30 in the evening, Su Xian arrived at the Holy Bird Terrace next to the Elf Palace on time. The area of the Holy Bird Terrace is vast and boundless, with the ground paved with white marble and inlaid with emerald jade. Under the moonlight, it flashed bright spots, as if the stars fell into the world. According to the historical records of the elves, this is the area where the elves perform sacrifices. They believe in the goddess of nature and the goddess of elements. However, this is not a forbidden area, so Su Xian was able to enter easily. Where is the elf queen? Su Xian looked around, trying to find the elf queen. At this moment, a fairy-like figure fell from the sky and slowly landed in the center of the Holy Bird Terrace. She's coming! Su Xian's eyes became solemn in an instant, staring closely at the elf queen in the distance. Her holiness made everything around her pale. Even the moonlight became bright at this moment, just to set off her extraordinary temperament. Su Xian, hiding in the dark, couldn't help but be moved. It felt like encountering a shiny Pokemon, making him eager to capture it with the Pokeball in his hand. At this time, the voice of the elf queen came into his ears, like a secluded orchid in the valley. Since you are here, why are you hiding? Su Xian heard this, and walked out of the darkness. It's you, little guy. When the elf queen saw Su Xian, a friendly smile appeared on her face, just like the warm sun in winter, which made people feel warm in their hearts. Dear elf queen, I have something to ask you. Su Xian walked in front of the elf queen and said calmly, I understand your intention. The elf queen smiled lightly, and then said, You have promised the other me, right? Yes. Su Xian nodded. Although this matter has nothing to do with you directly, I sincerely hope that you can lend a hand and make a fair judgment for this matter. New mission, Elf Queen's Commission, February 2nd. Mission description. In order to suppress the evil thoughts in her heart, the Elf Queen split her soul into two. Please help her make the right decision. Mission reward. Su Xian looked at the mission description and had a guess in his mind. Is it to determine which elf queen was transformed by evil thoughts? At this time, the voice of the elf queen sounded again. Thousands of years ago, because of an incident, a trace of evil thoughts grew in my heart. The elf queen revealed the secret hidden deep in her heart to Su Xian. I thought it was just a trivial matter, but after thousands of years of accumulation, that trace of evil thoughts is gradually eroding my soul. For this reason, I came up with a method, which is to separate a part of my soul. In this way, I hope to use the separated soul to suppress that trace of evil thoughts. At first, this method seemed to work, but as time went on, that trace of evil thoughts gradually grew stronger. I found that even in this way, it could not be completely suppressed, and it caused me to need to sleep every 100 years to restore my strength and balance. Su Xian heard this, and his mind was full of thoughts. This doesn't seem to be what he imagined. Are both of them real elf queens? So, I decided to seal part of my soul along with that evil thought in the elf mother tree forever. The elf queen continued, use the power of the elf mother tree to purify the evil thought. If only part of the soul needs to be separated, it doesn't seem that difficult to decide, right? Su Xian felt a little confused. After all, the control of the soul is in the hands of the subject. How can a separated soul resist the will of the original body? The elf queen explained. Due to the increasing evil thoughts, my separated soul is close to half of the original body, and our cognition, experience, and emotions are exactly the same, so there is no difference between the original body and the clone. But now we need someone who is willing to be sealed in the elf mother tree for hundreds or thousands of years to purify the evil thoughts in his heart. Do you understand what I mean? Su Xian nodded. I understand. So you want me to make a choice for you and decide which one is more suitable to manage the current elves? Yes. The elf queen smiled and nodded, and said gently, you don't have to feel any pressure. We have already reached an agreement. Moreover, even if you are sealed in the elf mother tree, you are just falling asleep. The long years are just a moment in my eyes, so you don't need to worry about me being sealed. After listening, Su Xian pondered for a long time. For the elf queen, sleeping for hundreds or thousands of years may be just a short moment in her life. But for other elves or humans, that may have been a historical change, no different from death. He finally understood why he had to make a choice between the two. Obviously, there must be an elf queen willing to give everything to seal the evil thoughts growing in her heart. Su Xian suddenly remembered the 4 endings in the description of the task prefix. However, the elf queen only provided him with 2 endings, which confused him. Where are the other 2 endings? After thinking deeply, he suddenly realized it. Obviously, his participation became an unknown factor, which expanded the original 2 endings to 4. Do I need to make a decision immediately? Su Xian asked. No, you have a month to contact me. The elf queen shook her head. We will appear in your dreams in turn. Due to the influence of evil thoughts, we will have subtle differences. At that time, I hope you can use these details to lure the queen who is more inclined to evil thoughts to seal. Of course, you can also make a choice in your own way. I understand. Su Xian nodded, and then asked, can I ask why you choose me? I can't let the elves make a decision for me, because that is tantamount to forcing them to make the most painful choice. The elf queen replied immediately, and, for some reason, I always feel that you are very kind. Kind? Well, it's like we knew each other a long time ago. The elf queen nodded gently, with a gentle and bright light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking secretly, could it be because of the effect of the mother-in-law killer entry? After all, this entry gives him an additional increase for units with higher age and charm values, and the effect on mother-in-law units is doubled, and it can be stacked infinitely. On second thought, the elf queen's buffs seem to be maxed out. It's no wonder that I can get so much information about her. It turns out to be based on this reason. Since the queen trusts me so much, I will naturally do my best to present a satisfactory answer to the queen. Su Xian replied with a smile. That's great. The elf queen smiled, then stretched out her hand gracefully, with a faint light flashing in her palm. Then, a light pink pearl appeared in her palm like a dream, crystal clear, emitting a charming light. This is my gift to you, little one. The voice of the elf queen was soft and warm, making people feel extremely comfortable. Su Xian looked at the light pink pearl in the elf queen's hand curiously, and immediately received a message. Elf Queen's Pearl, epic, a unique pearl that contains the power of the Elf Queen's protection. Disposable, a disposable item? Thank you. Su Xian took the light pink pearl from the Elf Queen's hand and felt its delicate and smooth texture, as if it also had a calming effect. In addition, it exuded a refreshing fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. It's almost time I should go. The Elf Queen looked up at the bright moon hanging on the branches, and said gently, saying her final goodbye. Wait! One last question. Su Xian asked hurriedly, what will you become if you are affected by evil thoughts? This? The Elf Queen hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then smiled gently, who knows? The moment the voice fell, the Elf Queen seemed to blend into the vast moonlight, disappearing gracefully and mysteriously without a trace. Su Xian stayed alone, looking up at the bright moonlight that sprinkled the earth. His heart was like a surging river and sea, with thousands of emotions intertwined. After a long time, he came back to his senses, activated the teleportation array, and his figure disappeared in the flashing light, and returned to the guild. Su Xian returned to the guild and sat on the chair with his eyes blank, obviously still savoring the conversation with the Elf Queen, especially the 4 puzzling endings. Fall one of them, give up all, or I want them all. Chapter 117. Su Xian stared at the pink pearl in his palm and fell into deep thought. He was very concerned about the commission from the Elf Queen. It's getting late. Let's quit the game and have a rest. Su Xian was about to quit the game. The commission from the Elf Queen would last for a month, so he was not in a hurry. However, just as he was about to quit the game, he suddenly found Issa coming out of the prayer room. Huh? Issa, it's so late, why are you still in the guild? Su Xian's tone was full of doubt. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. According to the usual practice, Issa should have returned to the church long ago. Well, because I was sorting out some torture. Props. I wasted a little time. I didn't expect it to be dark in the blink of an eye. Issa explained with a smile, her 10 fingers clasped together, and a happy smile on her face. Is the prayer room built? A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Xian's eyes, and he glanced in the direction of the prayer room. Well, it's almost ready. Issa nodded gently, her voice gentle and infectious. I think it can be officially used tomorrow. That's great, when can I go in and take a look? Su Xian felt a little bit of anticipation. Mr. Su Xian, your enthusiasm for the prayer room is really beyond my expectation. When Issa heard that Su Xian was eager to visit the prayer room, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a mysterious and charming smile. Issa's smile made Su Xian's heart tremble a little. He always felt that something was wrong. However, we still have to wait until tomorrow, because there is a crucial thing I haven't taken back from the church. Issa said softly. What is it? Su Xian asked curiously. Sure, that's a secret. Issa kissed Su Xian's cheek, and then left the guild happily. After Issa left, Su Xian also quit the game. He took off his VR glasses, and gently stroked his tired brows with his fingertips, trying to brush away the fatigue. The recent busyness made him exhausted, and the long-lost moment of relaxation made him sleepy. After a bath, he fell into a deep sleep. In his deep sleep, he seemed to have even become peaceful in his dreams, and he didn't notice that the Elf Queen had come to his dream like a breeze. It seems that the little guy is exhausted. The Elf Queen whispered, looking at his sleeping face, her eyes full of tenderness. Then I come again tomorrow, and before I leave you some more gifts. She whispered, and her slender fingers gently touched Su Xian's brows. A warm white light gently flowed into Su Xian's brows, and gradually, it spread in his body, like the morning sun, giving him endless comfort and tranquility. Elf Queen's blessing, all state recovery speed increased by 100%. 24H, after doing all this, the Elf Queen gradually dissipated in Su Xian's dream. The next day, Su Xian couldn't wait to enter the game after school. As soon as he entered the game, he immediately noticed that his status bar had a new blessing from the Elf Queen. Elf Queen's blessing? Su Xian was a little surprised, and then whispered to himself, no wonder I slept so well last night. However, he was a little confused. When did this blessing appear? President. We are here. Do you have any commissions today? After a while, Fuli and Fulua came to the guild, full of expectation for today's adventure. Sit down for a while, Afusa hasn't come yet. Su Xian said softly to Fulua and Fuli. Okay, master. Fulua and Fuli nodded obediently, sat on the wooden chairs in the guild hall, and waited patiently for Afusa to arrive. While waiting, Su Xian opened the world channel to learn about the latest developments in the world. However, when he just opened the world channel, his brows could not help but frown slightly. Because the world channel was full of players wailing and complaints. Super Pigman, are you kidding me? This demon mission is too difficult. Lightning Superman, my level 30 rare quality Minotaur warrior was killed by the demons in one blow. It's outrageous. Turtle Immortal, my level 40 royal knight is no match for the demons. The strength of the demons is a bit outrageous. Super Player, The army of the Star Kingdom has already encircled and suppressed the place where the demons appeared. We only need to assist them in encircling and suppressing the escaped demons, but don't think about going deep into the demon cave. That is an enemy that even the B-level guilds can hardly fight. The discussion of the players made Su Xian's face slightly stiff. He still remembered that Lu Shui had mentioned before that only players above level D were qualified to accept this special mission. However, he did not expect the mission to be so difficult. He was deeply surprised that the level 40 Royal Knight was not a match for the demons. What surprised him even more was that the demon cave appeared near the Star Kingdom. He wondered if there was any connection. "Mr. Su Xian, I'm here." Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, Issa walked into the guild. "Since we are here, let's." Su Xian was about to get up and lead the guild members to the mission site, but was surprised to find that Issa's arms were full of small bottles filled with light pink liquid. "Issa's holy water of honey? Please wait a moment. I will put the holy water in the prayer room." Issa rushed into her prayer room with the holy water in her arms. This scene made Su Xian frown slightly, and he became more and more curious about Issa's prayer room. Okay. After Issa stored the holy water in the prayer room, she immediately returned to the guild hall. "Let's start the adventure, Mr. Su Xian." In response, Su Xian stroked his nose and cleverly assigned the tasks to the members of the guild. Since the team had sufficient manpower, he temporarily put aside the commission of the Moon God Empire among the remaining 5 tasks, and then reasonably allocated the other 4 tasks to the 2 teams. "Let's go!" "Yes, Mr. Su Xian, President." After the tasks were assigned, Su Xian took Issa and Alice into the teleportation array and headed to the mission location, which was a hidden cave. Their first mission was to destroy a magic circle. Judging from the description of the mission, this seemed to be the work of the witch. "Master, look!" Alice suddenly discovered something and pointed in a certain direction. Su Xian looked in the direction that Alice pointed, and he saw more than a dozen crystal balls floating in the dimness of the cave, emitting a faint green light. "It seems that this is the magic circle we need to destroy. Everyone must be careful," Su Xian reminded Issa and the others. "Yes." After finding the mission target, the 3 approached the magic circle carefully. When Su Xian came to the edge of the magic circle, the situation inside the magic circle made him frown. He was surprised to see a corpse placed in the center of the magic circle, and a rare entry was flashing on the corpse. Corpse. Chapter 118. Corpse? Su Xian stared at the entry floating on the mummy. A trace of confusion surged in his heart. He didn't understand why. Corpse was a rare entry? White Rose and Oath Knight was just a rare entry, and Elf was just a common entry. Why could Corpse be listed with it? However, if you want to find out the reason, you must first get the corpse. "Issa, is there any way to destroy those crystal balls?" Su Xian asked Issa. "As long as the magic circle loses the source of magic power, it will naturally become ineffective. And those crystal balls are the source of magic power. In addition, from the traces around, these crystal balls have been here for many years." "Of course." Issa nodded, and then said, "However, these crystal balls seem to have some kind of restrictions. Once touched, it may cause a large-scale explosion. Don't worry, I can find the location of the restriction." Su Xian's left eye flashed with a faint golden light. Since it was the mark imposed by the witch, his magic eyes could naturally sense the weak magic power in the crystal ball. After a quick scan, he used his weak magic power to mark the crystal balls with restrictions. Then, he told Issa, "Keep the crystal balls I marked as they are, and destroy all the others." "Understood." Issa immediately obeyed Su Xian's order, cast sacred magic, and summoned several lightsabers. These lightsabers easily destroyed the crystal balls that had not been marked. When the crystal ball was broken, the light of the magic circle immediately dimmed. The marked crystal balls began to fall and shattered because they lost the protection of other crystal balls. "Is it lifted now?" Alice asked curiously. "Not yet." Su Xian shook his head and stared at the corpse in the magic circle with a serious look. Information from the corpse began to appear in his field of vision. Unknown corpse, ? Level, 25, 0/7500, race, unknown. Strength, 300/agility, 300/magic, 300/constitution, 300. Growth, ? Gain? Points of all attribute enhancement per level feature. Corpse, get this entry after killing it, Yifsha, attack the corpse with holy magic. Su Xian quickly gave orders to Yifsha. "Yes, sir." Yifsha immediately began to chant magic, and in an instant, the light of the holy magic gathered into a rose, which suddenly fell towards the unknown corpse. Roar! The corpse, enveloped by the divine magic radiance, let out a series of low roars. Due to the restraining effect of the divine magic, the corpse turned into ashes in just a few seconds. At the same time, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Get the rare entry corpse. Corpse, this is a submissive corpse. It does not seek any rewards, and there is still a trace of residual warmth in its body. If it finds a suitable soul or material, it can merge with it. This entry is really weird. After Su Xian finished reading the description of the corpse entry, he was stunned. Also, what exactly does this so-called fusion mean? Magic card? At least, he would never consider combining the corpse entry with the holy woman entry. A corpse of a holy woman that still has some warmth left. What use does he have for it? He dared not even think about this question. The mission is completed. Let's go back. Su Xian said to Ivsa and Alice, and was about to activate the teleportation array and return to the guild. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed something. What is there? Su Xian walked to the corpse that had been annihilated by the holy light with doubts. The corpse had turned into a pile of black powder, but in this pile of black powder, he vaguely saw a blue light flickering. Su Xian carefully reached out and touched the flickering object. When he picked it up, a dazzling crystal immediately caught his eye. This crystal was like the purest heart of a glacier, emitting a blue crystal light. This is Ice Crystal, Elite, a crystal of magic power from the Ice Witch, containing a chilling breath of ice. Could that corpse just now belong to the Ice Witch? No, it shouldn't be. Su Xian immediately denied his previous thought. How could the Ice Witch, the powerful witch who could freeze a country, die here? Moreover, the level of the corpse just now was only 25. It was definitely not the Ice Witch. It is more likely that the Ice Witch's apostle used her power to perform some kind of ritual here. Are there a lot of witches in this world? Su Xian suddenly had an idea. He had met too many witches. Moonlight Witch, Night Witch, Icefield Witch. And each of them is so powerful. This game should perhaps be renamed Witch Era to be more appropriate. While thinking, Su Xian put the ice crystal into his backpack, and then left there with Ivsa and Alice. They had other tasks to complete, so they didn't have much time to stay. 2 hours later, Su Xian returned to the guild with dust all over his body. They encountered a sandstorm on the way to the task. Although the task was successfully completed, they were covered with dust. We have to wash up quickly. Su Xian rushed to the bathroom in a hurry, and Ivsa followed closely after seeing this. Bathing together, she likes it the most. Alice watched them enter the bathroom, and followed them in with curiosity. Bathing the master, this is also what a maid should do. After bathing, Su Xian walked out of the bathroom with fatigue, and his face was slightly tired. In contrast, Ivsa was all smiles, and the magic pattern on her lower abdomen flickered slightly, as if whispering her joy and satisfaction. Alice also spun around happily, and the beautiful maid dress on her body shone with crystal clear light, and the white silk was even more flawless and very bright. The master washed her body very clean. Haven't Lorslan and the others returned yet? Su Xian noticed that Lorslan and the elf sisters had not returned to the guild yet. Although he was a little worried, he had full confidence in Lorslan's leadership ability, and the team she led should not be in any danger. While thinking, he immediately unfolded the light screen. As soon as the light screen was turned on, Su Xian saw Lorslan fighting with a demon with fangs. Demon? Su Xian frowned slightly. He remembered that the content of Rosalind's mission had nothing to do with demons. Why did they encounter demons during the mission? Just as he was puzzled, Rosalind on the light screen waved the shining sword of oath. Then, the golden power of the oath poured down like a beam of light, completely annihilating the body of the demon. Awesome! Su Xian couldn't help but exclaimed. The demon was at least level 30, but it seemed vulnerable in front of Rosalind. After getting rid of the demon, Rosalind and the elf sisters immediately returned to the guild. What happened to the demon? Su Xian asked them immediately. We don't know either. The original target of the mission was an evil cultist, but after he blinded his own eyes, he suddenly became a demon. Bayafuli explained eagerly. Yes. Fro nodded and added, if it weren't for Senior Lorslan, we would have been in danger. Facing the panicked elf sisters, Lorslan seemed very calm. She said concisely, the evil cultist may have had some kind of connection with the devil recently, resulting in the commission task not being updated in time, and the difficulty suddenly increased. So that's the case. Su Xian frowned slightly. There were indeed many uncertainties in the task. The description of the task was determined a few days ago, but the client did not update the task description, or they may not know the actual situation. This may cause the difficulty of the task to be far beyond the difficulty described. By the way, After we killed the evil cultist, something fell out of his body. At this time, Lorslan handed a stone tablet to Su Xian. Su Xian took the stone tablet handed by Lorslan with doubts. When he carefully examined the pattern carved on the stone tablet, his expression instantly became solemn. The pattern carved on the stone slab turned out to be the image of a fusa? No. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and through some subtle differences, he determined that this was not a fusa, but Edith. Chapter 119. A slate with a portrait of Edith? Su Xian frowned slightly, his heart full of confusion. He stared at the slate in his hand, unable to understand why it was a portrait of Edith. Although Edith was once a succubus, she had long since drawn a line between herself and the demons. Strange, why is there a portrait of me on the slate? Ivessa also revealed deep confusion, her eyes full of surprise and puzzlement. This slate did not seem to be born out of worship for her, but rather existed out of hatred. She could feel the hatred from the depths of the slate, like a resentment, an unspeakable hatred. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter. Su Xian gently patted Ivessa's shoulder to comfort her anxiety. Then, he put the slate into his backpack and decided to investigate the matter in depth, hoping to find out the truth and solve this mystery for Ivessa. Yeah. Ivessa nodded gently, and a sense of security from Su Xian emerged in her heart. After a simple instruction, everyone rested in the hall to recover their strength. Su Xian sat on the sofa in the guild hall, his eyes focused on the last E+ task on the task panel. Task target: hunt down a runaway moon god believer. Task reward: 50 silver coins, 5,000 experience points. Runaway moon god believer? Su Xian pondered this task, and doubt surged in his heart. As long as this task is completed, not only can the special task of upgrading to a D-level guild be opened, but also Alice's third stage role task can be unlocked. Su Xian glanced at the time. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He thought about going to the task location and getting a preliminary understanding. He stood up, glanced at the status of the guild members, and finally decided to let Lorslan and Alice go to the Moon God Empire with him. With a flickering light, Su Xian led the guild members to teleport to the Moon God Empire. However, as soon as they walked out of the teleportation array, 2 men and women wearing white robes and masks blocked their way. Are you adventurers who have accepted the commission? The man asked in a low voice. Yes, Su Xian replied, and at the same time he began to look around. Due to the restrictions of the laws of the Moon God Empire, adventurers cannot teleport directly to the mission location. They must first arrive at the transfer station set up by the Moon God Empire and apply for a pass before they can go to the mission location. Please follow us. 2 receptionists from the Moon God Empire led Su Xian and others to apply for a pass. On the way, they met several other players in the Moon God Empire, but everyone remained quiet, as if they did not dare to make loud noises in this kingdom. Su Xian also found that the people in this country all wore masks, which were almost all crescent-shaped and covered half of their faces. Even ordinary citizens were like this, but the masks they carried were more ordinary. Soon, they successfully processed the pass and obtained a wanted order, which recorded the detailed information of the believer to be arrested in the mission. Su Xian specifically asked them what crime the believer had committed, and the other party just told him that the believer had committed an unforgivable sin. After obtaining the pass, Su Xian was qualified to enter and exit the Moon God Empire freely, but only within 7 days. Therefore, he needed to complete the task of capturing the fugitive within 7 days. Time was not very urgent, and the area where he could hide in the Moon God Empire was very limited, so it was not difficult to capture the fugitive. But some places are taboo for the people of the Moon God Empire, so they can only be captured by adventurers. Let's go to the Moonlight Witch's palace first, Su Xian suggested. Ms. Moonlight Witch. When Alice heard that she was going to the place where she used to live, she was a little absent-minded. But soon, she showed a flower-like smile. Okay. Alice happily took Su Xian's arm, and she was looking forward to returning to the place where she used to live. Su Xian gently stroked Alice's head, and then asked passers-by while looking for the palace where the Moonlight Witch used to live. Alice, who had been staying in the palace, didn't know the route here. Finally, before sunset, they arrived at the Moonlight Witch's palace. But the scene in front of them made everyone fall into silence. The originally magnificent Moonlight Witch palace was now only left with broken walls and ruins, giving people a feeling of desolation and desolation. How could this happen? Alice looked around. The desolate desolation made her feel heavy-hearted, and her eyes were slightly moist. She had thought she could see the witch who created her again, but the dilapidated scene in front of her made her feel lost. Su Xian frowned slightly, and the scene in front of him confirmed his previous guess that the Moonlight Witch was forced to leave Alice, not voluntarily. "Let's go home." Su Xian comforted Alice softly, and gently put his hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her inner waves. "Okay, master." Alice wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and tried to calm her emotions. However, at this moment, a snow-white scimitar flew towards them. "Be careful." Ding! The long sword in Lorcelin's hand instantly knocked the scimitar to the ground, and then a sharp sword light cut through the sky and went straight to the attacker in the distance. "Ah!" A scream rang out. A woman wearing a crescent mask appeared in front of everyone. Her chest was hit by Lorcelin's sword light, leaving a deep blood mark. However, surprisingly, she did not show any pain, but stared at Alice with hateful eyes and laughed hideously. "Ha ha ha! That's right. It's you? You have her breath on you." Su Xian couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard it. He noticed that this person was his mission target, the believer who needed to be captured. How could he appear here so coincidentally? What's wrong with her? Alice hid behind Su Xian in fear, and she was very confused about the malicious smile. However, before she finished her words, the man pulled out a dagger from his bosom and shouted, "Hypocrites, who blaspheme the moon goddess, you will be pulled down from the altar sooner or later. When that happens, I will wait for you in hell." Puff! As soon as she finished speaking, she stabbed her heart with a knife. A few seconds later, she completely lost her breath of life. Su Xian stared at the corpse in confusion, not understanding what she was talking about at all. Hypocrites, who blaspheme the moon goddess? Is she referring to the Moonlight Witch? Too little information is known. Alice's third stage mission has been opened. Third stage, please shout, master. Mission description. Please help Alice find what she is missing. Mission reward. Unlock a new form of soul weapon. Current number of soul weapons, 2. Mission additional reward. Alice's upgrade material. Add 1 to the entry. Su Xian looked at Alice's third stage mission and showed a trace of confusion. What is Alice missing? Is it related to the Moonlight Witch? Or, just when he was confused, a strange voice suddenly came into his ears. "Come here." Su Xian frowned. Whose voice was this? However, at this time, a ray of moonlight sprinkled from the sky and fell on a ruined wall, as if guiding Su Xian. Su Xian walked quickly to the place where the moonlight sprinkled, and found that something seemed to be buried under the loose ground. He moved the piled stones with force, and finally found a delicate small iron box. Opening the iron box, there was a note and a silver bell inside. Su Xian opened the note, and there were only a few simple words on it. "Please take good care of the child for me. She is nearby." Su Xian immediately understood that the Moonlight Witch should be nearby, but for some reason, she was unwilling to show up or meet Alice. Since she was unwilling to show up, Su Xian could not find her location no matter how capable he was. He had to set his eyes on the silver bell. Moonlight Silver Bell. Epic. This is a gift from the Moonlight Witch to Alice. The silver bell will store magic power under the moonlight, and when it is full, it can release high-level magic moonlight forever fall. Is it a gift from the Moonlight Witch to Alice? Su Xian understood the meaning. He held the bell and walked towards Alice. "Alice?" "Master." Alice responded softly, but her thoughts were still immersed in the disappeared witch palace, and she was deeply worried about the safety of the Moonlight Witch. Su Xian handed the silver bell to Alice and said, "Here is this for you." Alice took the bell and asked in surprise, "What is this?" She could clearly sense the breath of the Moonlight Witch contained in the bell. Su Xian explained, "This is a gift from the Moonlight Witch. She asked me to take good care of you. When she is free, she will come to see you." "Really? That's great." Alice's face immediately bloomed with an expectant smile. Su Xian gently rubbed Alice's head, and then said, "Come, I help you put it on your hand." He carefully prepared to put the bell on Alice's wrist. The bell shone brightly under the moonlight, as if telling the deep connection between it and its owner. "No!" Su Xian was confused by Alice's refusal. He looked at Alice, waiting for her explanation. But Alice said softly, "Master, can I wear it on my ankle? It's uncomfortable to wear it on my hand." "Ankle?" Su Xian lowered his head and looked at Alice's jade feet wrapped in white stockings. He smiled slightly. "Okay, I help you put it on." He gently grabbed Alice's right foot and gently took off her small leather shoes. Looking at Alice's perfect feet, he couldn't help but love it. The white ice cream was really great. When his fingertips gently touched the soles of Alice's feet, the itchy feeling made Alice gently "Master." When Su Xian heard Alice's call, he almost forgot that he was hanging a bell for her. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Why did he start playing, while hanging the bell for Alice, and putting on her small leather shoes again, a prompt suddenly appeared in his sight. Alice has found her life goal, and she is determined to serve you loyally forever. The third stage mission has been completed. Chapter 120. The third stage of the role mission of the Demon Doll has been successfully completed. Obtained mission reward. New soul weapon form +1. The witch's breath in the Demon Doll is being transformed. The new soul weapon form has been successfully unlocked. Moonlight Cicada Wings. Moonlight Cicada Wings, unknown, grants the ability to fly, and the speed is increased by 100% under moonlight. It comes from the breath of the Moonlight Witch. Moonlight Cicada Wings? Su Xian's eyes followed the description, and looked at the pair of wings behind Alice that were as light as cicada wings. Master, I seem to have gained the ability to fly. Alice gently flapped the cicada wings and instantly floated in the air. This cicada wing is woven from moonlight, so it is not affected by physical attacks, but it may be dispelled by powerful magic. Of course, the premise is that the magic can accurately hit Alice. But perhaps because it was her first flight, Alice was unable to maintain her flying state after flying to a height of several meters, and finally fell to the ground. Ouch! She cried out and sat on the ground. It hurts. Don't be afraid, I rub it for you. Thank you, master. Lu's line, eh? After that, Su Xian handed the body of the believer to the personnel of the Moon God Empire. Although it was a corpse, at least the task was completed. Afterwards, he returned to the guild. Considering that it was better to choose and upgrade the terms in the guild, he was afraid that some strange terms would appear again. After returning to the guild, Su Xian immediately submitted the task. Task completed. Add 50 silver coins and 5,000 experience points. 12 hours left before the special commission is unlocked. After several tasks, Su Xian's experience pool was filled again, reaching 20,000 points. Next, it's Alice's upgrade material. Su Xian's eyes fell on Alice's upgrade material, which was a pair of butterfly-shaped band-aids. Eh? Alice, come here. Here you are, master. Alice came to Su Xian obediently, her eyes full of expectation. This is for you. Su Xian handed the pair of band-aids to Alice. Although he didn't know the specific use of this thing, he always felt that. What a great gift. Thank you, master. Alice saw the butterfly band-aids handed over by Su Xian, and her face was filled with an excited smile. Then, in front of Su Xian, she put the pair of butterfly band-aids on her body. Ahem, it turns out that this butterfly-shaped band-aid is not used to stick there, but to cover the gaps on the surface of the body. For example, the body of a rag doll is prone to problems such as open lines and scratches. You give Adventurer Alice upgrade materials. Alice's level is raised to level 20. Add 20 to all attributes. Unlock bond skills. Made. White silk. Made. White silk. 50% real damage converted to 100% real damage. 100%? Su Xian saw Alice's bond skills and showed a hint of joy on his face. That means Alice's big scissors attack will cause 100% real damage. Invincible. At this time, the prompt appeared in Su Xian's sight again. Please choose one of the following 3 entries. Female anchor. Plumber. Like to smoke electronic cigarettes. What kind of weird entries are these? Don't pollute my maid. Refresh. Su Xian immediately clicked refresh. Brain full of garbage. Bubble. Weakness. Weakness. Su Xian suddenly became interested in the entry. Weakness. Weakness. What does this mean? Is it a weakness effect or something like that? He immediately added the entry. Weakness. Weakness for Alice. Weakness. Weakness. Now, Alice can find the enemy's weaknesses more easily. You can also find their weaknesses more easily when your favorability is higher than 80 points. Huh? Su Xian frowned slightly, a little puzzled by the added content. When he turned his head to look at Alice, he was surprised to find that there were 6 or 7 red dots flashing on Alice's body. Is that so? Su Xian carefully observed Alice's weaknesses, and found that this little girl had so many weaknesses. However, the type of weakness he saw seemed to be different from the weakness that Alice saw. The weakness he saw was a little bit unserious. By the way, could he also see the weaknesses of Issa and the others? Su Xian turned his gaze to Issa with doubt. She was standing by the window, looking up at the sky. As for her weakness, it seemed to be that heart-shaped tail. Well, no wonder Issa always tried to avoid grabbing her heart-shaped tail every time she prayed. It turned out that it had reached the point of weakness. However, he always thought that succubi had weaknesses all over their bodies. So what about Lorthalin's weakness? Su Xian turned his head to look at Lorthelin, his face slightly condensed. There was no luminous point at all, and no weaknesses on the whole body. What about Fuli and Fro? Su Xian looked at Fuli again. Fulu, ah. A bunch of weaknesses? Densely all over the body. Ahem, a little lowly, understandable. After selecting the entry for Alice, Su Xian looked at the time. It was already 7:30. After simply telling Aisha and the others about tomorrow's arrangements, he quit the game. Ah. Su Xian yawned and was about to go to wash and sleep. Suddenly, he saw a letter at the door. He opened the letter, and found it was from the neighborhood committee, saying that the right to use the room was only 2 months left. It was just after the college entrance examination. If Su Xian still wanted to live here, it was not impossible, but he needed to apply for a student loan. Although the loan was only a few hundred yuan a month, and he could pay it in installments after he got a job, he had to leave anyway. He wanted to rent a house near the university, which was also convenient for going to and from school. I consider it, after the college entrance examination. Su Xian muttered to himself, and then walked into the bathroom. After washing up, he fell asleep on the bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. Where is this? Although he was somewhat aware that he was in a dream, Su Xian was still very unfamiliar and confused about the surrounding environment, because he found himself on a towering tree. The branches of the giant tree were intertwined, forming a flat area where he could walk freely. Moreover, there was a wooden house here. It made him a little curious. Who would build a house on a tree? Just as he walked towards the wooden house, the door of the wooden house was slowly pushed open, and then a beautiful figure broke into Su Xian's sight. Are you still sleepy today, little guy? The elf queen walked out of the wooden house slowly, and asked Su Xian with a smile. Her words made Su Xian's face slightly condensed, and he seemed to realize when the elf queen's blessing on him appeared. However, since he promised the elf queen to help her seal the evil thoughts, he naturally had to go all out. Su Xian was about to speak, but his voice stopped abruptly. Because, he was surprised to find that the elf queen was all red. Her whole body was full of weaknesses. Chapter 121. Is it true? Su Xian whispered to himself, full of doubts. He couldn't believe it. The legendary elf queen was full of weaknesses. Her skin, as white as jade, seemed to be painted with a layer of bright red. Every inch of skin and every cell was a weakness. What's going on? Is it because of the constitution of the elves? Your eyes are full of confusion. Did you find something? The elf queen seemed to notice the strangeness in Su Xian's eyes, and she asked gently. No, nothing. Su Xian shook his head quickly. How could he tell the elf queen that he could see her weaknesses? Wait. Maybe it was because this was just a dream, and the elf queen was now affected by evil thoughts, which led to her weaknesses all over her body? Well, this guess seems more reasonable. I am really a genius. Please come in and sit down first. The elf queen invited Su Xian to enter the wooden house. As soon as he stepped into the house, he found that there was another world inside. Every piece of furniture in the house was shining brightly, and they were all made of crystal. Jade bed, jade table, jade chair. There is even a glass lamp. The decoration in the room is dreamy and beautiful, as if you are in a fairyland. Please sit down. After Su Xian found a seat and sat down, a teacup suddenly appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the cup was filled with fragrant tea. Is this magic? Su Xian was a little curious. Is it water element magic? This magic is very convenient. While thinking, he saw the elf queen elegantly holding up the emerald green teacup and taking a sip gently. Every move she made was full of grace and nobility, as if she was a queen from an ancient storybook. Her beauty made Su Xian couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She was like a perfect character that only existed in novels, flawless. Do I need to do anything? Su Xian asked the elf queen after taking a sip of tea. Let me think about it. Maybe you can chat with me. The elf queen tilted her head slightly, her silver white hair flowing like the Milky Way, flashing a dazzling luster. I have been sleeping for decades, and I haven't shared my feelings with anyone for a long time. Hearing the words of the elf queen, Su Xian fell into a brief silence. Although he knew that the elf queen appeared in his dream to solve the problem of evil thoughts, he felt a kind of loneliness, like a beautiful young woman from her words, as if she was looking for someone to confide in. Ahem. Su Xian cleared his throat, trying to calm his inner fluctuations. He said calmly, if we are just chatting, I am afraid I can't really understand the nature of evil thoughts, right? You are right. The elf queen nodded her head, and agreed with his opinion. She pondered for a moment and continued, do you have any better way? Of course, if you want me to lure out the evil thoughts, and then eliminate them, I can't do that. Su Xian frowned slightly. The evil thoughts of the Elf Queen were much more serious than he thought. He felt that if left alone, her evil thoughts might gradually erode her heart, and eventually push the Queen into the abyss of darkness. "Can you tell me first, what caused your evil thoughts?" Su Xian asked. "Desire, the desire for power." The Elf Queen replied calmly. "The elves were on the verge of life and death at that time. I needed power to protect my people, and it was for this reason that a trace of evil thoughts grew in my heart. So that's it." After hearing the reason why the Elf Queen had evil thoughts, Su Xian had a deeper understanding of the Elf Queen in front of him. This also made him realize that even a pure and flawless Elf Queen could have evil thoughts. As for how he should treat the Elf Queen, it is not complicated. Which Elf Queen is more susceptible to evil thoughts? Then she needs to enter the Elf Mother tree and be purified. And to find out the Elf Queen who is more susceptible to evil thoughts, the method is also very simple. Just need to seduce the Elf Queen's desire. "You seem to know what to do, right?" The Elf Queen noticed Su Xian's gradually brightening eyes, and asked curiously. "Maybe?" Su Xian touched his nose, smiled slightly, and continued, "Can I ask you a few questions?" "You asked." "Height?" 178 centimeters. "Weight?" 65 kilograms. "Measurements?" 102, 77, 65, 95. "What the hell, it looks like a G-class. Ahem," he just asked casually, but he didn't expect the Elf Queen to answer everything. "Does anyone else know about the evil thoughts?" Su Xian asked again. "Besides you, there is only one old friend of mine who knows." The Elf Queen replied, "But she has been dead for a long time. If I take some radical measures, can you accept it?" Su Xian asked cautiously. "Radical?" After hearing this, the Elf Queen smiled softly. "Since I chose you, I naturally trust you. And this is just a dream. As long as you promise not to reveal everything here, I will follow your arrangements. Listen to me?" "But," the Elf Queen added, "some things are forbidden. I think you should know which ones." "Yeah." Su Xian nodded. He knew in his heart which things were taboos for the elves. Any behavior that violates the rules of the elves is strictly prohibited. By the way, since this is a dream, does it mean that the environment can also be changed according to my wishes? Su Xian touched his chin and asked the Elf Queen. "You can try it." After getting the Elf Queen's consent, Su Xian was about to switch the scene in the dream, but when his eyes glanced at the Elf Queen, he couldn't help but have a bold idea first. The next second, the gorgeous dress on the Elf Queen disappeared instantly, replaced by a sexy cow-textured bra. There was a pair of cow horns on the ends of her hair, and a delicate bell hung around her snow-white neck. Ahem. At this moment, Su Xian's heartbeat accelerated instantly, and the flawless and plump body of the Elf Queen in front of him made him feel that his desire was rising sharply, and the super large but not abrupt Snow White. It was because his imagination was not rich enough, and he had never seen such a spectacular picture. He took a quick look, and just as he was about to change the Elf Queen's original clothes back, he found that the Elf Queen was carefully looking at the new clothes he had changed for her. There was no anger on her face, but full of curiosity. "What a strange dress, little guy. Do you want me to wear this and talk to you in my dream?" The Elf Queen's voice was as gentle as silk, and she didn't seem to care about her clothes. Su Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard her answer. "Do you not mind wearing this?" he asked carefully. "In reality, I would definitely be angry. If other elves saw me like this, it would damage the image of the elves." The Elf Queen shook her head, but added, "But this is in your dream. I think I can accept it. I have been wearing clothes woven by the power of the Elf Mother Tree for tens of thousands of years, and it is a good choice to change the style occasionally." She paused and continued, "It's just that. The style of the clothes you chose for me is a bit too revealing. I don't like it very much." Chapter 122. I don't like it. Ahem. When the Elf Queen expressed her dislike for the cow costume, Su Xian felt a little itchy in his throat, so he coughed a few times. He could understand it completely. After all, this was a sexy costume, which was not in line with the Elf Queen's style. Su Xian's mind moved, and he quickly changed the Elf Queen into a silver-white dress. The dress was decorated with decorations that shone like stars, making her whole body shine. "This one is not bad." The Elf Queen nodded with satisfaction when she saw the new dress. But Su Xian inadvertently lit up the fluorescent stick. It seemed that he only changed the dress for the Elf Queen, but the inside of the dress was empty. Because the silver-white fabric was close to the skin and appeared translucent, he could vaguely see the amazing scenery. "What a beautiful cherry red. It's almost time. Let's stop here today." The Elf Queen stood up at this time and prepared to leave. "Well, I've always wanted to ask you something." Suddenly, Su Xian's tone became serious, and he asked the Elf Queen his question. Is it about Bylila? The Elf Queen seemed to have guessed Su Xian's intention. Yes. Su Xian nodded and continued. I want to know why she gave birth to life for no reason. I think you should know the answer. The Elf Queen was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I just learned about this, and the reason for the pregnancy is likely related to the abnormality of the Elf Mother Tree. Abnormality of the Elf Mother Tree? Yes. The Elf Queen nodded gently and said in a gentle tone, for example, the 3 fruits may overlap for some reason, and finally, the overlapping fruits give birth to 3 lives at different time periods. The result is a process similar to pregnancy. Of course, this is just a guess, and I am not sure if it is correct. This is also the first time in the history of the Elf Mother Tree that such a serious abnormality has occurred. Do you have any clues about the abnormality of the Elf Mother Tree? Su Xian couldn't help asking. This? I really don't know. The Elf Queen replied, every time I wake up, I will carefully check the status of the Elf Mother Tree. Once I find any abnormality, I will use magic to repair it. At this point, a trace of guilt flashed across her eyes, but as for Bylila's situation, I didn't even notice her abnormality. This is my dereliction of duty as the Elf Queen. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Su Xian comforted, under the influence of evil thoughts, you can still manage the Elf Kingdom in an orderly manner. This is already very difficult. Moreover, Bylila has never had any complaints about you. You? After hearing this, the Elf Queen was silent for a while, and then showed a faint smile. You little guy is quite caring. It seems that entrusting Bylila to you is a correct decision. Entrust? Su Xian was slightly startled. Okay, I should go. See you tomorrow night. The Elf Queen's voice fell gently, and the surrounding scene began to blur gradually. In an instant, Su Xian's eyes opened, and the scene in his sight was the ceiling of the guild. Huh? Su Xian took a deep breath and took off his VR glasses. Because he promised the Elf Queen, he spent the night in the guild during this period. Anyway, there is no difference between sleeping in the game and in reality. He glanced at the alarm clock. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Su Xian simply washed up and rushed to school immediately. During the lunch break, Su Xian sat in his seat and looked down at the review questions. However, his thoughts were very messy, and his mind was full of the plot in the game. By the way, he didn't seem to know the name of the Elf Queen yet? I have to ask next time. Su Xian. Suddenly, Lu Shui appeared silently beside Su Xian. What's wrong? Su Xian asked, wondering what this little girl was going to say to him. I've been promoted to E-level. Lu Shui happily shared her joy with Su Xian. Congratulations. Su Xian smiled and congratulated Lu Shui. Among ordinary players, Lu Shui's upgrade speed is quite fast. It took only 2 weeks to be promoted to E-level. Of course, he couldn't be compared with Su Xian, who could be promoted to D-level after completing 1 more commission. At this time, Lu Shui suddenly sat in the seat in front of Su Xian. She looked at Su Xian and smiled proudly. Su Xian felt a little confused when he saw Lu Shui's proud smile. He always felt that Lu Shui had other good news to tell him. What? Did you recruit an epic adventurer? Su Xian asked casually. You? How did you know? Lu Shui was stunned when she heard Su Xian's words. She couldn't understand how Su Xian guessed it. She hadn't revealed any information yet. What you want to say is written on your face. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders. Lu Shui's thoughts were too easy to guess. After all, she always showed her emotions on her face. She was just an immature girl. However, being able to recruit epic adventurers in the 3rd recruitment can definitely be called the Emperor of Luck. Lu Shui heard this, and patted her cheek gently, revealing a trace of doubt. She didn't understand that she was really so easy to be seen through. So what did you recruit? Su Xian picked up the thermos cup and drank a sip of wolfberry tea, which could help him recover faster. It's the strongest warrior of the Centaur tribe. Centaur? Su Xian heard about Lu Shui's newly recruited adventurer, thought for a moment, and asked, can I ride it? He had a certain understanding of Centaur. This creature has a human upper body and a horse lower body. He was a little interested in the existence of this race. After all, he didn't have a mount yet. Yes, but she only allows me to ride on her horse. Lu Shui replied softly. What a pity. Su Xian sighed softly. He originally had a glimmer of hope that he could borrow the legendary centaur to ride, but now it seems that this wish is impossible to realize. Are you interested in centaurs or female centaurs? Lu Shui asked Su Xian with a puzzled tone. Is there a difference? Aren't they both riding? Lu Shui was speechless for a moment when she heard this. Just kidding. Congratulations on successfully recruiting epic quality adventurers. With your female elves and flower fairies, you can easily handle even E-level tasks. Su Xian smiled and congratulated Lu Shui. Thank you, Lu Shui said gratefully, and then with a little expectation in her eyes, she asked Su Xian, by the way, are you busy recently? A little busy. What's the matter? Since you are busy, I won't bother you, and it's not an important matter. Lu Shui said a little disappointed. If you need help, just let me know. What's the relationship between your sister and me? You're welcome. Su Xian said calmly. Oh, I remember. Lu Shui responded softly, then turned and left. Su Xian didn't ask too much, and picked up the thermos cup again, and took a few sips of the wolfberry in it. It's really hard to drink. After Su Xian returned to the guild, he immediately opened the task panel. The special commission task of upgrading the E-level player rating to the D-level player rating has been refreshed. From the Abyss. Recommended mission level, 35. Mission description. A succubus escaped from the Abyss, and it came with revenge. Kill it. You must kill it. Mission target. Kill the succubus and all. Mission reward. Get an adventurer recruitment scroll, blue. After completing this special mission, the player rating will be upgraded to D, and an adventurer recruitment scroll, green, will be obtained. Succubus. Su Xian saw the mission on the mission panel that promoted the player rating from E to D, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Revenge? He pondered in his heart. Then, he slowly took out the demon slate that Lu's line had brought back from his backpack, and matched it with the description of this mission. He always felt that Sanaa's appearance was for Ides. Chapter 123. Succubus, succubus. Su Xian kept repeating the goal of the mission, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He felt that the appearance of the succubus was not only related to the demons that appeared in the Star Kingdom, but also had some secret connection with Edes. In addition, the reward for this special commission was a blue-quality recruitment scroll, which was indeed beyond his expectations. Anyway, if you have anything to do with the Abyss, you can ask Edes directly. Su Xian stood up and waved to the members of the guild, everyone get ready, we are going to do the mission. Yes, Master President. At this moment, in a remote village, a succubus with dark purple skin was absorbing life magic to its heart's content. Around her, there were rows of shriveled male corpses, which became pale and bloodless due to the loss of life magic. However, the succubus had a bulging abdomen and looked bloated because of absorbing a large amount of life magic. Ah, this is so delicious. Succubus Sanaa licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes flashing with satisfaction and excitement. Sanaa, don't forget your mission. At this time, a dark purple bat flew to Sanaa's side, reminding her not to forget her mission. Okay, okay. Sanaa stood up from the corpse and sneered, I know what to do. This time, I will make the bastard who betrayed the tribe pay the price. But since you escaped from the Abyss, you have been devouring the life magic of those humans. Do you really remember what you are going to do? The dark purple bat questioned Sanaa. Ha ha ha. There's nothing I can do. Since that incident, I haven't tasted a man for decades. I really can't help it. Sanaa said with a grin, if it were you, you wouldn't be able to help it either, Mary. Don't waste any more time. We're here to find that traitor and take revenge. Go find her location quickly. She betrayed her tribe and killed her own kind. We make her pay with blood. Wait! Someone's coming! Suddenly, Sanaa sensed the breath of a human approaching, and her smile froze instantly. However, the next second, she showed her fangs. Mary. I smell the smell of top-quality food. This breath. Ah, great! What kind of man can emit such a delicious breath? I'm going to eat him up now. Hey! Don't forget your mission. Don't worry, wait until I finish this. I go and deal with that bastard Edith. Mr. Su Xian, why is this village so quiet? Issa looked at Su Xian in confusion, her eyes full of worry. I'm not sure either. Su Xian shook his head. Since they arrived at the mission site, they found that there was no trace of living people in the village. The doors and windows of every household were closed, as if it was an empty ghost village. There is no breath of living people in this village anymore. Rosalind explained to everyone. Did they all get killed by that succubus? Su Xian narrowed his eyes, and whispered softly. Just as he was thinking, a trace of magic power suddenly attacked him unexpectedly, touching the spiritual pendant hanging on his chest, causing a violent tremor. Here it comes! Su Xian immediately alerted everyone. Then, a piercing laugh cut through the air like a knife and reached everyone's ears. The laugh was full of teasing and evil, as if it came from the devil of the abyss. Ah! What a delicious smell! You are really a top-notch one." As the laughter rippled, a dark purple succubus suddenly appeared on the roof of the house. She lay lazily on her side, with the corners of her mouth raised, staring at Su Xian with a teasing attitude. "The target has appeared." Lorthelin immediately drew out the sword of oath from her waist, and the rest of the members immediately entered combat mode. Su Xian stared closely at the succubus on the roof, with a vigilant look in his eyes. The appearance of this succubus was very different from that of Issa. If Issa still retained more human features after she turned back to her original form, then the succubus in front of her was more inclined to the features of a demon. Her dark purple skin showed a strange wrinkle, and the twisted goat horns and goat hooves gave people a feeling of discomfort. However, her figure was indeed very good, but her appearance was a bit off-putting. Su Xian knew clearly that this was the true appearance of a succubus. Succubus like Issa and Ides were rare. Succubus living in the cruel abyss could never have the body of a delicate and beautiful lady. Their bodies were more inclined to the characteristics of demons, full of power and wildness. Of course, Su Xian's taste was heavier, and even if Issa and the others were sheep's hooves, he could accept it. "Ahem, I really want to taste you now, my delicious food." Sana stretched out her long and pointed tongue and licked her lips gently with it, her eyes showing a strong interest in Su Xian. Suddenly, her eyes fell on Issa beside Su Xian. "Huh?" Since the sacred aura emanating from Issa was too strong, Sana didn't realize her identity at first. But when she saw Issa, she immediately shouted angrily, "It's you! You traitor! Do you know me?" Issa showed some confusion. She had never had any contact with other succubi, and wondered why this fellow knew her. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to find you so easily. Go to hell!" "Ides!" Sana spread her wings and immediately attacked Issa. Facing the fierce attack, Lorthelin quickly rushed out with her sword and accurately chopped the flying succubus with one sword. "Get out of here!" Sana shouted loudly, and a deep black flame ignited on her sharp claws, and she swung it towards Lorthelin. Ding! The sound of the clashing of gold weapons echoed in the air. The battle between Lorthelin and Sana broke out instantly. Their figures were like lightning, galloping in the intersection of swords, making people dizzy. On the battlefield, the dark flames burned fiercely, and their momentum was so fierce that it was like a beacon fire that ignited the entire village. Level 35 Succubus? Su Xian's face became solemn when he saw Sana's information panel. The combat power of this succubus exceeded his expectations. Sana, Epic, Level 35, 0/14,000, Race, Succubus. Strength, 650/Agility, 550/Magic, 550/Constitution, 600. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level. Status, full of magic. Her attributes far exceeded Lorthelin, and even after the succubus was full, it had a special state of full magic. Even Lorthelin could not guarantee a 100% victory over her. "Senior Lorthelin, we are here to help you." Fury and Fro immediately began to chant magic, launching magic attacks of fire and water elements at Sana. Although some damage was done to Sana, the effect was not significant. "Don't even think about moving." Alice immediately summoned the ice silk snow line to tightly wrap the wings of the succubus. However, the next moment, black flames rose on Sana and instantly burned off Alice's ice silk snow line. How could this happen? Alice frowned slightly. She had never seen such a strange flame. "What a trouble! I kill you first." Sana immediately changed her target and flew towards Alice and the others. She was so fast that she arrived in front of Alice in just a blink of an eye. "Die!" Sana stretched out her claws and slashed at Alice fiercely. "Don't even think about it." At the critical moment, Issa's high-level magic fallen glory chanted, and a nun shadow woven by holy light instantly engulfed Sana's figure. Damn! Holy magic! Boom! A deafening roar. Sana was completely swallowed by the shadow of holy light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Is it solved? Everyone cast their eyes to the place where the holy light bloomed, expecting Issa's magic to hit the opponent hard. Be careful. Rosaline suddenly noticed that there was a figure surging in the holy light, and she immediately rushed over and pushed Alice away. The next second, a dark flame surged out of the holy light and flew towards Rosaline. However, Rosaline was immune to fire, so she was too lazy to dodge. Boom! The flames hit the ground, blasting a huge hole in the ground. Then, a sharp claw extended the holy light and hit Rosaline's armor. Faced with the fierce blow, Rosaline's body stepped back a few steps. When she steadied her feet, an amazing dent appeared on her armor. However, this did not cause much damage to her body, because the hardness of the crystal structure was far greater than that of steel. Damn it! Damn it! How can you have divine power? You are not Edie's. Sana rushed out of the holy light and shouted at Issa with anger on her face. At this moment, her whole body was covered with blood, and the power of the holy light caused many cracks on her dark purple skin. Who is Edie's? Issa was confused. She had never heard of this name. Just wait! Sana realized that the enemy in front of her was not easy to deal with, and immediately spread her wings to escape. Don't run away. Luzlin would not give Sana this chance. The soul light wings behind her spread out, and the sword of oath in her hand burst into white moonlight, and slashed Sana's back with one sword. Ah! Sana fell to the ground with a scream. She struggled to stand up, but found that the white moonlight attacked her again. Damn it! Sana gritted her teeth and retreated quickly. She knew that she could never defeat the people in front of her in her current state. I must find a way. Sana thought to herself. I got it! Suddenly Sana's eyes fell on Su Xian. This man is the weakest in this adventurer team, but he has the highest status, and he can just be used as food to replenish her magic power. Catch you first. Eat you? Sana laughed grimly, burst out all her strength, and rushed towards Su Xian. President. Be careful. Luzlin and the others immediately rushed to Su Xian's location, trying to stop Sana. However, Su Xian said calmly, it doesn't matter. Then, he took out the 3 high-level magic scrolls that the sage's soul had opened before, thinking that they would finally come in handy. Soul-crushing technique. When the magic scroll was unfolded, a blue beam instantly shot at Sana. Sana was shocked and wanted to dodge. But because the distance was too close, coupled with her contempt for Su Xian, she couldn't dodge at all. Ah! With a scream, Sana was hit by the soul-crushing technique and collapsed to the ground. Damn! It turned out to be a high-level magic scroll. Sana trembled and tried to stand up, but the damage caused by the soul-crushing technique made her lose her ability to move, as if her soul was broken and she could no longer control her body. It's quite useful. Su Xian was a little surprised by the effect of the high-level magic scroll. The power of this attack was comparable to Issa's high-level magic, and the key was that it didn't need to be chanted. However, although its practical effect exceeded his expectations, he still felt a little reluctant and distressed when he thought that this was a high-level magic scroll worth a gold coin. Next, he turned his eyes to Sana, who was lying on the ground. Since your turn is over, now it's my turn. Su Xian walked in front of Sana and drew the sword at his waist. He didn't need to ask Sana for the reason, he could just ask Ides directly about those things. Therefore, Sana had only one way to go, which was death. Sana saw Su Xian was going to kill her, and she panicked instantly, shouting, No! Don't kill me! I can be your slave! I can do anything! I am a succubus! You know? If you have me, you can enjoy incomparable pleasure. Su Xian paused with his sword, and this slight hesitation gave Sana hope of survival. She said charmingly, Master, please spare me. Puff! Ah! As soon as Sana finished speaking, Su Xian's sword fell and chopped off her head. His hesitation was not because of his heartbeat, but because he noticed that there were other monsters at the scene. Chapter 124. Gone? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes, like sharp eagle eyes, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He clearly sensed the breath of other monsters, but it disappeared in an instant. Essa asked with concern, Mr. Su Xian, what happened? Su Xian shook his head gently, nothing, maybe it's my illusion. He turned around and noticed that Rosalind was also indifferent, thinking in his heart, maybe he was really worrying too much. Afterwards, Su Xian set his sights on the succubus's body again, and it was certain that she was dead. Rosalind had raised the torch and was ready to burn her body. If the demon's body was found by the necromancer, it would be a headache. Wait a minute, Su Xian said as he pulled out a sharp dagger from his body. He firmly grasped the succubus's unique heart-shaped tail and cut it off neatly with a knife. He did not do this for the purpose of collection or commemoration, but to tell Ides that her people were tracking her and were seeking revenge. Moreover, this small part of the tail should be enough for Ides to identify the other party. Is every succubus's heart-shaped tail unique? Su Xian asked himself in a low voice while carefully examining the tail he had just cut off. The shape and pattern of the tail in his hand were as complex and unique as snowflakes, completely different from Issa's. It seemed that no two succubus tails were exactly the same. At the moment when her thoughts were intertwined, Lorsland had already set the succubus's body on fire, burning it to ashes. At the same time, she used magic to notify the nearby law enforcement knights and convey what happened here. We should go, After dealing with these things, Su Xian activated the teleportation array, and they left the scene in a flash. Fortunately my apostle has the ability to shield perception, otherwise we would have been discovered. Sana is so stupid that she was killed by humans. The dark purple bat flew out of the shadows, looking at Sana's burning body, cursing, "What an unreliable guy. Fortunately you are not the only one who escaped. This time I must." "Oh! What must I do?" Before she finished speaking, a bright red figure stepped lightly on the falling rose petals and appeared behind her like a ghost. Yee! Ides! When the bat's eyes fell on Ides, it instantly fell into panic. It flapped its wings frantically, trying to escape from this dangerous place. However, Edith only gently hooked her fingers, and a ray of bright red magic power seemed to be given life, instantly turning into a shackle, tightly binding the bat. Ah! It's over. It's really over now. The purple bat bound by the magic shackles struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Edith walked lightly in front of the bat, and her tone revealed a deep calmness. "It turned out to be Mary. I have some impression of your apostle." "Damn, Edith, even if you catch my apostle, it will be useless. The tribesmen have escaped from the abyss with the help of Lord Lon Kai. Our revenge against you is just the beginning." Mary screamed hoarsely. "Oh, really? It seems that my cleansing back then was not thorough enough." Edith smiled gently, but the next moment, a strange red light flashed in her eyes. Then, the purple bat suddenly stopped in the air, as if time was frozen at this moment. "What did you do to me? Why is this happening? How can you affect me who is far away in the abyss?" Mary's voice was full of fear and confusion, and she questioned Edith. She couldn't understand at all what kind of power Edith relied on to threaten her, who was far away in the abyss so easily. 20 years ago, I was able to fight against the entire succubus tribe alone. Now 20 years have passed. Do you think my strength will stagnate? Edith's tone was light, as if she was just stating a fact. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You? Mary's voice was full of panic and despair. She knew that she could not compete with such power. And a terrible thought emerged in her mind, being able to cast magic across thousands of kilometers, even across plains. Such power has reached the level of a demon king, but there has not been a demon king level existence in the succubus group for thousands of years, and Edith actually. Mary's heart was filled with shock and despair. She realized that she might never escape from Edith's palm. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lady Edith. Please forgive my ignorance and offense. I shouldn't be your enemy. I beg you, for the sake of the hundreds of uncivilized little succubi in the abyss, please spare my life. I am the only adult succubus in the abyss. Although I am not civilized, if I die, those little succubi will be doomed to die." Mary trembled and begged Edith for mercy. When Edith heard this, a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. "Oh, you mean there are only a group of uncivilized little succubi left in the abyss now?" Yes. When the tribesmen heard that they could leave the abyss, they couldn't wait to escape and wanted to seek revenge on you. Because I was weak, I was left behind to protect my home." Mary confessed everything to Edith without reservation. After listening, Edith fell into a brief contemplation and seemed to have a new plan. "I will spare you this time. You have to take good care of those little succubi in the abyss. They are still useful to me," Edith warned seriously. "Yes, Master Edith," Mary responded respectfully. As the words fell, Edith untied the restraints on Mary's apostle. "Run away." Mary immediately flapped her wings and fled the scene eagerly. After Mary left, Edith's eyes flashed with mysterious light, and then a wisp of red magic slowly flowed out of her body. "Let me see," she whispered to herself, "my stupid tribesmen who escaped from the abyss." A trace of cold murderous intent flashed across Ides's face. Where are they hiding? On the other side, Su Xian had successfully returned to the guild. The moment he entered the guild, his first task was to submit the completed tasks. Special task, from the abyss. Completed. Get 1 free entry refresh. Congratulations on completing this special task. Get an adventurer recruitment scroll, blue. Your player rating has been raised to D. Get an adventurer recruitment scroll, green. Congratulations on your promotion to D-level player rating, and get a player entry. All attributes increased by 50. All attributes increased by 50. While Su Xian was shocked, he felt that his strength was increasing rapidly. It felt like the power of a punch that could knock down a bull. With a thought, he immediately opened the attribute panel to check the changes in his strength and attributes. Su Xian, level, D-level evaluation. Race, human. Strength, 120/agility, 120/magic, 140/physique, 120. Growth unknown. Features: Dragon Knight, sunny and cheerful, mother-in-law killer, succubus physique. Please choose one of the following 3 entries. Rogue, barber, superfan. Su Xian examined his entry options and frowned. He could not refresh the entry, so he could only choose the most ideal one among the 3 existing ones. Superfan, he whispered softly. After careful consideration, Su Xian finally decided to choose the superfan entry. He expected that the word super would bring him unexpected surprises. Your choice is superfan. Superfan, get a unique weapon that can grow. The more members you have in your guild, the higher the rank of the weapon. Oh! Su Xian's eyebrows rose slightly, revealing a hint of joy. He didn't expect that the entry he chose would be so serious. Okay, let me see my unique weapon. Su Xian's mind moved, and the unique weapon immediately appeared in his hand. However, when the unique weapon appeared, his brows knitted instantly, and the whole person fell into confusion and bewilderment. Thunder Fire Stick, unknown, a unique stick-type weapon that can release the power of fire and lightning. As a unique weapon, it can only be used by you, Su Xian. Current bonus effect: Thunder Fire damage increased by 100%. Number of members: 5. Su Xian picked up the Thunder Fire Stick and was stunned. His exclusive weapon was really unique. The length of the Thunder Fire Stick was about 1 meter, and there were intricate and beautiful patterns engraved on the stick. It felt smooth and comfortable in the hand, and there was nothing strange about it. It was a very serious weapon. In addition, Su Xian could feel the power of lightning and fire contained in the Thunder Fire Stick, which was extremely powerful. Not bad, right? Su Xian nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his eyes to the blue and green recruitment scrolls floating on the guild bar. This was the most critical highlight for his promotion to D-level evaluation. The moment Su Xian picked up the green recruitment scroll, a prompt message broke into his field of vision. Do you want to consume a recruitment scroll to grant 2 powers to the Saint entry? And add an extra personality? Tip: when the number of personalities exceeds 2, the recruitment of the Saint will not consume the recruitment scroll. Can you also use the recruitment scroll without consumption when recruiting? Yes. Su Xian immediately added a second personality to the Saint entry. Recruitment scroll, green -1. Please choose 2 of the following 6 powers: stingy, irritable, cold, lonely, indulgent, shameless. How should I choose? Su Xian fell into deep thought when facing the 6 powers. How come all 6 powers belong to the power of negative emotions? Chapter 125. After careful consideration, Su Xian made a decision. Choose a cold and indulgent saint. You have chosen cold, indulgent. Cold. She always shows a cold face. When fighting alone, her combat power will increase by 200%. This does not include you. Indulgent. She is addicted to the pleasure of indulgence and longs to experience this pleasure every moment. When indulging, any pain in her body can be restored. This includes you. Su Xian looked at the description of these 2 powers, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Although these 2 powers seem to have some defects, the combat values they provide are quite considerable. Compared to wealth and generosity, they are more inclined to combat attributes. Next, Su Xian cast his eyes on the blue recruitment scroll. According to the description of the prompt, this scroll can grant more powers, which means that one personality will have 3 powers. In addition, he is ready to recruit the Saint entry, and 3 personalities should be enough to ensure her combat power. Do you want to consume a blue recruitment scroll to grant 3 powers to the Saint entry and add an additional personality? Yes. When Su Xian clicked to confirm, a blue light flashed in front of his eyes. Recruitment scroll, blue -1. Please choose 3 of the following 10 powers: mean, incompetent, weak, irritable, double standards, confusion, sensitivity, laziness, fickleness, stingy. Su Xian stared at the 10 powers, and he pondered for a long time this time. The first thing is to remove the wrong options: mean, incompetent, weak, irritable, stingy. Then, choose 3 from the remaining 6 power options. In the end, Su Xian chose double standard, sensitive, fickle. Sensitive, fickle, and double standard saint. You have chosen double standard, sensitive, fickle. Double standard. She has a unique double standard. The enemy units' all attributes are reduced by 10%, and the increase is applied to all our units. Sensitive. She always shows extremely high sensitivity, and can quickly perceive anything. Perception increased by 500%. Fickle. Her emotions often fluctuate, but please believe that every move she makes is out of concern and love for you. When she switches to another personality, retain all the powers of that personality. Su Xian was slightly surprised. From the 3 personalities and 7 powers, the fickle effect should be the most unique one. When switching to other personalities, all the powers of this personality can be obtained and used. From this, it can be inferred that this personality should be her main personality from now on. A saint with 3 personalities. Su Xian took a deep breath and smiled. Now, it's time to summon you. After the voice fell, Su Xian immediately began to recruit saints. The moment he clicked the recruit button, the portrait of the saint in his backpack flew out automatically. Then, a dazzling light bloomed on the portrait. What is this? Before Su Xian could react, several entries with bright lights appeared in his sight. Please select 3 entries from the following entries. Saints, super rare. Supreme Judgment, super rare. Light God Prison, super rare. Su Xian was stunned for a moment when he looked at the 3 entries that appeared. He originally thought that he would see some common rare entries, but what appeared in front of him were 3 super rare entries. What is the situation with this? Saint entry? What kind of existence is the adventurer who is about to be recruited by him? Why does he have so many super rare entries? In addition, he also has 3 personalities. Such an existence. Could it be the Pope of the Church of Light? Ahem, it should be impossible. How could the Pope come to work in the Adventurers Guild? After Su Xian selected these 3 entries, his heart was full of curiosity and expectation. Your choice is a saint with multiple personalities who has the Supreme Judgment and the Prison of Light. We are selecting adventurers who meet the requirements for you. When the ethereal voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire Adventurers Guild instantly became solemn and sacred. The picture scroll once again bloomed with brilliant light, as if the colorful holy light had descended on the earth, attracting everyone's attention. What a unique glow. Are there new members joining the guild? Are they new partners? I'm looking forward to it. Everyone stared at the painting that was shining brightly, their hearts full of anticipation and curiosity, ready to welcome the arrival of new members. Su Xian also stared at the woman in the painting. He seemed to see the blindfolded woman in the painting come alive, stepping out of the painting lightly and into reality. The first to step out of the painting was the woman's pair of white jade feet, revealing a hint of shy blush, and a delicate golden red line around her left ankle, as if imprisoning some mysterious power. Then, her slender and snow-white thighs slowly emerged from the painting, and the golden dress danced with it, so beautiful that it was dazzling. Gradually, the woman's slender jade hands gently moved in the bright light, and then her graceful and voluptuous body stood out from the painting. Finally, her stunning appearance with white gauze covering her eyes, like a beauty on earth, and her snow-white hair flowing like the Milky Way, emitting a dazzling brilliance that made people unable to take their eyes off. Compared with the woman's appearance, Su Xian paid more attention to her clothes. She was wearing a dazzling golden dress, with shining gems inlaid on the hem, and even engraved with complex magic runes, which undoubtedly demonstrated her special identity and status as a saint. And the golden scepter in her hand attracted Su Xian's attention. Although the scepter was only half a meter long, the golden red sun gem inlaid on its top seemed to carry endless solar power, making people feel a powerful power fluctuation in awe. Coming in compliance with the call, the saint's snow-white toes landed lightly, rippling golden ripples. Are you my summoner? The golden red pupils behind the white veil stared at Su Xian tightly, and asked softly. At the same time, the information from the saint instantly flooded into Su Xian's sight. Lucia? Myth, level, 0, 0 out of 100, race, human. Strength, 100/agility, 150/magic, 300/constitution, 100. Growth, 15 points of all attribute increase per level features. Saint. Supreme Judgment. Light Prison. Multiple personalities. Saint. This saint comes from the Church of Light. She symbolizes the purity, holiness, and unwavering justice of the Church. The power of all elemental magic is increased by 100%. When fighting against evil units, the attack power is increased by 100%, but the defense power is reduced by 20%. Supreme Judgment. No one dares to challenge the supreme authority of the Church of Light. The power of light magic is increased by 100% in this state, and this saint is born with 3 super-level judgment magics and 1 ultimate judgment magic. Bright Prison. Her deep eyes are like a door to the bright prison. Once she spots a sinner, he will be imprisoned in the prison. However, this ability is not without cost. It has a certain negative impact on the saint's mind and body. Multiple personalities. When switching personalities, all debuffs are eliminated. Current personality, double standard, sensitive, changeable, switchable. Chapter 126. Switchable personality, I generous, wealthy. Switchable personality, too cold, indulgent. Tip: the switching of personality must follow Lucia's personal wishes. If you force a personality switch against her will, it may cause her to have a lower impression of you. You can actually force a personality switch? Su Xian was surprised when he saw the content of the prompt. Does this mean that as the president, he has the ability to force Lucia to switch her personality? Ahem. Su Xian immediately refocused his attention on Lucia. Succubus, undead, elves, witch creatures. Lucia's golden red pupils scanned the guild members, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, she knelt down to Su Xian and said softly, Lucia, the Saint of Light, greets the president. Lucia. Su Xian whispered Lucia's name. Since she is the Saint of the Church of Light, should she belong to the same unit as Issa? Moreover, Lucia is the Saint of Light, who is above 10,000 people and below one person. By the way, how many saints are there in the Church of Light? If we know the name of the saint, we should be able to understand her status and related information in the Church of Light more accurately, right? Welcome to join my guild, Lucia, Su Xian said with a smile. This is the first mythical adventurer in his guild. Although she is only level 0 at present, her attributes are far beyond ordinary people. She is worthy of being a myth. What did you call me? Suddenly, Lucia asked Su Xian this question. Lucia? Su Xian showed a confused expression. Does Lucia not like others calling her by her name? In response, Lucia smiled faintly and said, I like people to call me by my name instead of my job title. Please always call me Lucia. Lucia's explanation made Su Xian even more confused. What kind of special preference is this? In the interval of the conversation, Lucia's eyes fell on Issa, and she walked towards Issa lightly. When Lucia walked by, Su Xian's attention was always focused on her bare feet, and he couldn't help thinking, won't it be dirty? It seems not. It seems that Lucia's jade feet are wrapped in a layer of sacred power, which enables her to avoid any dust contamination. Are you from the Church of Light? Lucia asked Issa curiously. The first time she came to the guild, she noticed the identity of Sister Issa. Yes, Your Excellency the Saint. Issa nodded and said softly, Call me Lucia. We are partners in the guild, Lucia said with a smile. She seemed to enjoy the environment in the guild very much. Here, there is no power struggle, nor those tedious things. I understand, Lucia. Issa was not a stubborn person, and continued, My name is Issa, and I am a nun in Silver Moon Town. Silver Moon Town. Lucia seemed to recall something and said softly, So you are a nun far away in the Star Kingdom. No wonder I have never seen you before. However, if you plan to go to the Sun Kingdom one day, you must tell me first. There, succubus nuns are not allowed. Even if your hiding ability is strong, once you enter the Sun Kingdom, you will be exposed immediately. Don't you mind that I'm a succubus? Issa asked in surprise. As a representative of the Church of Light, the saint is not opposed to the existence of succubus nuns, which is a bit surprising. I think light should shine on everyone, even demons. What do you think? Lucia replied lightly. Thank you, Saint. Yes, Lucia, we are partners now, aren't we? Su Xian listened to their conversation, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The relationship between the guild members was more harmonious than he had imagined. However, for some reason, he always felt that this saint was a little different, and always had a superior temperament. However, she seemed to be deliberately restraining herself. Help Lucia upgrade first. Wait, why is she level 0? Lucia was only level 0, which confused Su Xian. As an adventurer of mythical quality, and a saint, how could she be only level 0? Issa, who just met, was level 1. While thinking, Su Xian upgraded Lucia's level. He still had 20,000 experience points in his experience pool, so he directly upgraded Lucia to level 15. Experience point 16, 600. When Lucia was upgraded to level 15, her attributes were already on par with level 20 Issa, and even far exceeded Issa in terms of magic attributes. You know, Issa had completed the character mission and upgraded, and her attribute values were far higher than other level 15 adventurers. However, Lucia easily surpassed Issa, which was enough to prove how powerful and abnormal the mythical adventurers were. At this moment, Lucia also felt the power from Su Xian. A golden glimmer flickered on her body, and the growing attributes made her mouth curl up slightly. She whispered, Is this the power that transcends the laws of the world? It's really interesting. After that, Su Xian gave the remaining experience to Lu's line, which upgraded her to a higher level. Since the consumption of experience was halved, the experience required for Lu's line at level 25 to upgrade was much less than that of Issa at level 20. Experience 3,750. After completing all this, Su Xian glanced at the time. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. He thought, it seems that he can take another D-level commission task. With a thought, the D-level commission task panel was immediately expanded, and 30 D-level tasks came into view. The first thing that Su Xian paid attention to was a D-level task with a special reward. D-level commission task 1. Kill the Necromancer in Shadow Mountain 0/1. Recommended task level 35. Task reward 2 gold coins, 20,000 experience points. Special reward Soul Crystal Ball Elite. The money and experience rewards have increased several times, but the difficulty has also increased accordingly. Su Xian murmured in a low voice. In addition, he also noticed that after being promoted to a D-level player rating, his guild was qualified to undertake special commission tasks. Special commission task Demons from the Abyss, Crisis of the Star Kingdom. Recommended task level 40. Task description: a group of demons escaped from the abyss. The King of the Star Kingdom called on guilds from all over the country, hoping that adventurers would accept the task and jointly assist the kingdom in defeating the demons and preventing them from further invading the magic continent. Mission objective: destroy the demon cave, 6 of 50. Number of players currently participating in the event, 272. Note: this event will distribute rewards based on the contribution value of each guild, and the top 3 players with the highest contribution value will receive additional generous rewards. From the current situation, this event seems to be a long-term task, Su Xian said thoughtfully. In addition, he could also check the player's contribution ranking. The contribution value of the first player has reached thousands, while the second and third players are only more than 800 and more than 700 respectively. Killing a demon can get 0 to 100 points of contribution, and destroying a demon cave can get 300 points of contribution. Su Xian kept these ways of earning contributions in mind. He began to hesitate whether he should start this special event task now, or wait until everyone's strength is stronger before accepting it. After all, the recommended level of the task is level 40, and the highest level of the guild, Lortherin, is only level 26. But if you join the event too late, you may miss the generous rewards. While he was thinking, Lucia walked gently to his side. She leaned down slightly, leaned close to Su Xian's ear, and asked gently, "Are you worried? Feel free to tell me. Since I often manage the affairs of the Holy See, I know a lot." Chapter 127. I know a lot. Lucia whispered softly in Su Xian's ear, and the magical voice echoed in Su Xian's ears, making his heartbeat accelerate instantly. After a long time, he gradually regained his composure. Ahem. Su Xian coughed lightly and said to Lucia, "There is a special commission task that is difficult for us, and there is also a time limit, so I am hesitating whether to accept this commission." Special commission? After listening, Lucia thought for a while and said softly, "Accept it. I can guarantee the smooth completion of the task." Lucia, you. Su Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard Lucia's words. Seeing Lucia's confident eyes, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a trace of inexplicable joy surged in his heart. Is this the sense of security from a mythical adventurer? Under Lucia's blindfolded white veil, her golden red eyes flashed with light, revealing a smile that others could not detect, as if Su Xian's appreciation of her from the bottom of her heart made her very excited. "Okay. I accept the mission." After receiving Lucia's encouragement, Su Xian immediately accepted the special commission mission. Task accepted successfully. Current number of magic caves that can be visited, 3, allocated reasonably according to player evaluation. Can I go to 3 mission locations? Su Xian murmured. According to the mission description, there are a total of 50 magic caves that need to be destroyed, and each magic cave has its own risk factor. And the 3 mission locations assigned to Su Xian should all belong to magic caves with low risk factors. Which 3? Lucia asked with concern. They are all in the Star Kingdom, Red Maple Leaf Territory, Falling Star City, Shadow Mountains. Shadow Mountains? Su Xian suddenly remembered that the Necromancer in the D-level mission was also in Shadow Mountains. Let's go to the Red Maple Leaf Territory first. Lucia suggested. It is managed by a princess, and both the military strength and terrain advantages are more advantageous to us. You are from the Sun Church. How do you know so much about the Star Kingdom? Su Xian asked curiously. Lucia smiled and replied, "Isn't it common for saints to travel to other countries?" "That's right." Su Xian nodded in agreement. "Then let's go to the Red Maple Leaf Territory first." After a brief discussion, Su Xian immediately went to the Red Maple Leaf territory. Since this was a preliminary survey for a special event mission, Su Xian only took Lucia with him. When the teleportation array brought them to the Red Maple Leaf territory, Su Xian did not see the chaos caused by the demons. However, there are indeed many more soldiers on the streets of the town, patrolling the territory. Of course, since the mission still exists, it means that the magic cave in the Red Maple Leaf territory has not been destroyed. Players? Su Xian looked around and found that a small number of players, about a dozen in number, gathered in the Red Maple Leaf territory. Probably because the difficulty coefficient of the magic cave is low, there are more players participating. If it is a magic cave with a high risk coefficient, there may be few players participating. Is there an accurate location of the magic cave? Lucia asked softly. 5 kilometers southwest of our town. Su Xian replied. However, before setting off, we need to understand the situation of this magic cave. As he spoke, he looked at the army and players in the distance, and after careful selection, he walked towards several soldiers who were resting in the Red Maple Leaf territory. After some inquiries, he roughly understood the situation of the demon cave. I have roughly understood the situation near the demon cave. The demons that escaped from the demon cave have been almost cleared by the army of the Red Maple Leaf territory, and only a few demons with a level of more than 30 are left. Su Xian approached Lucia and said seriously, in addition, the army of the Red Maple Leaf territory once organized a team of hundreds of people to try to go deep into the demon cave, but eventually suffered a strong counterattack from the demons and failed. Therefore, they temporarily slowed down the destruction of the demon cave, hoping that the adventurers would first explore the situation inside the demon cave. However, I heard that the reason they returned in defeat was because they encountered a high-level flame demon above level 40. Your intelligence gathering ability is quite outstanding. Lucia nodded in appreciation. It's just a matter of passing a cigarette, but the soldiers here are surprisingly friendly. Su Xian responded with a smile. Although he doesn't smoke, those soldiers are old smokers. What puzzled him was that when he went to ask, the soldiers of the Red Maple Leaf territory seemed to know him, and were very enthusiastic about him, which surprised him a little. Let's go to the so-called demon cave first. If we can catch a demon, we can ask it about the situation in the abyss. Lucia said calmly. Yes. Su Xian nodded and prepared to go to the location of the demon cave. At this time, a male player with side bangs walked towards Su Xian and invited him. Friend, this mission is very dangerous. Are you interested in joining our team? After saying that, the male player pointed to the team behind him. There were probably 3 players who had teamed up with him. Su Xian glanced at them and then refused. Thank you for the invitation, but I don't like teaming up. He couldn't team up with other players because Lucia's fighting personality had a high and cold power, and the 200% combat power increase could not be given up. This was why he only brought Lucia with him. Well, what a pity. After hearing Su Xian's answer, the male player smiled helplessly and left. When he returned to his team, Su Xian heard the discussions of other players. Their words revealed their confusion and doubts about Su Xian's refusal. He actually rejected our invitation? Humph, how powerful does he think he is? This task is not something he can complete alone. Forget it, don't worry about him. Since he chose to go alone, let him bear the consequences himself. Su Xian didn't pay much attention to this, but was only concerned that the group of players seemed to want to organize a team to enter the magic cave. Although they all have a player rating of D or above, if they encounter a high-level flame demon above level 40, they may not necessarily defeat the opponent, not to mention that there may be a group of low-level flame demons around the high-level flame demon. It is right to reject them. At this time, Lucia's voice sounded like the sound of nature in Su Xian's ears. You only need me, that's enough. As soon as she finished speaking, her jade-like fingers flicked lightly, and a golden lotus bloomed under her feet, as bright as the rising sun. This golden lotus carried her and Su Xian, allowing them to rise slowly. This scene surprised Su Xian. Is this the power of magic? Or some kind of mysterious magic prop? However, before he had a chance to think deeply, the speed of the golden lotus suddenly increased, taking them straight to the location of the demon cave. The sudden acceleration made Su Xian unable to stand firm, and his body fell backwards. Fortunately, Lucia pulled him back in time and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Su Xian replied gratefully, "Thank you." At the same time, he noticed a slight blush on Lucia's cheeks, but she suppressed it in just a second. Just now, he and Lucia only had hand contact. Could this be the sensitive power? Just touching the hand will cause a violent reaction. So what if it's the foot? Su Xian's eyes fell on Lucia's bare feet again, full of curiosity. Why didn't she wear shoes? Was it to trap him specifically? Chapter 128. We're here, Lucia said softly, and the golden lotus slowly descended with her voice, bringing them to a wilderness ravaged by fire. Su Xian stood on the lotus and looked around slowly. Looking around, the wilderness was full of charred demon corpses. The hot wind gently passed by, and the pungent smell of blood came to the nose, making people feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go down. Lucia's jade feet stepped lightly on the golden ripples, and landed lightly like a dragonfly touching the water. The pair of crystal clear bare feet flashed with a healthy luster in the sun, making people unable to look away. Su Xian's eyes flashed a trace of worry again. He was worried that Lucia's pure and flawless bare feet would be tainted by the dirt in this wilderness. However, every time his worries surged, reality always seemed to tell him that his worries were unnecessary. He observed carefully and found that there was a subtle distance between Lucia's feet and the ground, about 2 centimeters, as if her feet did not really touch the ground, but were suspended in the air. Great! Pay the highest respect to Lucia's unstained jade feet. Ahem, some of you stared too closely. Su Xian quickly turned his eyes around. He noticed that the army was stationed here, and the adventurers went deep into the wilderness, trying to find the traces of the devil. Lucia naturally noticed Su Xian's admiring eyes, and she felt a little concerned about it, because few people dared to look at her with such eyes. Compared to those people in the Church of Light, who knelt respectfully in front of her every day, Lucia liked this feeling of closeness more. However, she only allowed Su Xian to look at her with such eyes. Is that the demon cave? Su Xian looked around and locked the location of the demon cave. It stood in the wilderness, as if it was a huge cave that appeared out of thin air. The entrance of the cave was pitch black, more than 10 meters high, and from time to time strange sounds and creepy demonic energy came out of it. And this is just a small demon cave, and the larger demon cave is much more complicated than this. Hundreds of soldiers from the Red Maple Leaf territory were stationed around the demon cave. They were always vigilant to prevent the appearance of demons and protect their homes from being invaded. However, even with such a tight defense, it was impossible to stop all the demons. There were still several demons that broke through the defense circle, and adventurers were urgently needed to step forward and completely eliminate them. Some demons fled deeper into the wilderness, while others fled in the direction of the town. There is a pretty strong bug inside. At this time, Lucia said lightly. A pretty strong bug? Su Xian turned to Lucia curiously, not quite understanding how powerful this pretty strong bug was. Well, its strength is indeed enough to kill all the people here. However, it seems that something makes it feel afraid and dare not take action easily, Lucia explained. Kill everyone present? Su Xian was stunned. He looked around. Hundreds of soldiers and a group of adventurers gathered here. Their strength should not be underestimated. Roughly estimated, in order to get rid of everyone here, it must be at least level 45 or above. However, the everyone mentioned by Lucia does not seem to include herself. There is too little information about the magic cave. We should be cautious and not enter rashly, Su Xian said to Lucia, keeping a cautious attitude towards the unknown magic cave. Well, I listen to you. Lucia nodded to agree with Su Xian's idea. Help! Save my adventurers. While they were talking, a player stumbled out of the magic cave with serious injuries. What happened? The soldiers stationed here immediately surrounded him, and other players also turned their eyes to the injured player. We met the flame demon. Please, save my adventurers. The player knelt in front of the soldiers and shouted for help. However, the soldiers looked at each other and did not take action immediately. After all, their duty is to guard here, and the magic cave is extremely dangerous. How dare they rush in? The player saw that the soldiers were unwilling to take action, and immediately asked the surrounding players for help. Everyone. Who is willing to go in and save my adventurers? I am willing to give him half of the guild's assets. A gentleman's word is as good as his words. Who knows how much assets your guild has, and whether it is worth our risk? A player laughed coldly. My player rating has been promoted to D level for a long time. There are only a few missions to the D+ rating. The guild value is definitely more than 20 gold coins. As long as you rescue my adventurers, I will give him 10 gold coins. The player shouted loudly. 10 gold coins? That's worth the risk. But the cave is full of dangers, and he said it was a high-level fire demon. Are we its opponent? Humph! Isn't it just a fire demon? Am I afraid of it? At this time, a bald man came over. He laughed loudly and patted the player on the back. Remember, when I rescue your adventurers, don't forget to give me 10 gold coins. If you dare not give it, I will kill you. Sure, sure. Let's go! The bald man immediately led his adventurers into the magic cave. And just as they entered, Lucia whispered, "It's out." Su Xian looked at Lucia in confusion, but as soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from the magic cave. Ah! With a scream, the ground began to shake. This was not a sign of an earthquake, but because something was walking out of the magic cave. What's going on? Was that scream from the bald man just now? Why is the ground shaking? The players and soldiers around were confused and couldn't understand what was going on. However, the next second, a burly demon with flames all over his body came out of the magic cave carrying the body of the bald man just now. Beside it, the bald man's adventurers were attacking the demon fiercely, trying to save their president. However, those attacks were easily blocked by the flame demon. A bunch of ants dare to disturb Lord Virgil's rest. You are looking for death. The fire demon roared, and in an instant, the flames all over his body spread all around. The group of adventurers who were attacking it were engulfed by the flames in an instant and fled everywhere. Damn it! It's a fire demon above level 40. The soldiers and players around shouted in fear. Quick! Notify the commander that the fire demon has left the magic cave. Stop it! Don't let it leave here. Behind us, there are thousands of lights. The soldiers stationed here took up their weapons with gritted teeth. Their hearts were filled with fear, but their duty required them to fight this fire demon. The players here retreated to the back. Although the recommended level is 40, most players' adventurer level is only over 30. When they really face the flame demon above level 40, they will naturally choose to wait and see the situation. If the hundreds of soldiers present can weaken the strength of the flame demon, they will take the risk. Stupid ants! Die! The flame demon roared, and his 5 or 6 meter tall body directly rushed into the crowd, disrupting the soldiers' formation. At the same time, the flame blade swung, burning the weak humans into ashes. Su Xian did not act rashly, and his vision was closely watching the information of the flame demon. Guras, Elite, Level, 40, 0/20,000, Race, Fire Demon. Strength, 600/Agility, 450/Magic, 450/Constitution, 800. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Is this the slightly more powerful bug you mentioned? Su Xian frowned and asked Lucia. No. Lucia shook her head slightly, which made Su Xian's face even gloomier. This means that there may be a higher level fire demon hidden in the demon cave, and from the words of the fire demon just now, they also learned that there is a demon named Virgil sleeping in the demon cave. Do you need me to deal with it? Although the one inside is more troublesome to deal with, this one is relatively easy to deal with. Lucia asked Su Xian. Can I? The level of this fire demon is far higher than yours. Su Xian asked with some concern. After all, Lucia's level is only level 15. Facing Su Xian's worry, Lucia smiled calmly and said softly, "Please wait a moment." After that, she slowly took out the half-meter-long sun scepter and pointed it at the fire demon in the distance. The next second, 2 huge magic circles appeared under the feet and above the head of the fire demon. Golden chains appeared out of thin air in the magic circle, tightly locking the huge body of the fire demon. What's going on? Damn it! It's the evil sacred spell. The fire demon, who was raging wildly, was suddenly bound by golden chains and could not move. This scene shocked the soldiers and players present. The fire demon they were unable to fight was so easily controlled. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lucia behind them. The power displayed by the beautiful woman with white gauze covering her eyes deeply shook everyone present. What are you still doing there? Kill it! The leading female officer was helpless and quickly issued orders to the soldiers. Oh! Right. The soldiers came to their senses in an instant and immediately launched a fierce attack on the fire demon. Assholes! You damn bugs! You? Let me go if you can! Damn it! Damn it! The fire demon roared deafeningly, but could not get rid of the golden chains created by Lucia. It could only let the soldiers pierce its huge body with swords with magic power. Although the effect of each attack was not significant, it was overwhelming due to the large number. In a short period of time, the body of the fire demon began to show signs of collapse. Good opportunity. The group of players naturally sensed the perfect opportunity and prepared to take action. However, before they could act, a golden holy spear suddenly appeared in the sky and fell instantly. Ah! The huge body of the flame demon was pierced by the holy spear, and the breath of life suddenly disappeared at this moment. At the same time, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Kill the flame demon, level 40, Get 50 contribution points and 10,000 experience points. Get Material Flame Core Elite. Su Xian looked at the battlefield calmly on the surface, but his heart was turbulent. The fighting power displayed by Lucia was really amazing. Although the blood volume of the flame demon had been reduced under the attack of the army, Su Xian believed that even if she relied on Lucia alone, she could single-handedly solve this level 40 flame demon. Is my strength still to your liking? At this time, Lucia asked Su Xian softly, seeming to care about his opinion very much. Very satisfied. Perfect. Su Xian praised generously. I like your answer. Lucia showed a beautiful smile and then said, as a reward, you can kiss the ground under my feet. Lucia realized that something was wrong and her voice stopped abruptly. Ah? Please forget what I said just now, I didn't mean that. Chapter 129. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lucia. Kiss the ground under her feet? What kind of strange reward is this? Wait, is it a special ritual, by kissing the ground, to express some kind of high respect? While thinking, several soldiers in armor walked towards them. From the exquisite armor, it can be seen that their military ranks are not low. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, our army would have suffered heavy losses. A female officer with short black hair thanked Su Xian and Lucia. It's a small matter. Su Xian smiled lightly. You are? Suddenly, when the female officer saw Su Xian, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, as if she had met some extraordinary person. What's wrong? Su Xian frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt surged in his heart. He noticed that the soldiers who had just talked to him also showed similar expressions, as if they knew him. This made him feel very puzzled, and he didn't remember having any contact with these soldiers. So you are the friend of the Baroness. We apologize for our poor hospitality. The female officer immediately showed a respectful expression, and clasped her fists to Su Xian. Baroness? A trace of confusion flashed across Su Xian's face, but he soon understood. Could this red maple leaf territory be Edith's territory? Okay, we understand. At this time, the female officer seemed to have received instructions from someone and nodded seriously. She turned to Su Xian and said, The Baroness invites you, please follow me. Su Xian frowned slightly. Considering that it was getting late, they could not continue to go deeper into the magic cave, so he followed the female officer. The female officer invited them to board a carriage, and quickly left the front line. When the carriage stopped and they got off, they saw a magnificent mansion. The red roses blooming in the courtyard exuded an intoxicating fragrance, which made Su Xian immediately determine that this must be Edith's territory. Please come in, the Baroness has been waiting for a long time. The female officer led Su Xian to the door of a room and gently pushed the door open. Yes. Su Xian nodded, and then entered the room with Lucia. The moment Su Xian walked into the room, a familiar figure came into his eyes. Edith was lying on the sofa leisurely, tasting black tea. In her slender jade hand, there was a crystal stone that seemed to contain flames, which attracted Su Xian's attention. Flame Magic Stone, epic, a prop that can temporarily seal flames. A prop that can temporarily seal flames? Su Xian looked at the Flame Magic Stone in Edith's hand, and a trace of doubt surged in his heart. How can it reach epic quality if it is only temporarily sealing the flame? Can this Flame Magic Stone seal any flame? While thinking, Edith's charming voice sounded, Why did you come to my territory? As she said, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Lucia beside Su Xian. At this moment, the two women's eyes met, and there seemed to be a strange emotion flowing between them. We happen to be carrying out a mission here, and we didn't expect to enter your territory by coincidence. Su Xian sat down on the sofa opposite Edith, and Lucia followed closely, and sat next to him. For Lucia's arrival, Edith immediately changed from lying on her side to sitting, gently raised her legs, and the hem of her skirt was close to her skin, showing her slender legs. Are you here for the demon cave? I have other things to deal with recently, so I don't have time to deal with the demon cave myself. If you want to go deep into the demon cave and destroy it, this thing can help you. I'd said, throwing the Flame Magic Stone in her hand to Su Xian. Su Xian took the Flame Magic Stone and nodded, saying, I am indeed here for the demon cave. Oh! By the way, Su Xian suddenly remembered something. He took out the succubus tail and continued, Your people seem to be planning to take revenge on you. You'd better be careful. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about my affairs, but don't worry, I have handled it properly. A smile appeared on Ides' lips. She had already dealt with all the succubi that escaped from the abyss. That's good. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't fully understand Ides' methods, considering that this was the revenge launched by the entire succubus against Ides. He still had to be careful. Who is this? Edith turned her gaze to Lucia, and a hint of red light flashed in her bright red eyes. Lucia, the new member of the guild. Su Xian introduced Lucia. Lucia, this is Edith, a female friend of mine. Edith, the Rose Lady of the Star Kingdom, a woman whose beauty surpasses thousands of stars. I have heard of her. Lucia nodded. Edith just smiled slightly at Lucia's praise, and then said to Su Xian, "Come with me." Su Xian stood up with doubts and said to Lucia, "Wait for me a moment." Okay. Then, Su Xian followed Edith into the next room. As soon as they entered the room, Edith took the initiative to move towards Su Xian. Her action caught Su Xian off guard, so he could only retreat quickly, with his back pressed tightly against the wall. At this time, the distance between Edith and Su Xian was less than 10 centimeters, so close that Su Xian could even clearly feel the faint fragrance from her breath. At this delicate moment, Edith's expression suddenly became serious, and she asked Su Xian, "Do you know what kind of big shot has come to your guild?" "Yes, the Saint of the Church of Light." Su Xian nodded and replied, "The Saint of the Church of Light? Are you sure?" Edith's mouth curled up a playful smile. She gently pinched Su Xian's nose with her fingertips and whispered, "As far as I know, among the 7 saints of the Church of Light, there is no one named Lucia." "No saint named Lucia?" Edith's words made Su Xian frown, and a trace of confusion surged in his heart. It's hard to understand that Lucia is not the saint of the Church of Light, or there are other hidden secrets. But I didn't let you in for this. Edith turned and walked to the window, staring out of the window, which was the direction of the magic cave. She whispered, "Inside the magic cave is the Flame Legion led by the Flame Demon Virgil. I am here, so he dare not leave the magic cave. But there are also restrictions on me in the magic cave, so I hope you can defeat him. Of course, I will give you help." "Okay." Su Xian pondered for a moment and clarified his goal. With Edie's help, the difficulty of destroying the demon cave is much lower. 300 contribution points. In addition, the magic stone I gave you concealed Virgil's eternal fire and reduce his strength, but you must pay attention to the timing of use. Edie's added. "I remember." Su Xian nodded and kept Edie's words in mind. The moment he agreed to Edie's, a prompt came into Su Xian's sight. Get the side quest. Kill the fire demon Virgil. You can get the super rare entry Eternal Fire. Chapter 130. After the conversation, Su Xian and Edith returned to the room they were in before. In the room, Lucia was still sitting there quietly, but Su Xian looked at her with a hint of inquiry. This was not vigilance, but more like a curiosity about unknown things. Edith told him that there was no Lucia in the list of saints of the Holy Sea of Light now, but this did not mean that there was no Lucia in the past. Does the saints of the Holy Sea of Light need to be sacrificed to the God of Light after their term of office ends? Obviously not possible. Therefore, Lucia is likely to be a retired saint. How? Does a saint cease to be a saint after retirement? Thoughts surged in Su Xian's mind, and he sat next to Lucia again. He glanced at Lucia from the corner of his eye, and saw the stunning face under the pure white veil, which was breathtakingly beautiful. "Remember to look for me when you come tomorrow." Edith sat back on the sofa, crossed her legs, took out a jade token from between her soft white clothes, and threw it to Su Xian. "This is my jade token. Holding it means that you can walk freely in my territory, and no one dares to stop you." Su Xian caught the jade token and glanced at it. A blooming rose was engraved on the blood-red jade token, adding a bit of beauty. Rose jade token, a symbol of noble status, applicable to Red Maple Leaf Territory, Black Rose Ancient City, Calling Star Fort. Edith has quite a lot of territory. Su Xian whispered to himself. He found that not only the Red Maple Leaf Territory, but also the Black Rose Ancient City and Calling Star Fort belonged to Edith. Wait, Black Rose Ancient City? He remembered that Black Rose Ancient City was one of the 7 cities in the Star Kingdom guarded by Valkyries. Moreover, among the 7 Valkyries, Black Rose ranked only after Golden Peony and Silver Lotus. Why is it so fragrant? Su Xian sniffed the rose jade token given to him by Ides, which exuded a charming fragrance. He suddenly realized that this jade token was taken from Ides' snow-white body, which explained it. This is the jade token I cherish most, and it must be kept properly. Ides solemnly reminded Su Xian. Okay. Su Xian nodded, then got up and left Ides' mansion. With a flash of white light, Su Xian and Lucia returned to the guild. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and Ivisa and Alice were sitting in the hall of the guild chatting. When they saw Su Xian coming back, they immediately greeted him. Mr. Sushian, master, you are back. Yes. Sushian nodded, and then asked, what are you talking about? Some technical exchanges. Issa replied with a smile. Technical exchanges? Sushian was confused when he heard this. It's getting late, I leave first. At this time, Lucia whispered to Sushian. Okay, see you tomorrow. Sushian responded. Lucia nodded slightly, and walked into the teleportation array with light steps. With a flash of light, her figure gradually disappeared in the air. After Lucia left, Issa approached Sushian, her voice slightly hesitant. Mr. Sushian, I don't know if I should say it, but as far as I know, there is no saint named Lucia among the 7 saints of this generation. Well, I already know. Sushian nodded, without showing too much surprise on his face. But Issa added in a low voice, Lucia doesn't give people a bad feeling, but I always feel that she seems to have an untouchable noble temperament, as if she once stood on the clouds. Yes. Alice also nodded in agreement. She gives me a feeling a bit like the feeling when I first met the Elf Queen. Could it be that she is also a queen? Everyone has their own secrets. We don't have to guess Lucia's identity. When she is willing to share, we will naturally know. Sushian smiled and rubbed Alice's hair, his tone full of understanding and acceptance. He didn't care too much about Lucia's identity. As long as she sincerely contributed to the guild, it was enough. After all, in their guild, members all have their own unique identities and stories. Undead Knight, Witch Creation, Succubus Nun Twin Elves. Great, I understand, master. Alice nodded obediently. Oh, by the way, Mr. Sushian. Issa's voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. The prayer room has been prepared. When is it convenient for you to inspect it? Now. Sushian answered without hesitation. Since Issa mentioned that the prayer room was ready, Sushian naturally couldn't wait to visit it in person. Then, please follow me. Issa gently took Sushian's hand and led him to the nun's prayer room in a gentle manner. As the door slowly opened, the scene in the prayer room slowly unfolded in front of Sushian like a scroll. The prayer room displays all kinds of props needed for prayer, as well as some torture instruments. Please come in, Mr. Sushian. Issa elegantly invited Sushian. When he entered the prayer room, Alice followed closely behind, wanting to visit together. But Issa politely stopped him outside. Children are not allowed to enter. Hey! Snap! Before Alice had a chance to respond, the door of the prayer room was heavily closed. When Sushian stepped into the prayer room, he was attracted by the various props in front of him. The red rope used for tortoiseshell binding, the neck shackle for imprisoning prisoners, the chain hanging in the air, and a small room called the confessional. Is Issa really so well prepared? Don't worry, Mr. Sushian, Issa said, and the nun's clothes on her body fell gently like petals, revealing her graceful figure. The props here are all brand new, they have not been used yet. Sushian stood there for a while, but today he seemed destined to be unable to escape. Mr. Sushian, today. Yifsha walked to the torture device, and gently stroked the iron chain with her fingers, making a crisp sound. She said charmingly, which nun's prayer project do you want to experience? What is that confessional? Sushian pointed to the confessional in the corner curiously, his face full of expectation. Mr. Sushian is really discerning. He chose the most interesting project as soon as he arrived. Please come. Yifsha took him to the confessional, but only Sushian entered it. Yifsha added a lock on the outside with magic. Sushian looked around the room in the confessional. The space was narrow and dim. Several holes of different shapes were deliberately made on the wooden board in front of him. This scene reminded Sushian of some plots in the comics. The following is a plot about the pious confession of the nun. The following 100,000 words are omitted. In the Sun Church, the Church of Light, the Temple of Light, a woman sat dignifiedly on the golden throne, as if she was a noble king. She closed her eyes tightly, and her brows revealed an innate noble temperament, which made people feel awe. The golden luster on the throne shone with dazzling light, which contrasted with the woman's snow-white skin, making it even more dazzling. At this moment, a girl in a white dress walked into the temple. She asked the woman respectfully, Your Highness, it's time for the routine pilgrimage. The woman slowly opened her eyes after hearing this, and a trace of joy flashed in her golden red pupils. She smiled gently and said, I know. The imperceptible smile was keenly captured by the girl in the white dress. She was full of doubts in her heart. Is the Pope in a good mood today? The woman stood up gracefully from the gorgeous golden throne, holding the 2-meter-long sun scepter in her left hand, and walked towards the girl calmly, saying softly, Winnie Shan, prepare something for me. Your Highness, please tell me. Some gifts. Chapter 131. Efusa. No, the prayer project is not over yet. Next time. Next time for sure. Okay, next time then. Hiss. Su Xian took off his VR glasses and couldn't help shaking all over. Ephuse's prayer room had such a strong impact on him that he almost lost his kind and pure heart in it. 8 o'clock? Su Xian suddenly realized that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and his only 6 hours of sleep time had been drained by Ephuse. Strangely, he was not sleepy at all at this moment, and the picture in his mind was still on the training process of the succubus nun. Ahem, it's time for the 3 good students to go to school. Su Xian rushed into the bathroom, took a simple bath, and walked towards the school. And because Su Xian had not slept all night, a queen could only sit alone on the jade bed, with a little confusion on her face. She whispered to herself, "Did that little guy not sleep all night?" After school, Su Xian couldn't wait to go home and log into the game. After returning to the guild, Lortha was still concentrating on practicing sword swings in the practice room, while Issa was sitting in the guild chatting with Alice, Fro, and Fuli. As for Lucia, it seems that she hasn't come yet. Just as he was thinking, the portal flashed with dazzling white light. Lucia pushed the door lightly and walked in, holding an exquisite box in her hand. She generously handed the box to Issa and smiled softly. This is a unique pastry of the Sun Church, and it tastes very delicious. When the box was opened, many golden pastries were neatly placed inside, which looked extremely tempting. Thank you. Wow! This smells so good. It looks delicious. Everyone picked up a piece of cake and tasted it. The delicious taste amazed them. At this time, Lucia personally handed a piece of cake to Su Xian and said, "You must try it. This is the specialty cake of our Sun Church. I believe you will like it." Su Xian took the cake and "Thank you." At the same time, Lucia's message flashed in his eyes. Current personality, wealthy, generous. Then, Su Xian's eyes fell on the cake in his hand again. Sunny beauty, elite eating. It can relieve fatigue and gain 20% increase in all attributes. Lasting for 1 day, only time can be superimposed. Su Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this an elite quality cake? The value of this cake is at least equivalent to several silver coins. And Lucia prepared a total of 20 cakes for the guild members. Roughly speaking, the value of this meal is equivalent to a gold coin. Rich woman, thinking, Su Xian put the cake into his mouth and chewed it. At that moment, he seemed to feel the warm sunshine bursting in his mouth, and the sweetness of the cake spread between his lips and teeth. This feeling was very wonderful and indescribable. Does it taste good? Lucia asked Su Xian, with a little expectation. Delicious. Su Xian nodded. The taste of this cake is indeed different from other cakes. It is worthy of being the specialty cake of the Sun Church. In addition, Lucia also brought her cake for Lord Lin, but unfortunately the undead cannot eat. So, Su Xian ate Lord Lin's portion as well. After enjoying the pastries brought by Lucia, Su Xian immediately led the guild members to start today's mission. Let's go. It's time to go to the Red Maple Leaf territory. Yes, sir. The white light of the teleportation array flickered, and Su Xian led the guild members to the Red Maple Leaf territory. He first came to Edith's mansion, but he didn't see Edith. 2 knights were waiting for him. The Baroness asked us to lead the knights to help you destroy the demon cave. One of the female knights said to Su Xian. Su Xian glanced at the 2 people. They were all above level 35, and the knights they mentioned had about 50 people, and their levels were all above level 30. Edith's consideration was really thoughtful. With the assistance of the knights, the action of going deep into the demon cave would be more secure. Boy! Suddenly, the male knight standing next to the female knight shouted to Su Xian, "I heard that you guys killed the level 40 fire demon yesterday? What's wrong?" Su Xian asked the male knight, and his tone made people feel that he wanted to quarrel. Haha, nothing. I'm Glenn. Thanks to you, my sister's troops were able to escape the clutches of the fire demon. My sister is the pretty girl with short black hair, the male knight said with a smile. It's a piece of cake. Su Xian smiled lightly, and the black short-haired female officer who brought him here before appeared in his mind. It turned out that this knight was her brother. Okay. Let's go! Glenn took a step, and the heavy armor made a heavy sound. I don't want to spend the night in the Devil's Cave. Agree. Soon, everyone rode their horses to the location of the magic cave. But they couldn't ride into the magic cave, because ordinary horses couldn't withstand the magic energy in the magic cave. Just approaching would make them crazy. A group of soldiers and players had gathered around the magic cave. Edith gave an order that the magic cave must be destroyed today, so the soldiers of the Red Maple Leaf territory would rush into the magic cave on a large scale. The players naturally wouldn't miss this great opportunity, and had been waiting here for a long time. However, what they didn't understand was why the Knights of the Red Maple Leaf Territory gathered around Su Xian and his adventurers, as if protecting them. What's going on? Did they hire the Knights of the Red Maple Leaf Territory? This seems unlikely. How much gold coins does it cost to hire a group of knights above level 30? That's not something a derated player can afford. Just after the knights arrived at the scene, the male knight named Glenn stepped forward, and his sharp eyes swept over the people present. Then he shouted, "Destroy the demon cave, today! Go!" "Yes, sir!" This simple order immediately set the hundreds of soldiers on the scene into action. They lined up neatly and marched into the demon cave. The vanguard was the brave and combative knights led by Glenn. They were the first to enter the demon cave, paving the way for the subsequent soldiers and players. Afterwards, 500 ordinary soldiers followed closely and entered the demon cave. Finally, it was the players and adventurers. Of course, Su Xian followed the knights, holding the flame magic stone given to him by Ides. That was an important tool to kill the flame demon Virgil. Without it, no one present could deal with the flame demon's eternal fire. The environment in the demon cave is really bad. Su Xian walked while carefully observing the environment in the demon cave. The demon cave was like a huge karst cave, with strange and bizarre stones everywhere, and occasionally magma could be seen emerging from the ground. As they went deeper and deeper, magma appeared more and more frequently, and the temperature around them was also rising sharply, but it was still within the tolerable range. The demon cave is just a passage connecting the abyss to the magic continent. The real abyss environment is much worse than here, Lucia whispered to Su Xian. The real abyss. Su Xian murmured softly, and he became a little curious about the situation in the abyss. At the same time, he also had a desire to know about Ides' past. After all, she was a succubus from the abyss. She was full of endless secrets. Knight Captain. A group of low-level fire demons appeared ahead. At this time, a knight galloped over and brought urgent news. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw hundreds of low-level fire demons rushing towards them like a tide. "It's just a group of low-level fire demons. We don't have time to entangle here." Glenn quickly drew the long sword from his waist and ordered calmly and firmly, "The knights follow me to charge and fight their way out." "Yes." Under Glenn's command, he led the knights to launch a swift charge against the low-level fire demons. These low-level fire demons, with a level of only 10, seemed vulnerable in front of the knights, and their formation was broken up in an instant. Hundreds of soldiers in the rear quickly joined the battlefield and began to clean up. The players also seized this opportunity and actively participated in the battle, because each low-level flame demon could bring them 1 point of contribution. However, Su Xian was an exception, and he had no time to stay here. Glenn led the knights to fight a bloody road, just to allow him to move forward smoothly. "Boy, the road is open. We have to move forward quickly." Glenn shouted to Su Xian. "Their mission is to kill the fire demon Virgil and destroy the magic cave, not to entangle with the low-level flame demons here." "Yeah." Su Xian nodded and followed Glenn's knights to continue to go deeper into the magic cave. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of some players, and the players immediately led their adventurers to catch up with the team. After all, the contribution of hunting low-level fire demons is too low, but if you can get the first kill of a high-level fire demon, or destroy the core of the magic cave yourself, the contribution points are immeasurable. After a while, everyone came to an open area, and going deeper, there was a magma, and it was obvious that there was no way to go. "What's going on? Where is the core of the magic cave? Where is the fire demon?" Everyone looked at each other, a little at a loss for a while. Did we take the wrong road? Glenn was also full of doubts, but they had been attacked by the fire demon here before. Although the fire demon that attacked them had been killed, it would exist here, and it must be guarding something. Is it in the magma? A player walked to the edge of the magma curiously, and stared at the flowing magma. Just as he approached, a big hand covered with hot flames stretched out from the magma and grabbed it in his hand. "Ah! Save me! How dare you trespass into my territory?" The next moment, a rough voice rang in everyone's ears, as if shaking the entire demon cave and causing a violent shake. At the same time, a demon figure made of blazing flames rushed out of the magma. It glared at everyone and roared, "Stupid bugs! You are really courting death." Chapter 132. Die! Bug! The fire demon Virgil rushed out of the lava. His upper body was huge, nearly 10 meters high. He grabbed the player angrily, and the blazing flames instantly engulfed the player's body. "Ah!" A scream sounded, and the player instantly turned into ashes and left the game world. This The huge flaming body of the fire demon Virgil made everyone present look terrified. When the players checked the information data of the fire demon, they felt panic at this moment and had the idea of escaping. Virgil, Epic, Level 49, 22,000/24500, Race, Fire Demon. Strength, 900/Agility, 636/Magic, 652/Constitution, 1005. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. What? A fire demon close to level 50? What the hell? This should be the least dangerous demon cave. How could there be a fire demon close to level 50? It's over. We can't handle a level 40 fire demon, so won't we just die with a level 49 fire demon? Retreat quickly. I don't want my adventurer team to fail here because of this action. The players retreated one after another. The fire demon's combat power far exceeded their expectations. Compared to the players, the knights had no intention of retreating. Glenn cursed and shouted to the knights, "Knights, form a line." Yes. The knights responded in unison, raising their swords. In an instant, golden light emerged from the bodies of the 50 knights, turning into light particles and floating into the air. These light particles gathered in midair, and eventually formed a huge golden giant sword. Dare to act wildly in the territory of the Lady Baroness. I will break your arms and legs today. Fire dog. Glenn cursed and pointed his sword at the fire demon in the distance. Fearless, die. Kill. The knights shouted in unison, and the golden giant sword was instantly swung down, slashing at the fire demon in the magma. Ant. Virgil's low voice shocked the whole audience. He pulled out the flaming sword hidden in the magma, and collided with the golden giant sword condensed by 50 knights. The terrifying magic power instantly shook the whole audience, and layers of flame ripples were created. While the knights temporarily resisted the attack of the fire demon, Ivsa and others immediately launched a magic attack. The golden nun's phantom instantly exploded above the fire demon's head, and the magic energy of water and fire poured towards Virgil's huge body at the same time. Sister, how can you use fire magic to attack the flame demon? Isn't that replenishing his energy? Fulua reminded hurriedly. Ah? Is that so? Fuli immediately stopped the magic attack in her hand. Use my water magic. Okay. Fuli quickly chanted the water element magic. As twin souls, they can share each other's elemental magic. This means that they can use their own magic power together. Holy Grace. At the same time, Lucia finished chanting the holy magic, and she gently touched the air with the scepter in her hand. Then, golden ripples spread all around, and warm and holy power swept through everyone's body. Your adventurer Ivsa obtains a temporary status. Light Holy Grace, 1H. Light Holy Grace. All attributes increase by 20%. Magic recovery speed increases by 50%. Life recovery speed increases by 50%. And all element resistance increases by 30%. Your adventurer, full field buff? Su Xian's eyes flickered slightly. Lucia's sacred magic was really powerful. In addition, Lorslan had already spread her soul light wings and flew towards the fire demon. Her characteristic of ignoring elemental damage made it difficult for the fire demon to cause harm to her, but the fire demon was most proud of its life recovery speed, so Lorslan's high-level swordsmanship could not cause fatal damage to it. Under the joint attack of the knights and Su Xian's guild members, the fire demon Virgil was actually at a disadvantage at this moment. Really? They can actually fight fiercely with the 49th level fire demon? So powerful? Is this fire demon not as powerful as we imagined? Hurry up. Let's join the battle too. If we help defeat this level of fire demon, we can also get contribution points. When the players saw the scene, they all showed shocked expressions. They didn't expect that the knights and Su Xian's guild could actually fight against the 49th level fire demon. Su Xian didn't pay much attention to the players' thoughts. If the fire demon Virgil was so easy to deal with, Ides would not have given him the precious fire magic stone. However, until now, he has not seen the legendary eternal fire with his own eyes. There is only one reason, that is, the time for the eternal fire to appear has not yet come. Damn bugs. Under the joint attack of the knights and the Su Xian guild members, Virgil's huge flaming body began to crack, and the burning flames gradually weakened at this moment. His health bar is almost gone. Other players saw that the fire demon's body began to show signs of cracking, and the life fire gradually weakened. They immediately realized that the fire demon's health was about to run out. Attack with all your strength. Let's kill him in 1 second. They quickly commanded their adventurers to launch a final onslaught on the flame demon. However, Su Xian found that the flame demon's behavior was a little strange, and he always felt that this was a disadvantage that the flame demon deliberately showed. Just as he was thinking, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. The flame body of the flame demon Virgil suddenly burst open. Foolish guys, my flame is inextinguishable. Use your death to help me complete the transformation. Virgil laughed and said he deliberately reduced his health to the lowest point, just to lure these greedy bugs to approach him. Although not all players launched a close-range attack on Virgil, some players were still deceived by his illusion and commanded their adventurers to approach the flame demon and try to kill it in one fell swoop. And this fell into Virgil's trap. In the eyes of the players, Virgil's health was on the verge of the end, and he really suppressed his life to the lowest point. However, the players did not know that the eternal fire gave Virgil the power of immortality. Even if his soul dissipated, he could be resurrected through the eternal fire. Go to hell, bugs. Boom! The violent flames instantly swept the adventurers, who were close to him, engulfing their bodies in the blazing flames. Ah! Damn! This bastard is acting. Run away! Run away! The adventurers retreated in panic and quickly fled the battlefield, but Virgil's counterattack still made them pay a heavy price. More than a dozen adventurers were engulfed by the raging flames and lost their lives instantly. I feel it! I feel it! I will be transformed. After killing more than a dozen adventurers, Virgil's experience value increased rapidly and reached the conditions for promotion to level 50. Coupled with the existence of the eternal fire, he is about to be promoted to a great demon leader above level 50. Damn it! He is going to be promoted to level 50. I remember that after being promoted to level 50, the growth attribute will be doubled, and there will be a transformation. We will never be able to defeat a great demon at level 50. It's over. Everything we have done will be in vain. Let's run. Everyone showed a desperate look. According to the rules of the game, promotion to level 50 will be a transformation. The full attributes of the flame demon will be greatly improved, and it will also receive a special increase. They will never be able to defeat a great demon above level 50. So, the players present decided to take advantage of Virgil's promotion period to escape quickly to avoid dying here in vain. Compared with the panic of others, Su Xian stared at Virgil's gradually strengthening body of fire. He noticed that there seemed to be a ball of crimson flame burning inside Virgil's flaming body. Is that the eternal fire? Su Xian immediately realized that the eternal fire had been hidden in Virgil's body. Boy! We can't hold on any longer. What should we do now? Glenn barely used his magic power to resist the blazing waves of fire that kept coming, and his body had reached its limit. The same was true for the other knights. If Su Xian didn't take action, their entire knight group would die here. The eternal fire made the knights present feel deeply desperate. This is simply an unsolvable problem. At this moment, Lucia focused on Su Xian with a quiet look, hoping that he could find the right way out. If Su Xian was helpless, she could help, but that would. Lucia? Su Xian's voice suddenly sounded. He cast an inquiring look at Lucia. Can you use the holy magic from before to temporarily bind Virgil? It only takes a few seconds. Yes. Lucia nodded. Her confinement magic was extremely powerful, enough to control a level 50 demon, and even a level 60 demon was bound, and could not be broken free. Essa, Fuli, and Furo. Su Xian gave orders to other guild members. Concentrate your firepower, and attack the heart of the flame demon. With the power of your magic, you should be able to create a breakthrough. Understood? Yes, President. Luz Lin. Su Xian handed the flame magic stone to Luz Lin again. You are responsible for sealing the eternal fire. Only Luz Lin is immune to fire, and she is the most suitable person to complete this task. Okay. Start the action. At Su Xian's command, everyone's action started immediately. As for Alice, she is not suitable for this battle, but she can cheer on the side. Lucia raised the scepter in her hand and tapped it towards Virgil. In an instant, two huge magic circles appeared under his feet and above his head. Golden chains appeared out of thin air in the magic circle, tightly binding his huge body. Dying ants! When I succeed in my promotion, you will all turn into ashes. Virgil roared with laughter. The legendary eternal fire gave him endless confidence and made him fearless. Fallen glory. Kiss of the water fairy *2. Yisha and the others released magic according to Su Xian's instructions, accurately hitting Virgil's heart. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a huge hole was blown out of Virgil's heart, revealing the eternal fire hidden in his body. I told you all! Virgil roared fiercely, your attacks are in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, the wound on his chest was quickly repaired by the eternal fire. However, just as he was about to fully recover, Rosalind bravely rushed into the gap, enduring the erosion of the flames while extending the flame magic stone in her hand to the red flame. When the flame magic stone came into contact with the eternal fire, the golden magic ripples instantly bloomed, immediately sealing the burning eternal fire. When the eternal fire was sealed, Virgil truly felt the crisis. He shouted in panic, "Impossible! This is impossible! What on earth is that? Why can it seal my eternal fire? No! Kill him!" Su Xian ordered decisively, and in an instant, the brilliant magic light instantly submerged Virgil's huge body. No! Accompanied by Virgil's unwilling roar, he was defeated by the joint attack of everyone because he could no longer restore his body through the eternal fire, and had no hope of promotion. The huge body instantly turned into sparks and exploded in the sky, disappearing into the endless darkness. At the same time, a prompt message appeared in Su Xian's vision. Kill the fire demon Virgil, gain 20,000 experience points, and 100 contribution points. Complete the side quest. Obtain the super rare item Eternal Fire. Obtain the material Flame Core, Epic. Obtain equipment Flame Demon Arm Guard, Elite, *1. Flame Demon Leg Guard, Elite, *1. Flame Demon Chest Guard, Elite, *1. Flame Demon Helmet, Elite, *1. Flame Demon Iron Boots, Elite, *1. Chapter 133. So many things exploded? Su Xian's face showed a trace of joy. After defeating the fire demon Virgil, he actually obtained an epic quality flame core and an elite quality flame demon suit. Here. At this time, Rosalind floated down from the sky and handed the flame magic stone to Su Xian. At this moment, the flame magic stone was sealed with the eternal fire, and the temperature was extremely high. "It's so hot! You should take it." When Su Xian took the flame magic stone, he was so burned that he quickly handed it back to Rosalind. The eternal fire inside could only be sealed for less than a day. "You must return it to Lady Rose in a short time." Lucia looked at Su Xian through her golden red eyes under the white veil, and gently reminded him of the importance of this matter. "Can it only be sealed for one day?" Su Xian stared at the flame magic stone in Rosalind's hand, frowning slightly. "An epic quality item can only temporarily seal the eternal fire, which shows how outrageous the power contained in this flame is." "Ha ha ha! So powerful." Glenn walked towards Su Xian. Although his body was covered with ashes, he was still smiling. He explained, "No wonder the Lady Baroness asked us to cooperate with your actions. Your adventures are really amazing." Su Xian smiled slightly, then cast his eyes to the place where Virgil fell, and asked, "Where is the core of the demon cave?" "Only by destroying the core of the demon cave can the demon cave be completely destroyed." However, after Virgil fell, they did not find any trace of the core. "I don't know either. It should be nearby, right?" Glenn touched the back of his head, with a confused expression on his face. "President, I think I know where the core is." Suddenly, Fuli raised her hand to Su Xian. "You know?" Su Xian looked at Fuli curiously. "Yeah." Fuli nodded affirmatively. Fuli nodded vigorously and explained, "I feel a strong energy surge deep in the magma. That should be where the core is." "Deep in the magma?" Su Xian touched his chin and guessed that it was Fuli's pure fire elemental body that made her very sensitive to the flame element. "This is troublesome. If the core is deep in the magma, how can we destroy it?" Glenn frowned and scratched the back of his head. "President, let's do it." At this time, Fuli and Fulua volunteered. "We can use fire element magic to create strong vibrations at the bottom of the magma, thereby destroying the magic barrier protecting the core. Because the core itself cannot withstand the burning of the magma, as long as we destroy the magic barrier, we can destroy the core." "Okay. Let's do it." At this moment, outside the magic cave, finally escaped. "How can we beat a level 50 fire demon? Fortunately, we escaped quickly. We almost died here." After escaping the magic cave, the players all breathed a sigh of relief. However, their panic reaction made the people who were waiting outside the magic cave feel uneasy. The female officer with short black hair walked towards the players and asked anxiously, "What happened in there?" "Run," the player said in a serious tone. "There's a level 50 big fire demon in there, and we are no match for it. I suggest you mobilize all the military forces of the Red Maple Leaf territory, otherwise when it comes out, it will cause heavy casualties." "That's right. We are lucky to escape, but I'm afraid others have met with misfortune." After hearing the player's warning, the female officer frowned, and she looked at the magic cave uneasily, her heart full of worry. Suddenly, there was a strong vibration inside the magic cave. "What's going on?" Is the flame demon about to be born? The soldiers present were frightened and pale, while the players frowned, as if they had discovered something unusual. One of them cursed in confusion. Fuck. The magic cave was destroyed? What happened inside? As soon as the voice fell, Glenn led the knights and hundreds of soldiers to rush out of the magic cave in a dusty state. Finally out. Brother, are you all right? The female officer immediately ran over to Glenn and asked with concern. Ha ha ha. How could I be in trouble? Hurry up and notify the soldiers stationed here to return to the city. There is no need to defend here anymore. What about the level 50 flame demon? Of course we killed it. As soon as this was said, all the players present showed surprised expressions. The level 50 flame demon was killed? They couldn't understand what happened in the magic cave. How could the level 50 flame demon be killed? It was a level 50 flame demon, level 50. While everyone was still confused at the scene, Su Xian had already used the teleportation array to quickly return to the guild. Since Edith was not in her mansion, he felt that there was no need to stay in the Red Maple Leaf territory. It would be better to return to the guild to rest and recover as soon as possible. After being baptized by the lava terrain, they were covered in ashes and needed to be washed well. Then, let's go take a bath first. Yes. Yisha and the elf sisters entered the only bathroom in the guild together. Since there was only one bathroom, they had to wait in line. Su Xian thought maybe the guild needs to consider building a few more bathrooms inside, or directly build a large bath, so that everyone can. Ahem. Su Xian's mind moved, and he opened the activities points panel. After killing the fire demon Virgil and destroying the demon cave, his points have reached 425 points. The extra 25 points were taken away when he left with a few low-level fire demons. Has the number 1 player already contributed 1,400 points? Su Xian stared at the contribution ranking list and murmured softly. Could it be that the player has been doing the activity mission all the time? Moreover, from the activity channel, it can be learned that the first-rank guild seems to be a C-level guild. Since the C-level guild can do the activity so hard, it is obvious that the top 3 activity rewards are worth a lot. Su Xian curiously searched for possible useful information in the activity channel, but it seemed that no one knew. The only information he could get was that the activity reward was related to the history of the Star Kingdom. The history of the Star Kingdom? Is it related to the Valkyrie? Su Xian touched his chin and muttered to himself. If the activity reward is related to the Valkyrie, it is indeed worth fighting for. While Su Xian was thinking, a note fell from the sky. The unique rose scent made Su Xian immediately realize that it was a letter from Edith. He took the letter and began to read the content. Edith, I have something important to deal with. The flame magic stone is temporarily stored with you. Before it breaks, I will come to retrieve it in person. After reading the letter, Su Xian frowned slightly. Edith was really busy. He then turned his gaze to Lorslin and asked, where is the flame magic stone? Lorslin took out the flame magic stone immediately after hearing Su Xian's words. The blazing heat instantly filled the entire guild hall, as if an invisible force was burning in the air. What kind of flame is the eternal fire? Su Xian looked at the flame magic stone in Lorslin's hand curiously. He could not check the information about the eternal fire. It seemed that a mysterious force was wrapped around the flame, making it impossible for him to explore its essence. The eternal fire is the fire from the abyss. At this time, Lucia, who was sitting next to him, explained softly, it is rumored that it is the heart of the angry demon king. The endless anger is enough to burn everything, and no one can kill it. But it is only a legend. The angry demon king still died in the battle, and his heart turned into 3 fragments, which is the eternal fire today. Just fragments? Su Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that a flame with such power would only be 1/3. How powerful must the person who defeated the angry demon king be? It's okay. After all, the one who defeated him is the current Pope of Light. A demon king can still deal with it, Lucia added. So it was the Pope of Light who defeated the angry demon king? No wonder. Su Xian exclaimed. Why? In your perception, is the Pope stronger than the demon king? Lucia raised her jade feet slightly and asked curiously. This kind of top-notch combat power still needs to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. It's possible that someone will win or lose. Su Xian expressed his thoughts. Besides, I don't know much about the combat power of the angry demon king, and I have never seen the Pope of the Holy Sea of Light, so how can I know him? Really? That's right. Lucia's beautiful eyes under the white veil flashed a glimmer, and she agreed with Su Xian's statement. By the way, as the Holy Maiden of Light, Lucia should be able to see the Pope often, right? Su Xian asked Lucia. Yes, every day. Lucia answered lightly. Really? Every day? Su Xian glanced at Lucia lightly, and had some guesses in his heart. In addition, Su Xian also noticed that Lucia was not stained with a trace of dust. After experiencing the baptism of lava, other guild members were covered with ashes, only Lucia remained fresh and clean. Especially the pair of jade feet, still as white as snow, exuding an alluring charm. Ahem, Mr. Su Xian, we are done. At this time, Ilsa and the others walked out of the bathroom. Their hair was still a little wet, and they exuded a fresh fragrance. Master, it's our turn. Alice held Su Xian's arm expectantly. On the other side, Edice was in the abyss. In front of her, hundreds of uncivilized little succubi knelt on the ground. Lord Edice, please spare my life. From now on, the succubus tribe will obey your orders. Mary bowed deeply to Edice to show her submission. When she learned that all the tribesmen who escaped from the abyss and sought revenge had died, she knew in her heart that no one could stop Edice's return. A cold light flashed in Edice's dark red eyes, and she waved her fingertips lightly, creating a blood-red portal. She said coldly to the succubi, "Go in, from now on, you are just my slaves." Yes. Mary sighed helplessly, and led hundreds of little succubi into Edice's portal. Chapter 134. Comfortable. Su Xian walked out of the bathroom, his whole body filled with comfort and relaxation after the bath. Wow, the master washed me so clean. Alice also happily spun her skirt, her voice full of joy and satisfaction. Under Alice's strong request, Su Xian had to accept her request to bathe together. At the beginning of the bath, Alice showed her ingenuity. She carefully wiped every inch of Su Xian's skin with gentle and skillful techniques, which made Su Xian feel particularly happy and relaxed physically and mentally. And when Su Xian picked up the towel and soap and prepared to wash his lovely maid, Alice suddenly turned into a rag doll and fell into Su Xian's arms. At that time, Su Xian was completely confused. After all, he had never bathed a rag doll, never taken off the skirt for a rag doll, and never used his fingers to dip in shower gel to carefully wash every part of the rag doll. Although the whole process was a bit unnatural and awkward, the final result was satisfactory. Alice was washed very clean by Su Xian, as if she was brand new. Su Xian said to Lorcelin, "Go and wash." Yes. Lorcelin walked into the bathroom, and soon, there was a sound of armor falling heavily to the ground. Although she was an undead, she also needed to smell good. She carefully washed every bone of her body, making sure they became shiny and glowed with a unique brilliance. Glowing skeletons are so cool. When Su Xian sat on the sofa in the hall, his eyes turned to Lucia, who was lying on the side. She was resting her head with her hands and closing her eyes. Su Xian was fascinated by the beautiful sleeping posture, thinking, Lucia seems to often enter this state. It seems that she is very busy on weekdays and can only take a break. While he was admiring Lucia's sleeping posture, a gentle voice came slowly like a breeze. "President, have you ever considered improving your strength?" Lucia slowly woke up, her golden red eyes staring at Su Xian through the white gauze. "Of course, I have been working hard to improve my strength, but the progress is not so fast," Su Xian answered frankly. This is also the common dilemma of all players. Players without levels tend to play auxiliary roles in the team. Of course, if players can seize opportunities in the magic continent, such as taking elixirs of epic quality or above to quickly increase attributes, or learning powerful swordsmanship or magic, they may become the main warriors of the team. In addition, Su Xian clearly remembers that when a player is promoted to sea level and truly creates a guild, a qualitative leap will occur. Although this is not a traditional level promotion, a system similar to the level can provide players with a large number of attribute bonuses. "No, I mean, you can learn some spells from us." Lucia shook her head slightly and said softly, "If you want, I can teach you some magic of the Holy Sea of Light." "Really? Can the magic of the Holy Sea of Light be passed on to others?" Su Xian asked curiously. "The magic of the Holy Sea of Light has never been a secret. As long as you are willing to be bright, anyone can learn spells below the super level." Lucia replied softly, "Of course, whether you can learn it or not is a personal issue." Su Xian heard this, his eyes flashed. "Then can you teach me some spells, Lucia?" Su Xian asked expectantly. "Teacher Lucia, I want to learn magic." "Of course." Lucia sat up slowly, her snow-white jade feet flashed in front of Su Xian's eyes, and she gently placed them on the ground, saying, "Generally speaking, learning sacred magic requires reading the canons of the Holy Sea of Light first, and remembering them in mind before you can start. However, I can allow you to skip this step." As she spoke, Lucia took out a golden holy book. Holy Book of Light Imitation, gold, a replica of the Holy Book of the Holy Sea of Light, a magical instrument that increases the speed and power of magic chanting. Only the Holy Sea of Light profession can use it. Golden Holy Book of Light? Su Xian showed a hint of surprise, and he suddenly remembered that he had a blue Holy Book of Light in his backpack. But compared to the blue Holy Book of Light, the Golden Holy Book of Light has a more significant effect and contains richer sacred magic. This is for you. Lucia handed the Holy Book of Light to Su Xian. After you master the basic sacred spells, I will teach you more advanced spells. Okay. Su Xian nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the Holy Book of Light in his hand, and a wave of emotions rose in his heart. Lucia is rich and generous, so nice. Lucia glanced at the sky outside the window and said, "It's getting late, I have other things to do, so I leave first." Before leaving, she reminded again, "Remember, don't let outsiders see this Holy Book of Light, okay?" Su Xian nodded to indicate that he understood. The Golden Holy Book of Light is also a rare treasure in the Holy Sea of Light, so it must be carefully hidden. Lucia smiled softly, and then walked into the teleportation array gracefully. Su Xian stared at her disappearing figure, thinking in his heart, "Now I have seen two personalities of Lucia, only the cold and indulgent personality traits have not appeared yet. I wonder if there will be a surprise?" Just as Su Xian was immersed in his thoughts, Luo Saline finished her bath and walked out of the bathroom. "Where are your clothes?" Su Xian was stunned for a moment, because Luo Saline was not wearing clothes, and her graceful blue fluorescent figure was exposed in front of him. "It was burned." Luo Saline replied expressionlessly. Su Xian then noticed that for convenience, Luo Saline stored the flame magic stone in her body. He could see the flame magic stone shining at her heart through the translucent soul body. Elemental immunity is really abnormal. "I buy you a fireproof underwear." Su Xian immediately bought a set of fireproof and high-temperature underwear for Lu's line. He really didn't expect this to happen. However, when Edith takes back the flame magic stone, many troubles will disappear. In a blink of an eye, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Xian was sitting in the guild, concentrating on reading the Holy Book of Light. The basic sacred magic in the book made his scalp tingle. It might be simpler than advanced mathematics. However, he was talented and learned one of the magic in just 1 second. That is illumination. Well, this is the magical effect of the sunny and cheerful entry. It can make the fingertips emit light, and its function is almost the same as illumination. Just as he was concentrating on studying the Holy Book of Light, he didn't notice that countless bright rose petals were falling behind him. In the haze, a faint fragrance blew into his nostrils. The extreme temptation made Su Xian's body tremble violently. Then, a charming voice drilled into Su Xian's ears. "What are you looking at? You are so fascinated by it." Chapter 135. Ides. Su Xian was startled by the appearance of Ides. He was concentrating on reading the Holy Book of Light, and didn't notice that time had stopped at this moment. "Is it the Holy Book of Light?" Ides glanced at the book in Su Xian's hand, and a strange light flashed in her eyes, as if she wanted to say something. "Well, I've been trying to learn magic recently." Su Xian answered seriously. He was always passionate about the exploration of magic. Compared with advanced mathematics, this thing is much more interesting. "What's so good about holy magic?" "I can use the power of the abyss to directly transform your body and implant magic into your consciousness," I'd said, sitting gracefully on the sofa, her slender legs gently raised, and the bright red high heels flashed an alluring light under the light, as if it was a burning flame, which attracted Su Xian's attention. That leisurely and natural posture seemed to be back home. Su Xian was stunned by Edith's words. He recalled the succubus fruit Edith had given him before. There were indeed many items in the abyss that could enhance physical fitness, but he had never heard of the operation of directly implanting magic into consciousness. "Can it still be played like this? Will it affect my brain?" Su Xian asked Edith. "Well, it might turn you into a tentacle monster," Edith replied casually. "Fuck. No." After hearing this answer, Su Xian immediately rejected this magic implantation. He didn't want to become a tentacle monster, he wanted to keep his original form. "What a pity, I always thought you had the potential to become a tentacle monster." Edith smiled and shrugged her jade-like shoulders, and then continued, "Thank you for your hard work this time, give me the flame magic stone." "Wait a minute." Su Xian got up and walked to Lorslin's room to get the flame magic stone. Lorslin. As soon as Su Xian opened the door, he saw Lorslin sitting on the bed, meditating cross-legged. Beside her, The magic flame silver swallowtail butterfly was flying happily. Did she fall asleep? Su Xian walked to Lorcelin's side and found that her eyes were closed. Forget it, I take it myself. Su Xian reached into Lorcelin's soul body and tried to take out the flame magic stone. The moment his hand went in, it felt like he was reaching into a sticky jelly. When he touched the flame magic stone, the scorching temperature still made him feel unbearable. However, considering that it only took a short distance, he endured the heat and resolutely took out the flame magic stone. It's so hot! Su Xian quickly returned to Edith's side, with the scorching flame magic stone in his hand, and threw the magic stone to her. Huh? After the flame magic stone was out of his hand, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, "Can you tell me what you are going to do with the eternal fire?" Su Xian knew in his heart that Edith was looking for the flame magic stone specifically, not just to defeat the flame demon Virgil. Although the eternal fire can provide a constant supply of flames for the flame demon, it is not completely unsolvable. No matter how powerful the eternal fire is, it cannot withstand damage beyond its own limit. Just like Lucia said, even the angry demon king who created the eternal fire can be forcibly killed, let alone a piece of heart fragment. What? Are you very concerned about my affairs? Edith asked softly, while carefully observing the flame magic stone in her hand. What do you think? Su Xian shrugged. The eternal fire was sealed by their guild members with all their strength. Didn't he have the right to know what the eternal fire was going to be used for? Besides, there was a close relationship between Edice and Issa, and their appearance was so similar, so Su Xian would naturally feel a little concerned. Edice turned her head and stared at Su Xian, and a glimmer of light flashed in her deep dark red eyes. After a short silence, she explained softly, I plan to use the eternal fire to create a holy weapon. You know, I have many enemies, so I need some powerful defensive objects to protect myself. That's right. Su Xian suddenly realized that Edice did have many enemies, and she did need more self-defense objects. Now that the things are in hand, Edice slowly stood up and walked towards Su Xian. Her high heels stepped on the ancient wooden floor, making a pleasant and crisp sound. When she walked in front of Su Xian, she stretched out her jade hand and probed towards his heart. Su Xian was confused by Edith's actions, but before he could react, he felt his heart pierced by Edith's jade hand. Fresh red blood flowed out instantly, and at this moment, he felt a sharp pain, as if his heart was torn apart. At the same time, Edith whispered in his ear, This is your reward for completing the task well, but this process may be a little painful. Are you sure it only hurts a little? Before Su Xian finished speaking, his consciousness began to blur, and he quickly fell into chaos. And in his sight, prompts popped up quickly, blurring into his eyes. Congratulations on obtaining a strand of filthy lust magic. Filthy? Su Xian's confused mind was full of confusion and questions. Is there any difference between filthy lust magic and pure lust magic? However, he could no longer ask Edith this question, because the pain in his heart escalated again, ruthlessly dragging him into the abyss of darkness. Due to the influence of filthy lust magic, your heart has changed slightly, the heart's tolerance has increased by 1000%, and the heart's blood supply has also increased by 1000%. Your blood is infected by filthy lust magic, it may become toxic, but it will also become extremely delicious, attracting some creatures that like blood. Your body has changed slightly, and your ability to resist attacks has increased by 1000%. Your soul has changed slightly, and you will like filthy lust more. When Su Xian opened his eyes again, he saw a gentle, jade-like, beautiful face. Her ears were long and elegant, and her silver hair was shining with charming light. The dazzling huge white breasts made him feel like fainting again. Am I enjoying the Elf Queen's lap? What happened to you? At this time, the Elf Queen's gentle voice was rippling, and her blue eyes were like bright crystals in the deep sea, making people want to peek into her heart. At the same time, Su Xian felt the Elf Queen's fingers gently sliding across his chest, and the cold and subtle touch made him tremble slightly. She asked with concern, Why did your heart disappear? Chapter 136. My heart? Su Xian looked down at his chest, and was shocked to find that the position of his heart was actually empty, like a bottomless abyss. Wait, where is my heart? Is it with eyes? But, although his heart disappeared, the blood in his body still flowed smoothly, as if there was a mysterious power maintaining his life. He didn't know how the body without a heart kept the blood flowing normally, but it didn't make him panic or uneasy. As for the gap in the heart, it seemed that a strong magic power was condensed, covering the injury. He couldn't see the injury of the gap in the heart directly, but could only see a black mist covering it. If you try to put your hand into the gap in the heart, You can penetrate directly from the front chest to the back. My heart. Maybe it's lost. Su Xian whispered. He didn't know where his heart was, but strangely, he could still feel the heartbeat. Lost it? After hearing Su Xian's words, the Elf Queen fell into a brief contemplation. Then, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She stretched out her jade-like fingers, and a pure white light flashed on her fingertips, like the light of stars. Then, she gently and carefully inserted her fingers into the empty heart area of Su Xian. The next second, the gentle elemental magic gathered at Su Xian's heart, gradually filling the empty area. In just a moment, the empty space in Su Xian's body was filled. Although it didn't feel fleshy to the touch, it was much more comfortable than being covered by the dark mist. That's good. Even if you are pierced through the heart in reality, this power can protect you for a while, but only for 7 days at most. Do you understand? The Elf Queen said gently. Thank you. Su Xian nodded slightly, but he knew that he should not be hurt, because Idas had no reason to hurt him. Moreover, at the moment when he closed his eyes, many hints did appear in his sight, as if Idas had passed a wisp of filthy lustful magic to him. But the way of passing it was to touch the heart? Sure enough, the power from the devil always needs to pay a corresponding price. Then, can you get up now? The Elf Queen asked Su Xian, her voice as soft as the wind. Su Xian reacted instantly, and stood up hurriedly. He almost forgot that he was still lying on the Elf Queen's fragrant and soft lap pillow. He stood up, picked up a piece of clothing, and put it on, and then his eyes turned to the Elf Queen. Compared with the Elf Queen I saw last time, the Elf Queen today seemed to be a little different. This change may come from the reason of two souls. The Elf Queen sitting in front of him at this moment, her blue eyes were as deep as the sea, revealing endless wisdom and mystery. Her behavior revealed a slightly different temperament from before. If it was the previous Elf Queen, she might keep a certain distance, and would not easily let him lean on her knees. As for how to accurately distinguish the two Elf Queens, Su Xian already had some clues. He found that because the soul was separated like a mirror, the teardrop mole under the Elf Queen's left eye was transferred to the right eye of this Elf Queen. This teardrop mole is embellished just right, like the brightest star in the night sky, perfectly showing the kind and pure heart of the Elf Queen. Your heart is damaged. You should have a good rest tonight. The Elf Queen reminded with concern. It's okay, I feel fine now. Su Xian responded lightly. That was not an injury. Then sit down first. The Elf Queen gently patted the empty seat beside her, motioning Su Xian to sit on the edge of her jade bed. Su Xian hesitated a little, but finally sat next to the Elf Queen. The two kept a distance of about 20 centimeters between them, neither too close nor too distant. We agreed before that we would not ask each other about what happened in dreams. So, I won't ask what happened between you and her. The Elf Queen sat dignifiedly and said with a smile. Her voice was soft and kind, full of understanding and respect. Okay. Su Xian nodded and began to recall in his mind what he and the previous Elf Queen had done. It seemed that he asked some questions, and then asked her to wear a sexy cow costume? So what do you want to ask me? Or is there anything you want to do with me? The Elf Queen asked softly. Although she and I are essentially the same person, there are still some subtle differences between us. Would you like to wear a cow costume? Cow costume? I think so. When the dream ended, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes. He gently took off the VR glasses and got up from the bed. The whole person was immersed in excitement because this Elf Queen was willing to wear a sexy cow costume. G-sport with cow outfit, it's a match made in heaven. Especially when the noble and holy Elf Queen changes her clothes. Su Xian's little heart is shocked. Ahem, how did it suddenly become a dress-up game? And it's our 18. Great. Su Xian walked into the bathroom, ready to wash up and go to school. But after entering the bathroom, his heart suddenly beat. Hiss. Su Xian was in so much pain that he quickly pulled open his pajamas and checked his chest, mistakenly thinking that his heart was still missing. But in reality, he was intact, his heart was still there. Huh, not bad. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then brushed his teeth and washed his face, and rushed to school. After school, Su Xian immediately carried his school bag and prepared to go home. Su Xian. At this time, Lu Shui called him. Is there anything? Su Xian turned around and asked. My sister asked if you would come to the store this weekend? She has something to tell you. Lu Shui asked. Okay, I come. Su Xian nodded and then left. After returning home, he didn't rush to play the game. First, he cooked a bowl of instant noodles, 3 bags of noodles and 2 eggs. Huh, I'm almost starving. After Su Xian finished the instant noodles happily, he entered the game. I don't know why, I'm particularly hungry today. When he arrived at the guild, He immediately checked his chest. His heart seemed to be back, but the surface of the skin still showed signs of wound healing, which looked a little creepy. In addition, he didn't feel any discomfort, but felt that his heart beat more vigorously, as if he had eaten something tonic. Do you remember what happened last night? At this moment, Rosalind came out of her room and asked him seriously. I don't remember. Su Xian shook his head. He only remembered that Edith pierced his heart, and then nothing happened. If you don't remember, forget it. Rosalind didn't stay for too long and went straight to the practice room. Su Xian was full of confusion. At this time, Alice rushed to him in a hurry. Master, what happened to you last night? I was scared to death. Alice plunged into Su Xian's arms and shouted worriedly. I don't remember. Su Xian asked Alice about what happened last night with a confused face. Only then did he know that he screamed in the guild last night, and the blood from his heart dyed the floor of the guild red. Alice was worried and at a loss, until Rosalind realized that Su Xian's heart was healing quickly. She was relieved. Then, the two stayed by Su Xian's side until he quit the game. Sorry, I made you worry. Su Xian stroked Alice's hair and said softly. As long as the master is fine. Alice rubbed Su Xian's chest with her cheek and said happily. Su Xian smiled faintly, and then turned his attention to his status bar. Filthy Lust Magic. Your all attributes increase by 50 permanent. Increase 2 to 3 permanent. Increase special attack against succubus by 200% permanent. Filthy Lust Magic? Su Xian showed a confused look. He didn't quite understand how the two kinds of lust magic were born in Ide's body, and what the essential difference was. However, from the effect point of view, this kind of filthy lust magic is more powerful than the pure lust magic. Chapter 137. Hoo. Su Xian sat in the guild, trying to adjust his breathing. His heart beat rapidly in his chest, causing his blood to rush through his body in a strange state. Finally, the blood gathered at one point, and combined with the ability of sunny and cheerful, it could actually turn into a blazing red light? What a strange setting. Mr. Su Xian, we are here. Good morning. President. At this time, Ivisa and the elf sisters teleported to the guild. Yeah. Su Xian responded, his attention still focused on the blood flowing in his body. Sniff, Ivisa seemed to smell a special fragrance, and she quickly rushed to Su Xian. She pulled his clothes open, put close to his chest, and sniffed gently. Su Xian stared at Ivisa with a confused face. If he hadn't held his pants tightly, I'm afraid even his pants would have been pulled off by Ivisa. What a fragrant smell, Mr. Su Xian. Why are you getting better and better? Ivisa asked Su Xian curiously. Really? Her question aroused the curiosity of Bayafuli and Bayafuluo, and they approached Su Xian, trying to smell some unusual smells. However, they did not smell any changes. The president seemed to be the familiar president? Issa, don't teach the elves bad things. Su Xian hurriedly pushed the three away, thinking in his heart, are you puppies? Sticking to me and sniffing? Strange, Issa was still intoxicated by Su Xian's scent. The 200% increase in the special attack of succubus made her look forward to the taste of holy light even more. Su Xian did not explain too much about this. He planned to wait until Issa prayed to the holy light before giving her a surprise. Is Lucia not here yet? Su Xian glanced at the time. The time in the game had reached 9 o'clock in the morning, but Lucia still did not appear. It seemed that she was delayed by something. Let's go to do the task first. Su Xian knew that he could not stay in the guild and wait for Lucia. After thinking again and again, he decided to complete a D-level commission task first. Yes, Master President. In a blink of an eye, Su Xian came to the task location through the teleportation array. Since it was the first time to carry out a D-level commission task, he chose a relatively simple task. The task content is to kill a level 35 giant eagle living on the edge of a cliff. For other guilds, this task may be a bit difficult, because the special terrain is not conducive to combat, and it is difficult to kill the giant eagle without flying or anti-air capabilities. But this is not a problem for the adventurers of Su Xian's guild. Rosalind spread her soul wings and caught up with the giant eagle flying in the sky. Then, her sword skills sprinkled down like moonlight, and in an instant, the wings of the giant eagle were pierced by the sharp blade, and dozens of large holes appeared. Gaw! The giant eagle let out a sharp cry, breaking the tranquility of the sky. It turned its body flexibly in the air, aimed its sharp eyes at the enemy, and tried to fight back fiercely with its sharp claws. However, at the moment when it was about to launch a fatal attack, it was horrified to find that it had been tightly surrounded by a ball of surging black flames. This ball of fire was like a demon in the dark night, attacking silently and shrouding the giant eagle in darkness. Boom! After a deafening roar, the huge giant eagle fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. It was easy. Su Xian walked to the body of the giant eagle. The giant eagle that fell from hundreds of meters high was dead. However, what surprised him was that there was a deep wound on the back of the giant eagle. The giant eagle was more than 10 meters long and 20 meters wide when its wings were spread. Ordinary weak monsters could not hurt it at all. However, the claw marks on its back were clearly visible, which made people feel scared. Obviously, the size of the monster was obviously much larger than the giant eagle, and it also had the ability to fly, which made the powerful giant eagle look so small in front of it. In Su Xian's impression, the creature that best met these characteristics was the dragon. It seems that this place is very close to the place where the giant dragon fell. Su Xian looked around, and the place where the giant eagle fell seemed to be only a few kilometers away from the place where the giant dragon fell. What is that? Suddenly, Su Xian's attention was attracted by a strange mountain range. The mountain range was long and winding, and its shape was indeed similar to the dragon's spine, as if a giant dragon was lying here, giving people a shocking and mysterious feeling. Wait, Su Xian had an amazing idea in his mind. Could it be that the corpse of a giant dragon formed this mountain range? He stared for a long time. If this was really a mountain range made up of the corpse of a giant dragon, then its size seemed a bit too outrageous. A rough estimate is that it must be at least several thousand meters long. Let's become stronger first, and then come. Su Xian muttered softly, considering that everyone's current level is not high enough, and the place where the giant dragon fell is undoubtedly a high-risk area. Therefore, he decided to explore it later. Let's go back. Okay. Everyone used the teleportation array to leave the mission site, and just as they left, a bone dragon covered with rotten flesh and blood spread its wings and flew over here, slowly landing on the towering cliff. When Su Xian returned to the guild, a familiar figure was sitting in the guild, quietly flipping through books. Lucia is here? Wait, Su Xian was about to walk towards Lucia, but noticed that she was a little different at this time. She didn't react to the appearance of everyone, and even her eyes didn't fall on them. She just quietly flipped through the books with a cold face. Su Xian frowned slightly, and his eyes swept over Lucia's state. Current personality, cold, indulgent, switch once a day? Su Xian murmured. And just as his words fell, Lucia's cold eyes suddenly cast at him. The golden red eyes seemed to contain polar glaciers, and the coldness spread instantly, causing Su Xian's heart to tremble slightly. Such a freezing look. Lucia gently put down the book in her hand and asked Su Xian in a cold tone, "Did I read the holy book I gave you yesterday?" "Yes, I did." Su Xian nodded and walked to Lucia's side. Lucia's cold and arrogant temperament was like a high mountain flower on an iceberg, which made people stay away. "Is there anything you don't understand?" She slowly stood up. Her snow-white and red jade feet gently landed on the ground, and her golden red eyes under the white gauze stared at Su Xian tightly. She whispered, "You can ask me, I can answer you." As she said that, she took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and put them on gently, adding a bit of intellectual charm to her. Chapter 138. Su Xian admired Lucia wearing gold-rimmed glasses, which added a unique charm to her originally cold temperament. However, the existence of the white veil seemed a bit redundant, which made Su Xian want to take it off. Ahem, I'd better hold it back. I really don't understand it. There are several unfamiliar words here that I don't know. Su Xian told Lucia truthfully. Although the text of the Magic Continent has been translated and passed to the players, some texts cannot fully express their meaning even in translation, and can only be presented to the players in the most original form. Su Xian is completely unfamiliar with all this, and it is impossible for him to understand these texts that he has never seen before, because the meaning of some symbols can only be understood by referring to the annotations of the Bible. Lucia gently pushed her gold-rimmed glasses and explained softly, "For priests and nuns who are familiar with the Bible, these annotations are very clear to them, but for you, it does take some time to learn." "So, do I have to read the entire Bible?" Su Xian asked curiously. "That's not necessary." Lucia shook her head gently, then stretched out her slender fingertips and gently touched Su Xian's forehead. The next moment, golden light particles began to condense at her fingertips, and then slowly passed to Su Xian's consciousness. Su Xian showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, he did not expect Lucia to do this. She was instilling memories directly into his consciousness. This is slightly different from the way Edith directly infused the power of the abyss into Su Xian's body and soul. Lucia is just passing on memories, but she will not transform him into a tentacle monster. "Okay," Lucia said softly, and then slowly retracted her fingertips. A complete memory was transmitted to Su Xian's mind like a trickle. Su Xian, who had just gained the memory, was a little dazed, but soon recovered. When he looked at the words on the holy books again, everything became no longer unfamiliar, as if these words had some mysterious connection with him. It's really magical magic, Su Xian murmured. He understood all those strange words, as familiar as his mother tongue. If you want to improve your own strength, it's not as simple as learning magic. Lucia continued, you also need to have control over the elements and faith in the god of light. After the words fell, Lucia's palm flashed with golden light, and then a bottle of golden holy medicine appeared in front of Su Xian. What is this? Su Xian stared at the golden holy medicine in Lucia's palm curiously. The bright holy light seemed to contain endless mysterious power, which shocked his heart. What is this? Holy medicine of light? Ifsa had been paying close attention to the conversation between Su Xian and Lucia. When she saw the golden holy medicine in Lucia's hand, she was shocked. Little nun, you are quite knowledgeable. Lucia glanced at Ifsa lightly, then took out another bottle of golden holy medicine and handed it to Ifsa. This is yours. Do I have one too? Thank you. Ifsa took the holy medicine excitedly. She didn't expect Lucia to bring her own, which made her very surprised. Su Xian glanced at the holy medicine of light in his hand, and a string of vague information flashed in his vision. Holy medicine of light, ? Drink it, and you will be baptized by the power of light. Is the holy medicine of light rare? He asked Ifsa. Yeah. Ifsa nodded to Su Xian, and said with a smile, I learned from Sister Kelly that the holy medicine of light is a holy medicine special to the holy sea of light. Only a small number of believers have the opportunity to enjoy it, and even purple-robed priests may not be able to get a bottle. Moreover, this holy medicine will not be spread to areas outside the Sun Church, which is against the rules of the church. So precious? Su Xian looked at the holy medicine of light in his hand in surprise, and couldn't help wondering how this holy medicine was mass-produced. Mr. Su Xian, I heard that there are even rarer holy medicines. But only saints are qualified to enjoy them. Ifsa added. Oh! Su Xian suddenly felt a strong expectation, full of desire and curiosity, for the holy medicine that only saints can enjoy. At this moment, he opened the holy medicine of light, and prepared to drink it. Wait! Mr. Su Xian! Ivessa hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Su Xian asked in confusion. Mr. Su Xian, the holy medicine of light is not for drinking. Ivessa explained, it is for pouring into the bath water to baptize the body. Of course, some people choose to drink it directly, but with our physical fitness, we may not be able to withstand the power contained in the holy medicine. However, no matter which way, the effect seems to be the same. I see. Su Xian frowned slightly. He almost drank the holy medicine under the guidance of the prompt. Although it can also be drunk, his body may not be able to withstand the power of this holy medicine. In addition, after opening the holy medicine, Su Xian smelled a refreshing aroma, but he could not accurately describe it. It was a unique smell he had never smelled before. You should start the baptism of the holy medicine of light now. Since the holy medicine is dangerous, I am here to ensure your safety, Lucia suggested. Now? It's okay. Su Xian nodded. Considering that Lucia might not have time at night, baptism now is indeed the best choice. Remember, you can't carry anything when bathing in holy water, Lucia reminded. Su Xian frowned slightly. Does that mean he needs to take off his clothes in front of Lucia? Mr. Su Xian, let's start quickly. I can't wait to bathe in the holy medicine. Ifsa took Su Xian's arm, and her lavender eyes were full of expectations. Okay, I go buy 2 bathtubs first. Su Xian immediately prepared to buy 2 containers for bathing. Buy a double bathtub. Isn't it okay? Ifsa frowned slightly, and suggested softly. Let's choose a double bathtub. Lucia suggested coldly, Ifsa can help you share some of the power of the holy medicine. Su Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded, okay. Since Lucia said so, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Su Xian immediately bought a double bathtub, but what troubled him was that the guild's bathroom space was limited and could not accommodate a double bathtub. Considering that the guild area was already full, Su Xian decided to expand the guild's basic area. He spent 50 silver coins to build 2 bedrooms and 2 other unused rooms for the guild. Su Xian planned to transform one of the rooms into a bathroom. Among the options for bathroom transformation, one option caught his attention. That was a hot spring. It only cost 20 silver coins to transform the bathroom into a hot spring with constant temperature and automatic water change. However, there was not enough time for the transformation today. After completing the baptism of the holy medicine, he would consider whether to proceed. Soon, Su Xian filled the bathtub with hot water according to Lucia's instructions, and then poured 2 bottles of holy medicine of light into it. When the holy medicine of light was poured into the water, golden mist instantly rose, exuding a rich fragrance. "Take off your clothes and go in." Lucia sat aside and said softly. As soon as she finished speaking, the nun's clothes on Ifsa's body fell like petals, and then she stepped lightly into the bathtub. When her body touched the bath water, her skin instantly turned red. Accompanied by a soft moan, the power of the holy medicine of light would make Ifsa feel a little pain. "Mr. Su Xian, please come in. It's very comfortable." Ifsa invited Su Xian. "Don't lie to me." Su Xian frowned. He would not be deceived by the cunning succubus. However, in order to obtain the power of the holy medicine, he had to take off his clothes and step into the bathing water. The flash of male beauty made Lucia glance at it lightly. There was a subtle light in her eyes, as if some idea was quietly sprouting in the depths of her consciousness. Huh? When Su Xian's body was immersed in the bath water, a strong electric shock instantly swept through every cell of his body. Then, there was a severe pain, which made him grit his teeth. Hiss. "It hurts." Su Xian felt an unbearable pain coming from the holy medicine of light, and his whole body couldn't stop shaking. "Hold him." Lucia's voice came, clear and decisive, guiding them to the right way. "Yeah." Ifsa took the initiative to come forward and hug Su Xian tightly. At this moment, her succubus characteristics were revealed one after another, and the naughty peach hardtail gently wrapped around Su Xian's wrist, and their skin was tightly fitted at this moment. "Do you really feel better?" Su Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Ifsa's hug could actually relieve the pain caused by the holy medicine, and at least relieve more than 60% of the pain. "Close your eyes, don't speak, and feel the power from the holy medicine." Lucia's voice was clearly transmitted to Su Xian's ears again, and he followed her instructions and slowly closed his eyes. As his consciousness gradually blurred, he seemed to have entered a mysterious space. The surroundings were full of golden clouds, which seemed to be composed of pure light elements, flashing soft light. Not far away, the golden sun seemed to be only a few kilometers away, and the light it emitted was warm and dazzling. "Where is this?" Su Xian looked around with doubts. Is this the illusion brought by the holy medicine? Just as Su Xian was full of doubts, he suddenly saw something flying towards him in the golden sun. Is that a group of figures? Because the sun's light was too dazzling, he couldn't see the other party's figure clearly, but could only vaguely see that there seemed to be several pairs of wings behind them. "Get up." Suddenly, a light shout sounded in Su Xian's ears. The sound was like a clear spring hitting a stone, crisp and powerful, instantly breaking the silence around. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lucia's frosty face. The golden red eyes were staring at him intently, and there seemed to be a hint of coldness in the eyes. At this time, only Su Xian was awakened by Lucia. Ifsa still hugged him tightly, immersed in the absorption of the holy medicine of light. What just happened? Su Xian felt a little dazed, and was deeply confused about the scene in his eyes just now. At this time, a snow-white jade foot gently lifted Su Xian's chin and asked coldly, "What did you see just now?" Chapter 139. I saw it. Su Xian recalled the scene he had just seen under Lucia's questioning. He said softly, "Golden sun, a group of winged creatures, but I didn't see their faces clearly." Hearing Su Xian's description, Lucia's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and she fell into deep thought. In response, Su Xian's eyes flashed with a glimmer. "Ahem, Miss Saint, your toes are still hooking my chin. Fortunately, the pair of jade feet that have never been stained with dust are fragrant and tender, without any discomfort. But this disrespectful behavior towards the president must be severely punished." "Are you sure?" Lucia's eyes narrowed slightly, and she slowly retracted her feet. A pair of golden red eyes stared at Su Xian tightly, revealing a trace of worry. "What's wrong?" Su Xian smelled a hint of crisis. He didn't know what happened, but it might be related to the scenes he saw in the illusion. The holy medicine baptized your body, but your soul was rejected by him, and even attracted the arrival of the holy judge. Lucia's voice was cold. "What is hidden in your body?" It actually disgusts him. "Holy judge?" Su Xian frowned, and a premonition surged in his heart. Could it be caused by Edith's filthy lustful magic? At the same time, his heart was full of confusion. Who is this him? The god of light? Lucia thought for a moment and said coldly, "Don't worry, I have cut off the connection with that existence. But this also means that the baptism of your soul, by the holy medicine of light, will be forced to stop, and it only completes the purification of your body. Just baptizing the body is good. Su Xian muttered softly, his eyes fixed on his status bar. The status bar showed, Blessing of the Lord of Light. Sincere blessings from the Lord of Light. He has given you the power of the law of light. The power of light magic is increased by 100%, and the speed of light magic recovery is increased by 100%. 30 days. The holy medicine has baptized your body. All attributes are increased by 50 points, and dark resistance is increased by 30%. Permanent. Despicable blasphemer. Your existence has attracted the attention of the holy judge. Be careful. 30 days. Su Xian frowned when he saw the status of despicable blasphemer. He attracted the attention of the holy judge? Are those winged creatures the holy judge? Are they angels? As his thoughts flew, Su Xian's eyes returned to Lucia. She was still immersed in her own thoughts, and seemed to be deeply worried about Su Xian. It was my negligence. I didn't expect your soul to attract the attention of the holy judge. Lucia continued, but don't worry, it's not easy for the holy judge to descend on the magic continent. The conditions for descending can only be formed in the place with the strongest sunlight, and there is only a short time of 3 minutes. Oh, that's good. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The place with the strongest sunlight is not so easy to find. Even if he found it, he just needed to stay away from it. But Lucia suddenly approached Su Xian, and the distance between the two was so close that they could almost feel each other's breathing. Her golden red eyes stared at Su Xian's eyes through the translucent white gauze, as if she wanted to see through his heart. What is hidden in your soul? Why did it attract his attention? I'm really curious. Su Xian asked hesitantly, if I am really a demon, as the Saint of Light, you would not want to purify me, right? I once said that even demons can be tolerated by light. Lucia said softly, if you are a demon, I will use my way to guide you to the right path. The lost lambs need to be saved. However, my patience is limited. Gurgle, Su Xian's Adam's apple surged up and down. He once knew that the Church of Light would use the method of baptism of light or tempering with fire to punish heretics and demons. Not to mention the methods of the saint, it is better to hide the filthy lustful magic deep in your heart. Sure enough. Darkness and light cannot coexist, only Issa is an exception. Since the baptism is over, you should get up quickly. Leave all the remaining holy medicine to the little nun. Lucia took a step back and reminded Su Xian. Yeah. Su Xian responded and then stood up. The bright holy light suddenly entered Lucia's sight, causing her dark eyebrows to frown slightly behind the white veil. However, the holy light only flashed for a moment before Su Xian covered it with a bath towel. He walked out of the bathtub, sat aside, and waited quietly for Issa's baptism to end. Lucia glanced at Su Xian and turned her eyes back to Issa. She stared at Issa's snow-white skin, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. She didn't understand why Issa, a succubus, could absorb the power from light so smoothly. Shouldn't the power of light have a restraining effect on demons? Even demons who believe in holy light cannot be in a situation like Issa. Even when the saints were baptized by the holy medicine, a trace of pain would flash across their faces. However, Issa's expression changed subtly the moment she stepped into the light. Lucia was thinking about a lot of things, and her eyes couldn't help but look at Su Xian again. Could it be because? At this time, Su Xian was concentrating on browsing the player channel, and didn't notice the deep meaning in Lucia's complex eyes. He muttered to himself casually, have 2 more demon caves been destroyed? As he spoke, he opened a bottle of milk, drank a sip, and then continued to leisurely pay attention to the movements of other players. A guild was promoted to A level? A series of information jumped in Su Xian's sight, all of which were news congratulating the player for being promoted to an A-level guild. He couldn't help but wonder, this should be the first guild in the world to be promoted to A-level, and it only took 3.5 months. Just as he was immersed in thinking, Lucia had quietly come to him. Before he could react, Lucia's toes gently hooked up the towel covering the holy light, and pulled it off directly. What are you doing? Su Xian was stunned, not quite understanding what the saint lady was going to do. I have been wondering since just now. Lucia stared at Su Xian's holy light coldly and asked, why? Yours glows? People's physiques cannot be generalized. Is it strange to glow? Su Xian was speechless, and wanted to pick up the towel on the ground to cover his holy object. But he heard Lucia yelling, don't move, let me see again. Su Xian frowned slightly. He knew that it was indeed a bit strange to glow, but in the magic world, it shouldn't be a particularly strange thing, right? Before Su Xian could respond, Lucia had already stared at his holy light closely. She seemed to have a strong curiosity about the existence of the holy light. She even stretched out her jade feet, and gently touched the blazing holy light. Make the holy light even hotter and brighter. Why did you attract the attention of the holy judge? Lucia's tone suddenly became serious, and she even stepped on the holy light with her jade feet. Be gentle, you actually have the same power as the sun, which is really unexpected. Ah, hearing Lucia's words, Su Xian showed a puzzled expression. Is it not because of Edith's filthy lustful magic that attracted the holy judge, but his sunny and cheerful? Chapter 140. True or false? Su Xian fell into deep thought. He did not expect that the sunny and cheerful entry was the reason. However, as Lucia said, the light radiating from him was indeed related to the sun. But he did not quite understand why the power that originated from the sun god would attract the attention of the holy judge. With a puzzled look, Su Xian looked at Lucia, hoping that she could answer this question for him. Lucia naturally understood his look and explained softly, the power of the sun is taboo. Even the Pope of the Church of Light cannot touch it. But you have this power, which will naturally attract the attention of the holy judge. Is the power of the sun taboo? Su Xian whispered. He did not know enough about these things. The relationship between the Church of Light and the sun god was much more complicated than he imagined. While Su Xian was thinking, Lucia stared at him intently. She also had doubts in her heart. She had never heard of humans being able to obtain the power of the sun. In addition, Su Xian's sunlight seemed to be a little different. It was not the power of the sun that she knew, and it might not even have any killing power. The advent of the holy judge might not be aimed at destroying Su Xian, but there were other reasons hidden. This mystery still needed her to reveal it herself. As for whether Su Xian's possession of the power of the sun should attract the attention of the Holy Sea of Light, there was no clear description in the believer's regulations. It might be because the power of the sun had not appeared in the magic continent for thousands of years, and people had long forgotten its existence, or mistakenly believed that the sun and light coexisted closely, and that light was the sun. Even as the Pope, she knew very little about this, and only knew that the divine power of the sun was taboo. But that was all. No matter what, you just need to stay away from places with strong sunlight, and the Holy Inquisitor will not be able to find you. Lucia warned. According to the records of the Holy Sea of Light, only high-ranking members of the Holy See who committed heinous crimes will attract the arrival of the Holy Inquisitor. You are a special case. Su Xian remained silent. From Lucia's words, he could infer that the Holy Inquisitor was in existence that the Pope had to be wary of, and while they were discussing, a series of prompts came into Su Xian's vision. Yifsha's soul is being baptized by the power of light. Her soul is sublimating. The baptism of light is over. Yifsha is transforming. As these prompts fell, Su Xian was surprised to find that the demonic characteristics of Yifsha had changed slightly. The originally dark devil horns and wings were now stained with a layer of gold, and the naughty black peach hardtail was more like a gradient of gold and white, adding a touch of sacredness. In addition, Su Xian also noticed that Isa's skin became whiter, tenderer and smoother, as delicate and smooth as the best jade, shining with a healthy luster. Her eyes also became deeper and brighter, as if they could see through people's hearts. Wait, it seems that the size has also become a little bigger. While thinking, the prompt flashed again. Your adventurer Isa has gained a trace of light power, and the succubus entry has changed. Succubus. Holy succubus. Holy succubus, 98-62-90, charm value 120. Special attack against the opposite sex is increased by 200%. Due to the influence of unswerving loyalty, this effect will only be activated on you. When light magic and dark magic are released together, an additional 100% damage increase will be obtained. The holy medicine baptized her body, all attributes increased by 50 points, and dark resistance increased by 30%. Permanent. The holy medicine baptized her soul, immune to the erosion of the soul by darkness. Permanent. Su Xian was delighted with Isa's improvement, but at the same time, he was confused by her enhanced special attack ability. Specially designed to counter me, right? At this time, Isa slowly opened her eyes, and the comfort she had never experienced made her smile faintly. She immediately looked at Su Xian, her eyes full of charm, and said, Mr. Su Xian, I feel unprecedented excitement, and I want it now. Before Isa finished her words, she stared at the dazzling holy light, as if she was deeply attracted by the light, and wanted to swallow it. Slurp, the pink tip of her tongue gently licked the corner of her lips, and then, puff, wait. Before Su Xian could react, Isa swayed her peach hard tail like a falling cherry blossom and fell on Su Xian. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and the holy light emanated from her body, as if to engulf everything around her. At the same time, Isa gently caught her favorite holy light. Seeing this scene, Lucia frowned and immediately turned around and left. After leaving the room, she noticed that the sky outside had darkened and night was about to fall. She left the guild through the teleportation array in the guild. When Lucia returned to the Church of Light, a blush flashed across her cold face. However, she quickly suppressed her shyness and throbbing, trying to maintain a calm appearance. After this brief fluctuation, her inner emotions gradually returned to calm. Aloofness and indulgence, these two completely different emotions intertwined in her heart, making her feel a little confused. Lucia became more and more curious about the guild she joined. The guild leader possessed the power of the sun god, and the succubus was immune to holy light. Amidst her thoughts, Lucia's mouth curled up with a faint smile. Originally, it was just a relaxing entertainment after changing her identity, but she never expected that things would become more and more interesting. Your Excellency the Pope, the envoy of the Star Kingdom, has been waiting in the temple for a long time. At this time, the girl in a white dress, who had been waiting beside Lucia, reported to her. What are they here for? The Kingdom of Stars hopes that the Kingdom of the Sun can help them solve the problem of the demon caves that have appeared in the kingdom recently. The girl in white dress answered softly. However, the envoys who came this time are a little special. Say. It's Vivian, the most beloved princess of the King of Stars. Oh! The little girl created by the witch with the power of the stars? Do you want to see her? She has been waiting for you since early morning. Thinking. Itza. Do you know you are wrong? I know I am wrong, Mr. Su Xian. Please forgive my sins. Your holy light is so magnificent. Su Xian heard Itza's plea for mercy, and he let go of her golden peach heart tail. Huh? Su Xian sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Itza, who had transformed into a sacred succubus, seemed to have a more urgent need for holy light. The perfect combination of faith and need made this little nun more dependent on him. Fortunately, Su Xian was still better. The key to defeating Itza. Su Xian's fingers gently touched his heart, and he could clearly feel the violent beating of his heart, as if there was an engine roaring in his body. As for the wound pierced by Itza, it has now completely disappeared, leaving only a unique heart-shaped scar. In addition, what surprised him was that the blessing given by the Elf Queen in his dream was still sleeping in his body. This means that he still has a precious opportunity. Even if he suffers a serious injury from a heart piercing, he can still survive for 7 days. Oh, I'm exhausted. Su Xian fell into the big bed of the guild like a puddle of mud, and fell asleep with the soft Itza in his arms. Although he won the battle with Itza just now, he also consumed all his physical strength. At this moment, he only wanted to enter a deep sleep immediately to recover his physical strength. In the blink of an eye, Su Xian had fallen into a deep sleep. The picture in front of him also changed at this moment, and he came to the dream of the Elf Queen again. However, just as he was walking towards the familiar wooden house, his footsteps suddenly stopped in midair and stopped moving forward. Because he saw the Elf Queen standing quietly at the door of the wooden house. But today she was wearing a gorgeous black dress. No, it's not just because of the change in the color of her clothes, but more importantly, her clear blue eyes have now turned into an evil dark gold. She is not the Elf Queen. Evil thoughts. Chapter 141. Evil thoughts? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at the Elf Queen in the distance. Although the Elf Queen was wearing a black dress and a golden crown, it was still difficult to conceal her noble and holy appearance. However, compared with before, she seemed to lack a sense of intimacy and a bit more majestic, making it difficult for people to approach her. Since you are here, why don't you come in? The Elf Queen asked coldly, with a cold and ruthless tone, as if she was ordering her subordinates. Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew that the Elf Queen in the past 2 days was just a small fight, and the Elf Queen controlled by evil thoughts today was the real problem. After a brief thought, he still walked towards the wooden house. Since the Elf Queen gave him the task of clearing evil thoughts, he should fulfill his duties, and take this opportunity to take a glimpse of what the Elf Queen's evil thoughts were. Seeing Su Xian approaching her, the Elf Queen turned around indifferently, and walked into the house. She sat on a jade chair, and when Su Xian was about to sit down opposite her, he suddenly heard a stern rebuke. Who allowed you to be on an equal footing with this king? Hearing this, Su Xian's face instantly became serious. The evil thoughts of the Elf Queen. Do you really think you are the real Elf Queen? No, you are just an evil thought born from the soul. Besides, this is a dream. What is there for Su Xian to be afraid of? Even in the game world, the Elf Queen can easily suppress evil thoughts. So how can she be arrogant? Su Xian sat down beside the Elf Queen with disapproval. This move immediately aroused a trace of anger from the Elf Queen, but she quickly calmed down and said coldly, You should know the purpose of my coming here. Facing the Elf Queen's speech, Su Xian remained silent, his eyes wandering around the Elf Queen. He had never thought that the Elf Queen's evil thoughts would appear so blatantly in front of him, trying to seize control of his body by changing his mind. Should I say that her ideas are a bit whimsical? You are just a wisp of evil thoughts of the Elf Queen. You should be aware of this fact. Su Xian emphasized. As soon as he finished speaking, the Elf Queen stood up instantly and said angrily, "Stupid! Do you really think that the Elf Queen's kindness alone can guarantee the eternal prosperity of the elves? Only absolute power can make a tribe stand firm in the flames of war. If it weren't for her weakness and incompetence, I would not have been born thousands of years ago. And there would be no dark elves as a branch. But the elves are not as bad as you think." Su Xian retorted, "Among all the tribes, they have always been in the upper middle. And under the management of the Elf Queen, the elves are by no means inferior to other tribes in terms of economy and military strength. Maybe slightly weaker than the human race and the beast race. Moreover, the human race and the beast race are both divided into multiple countries, but the elves are different. They only believe in one leader. The elves are a race blessed by the goddess of elements and the goddess of nature. The potential of the elves is by no means limited to this. We should stand at the top of this world, on par with dragons and angels." The Elf Queen's tone was serious, describing her lofty ambitions to Su Xian. Her words also made Su Xian understand the nature of this evil thought. In a war thousands of years ago, the elves fell into a turbulent situation. This turbulent environment made the Elf Queen begin to desire powerful power, and this desire eventually evolved into a wisp of evil thought. Therefore, the root of the existence of evil thoughts lies in showing an aggressive character that is different from the nature of the elves. The evil thoughts of the Elf Queen are unwilling to coexist peacefully with other races. She hopes to obtain more resources by relying on the powerful fighting talents of the elves to consolidate the ruling position of the elves. In a sense, her ideas are not wrong, but she chose a different path to lead the elves. However, she may be too obsessed with power and forget that although the elves are born with the ability to control elements and have a long lifespan as immortals, they do not have the ability to reproduce quickly. Without sufficient population support, what war can we talk about? It is just consuming people for no reason, which eventually leads to the collapse of the overall situation. In contrast, the long-standing peace policy of the elves is more in line with the characteristics of their race. Your ideas are difficult to achieve. The characteristics of the elves are difficult to reproduce. Your leadership style will eventually lead to the destruction of the elves. Su Xian expressed his views frankly. "Are you saying that I am wrong?" The Elf Queen angrily grabbed Su Xian's throat, her dark golden eyes flashing with anger. The feeling of suffocation instantly surged up, causing Su Xian's cheeks to immediately turn blood red. Even though he was in a dream at this moment, he clearly felt the threat of death approaching. Sure enough, evil thoughts are just evil thoughts, not real life. The existence of evil thoughts is based on obsession. She may think, but her thinking is affected by obsession. Just like now, she became so angry just by refuting her point of view. However, Su Xian did not intend to communicate well with this evil thought. And if he wanted to deal with the Elf Queen of level 96, there was only one way. Do you want to use the mandatory term for the Elf Queen evil thoughts? Current optional mandatory terms. Degenerate, yes. You have added the mandatory term degenerate to the Elf Queen, evil thoughts. Degenerate, sinking and falling are just the beginning, falling into the abyss is the end. You can give her a variety of degenerate elements and slowly train her. When the prompt sounded, an degenerate term was immediately added to the Elf Queen's characteristic column. When the degenerate term was added, the Elf Queen's body trembled involuntarily. At the same time, her hand that was pinching Su Xian's throat immediately loosened. Ahem. Su Xian stroked his throat. Even in his dream, the suffocation still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "What did you do to me?" The Elf Queen questioned Su Xian. She felt that her mind became confused, and her heart was filled with unspeakable emotions, interweaving and bursting. Su Xian took a deep breath and ordered in a serious tone, "Kneel down." "Do you want to die?" The Elf Queen glared at him angrily, and did not obey Su Xian's order. Even her fingertips ignited blue flames. At this time, Su Xian realized that he had not added the element of depravity to the Elf Queen. "You fell to my order." As soon as the voice fell, the Elf Queen's knees began to tremble slightly, and then she knelt on the ground with a plop. How is this possible? The Elf Queen was stunned for a moment. She never expected that her body would obey Su Xian's order. How is this possible? When Su Xian saw that the Elf Queen really knelt down according to the order, he was instantly surprised and shocked. Is the power of the mandatory term too overbearing? In comparison, Isn't it much more powerful than a certain princess's magic eye of domination? At the same time, he also noticed that the elf queen was not completely corrupted, and her body was still resisting. After all, corruption is just a state, and strong willpower can overcome corruption, unless one is voluntarily addicted. In addition, it should be in a dream now, right? If the entry is used in a dream, does the game world still have the corruption entry? While Su Xian was still thinking, the elf queen had already struggled out of the corrupt state. What on earth did you do to me? A humble ant, a shameless person. The elf queen gritted her silver teeth and asked with a slight tremor in her delicate body. Hearing the elf queen's angry words, Su Xian frowned and said coldly, "You have fallen into a sincere kneeling apology." With a bang, the elf queen knelt on the ground again, and her voice came out intermittently, "I'm sorry." Seeing the elf queen's reaction, Su Xian's heartbeat slightly accelerated instantly. The effect of the forced term was beyond his expectation. No, to be precise, the power of the fall term was too strong. "You despicable ant." Suddenly, the elf queen broke free from the inner depravity again and stood up trembling. This time, she grasped the opportunity accurately and pulled the flow of magic power before Su Xian issued an order. In an instant, the dream world was like a distorted canvas, and the space fell into chaos. Su Xian suddenly woke up from his dream. "Mr. Su Xian, did you have a nightmare?" Yisha's gentle voice came. "It's a nightmare." Su Xian let out a long sigh of relief, but when he turned his gaze to Issa, he couldn't help but frown. Early in the morning, Issa was stealing his holy light again. After giving Issa a hard lesson, Su Xian opened the entry panel. He found that the degenerate entry was still in the entry library. That is to say, what happened in the elf queen's dream does not count. He can cast degenerate on other people again. At the same time, in the distant elf kingdom, the elf queen lay quietly on the crystal jade bed. Suddenly, a strong emotional fluctuation surged on her face, breaking her dream like a storm and waking her up from her deep sleep. "What's wrong with me?" The elf queen frowned, and an inexplicable uneasiness enveloped her heart. At this moment, the figure of another elf queen appeared in the mirror in front of her. The elf queen in the mirror had deep eyes and said solemnly, "We were affected by evil thoughts, and that little guy was just talking to our evil thoughts." When the elf queen heard this, a layer of worry covered her brows. How could this happen? My seal on her should be very solid. Obsession. Your obsession is still strong. You still blame yourself for that incident. You can't reverse their death. It's just an inevitable tragedy in war. The elf queen in the mirror continued in a heavy tone, 8,000 years have passed, but you are still trapped in that past and can't extricate yourself. Tinas, where is the real source of evil thoughts? You know it very well. Chapter 142. Defeat the lesser demon leader and get 5,000 more experience points. 30 more contribution points. Destroy the demon cave and get 100 more contribution points. Compared to the demon cave in the Red Maple Leaf territory, the demon cave in the Falling Star City seems a little easier. Su Xian patted the flame demon armor on his body, sighing at the ease of the battle. The whole set of elite quality flame demon armor he wore gave him the strength to fight the enemy. With the swordsmanship taught by Lu's line, he successfully killed several low-level lesser demons in this mission. However, since there were many players participating in the battle, the credit for destroying the core of the demon cave was not his alone, so he only received 100 contribution points. Adding the contribution points accumulated from killing lesser demons, his total contribution points reached 250 points. Although this is less than the 425 points in the Red Maple Leaf territory, the ease of the battle is like mowing the grass. Thank you very much for your help. Falling Star City always welcomes you. Brave adventurers. The mayor of Falling Star City thanked the players and adventurers who participated in the event and thanked them for bringing peace and tranquility to Falling Star City. He even sent wine and beautiful women to the adventurers to celebrate the victory. Su Xian was not interested in this. Ordinary human women could no longer satisfy his taste. After returning to the guild, he took off the heavy flame demon armor. Sweat soaked his clothes and exuded a unique scent. It smells so good. As soon as he took off the armor, he attracted the attention of Issa. She pressed against Su Xian's body and sucked greedily. She even wanted to stretch out her long and pointed tongue to lick every inch of his skin. Issa, take it easy. Ah. Su Xian gently tapped Issa's head, reminding her to stay calm and not to always think about things of color. In response, Issa had to give up and use her break time to go to her prayer room to sort out the broken props. Su Xian walked into the bathroom, washed off his fatigue, and rinsed off the sweat. After bathing, He walked out of the bathroom and saw Lucia and Lorslyn playing chess. They had many common topics, and in their spare time, they preferred to read, play chess and drink tea, enjoying the quiet time. The L sisters were playing with the magic flame Silver Swallowtail. They had a special affinity for elemental magic, which made the magic flame Silver Swallowtail like them very much. Naturally, the important task of nurturing the magic flame Silver Swallowtail magic was given to them. Alice was busy in every corner of the guild, diligently fulfilling the duties of a maid to ensure the cleanliness and order of the guild. The atmosphere in the guild is so peaceful. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Issa thinking about some lewd things all day long, everything seemed normal. He glanced at the time. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still time to complete 1 or 2 commission tasks. Or, he could go to the magic cave in the Shadow Mountains to explore. Coincidentally, there was a D-level commission task in the Shadow Mountains, which could be solved along the way. While thinking, Su Xian's eyes unconsciously fell on the snow dolphin egg. Since it had a little movement, with the help of the magic flame Silver Swallowtail butterfly last time, it has returned to calm in the past few days. I don't know if it has bred new life, by the way, if it is really bred. Will it be a snow dolphin? Can it be used as a mount? Looking forward to it. In addition, Su Xian checked his inventory of entries again, and there were still 2 entries left. Corpse and Eternal Fire, which were not used. Can the Eternal Fire and Corpse be matched? Su Xian whispered to himself, it seems that such a combination is feasible, and the effect is not bad. However, there is no need to rush. Eternal Fire is an ultra-rare entry. If another ultra-rare entry is added, perhaps a mythical adventurer can be recruited again. After a short rest, Su Xian stood up and said to the members of the guild, it's almost time, we should go to do the task. Okay, President. As you command. Everyone put down their work and followed Su Xian to the task location. With the flickering of the teleportation array, they came to the vicinity of the Shadow Mountain Demon Cave. Since this Demon Cave is located in an area far away from the city, there are not many players participating. After all, the Demon Cave is also a difficult dungeon for players, and they also have to ensure the safety of the guild adventurers. If there is no military intervention, there may be casualties, so they must be cautious. Of course, the fewer players involved, the greater the reward. As soon as they arrived near the Demon Cave, they were discovered by another player guild. Friends, are you also here to participate in the special mission? A green-haired male player walked towards Su Xian, with a puzzled expression on his face. Su Xian noticed that he was pale, and seemed to have encountered some difficulties. Well, you look very bad. Did something happen? Su Xian asked. Oh, don't mention it. The player sighed and explained. The Demon Cave in Shadow Mountain is much more complicated than we thought. Several of our guilds came to participate in the mission, and we have lost more than a dozen adventurers. So I plan to give up. After listening, Su Xian glanced at the adventurers behind him, and they were indeed injured. Brother, if you plan to go deep into the Demon Cave, you must be careful. A necromancer has surrendered to the devil, and turned many of our players' adventurers into undead for him to drive. Thank you for your reminder. After reminding Su Xian, the player immediately left with his guild members. Su Xian touched his chin and pondered for a moment, trying to figure out the reason. Obviously, this D-level mission commission and special event commission overlapped. The necromancer of Shadow Mountain joined forces with the devil in the Demon Cave to deal with the adventurers who came to attack them. Judging from the level of the players' guild members, their levels are all above level 20, and some have even reached level 30. Roughly estimated, he needs to deal with more than a dozen adventurer spirits of level 20 to 30. It's much more difficult than expected. Su Xian murmured in a low voice, and continued to move towards the direction of the magic cave. When Su Xian saw the magic cave, the gloomy green mist filled the forest in the distance, covering the entrance of the magic cave. If they want to go deep into the magic cave, they must pass through this green mist. In the environment where the vision is blocked, there may be countless demons and spirits hiding, eager to hunt ignorant adventurers. In addition, there are several other players' guilds nearby. They gathered here to discuss how to destroy the core of the magic cave. They didn't care too much about Su Xian's arrival, just glanced at it lightly, and then continued their discussion. Su Xian knew that this group of players should come together to attack this magic cave together. But because the difficulty of the magic cave exceeded their expectations, they failed to destroy the magic cave and even suffered personnel losses. However, they seemed to have found new players, and were ready to go deeper into the demon cave again. Because some adventurers showed high spirits, which was obviously inconsistent with their performance after experiencing setbacks.
What terrible things are hidden in this fog? At this time, Alice's soul perception detected a little strangeness. Thousands of wronged souls. Lucia's pupils flashed with golden light, and she said softly, "But that's all." After speaking, she raised the sun's scepter and touched it lightly. In an instant, golden light shone out. Chapter 143. Instantly, the golden light shone brightly, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding players. Are they going to use holy magic to build a protective barrier, and then enter the magic cave? This is a good idea. Holy magic does have a good restraining effect on undead and demons. But the fog here is generated by a special magic array, and holy magic may not be able to completely block the erosion of the fog. Let's remind them. If they rashly enter the fog, they will probably be eroded by the fog in a few minutes. By then, we will have to deal with a few more undead. Just as the group of players wanted to remind Su Xian, the golden light suddenly rippled around like waves, stirring up layers of ripples, and violently impacting the surrounding dark green fog. In just a moment, the fog seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and it dispersed around and finally disappeared completely. This scene stunned the group of players, and they were speechless for a while. They originally thought that they were just using holy magic to build a barrier to prevent the erosion of the green mist, but it turned out that a magic directly blew away the entire mist. What kind of powerful magic is this? How can it be so powerful? Before everyone could recover from the shock, Su Xian had already led the guild members to the entrance of the magic cave. Wait! Friends! There are a group of demons and undead ambushing in the forest. Everyone hurriedly warned Su Xian. As soon as the voice fell, several skeleton warriors drilled out of the ground and attacked them fiercely. However, for these insignificant undead, Lucia just gently waved the sun's scepter in her hand. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst out, and the skeleton warriors instantly disintegrated, with their skeletons scattered all over the ground. Kill 5 skeleton soldiers. Contribution value +5. Su Xian did not stop and continued to explore further. He knew that he had to grasp the specific situation of the magic cave today. If there was a chance, he hoped to eliminate the necromancer as soon as possible. Because he always felt that the necromancer was brewing some kind of conspiracy. Otherwise, why would there be a dark green mist around the magic cave? Shouldn't it be simpler and more direct to let the adventurers go directly into the magic cave, use the power of the devil to eliminate them, and then refine them into their own undead? There must be something strange here. Other players witnessed this scene, and were speechless for a while. They never expected that Su Xian's guild members were so powerful. To deal with a level 20 skeleton soldier, you only need to move your fingers. This is even more outrageous than the sea-level players they met. However, when they thought that holy magic had a restraining effect on the undead, they began to think that this might be reasonable. Well, I still feel something is wrong. In addition, they also noticed that since Su Xian's guild members dispersed a few skeleton soldiers, it seemed that no other undead appeared from the underground. Is it because the undead are too scared to show up? Let's follow. The players immediately took action, but just as they were about to take the next step, a large number of undead suddenly emerged from the ground around them, and surrounded them. Fuck. Do undead also bully the weak and fear the strong? On the other side, Su Xian and his guild members had already stepped into the depths of the magic cave. The environment in the demon cave was much simpler than Su Xian had imagined. It was just an ordinary cave, with green candlelight dotted on the stone walls around, providing weak lighting for the entire space. Master, he is just ahead. Alice felt the soul fluctuations, and reminded Su Xian. Well, let's go. Su Xian immediately led everyone to continue to go deeper into the demon cave to find the figure of the necromancer. Not long after, they found the necromancer. He was standing in front of a huge demon corpse with his hands raised high, with a smug smile on his face. When Su Xian's eyes fell on the demon corpse, his brows were slightly frowned, and he couldn't help but feel disgusted in his heart. The appearance of that demon is really disgusting. Giant Ghoul, Elite, Level 44, 0/22,000, Race, Ghoul. Strength, 550/Agility, 560/Magic, 402/Constitution, 666. Growth, 8 points of all attribute increase for each level up. After observing the demon corpse, Su Xian's eyes turned to the necromancer again. He was wearing a dark green robe and a dark green pointed hat on his head. He exuded a gloomy aura. His face was pale, and his eyes revealed madness and complacency. Ula, Elite, Level 38, 0/15200, Race, Human/Undead. Strength, 320/Agility, 330/Magic,
580/Constitution, 300. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up feature. Soul Stealing, after killing, you can obtain the player entry. Soul Stealing. A level 38 Necromancer? Soul Stealing? After checking the Necromancer's information panel, Su Xian showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that after killing the Necromancer, he could actually get a player entry. Humph. At this time, an old and low voice sounded, and the Necromancer's sight immediately turned to the location where Su Xian and the others were. It seems that another group of humble bugs have broken in. My great ritual will never be allowed to be destroyed by you. You will stay here forever. As the Necromancer's voice fell, countless corpses suddenly emerged from the ground. Su Xian stared at the corpses, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. In addition to the corpses of demons, there were also the corpses of those players' adventurers. Deal with them. The Necromancer gave the order coldly, and then turned his eyes back to the corpses of the ghouls in front of him. The undead summoned by him raised their weapons one after another, and approached Su Xian and the others. Facing the fierce enemy, Lorthelin drew her sword and rushed towards the enemy quickly. Her sword skills were like moonlight, and several undead fell under her sword in an instant. Other members of the guild also took action, and the summoned undead were easily dealt with in a short time. Of course, during this period of time, Su Xian could not let the Necromancer successfully complete the Necromancer ritual. He instructed Issa to start chanting magic to cause damage to the Necromancer's body. A golden holy spear instantly condensed above the Necromancer's head and smashed straight at him. However, when the golden holy spear hit the Necromancer, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and easily avoided this fatal threat. After discovering that his undead could not stop Su Xian's guild members, the Necromancer frowned. Humble bugs. Your strength is really beyond my expectation. The Necromancer said angrily, but even so, you still can't stop it. The great lord of the undead is with me. The Legion of Death will, Suddenly, a golden ripple spread out, instantly tearing the Necromancer's body into countless pieces. Noisy! Lucia interrupted the Necromancer's lengthy speech impatiently, her voice cold and sharp. Under her power, the Necromancer's body collapsed instantly. At this moment, a new prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. Congratulations on obtaining the player entry Soul Seducer. Soul Seducer, you are good at seducing the dead. You will be more likely to be favored by ghosts. Consume half of your soul power to awaken the sleeping soul for your use. Only once. Chapter 144. Soul Seducing? Su Xian stared at the entry. Soul Seducing, and a trace of confusion arose in his heart. Seduce the dead soul? How to seduce? Never mind, at least this is a useful entry. While thinking, his eyes turned to the remains of the giant ghoul. Although it had not moved since the battle began, Su Xian knew that this was the source of this demon cave. The Necromancer was just its puppet. Just use holy magic to completely destroy it. Su Xian suggested to Issa. Yes. Issa nodded and immediately began to chant magic. In an instant, several golden magic circles appeared around the giant ghoul, turning into solid golden chains, tightly sealing it. Afterwards, 10 huge golden holy swords emerged from the magic circle and aimed at the giant ghoul. However, just as the holy sword was about to fall, the giant ghoul's body suddenly trembled violently, shaking off the gravel around it. Don't even think about it. Issa decisively activated magic, and the golden holy sword suddenly fell down and pierced the giant ghoul's body. Roar! The purification of the holy magic made the giant ghoul roar, and its dark skin was now stained with a layer of dark green. At the same time, Su Xian was surprised to find that the level of the giant ghoul was rapidly increasing. Its detailed information panel was also changing rapidly. Giant Ghoul * Necromancer, Epic, Level, 49, 0/24500, Race, ? Strength, 700/Agility, 680/Magic, 620/Constitution, 690. Growth, 10 points of all attribute increase for each level up. Su Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that the soul of the Necromancer has merged with the body of the giant ghoul? At the moment, he was thinking, a hoarse and low roar like thunder burst out from the giant ghoul's mouth. I've said it before. Everything you do is in vain. I have sacrificed my soul to the devil. The Lord of the Undead will live with us forever. While speaking, the giant ghoul suddenly broke free from the golden chains, and the golden giant swords that pierced its body also broke at this moment, turning into dots of light and dissipating in the air. Although the overall attributes of this giant ghoul are inferior to those of the previous fire demon Virgil, and there is no eternal fire to provide it with a continuous recovery ability. Su Xian's side also lacks the frontal charge of 50 knights. A fierce battle seems inevitable. Fortunately, Issa and Lucia are both sacred attributes and are the deadly nemesis of the undead. Stupid ants, get ready to die. Amid the roar of the giant ghoul, groups of low-level ghouls drilled out from the ground and quickly surrounded Su Xian and others. At the same time, the giant ghoul opened its bloody mouth, revealing its ferocious appearance, as if it wanted to tear everyone present to pieces. Lo Celine, we must find a way to hold them back, Su Xian said decisively, while putting on the flame demon helmet. They must create a safe environment for Lucia and Issa so that they can chant magic. Although Su Xian's combat power is limited, it is more than enough to deal with a low-level ghoul. However, only Lo Celine can effectively stop the giant ghoul. Once it gets close to Issa and the elf sisters, it will pose a serious threat to them. Understood. Lorthelin nodded firmly, raised the Sword of Oath in her hand, and aimed at the giant ghoul that threatened everyone. At the same time, the water fairy on her body emitted a faint fluorescence, and it was obvious that she was ready for battle. Go to fight with confidence, and leave the rest to me. At this time, Lucia tightly grasped the sun scepter and shook it gently. In an instant, the golden light enveloped everyone, bringing them endless strength and courage. Receive the blessing of light from Lucia, all attributes plus 50, dark resistance plus 20%. 1 age. Your adventurer Lorthelin. Lucia's team enhancement made Su Xian's eyes flash with joy. Miss Saint not only has powerful light magic, but also can provide buff effects for the team, truly omnipotent. The improvement of all attributes makes Su Xian's combat power full. Let's start the team fight, Su Xian said loudly, and at the same time took out his exclusive weapon, the Thunder Fire Stick. He knew that relying solely on the improvement of attributes was not enough, and rich combat experience was also crucial. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian held the Thunder Fire Stick tightly, and resolutely launched a heroic one-on-one challenge to one of the ghouls. Come on, President! Bei Yafuli cheered Su Xian from behind. Sister, don't just shout come on! The ghouls are approaching us, cast magic quickly, Bei Yafuli urged. Oh, okay. The elf sisters immediately began to chant magic to welcome the fast-approaching ghoul army. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect your safety. Alice held the big scissors tightly, and stood firmly in front of the elf sisters to stop the ghouls, who tried to approach. At the same time, Issa successfully completed the magic chanting, and a powerful magical energy surged out. The golden nun phantom exploded at the core of the ghoul army. After the deafening roar, the lives of a group of ghouls were instantly taken away. But the most crucial battle was undoubtedly the duel between Lorthelin and the giant ghoul. Lorthelin spread her brilliant soul-light wings, danced lightly in the air, and cleverly dealt with the giant ghoul. Although her attributes were far lower than this behemoth, and she could not confront it head-on, she relied on her flexible flying skills and calm combat wisdom to constantly find a breakthrough. Stupid ant! Die! The giant ghoul roared, waving its sharp claws and attacking Lorthelin fiercely. Clang! In the deafening sound of the collision, Lorthelin tightly grasped the Sword of Oath and successfully blocked the fatal blow. However, the powerful impact made her fly backwards like a cannonball. At this critical moment, Lorthelin stabilized her body with the help of her soul wings. She swung the sword in her hand, and a sword light like bright moonlight fell down, slashing at the giant ghoul. Faced with Lorthelin's high-level sword skills, the giant ghoul had to take a defensive posture. However, Su Xian found that although Lorthelin's sword skills were powerful, they were still slightly insufficient for the level 49 giant ghoul, and could not be fatal. It seems that we need to find more powerful skills to enhance their combat effectiveness, Su Xian whispered to himself. As for the super-level skill book, Su Xian remembered that the price in the mall was nearly 100 gold coins. After a while, the ghoul army was destroyed by Issa and others, and Su Xian also killed 2 ghouls with his superb swordsmanship. At present, there is only one giant ghoul left to be conquered. This giant ghoul is completely helpless against Lorthelin, who has soul wings, and is just wasting its energy in vain. Damn it! Damn it! You ant! The giant ghoul roared angrily. It had never expected that even after completing the soul transfer ritual, it would still not be able to defeat this group of adventurers. Get out of here! The giant ghoul roared, releasing powerful power from its body. The dark green magic instantly formed a terrifying tornado that swept across the entire battlefield. This terrifying aura made everyone retreat, and only Lorthelin resolutely stood in front of the giant ghoul, trying her best to prevent it from approaching other guild members. Don't even think about getting past. Lorcelin decisively swung her sword and slashed at the giant ghoul's head. Faced with this swift blow, the giant ghoul quickly raised his right arm and forcibly blocked the sword. However, in the blink of an eye, the giant ghoul suddenly noticed that Lorthelin's breath was not human, but the undead. "So you are the undead?" The giant ghoul showed ecstasy on his face. "God is helping me. Since you are the undead, your power should belong to me." As soon as the voice fell, a soul appeared above the giant ghoul's head, which was the dead necromancer. After sacrificing his soul to the devil, he became a part of the giant ghoul. "Undead, surrender to me. The Lord of Death is with you." The soul of the necromancer laughed eerily, released his own soul power, and tried to control Lorthelin's every move with necromancy. However, facing the erosion of the necromancer, Lorthelin just frowned, and seemed to be unaffected. How could this happen? The necromancer was stunned when he saw that the undead Lorcelin was completely out of his control. He was a little puzzled. As a well-known necromancer, he could exert influence on the enemy's undead and even deprive the low-level undead of control. But why did his necromancy have no effect on the undead in front of him? Not to mention control, there was no influence at all. What's going on? In response, Lorcelin tilted her head, her face full of confusion. Did the other party want to control her? Foolish. How could a sworn knight blessed by the White Rose be influenced by the necromancer? What's more, her loyalty to Su Xian is unwavering. At this moment, Lucia's voice rang in Lorcelin's ears. "I have infused your oath sword with the blessing of light, and your next sword will contain the power of destruction." After hearing this, Lorcelin's eyes flashed with a ray of determination. The soul wings behind her vibrated gently, and as she retreated, the sword of oath in her hand burst into brilliant golden light. "Die!" As the cold voice fell, a sword carrying the power of light swiftly chopped at the head of the giant ghoul. The fierce blow made it impossible for the giant ghoul to dodge, and the soul of the necromancer floating above its head was cut into 2 pieces. "Ah!" A shrill scream cut through the sky, and a system prompt appeared in Su Xian's sight. Successfully killed the giant ghoul, and gained 10,000 experience points and 70 contribution points. At the moment when the giant ghoul fell to the ground, a dark green core broke out of its body. "That's the core of the demon cave. Quick, destroy it." Su Xian quickly commanded the guild members to attack the core of the demon cave. I saw Ivsa began to chant magic, and a golden nun shadow slowly emerged, and then suddenly rushed to the core of the demon cave. With a deafening roar, the core of the demon cave shattered. Successfully destroyed the core of the demon cave, and got 300 more contribution points. Done! Let's go back. After solving this demon cave, Su Xian immediately left the place. After they left, the players outside arrived late, and when they arrived at the scene, the battle was already over. What's going on? Why has the core of the demon cave been destroyed? What the hell? Did the player just now do it? It can only be him. How can this guy be so fierce? It must be a big boss above the sea-level guild. As soon as Su Xian returned to the guild, he quickly submitted the task. Gold coins plus 3, experience plus 30,000. Plus 50%. Obtained item. Soul Crystal Ball Elite. Su Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw the reward. Lucia's rich power directly increased the task reward by 50%. This is really great. Then, he took out the Soul Crystal Ball with a thought, wanting to find out. A crystal ball emitting a deep purple light appeared in Su Xian's hand. Soul Crystal Ball. Rare, a crystal ball that can detect and imprison souls, containing an imprisoned soul. Soul? Su Xian's eyes flashed, and he didn't expect that there was a soul imprisoned in this Soul Crystal Ball. Red Dragon Soul, Mother, do you want to talk to it? Red Dragon Soul. Yes. Su Xian was about to start a conversation with the other party, and ask her why she was imprisoned in the crystal ball, but the other party anxiously pleaded, Please. Please. Save my child. Chapter 145. Su Xian stared at the image of the red dragon reflected in the soul crystal ball, with a confused look on his face. He had never expected that the soul of the red dragon imprisoned in the soul crystal ball would actually beg him to save its child when they first met. Tell me about it. Su Xian asked the red dragon soul, curious about what happened. If its child was still alive, perhaps he could win the friendship of a red dragon. My child, it must still be alive. Please help me find it. As long as you can find my child, I am willing to give you everything. Whatever you want me to do, I will obey. Red tears overflowed from the red dragon's golden pupils, and it begged Su Xian bitterly. Trigger hidden task. Red Dragon Mother's Wish. Task target. Find the little red dragon. Recommended mission level. Level 50. Mission description: hundreds of years ago, a disaster struck the red dragon like a violent storm. Even the dragon soaring above the peak could hardly resist the inescapable threat of death. Now, the soul of the deceased red dragon mother is seeking your help to find her lost child, even though the tragedy has long been doomed. Mission reward: Red Dragon, super rare entry? Red Dragon. When Su Xian caught a glimpse of the mission reward, his eyes flashed with obvious excitement. But then, the mission recommended level 50, like a huge rock, pressed on his heart, making his brows furrowed. In this game, although there is only a one-level difference, there seems to be a chasm between level 49 and level 50. This seemingly small one-level difference actually contains a qualitative change. What made Su Xian even more confused was the description of the mission background. The disaster of the Red Dragon actually happened hundreds of years ago? Does that mean that the mother of the Red Dragon has been dead for hundreds of years? With a heart full of doubts and worries, Su Xian asked the soul of the mother of the Red Dragon, "Do you have any clues that can help me find the little red dragon?" The game world is much larger than imagined. It is simply wishful thinking to want to find the little red dragon without any clues. As long as we use this soul crystal ball, we can find its location. The mother of the Red Dragon explained to Su Xian eagerly, "I once begged the necromancer to help me find my child, but he ruthlessly rejected me, and even tried to refine my soul. I haven't found my child yet, so I naturally won't let his conspiracy succeed, so I blocked the power of the soul crystal ball. You should first remove the power seal of the crystal ball, so that I can know the specific location of the little red dragon," Su Xian said to the mother of the Red Dragon. "Great. I remove the seal for you now." The Red Dragon mother quickly removed the seal of the soul crystal ball, and then the crystal ball emitted a brilliant dark purple light. Then, several messages flashed in Su Xian's sight. The soul detection function has been unlocked. Do you want to use a medium to locate the target? Do you need a medium? Su Xian carefully read the description of the soul crystal ball's detection function, and learned that any item that has some connection with the target can be used as a medium. And the Red Dragon mother in front of him happened to be a medium. So, Su Xian immediately activated the detection function of the soul crystal ball, and tried to find the location of the Red Dragon mother's child in this way. Soul exploration function has been activated, searching for the target. Estimated exploration time: 10 minutes to 10 years. Seeing this huge time span, Su Xian frowned slightly. "It seems that it will take some time to find your child," Su Xian explained to the Red Dragon mother. "It's okay. I can wait. No matter how long it takes. I am willing to wait." The Red Dragon mother smiled sincerely in the soul crystal ball, and she said with emotion, "Finally found a kind person like you. Your kindness is difficult for me to repay. Please allow me to serve you before my soul dissipates, and repay your kindness as much as I can." When the Red Dragon mother mentioned the dissipation of the soul, Su Xian realized that her soul was on the verge of disappearing, and only with a firm obsession to maintain the last remnant soul. Perhaps there is still a way to save this soul that is about to dissipate? Then let's do this for the time being. Well, thank you, kind person. Su Xian put the soul crystal ball into his backpack, his heart full of complicated thoughts. He suddenly thought that the mother Red Dragon had been imprisoned in the soul crystal ball, and might not know anything about the passage of time in the outside world. If the fall of the Red Dragon happened hundreds of years ago, then the little Red Dragon. Everything is unknown now, and the first priority is to find the location of the little Red Dragon. Su Xian whispered to himself, then divided the gold coins into several portions, and gave them to Issa and others. Afterwards, after completing a series of tasks and destroying 2 magic caves, the experience value in the experience pool has accumulated to 64,000 points. It's time to upgrade them again. Su Xian first upgraded Lu's line to level 28, 2 levels, and experienced 7,950 experience value halved. Then, he upgraded both Bayafuli and Bayafuluo to level 20, with a total of 6 levels and 21,600 experience points. Then, Alice and Issa were upgraded to level 22, each 2 levels higher, with 24,600 experience points. Finally, with the remaining 10,000 experience points, Lucia was upgraded to level 18, with 9,600 experience points. In addition, Su Xian noticed the super-level skill book sold by players in the mall. When he saw that each super-level skill book cost nearly 100 gold coins, he couldn't help but frown slightly. "I can't afford it." As expected, training adventurers is the most expensive, and it takes a lot of resources to train just one adventurer. However, the adventurer's skills do not necessarily have to be provided by the guild leader. If they have a higher status in the magic continent, they can easily obtain the super-level skills of the tribe. For example, Byafulo and Byafuli, as princesses of the elves, can naturally enjoy the resources of the elves. They should have no problem learning superclass magic, but ultimate magic is another matter. President, are you free? Lucia's voice suddenly rang in Su Xian's mind. Yes. I have something to talk to you alone. Come to the bathroom. Su Xian paused for a moment, thinking about whether Lucia was in the bathroom now? What was she going to talk to him about in the bathroom? Confused, he walked into the bathroom, but found that Lucia was not there. Su Xian suddenly realized that Lucia was referring to the super luxurious hot spring bathroom he had just built at a cost of 40 silver coins, so he immediately rushed to that room. When he stepped into the hot spring bathroom, the steaming white mist was slowly rising and filling every corner of the bathroom. Lucia was sitting by the hot spring, gently swinging her white and tender jade feet, stirring the calm water surface and causing layers of ripples. The hot steam from the hot spring surrounded her jade feet, making her originally fair and tender skin even more rosy, just like a lotus just out of water, so tempting, waiting for you to taste. Chapter 146. You're here. Lucia glanced at Su Xian, and her clear eyes turned to the water again. Current personality, double standard, sensitive, fickle, what's the matter? Su Xian walked to Lucia's side and sat down cross-legged quietly. His eyes wandered around, and finally couldn't help but fall on her beautiful feet. There are some things I need to tell you, related to the magic cave. Lucia said lightly, the princess of the Star Kingdom has personally gone to the Sun Church to seek military support from the Holy Sea of Light to jointly resist the invasion of the demons. Su Xian listened attentively to every word of Lucia. He understood the rationality of the Star Kingdom's move. On the magic continent, the demons are the enemy resisted by all races. It is reasonable for the Star Kingdom to seek external intervention. Did the Pope of the Holy Sea of Light agree? Su Xian asked closely. Yes. Lucia nodded affirmatively, and then explained, the Holy Sea of Light is a representative of the forces that hate the demons, so the Pope has no reason to refuse. Indeed. Su Xian nodded in agreement. If you want to say which country hates the demons the most, it is undoubtedly the Sun Church led by the Holy Sea of Light. But? Lucia continued, the Kingdom of Stars not only wants to use the army of the Sun Church to attack the demon cave, they even hope that part of the army of the Holy Sea of Light can enter the royal city to jointly fight against the invasion of the demons. What do you think is their purpose in doing this? Hearing this, Su Xian frowned. Even if the Star Kingdom urgently needs the support of the Sun Kingdom, it should not easily let the army of the Holy Sea of Light enter the royal city. The royal city is the core area of the Star Kingdom. How can the army of other countries enter easily? Unless they encounter an extremely powerful enemy that threatens the survival of the entire country. But judging from the current scale of the magic caves, although there are 50 magic caves being jointly attacked by players and the army of the Star Kingdom, 10 have been destroyed in just a few days. At this rate, it is only a matter of time to destroy all the magic caves. In this case, why does the Star Kingdom still seek the army of the Holy Sea of Light to enter the royal city? In the interweaving of thoughts, Lucia stared at Su Xian, and seeing him fall into deep thought, she couldn't help but smile. She raised her toes, gently lifted Su Xian's chin, and said softly, look at me, I haven't finished my words yet. Su Xian frowned slightly, muttering in his heart, you can just talk, why are you touching me? As far as I know, the Star Ceremony of the Star Kingdom will be held in 20 days. Lucia continued. 20 days? Star Ceremony? Su Xian showed a confused expression. Wouldn't it be just the day before the college entrance examination? Besides, it was the first time he heard the word Star Ceremony, and he couldn't help but wonder what this activity was. The Star Ceremony is the day when the new king of the Star Kingdom ascends the throne. Lucia's toes gently teased Su Xian's chin, and continued, the old king will choose one of the heirs as the new king. Do you think they let the army of the Sun Church enter the royal city to ensure the smooth progress of the Star Ceremony? If the king of the Star Kingdom is a fool, he might resort to this. Su Xian thought for a moment and replied, letting the troops of other countries stationed in the royal city to ensure the smooth progress of the Star Ceremony. This should not be a solution that people can think of. And judging from the current progress, the demon cave will be completely cleared within 20 days. Su Xian added, so you mean that they allow the army of the Sun Church to enter the royal city for other purposes? Lucia's eyes were still calm, and she was not surprised by Su Xian's thoughts. Although I don't quite understand their real purpose, it is definitely not a good thing. Su Xian nodded, confused about what the royal family of the Star Kingdom is planning. About this matter, maybe I can ask Edith. Because Edith is also supporting a princess to try to compete for the throne of the Star Kingdom, so she should know something about the star ceremony. It seems that you have some clues? Can you, the president, investigate this matter? Lucia said, placing her feet in Su Xian's arms and stroking them gently. Su Xian's eyes narrowed, and he noticed that Lucia's tone seemed to be a little different when she asked him to do something. Is this her fickle characteristic? Su Xian gently pinched Lucia's feet and said softly, If there is any news, I will tell you, but you must not tell the Pope of Light. Unless it is absolutely necessary. I do not want the Sun Church to disrupt the situation in the Star Kingdom. Lucia covered her face with her hands and uttered a soft moan. The sensitive power made her feel a lightning-like stimulation sweeping over her body, just by Su Xian touching her feet. But she did not retract her feet, but asked softly, Why? Is it because of that lady? Su Xian did not answer, but Lucia saw the answer from his expression. After all, he had already invested in Edith, and it was impossible for the Sun Church to ruin it. If the princess supported by Edith could ascend the throne, he would have a backer who was almost at the level of a king. Then, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Star Kingdom? Is Ifsha the most important in your heart? Lucia's jade feet twisted gently in Su Xian's hands, and she asked in a delicate voice, Even if she is just a little lust of the lady, you like that little succubus more, right? Why? Are you envious? Su Xian pinched Lucia's pink soles hard. Lucia's body trembled violently, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. You? Let go! Lucia couldn't stand Su Xian's teasing, bit her lower lip lightly, and a blush appeared on her face. That was a realm that no one else had ever touched. Just touching the jade feet would cause such a reaction? Su Xian was quite surprised by Lucia's reaction. He just lightly touched her jade feet, but it caused such a strong reaction. He couldn't help but start to imagine if it was other parts. I told you to let go. Suddenly, Lucia raised her other jade foot and kicked Su Xian in the face. The soft, fragrant sole came into close contact with Su Xian's cheek. But Lucia's kick was not strong, so Su Xian felt there was no need to dodge. On the contrary, it was more like someone directly sent the food to his mouth, inviting him to taste it. However, Su Xian was not so perverted as to stick out his tongue to lick it and taste whether it was sweet or salty. After Lucia escaped from his clutches, a hint of cold anger appeared on her rosy cheeks. It's getting late, I'm going back first. She then left the guild. Su Xian smiled softly at Lucia's reaction, and reached out to touch the tip of his nose. An indescribable fragrance filled his nose. He thought to himself, Lucia's ice cream. Seems pretty good? Chapter 147. This rascal. Lucia returned to the Holy Sea of Light, and sat on her throne with a stern face. She still couldn't forget Su Xian's behavior. Was her pair of jade feet really so attractive to Su Xian? However, when Lucia recalled that she had teased him first, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with shyness. It's really strange. Lucia's heart was in a mess. Since she became the Holy Sea of Light, she had never behaved so frivolously. Even when she was a saint, she didn't, but since she joined the guild, her behavior has become more and more weird, as if someone had tampered with her mind. Is it because of the recent pressure that caused the behavior to change? Lucia talked to herself. She didn't think anyone could change her mind as a pope. She was a strong person standing at the top of the world. Even if it was a god, she was not afraid. Your Excellency the Pope, you seem to be worried. The girl in white dress, who was guarding Lucia, asked softly. Nothing. Lucia shook her head gently and imprinted a golden will on the girl's forehead. Pass on my order. Yes, Your Excellency the Pope. On the other side, Su Xian walked out of the super luxurious hot spring bath and happened to meet Ifsa, who was walking out of the prayer room holding a broken chain. This scene made Su Xian look away immediately. At that time, he might have been a little too strong. No, it should be that Ifsa's chain was of poor quality. How could it break in just a few rounds? Yes, Ifsa must have bought inferior goods. Mr. Su Xian, do you want to sleep with me today? The way you sleep is really fascinating. Ifsa noticed Su Xian walking out of the room and asked him with a smile. Last night, she felt extremely satisfied. Praying all night was the moment she most desired as a nun. Of course, this might make Sister Kelly unhappy. After all, she hadn't been back to the church for 2 days. Today I want to rest. Well, Mr. Su Xian will have a good rest today. After severely teaching Ifsa a lesson, Su Xian fell into a dream. You said you would have a good rest, but you just missed one prayer, didn't you? Su Xian complained softly. Fortunately, I'd strengthened his heart power, allowing him to easily defeat Ifsa, Huh? The succubus is just like that. Didn't she kneel on the ground and beg for mercy after being caught by her weakness?
Huh?
Where's the elf queen? Su Xian suddenly realized that the elf queen did not appear in the dream. What happened? Just when he was confused, a golden text appeared in the air, as if it was woven from fine silk. I have something to do today. Let's make an appointment tomorrow. Su Xian looked at the text left by the elf queen and felt a little confused. Could it be that the elf queen was affected by evil thoughts? Su Xian thought, maybe it was because of this reason. After all, evil thoughts came from the soul of the elf queen. If the evil thoughts were damaged, it would inevitably affect the body. Wait! He suddenly realized that even if the elf queen did not come, it seemed that she would have to stay in this dream until the end. Oops! Su Xian's brows immediately frowned. However, he could not change all this, so he had to wander around in the dream created by the elf queen. Wait! I remember. Su Xian's eyes suddenly turned to the giant tree supporting the wooden house. He looked up and was amazed by the towering giant tree. Even in a dream, the elf mother tree is breathtaking. Su Xian looked up at the elf mother tree that was thousands of meters high, and couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently touch the thick branches. Rustling, the moment Su Xian touched the elf mother tree, the mother tree suddenly trembled without warning, attracting his attention. Huh? Su Xian showed a confused expression. What's going on? Why did this nearly 1 kilometer wide elf mother tree suddenly tremble? Was it because of an earthquake? With a hint of doubt, Su Xian's fingertips gently brushed the bark of the elf mother tree again. This time, the elf mother tree seemed to tremble even more violently under his touch. What's going on? Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the elf mother tree trembled not because of natural factors, but because of his touch? With doubt, he saw a few leaves gently falling with the trembling of the mother tree. He turned around and looked at the leaves of the elf mother tree that fell at his feet. These leaves were bright emerald green, and only the size of a palm. He gently picked up a few leaves. The leaves felt very tender, and should be newly grown leaves. Leaves of the elf mother tree. Elite new leaves of the elf mother tree. After eating, you can get 30 attribute points, unassigned. Directly increase 30 attribute points? Su Xian was stunned when he saw the effect provided by the leaves of the elf mother tree. Moreover, judging from the effect, there seems to be no restriction on the use of the same item. Then he has 5 leaves in his hand. Can he get 150 attribute points and distribute them at will? Just as Su Xian was amazed at the gift given to him by the elf mother tree, an emerald green vine suddenly stretched out in front of him. Then, a drop of emerald green liquid dripped from the tip of the vine and hovered in the air. Is this? Do you want me to drink it? Hearing Su Xian's words, the vine of the elf mother tree trembled slightly, as if nodding. Su Xian saw the reaction of the elf mother tree, so he opened his mouth and prepared to drink the drop of emerald green liquid. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the vine of the elf mother tree rushed directly into his mouth and stirred inside. Before he could react, the vine was retracted. Su Xian felt a burst of heat coming from his abdomen, and then quickly became cold. This repetition lasted for a long time, until everything returned to normal, and a prompt popped up in his vision. You have received the favor of the elf mother tree. Your magic power of all elements has increased by 50%. Your resistance to all elements has increased by 30%, and your popularity among the elves has also greatly increased. Su Xian saw the favor bestowed by the elf mother tree, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Although the process was a bit uncomfortable, the increase he received shocked him greatly. It is no wonder that the elves are a race protected by the goddess of elements, and the improvement of all elements is indeed very exaggerated. Thank you. Su Xian expressed his gratitude to the elf mother tree, although he did not quite understand why the elf mother tree suddenly blessed him, perhaps because he was helping the elf queen. Hearing his thanks, the elf mother tree trembled slightly again, as if responding to his thanks. And at the moment when the thanks fell, the picture of the dream gradually became blurred. Su Xian woke up from the dream and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was Isa, who was eating secretly. Su Xian frowned slightly. Why did this girl eat secretly every morning? Also, the succubus's physical recovery ability is too good. She fainted and was unconscious a few hours ago. Isa. Well, wait a minute. Mr. Su Xian, I'm having breakfast. Su Xian had time to check his backpack after Isa finished breakfast. Since this was just a dream, the elf leaves did not appear in his backpack. However, the elf mother tree's favor actually appeared in his status bar. Feeling good? Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. The elf mother tree's favor allowed him to embark on the path of a full elemental magician, but he also had the holy book of light, so he could become a priest, or a holy warlock or something like that. In addition, he also learned swordsmanship from Lorthelin. It seems that there are too many routes for him to choose. Just when Su Xian was lost in thought, Lorthelin suddenly appeared behind him silently. She appeared so suddenly that Su Xian was really shocked. "What are you doing?" Su Xian asked Lorthelin in confusion. He had never seen Lorthelin so close to him. "Did the sun rise from the west today? I don't know why, I feel that your breath is a little different." Lorthelin stared at Su Xian intently and explained to him. Su Xian was stunned when he heard this. But he soon realized that this was the effect of the soul-enchanting entry. He almost forgot that Lord Lin was also an undead, so the attraction of the soul-enchanting entry to the soul naturally worked on her. However, as a serious oath knight, Lord Lin should not lose herself easily. Just like at this moment, although the distance between them was only a dozen centimeters, she did not take any unusual actions, but just stared at him quietly. Su Xian responded calmly, "Maybe our long time together has made your empty heart have some admiration for me, the president." Lord Lin tilted her head, confused by Su Xian's words. "Boring." She glanced at it and turned away. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, feeling deeply moved. Lord Lin is still the serious oath knight, not affected by soul enchanting at all, which is really great. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, Su Xian heard a strange sound, and at the same time, his waist was tightly wrapped. "What's going on?" Su Xian turned his head in confusion, and was surprised to find that Lortherin's water fairy had been wrapped around him without knowing when. "What do you want to do?" Hiss, hiss. Before Su Xian could figure out what was going on, the water fairy showed its bloody mouth and pounced on him. Then, with a light snap, it kissed Su Xian's cheek. This sudden kiss caught Su Xian off guard. "Let me go!" Su Xian tried to use a commanding tone, but the situation did not improve. The water fairy was still excitedly wrapped around him, expressing its love for Su Xian in its own way. Just when Su Xian felt isolated and helpless, the teleportation array in the guild began to flash white light. Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulu appeared in the guild, holding the green leaves of the elf mother tree carefully in their hands, and said with a smile, "Master, the queen specifically ordered us to bring these precious gifts to you." "Eh? Master? What are you doing on the ground? Save me. We come to save you right now." Chapter 148. "President, are you okay?" Bei Yafuli and Bei Yafulu jointly helped Su Xian up from the ground, their tone full of concern. "I'm fine." Su Xian shook his head gently, and wiped the saliva on his face with the back of his hand. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. The soul-catching entry is indeed ineffective for Lortherin, but the water fairy is a part separated from Lortherin's soul, and it is also a kind of undead. This further deepened the water fairy's obsession with Su Xian, preferring to entangle him, and also left her saliva symbolizing love on his face. "By the way, President, this is what the queen asked us to bring to you." Fulua handed 5 emerald green leaves to Su Xian. The moment he took the leaves, Su Xian was not unfamiliar with it. It was the leaves given to him by the elf mother tree in his dream. Although the items in the dream cannot be brought directly into reality, the elf mother tree can present those gifts to Su Xian again in a special way. Wait, at this moment, a thought flashed through Su Xian's mind. He began to think about who the real creator of the dream was. Is it not the elf queen but the elf mother tree? Thank the elf mother tree for me. Su Xian carefully put away the elf leaves and thanked. "Yeah. One more thing." Bei Yafulu looked at him expectantly and said, "President, Mom asked when you are free. She made your favorite milk jelly, and wants to invite you to come home to enjoy it together." "Milk jelly?" Su Xian heard the words, and evoked the memory deep in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "I'm free tonight." "Great, the president will be at the table tonight." During the conversation, the guild's teleportation array suddenly flickered, and Lucia stepped lightly on the wooden floor and walked into the guild gracefully. "Current personality, wealthy, generous, any special arrangements for today?" Lucia asked softly, and handed a bag of candy to Fuli and Flo at the same time. "This is a candy unique to the Sun Church, and it tastes very good." "Thank you, Saint Sister." Su Xian glanced at the bag of candy, and the relevant information immediately emerged in his mind. Girls' candy, elite all attributes plus 30, 1 day. Every time the generous and wealthy Lucia appears, she always brings some valuable items. Even if she brings legendary quality items next time, it will not be surprising. "Today we will clean up some D-level commissions first," Su Xian said to Lucia. "The experience provided by the magic cave activities is very limited. If you want to quickly upgrade the level of guild members, completing D-level tasks is undoubtedly the most efficient way. With Lucia's rich power, the guild can get an additional 50% of task rewards, which will greatly accelerate the accumulation of gold coins and experience. Considering the situation of the previous few magic caves with lower risk factors, it is almost certain that we will encounter demons above level 50 in the next challenge, and the highest level member of the guild, Lortharin, is only level 28. Therefore, in order to ensure safety, we should give priority to upgrading our levels. It is also worth mentioning that after successfully destroying 3 magic caves, Su Xian's contribution value has accumulated to 1450 points. Among the 355 players who participated in the event, he is currently ranked 29th. Among the 50 demon caves, 16 have been destroyed, including 12 with low risk factors, 3 with medium risk factors, and 1 with high risk factors. Although the 3 levels of demon caves can obtain 300 contribution points after being destroyed, there are significant differences in the number of demons in different demon caves. It is rumored that the high-risk demon cave was destroyed by 2 sea-level guilds, and they each obtained more than 2,000 contribution points. Therefore, if Su Xian can destroy a high-risk demon cave alone, his contribution value will likely be directly ranked in the top 5. Let's go! Yes, sir. After all the members were ready, Su Xian led them to commission the D-level task. In the Red Maple Leaf territory, Edith was lying comfortably on the sofa, tasting black tea. At this time, a woman with blue curly hair walked into the room and told Idis, "I got the information that the blood jasmine in Padley City also showed symptoms of withering." After hearing this, Ida's eyes flashed a glimmer, and then she gently placed the teacup in her hand on the table and said, "It's expected. Blue lily, violet, blood jasmine, the protection of the 3 virgin Valkyries withered one after another." The blue-haired woman whispered, "My terminally ill father has spent a lot of effort to let Vivian ascend the throne smoothly. Maybe?" Idis narrowed her eyes and smiled. In a blink of an eye, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Xian and the members of the guild returned to the guild. He submitted the 3 D-level commissions completed today and obtained 8 gold coins and 90,000 experience points. Seeing the skyrocketing experience value, Su Xian was filled with joy of harvest, which meant that he could inject a lot of experience into the members of the guild again. However, before upgrading the members, Su Xian took out the soul crystal ball. He carefully observed the soul crystal ball, but there was no movement on it. From the effect introduction, the detection speed seems to be related to the distance of the target. Just as he was thinking, the soul crystal ball suddenly flashed a lavender light. Then, a woman's figure appeared in Su Xian's sight. However, this woman is not an ordinary woman, but a half-dragon with dragon horns and a red dragon tail behind her. Su Xian glanced at her, and the red dragon in human form fits the image of a mother very well. In addition, the red dragon scales on her cheeks and arms make her stand out. It may take some time for the soul crystal ball to detect. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose and said to the red dragon mother, "It's okay, I can wait." The red dragon mother shook her head and smiled gently. "Good man, I am very grateful that you are willing to help me find my child. I dare not ask for anything else." Hearing this, Su Xian nodded. The red dragon mother is a wise person and knows that it is useless to be anxious. "By the way, what is your name?" Su Xian asked. "I don't remember." Su Xian frowned slightly. It seems that the red dragon mother only remembers her child, and even forgets her own name. "But I can feel that my child is calling me. It must still be alive." The red dragon mother's emotions suddenly became a little excited, but soon she smiled again. "As long as you can help me find it, I am willing to do anything for you." As she said, the huge red dragon tail swayed gently, as if expressing her joy at the moment. "Let's wait until we find it," Su Xian said, carefully putting the soul crystal ball into the backpack. As the soul of the red dragon mother gradually dissipated, she handed Su Xian a piece of bright red dragon scale, which was constructed by her soul power. "Please be sure to accept this, it may help you." Su Xian took the dragon scale, and at this time, a prompt emerged in his consciousness. Red dragon scale mark, epic, the mark of the dragon, which records some things about the red dragon and the ancient dragon secrets. Dragon secret? Su Xian's eyes revealed a trace of curiosity, and he immediately concentrated on checking the red dragon scale mark in his hand. However, when he explored the contents of the mark in depth, his brows knitted tightly. Dragon secret? It's obviously Issa's ecstasy. Chapter 149. Did the fall of the Red Dragon clan stem from a dispute between giant dragons? After carefully studying the records in the dragon scale seal, Su Xian had a general understanding of the reasons for the disappearance of the red dragon. The destruction of the Red Dragon clan seemed to have affected the interests of other giant dragons, and seemed to be related to the relics of the dragon god. In addition, according to the description in the seal, there was also the involvement of a witch. Witch? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart was filled with ripples. Are witches model workers? They are really everywhere in this world, active in all corners. However, the dragon scale seal did not record in detail the identities of the witch and the Red Dragon's mother, but only outlined the tragic scene of the disaster and the tragedy of the Red Dragon clan being wiped out in that disaster. Mr. Su Xian, what are you looking at? Yisha approached Su Xian with curiosity and asked. Nothing. Su Xian quickly put away the dragon scale mark. He wanted to study the dragon secrets inside it carefully, and then give Yisha, the greedy little succubus, a dimensionality reduction attack. Really? Yisha showed a trace of confusion. She always felt that her president seemed to have some secrets, but maybe it was to give her a surprise? President, are you ready? Dinner time is almost here. At this time, Fuli and Fulu ran over and urged Su Xian. Su Xian looked at the time. He just chatted with the Red Dragon mother for a while, but he didn't expect it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. It was time to go to the elves to keep an appointment. Okay, let's go. Su Xian stood up and followed the two little guys into the teleportation array. Yisha stared at Su Xian's back as he left, and was stunned for a while, then smiled gently and said to herself, I should go back to the church too. I haven't been back for 2 days. Sister Kelly will be angry if she knows. After the light of the teleportation array flickered, Su Xian and the two elves appeared in the elf kingdom. The three of them still lived in the cabin. As night fell, the cabin was brightly lit and exuded an alluring aroma. President, hurry up. Mom must be waiting anxiously. The two sisters took Su Xian's hand on each side and hurried to the cabin. When the door of the cabin was pushed open, the elegant figure of Bailila appeared in Su Xian's sight. She was wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. President, you are finally here. Seeing Su Xian, Bailila immediately stopped her work and greeted him with a smile. Yeah. Su Xian responded. Please sit down. Bailila gently invited Su Xian to sit down and prepared bowls and chopsticks for him. Please wait a moment, the last dish is not yet finished. Okay. Su Xian nodded, and then his eyes fell on the dining table. The table was already filled with sumptuous delicacies, including fresh fruits and vegetables unique to the elves, and the fine wine specially brewed by the elves. Bailila returned to the kitchen to continue cooking the last dish. Biafuli and Biafulu, one on the left and one on the right, approached Su Xian and recommended their favorite food to him. President, the guava is super delicious. Green beans are delicious. Su Xian showed a trace of embarrassment. He wanted to say that he didn't like vegetables very much. Is there any meat? But it seems that the elves prefer vegetarian food, and there are very few meat foods. Just when he wanted to eat some meat, Bailila brought him a meat dish that he had been longing for. Mr. President, do you like sweet egg custard? She placed a bowl of steaming egg custard in front of Su Xian. Su Xian looked at the fragrant egg custard and showed a happy expression. I like it very much, thank you. Then let's start eating. Bailila sat down gracefully and took off her apron with a smile. Today's dinner is specially prepared for Mr. President. Please eat more. Well, Su Xian enjoyed the dinner specially prepared for him by Bailila under the warm hospitality of the three mothers and daughters. This warm scene made him feel the long-lost warmth in his heart. While they were enjoying dinner happily, Elena's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Bailila, can we come in? Elena? A trace of doubt flashed across Bailila's face. She didn't understand why Elena came here at this time. Flo, go open the door. Okay. Flo went to open the door obediently. After the door was opened, Elena's figure appeared in everyone's sight, but what was more surprising was that there was an unexpected person standing behind her. The Elf Queen? Su Xian was a little surprised. Why was the Elf Queen here? Queen? When Bailila and the others saw the Elf Queen coming, they immediately stood up and knelt down, saying respectfully, Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. Everyone get up. The Elf Queen smiled and waved her hand, then walked into the house gracefully. Thank you, Queen. Bailila and the others stood up, but their eyes were also full of confusion, not understanding why the Queen suddenly appeared. Elena followed closely and walked into the house. Because she and the Queen both have long silver white hair and elf appearance, the two looked like a mother and daughter, or sisters. The first thing Elena did after entering was to glare at Su Xian fiercely, obviously brooding over the previous incident. Su Xian chose to ignore it. He had already forgotten about it. Can I sit here? The Elf Queen walked to the place where Belafro had sat before, and asked Su Xian softly. Please. Su Xian replied. The Elf Queen sat down slowly, and her elegant posture and temperament attracted his attention. After she sat down, Belafro and the others slowly sat down, and the 6 of them just surrounded the small table. Queen, you are here? Belafro asked with some doubts. I'm just a guest, Layla. You don't need to be restrained. The Elf Queen replied gently. It's my honor to have the Queen visit my humble home. Are these all the dishes you made? Your cooking skills are still so outstanding. The Elf Queen glanced at the dishes on the table and asked elegantly. Well, Mr. President is a guest tonight, so I made more. Layla nodded gently. Please wait a moment. I go get tableware for you and Elena. Thank you. The Elf Queen smiled and thanked, then turned her eyes to Su Xian and said with a smile, I got the help of Mr. President. No, no. Su Xian smiled gently. He didn't expect the Elf Queen to visit suddenly. This was beyond his expectations. This was the first time to have dinner with the Elf Queen. Just as he was about to continue enjoying the food, a familiar voice came to his ears. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a familiar black shadow rushed into Su Xian's arms like a cannonball, and then licked his cheek enthusiastically. Elf Dragon. Su Xian showed a trace of surprise. How could this little guy appear here? The Elf Dragon licked Su Xian's cheek excitedly, and its flattering posture made its owner Elena frown. Stop! Stop! The Elf Dragon turned a deaf ear to Su Xian's orders, and continued to lick him wildly. Su Xian had to ask its owner Elena for help. Elena, you take care of it. Elena picked up the wine glass, and pretended not to hear Su Xian's words. Su Xian frowned slightly, raised his voice, and ordered the Elf Dragon decisively. Stop! Squat down! Woof! Hearing the order, the Elf Dragon immediately squatted down in front of him obediently, showing extreme obedience. Huh? Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved by the Elf Dragon's obedience. Just as he was about to continue enjoying dinner, he suddenly found that the Elf Queen sitting next to him was gone. No, Queen! Why are you squatting on the ground? Chapter 150. Under the gazes of the crowd, the Elf Queen squatted there quietly, as if she had become the focus of everyone's attention. Even the Elf Dragon widened his watery eyes, and stared at her closely, as if asking, Are you competing with me for favor? Faced with this sudden silence and embarrassment, the Elf Queen just smiled indifferently. She bent down, picked up the silver spoon that had fallen to the ground, and said to Flora, The spoon accidentally fell to the ground. Can you help me clean it? Okay, Queen. Flo nodded, quickly took the spoon, and hurried to wash it. The Elf Queen calmly sat back in her original position, still so elegant and calm. In response to this, Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly. He was sure that the silver spoon must have been transformed by the Elf Queen with magic, because the tableware in Bialila's house was all made of wood. However, why did the Elf Queen suddenly squat down? Was it because of the influence of evil thoughts? After all, the Elf Queen's evil thoughts still have the entry of degenerate. My Lady Queen, I've washed it. Flo handed the spoon to the Elf Queen. Thank you. The Elf Queen took the spoon, and the dinner continued, but the atmosphere became a little subtle. About an hour later, the dinner was over, and the Elf Queen and Elena were ready to say goodbye and leave. At the moment they were about to leave, the Elf Queen cast a meaningful glance at Su Xian. That glance made Su Xian's heart tremble slightly, as if he was gently grabbed by a pair of warm jade-like hands. Then, we say goodbye. Elena dragged the tail of the Elf Dragon, and said goodbye to everyone. Yeah. After they left, Bialila turned to the Elf Sisters, and suggested, Fuli Furwa, how about we go to the Elf Tree Pool tonight? Elf Tree Pool. The Elf Sisters said in unison okay. When Fuli and Furwa heard that they were going to the Elf Tree Pool, they immediately jumped for joy, and their joy was beyond words. Elf Tree Pool? Su Xian asked with a confused look on his face. He didn't know where this place was. Bialila explained gently and elegantly. The Elf Tree Pool is formed by the magic of the Elf Mother Tree penetrating the earth. It is the place where the elves bathe. Bath? Su Xian listened to Bialila's explanation, and had a general understanding of the Elf Tree Pool. Then I go back first. He was about to leave, but he didn't expect Bialila to suddenly hug his arm, and press tightly against her soft white skin. Mr. President, why don't you go back after you finish bathing? You shouldn't have anything urgent, right? Bialila asked with expectation in her eyes. It's not appropriate for me to go to the place where the elves bathe, right? Su Xian asked hesitantly. It's okay. Bialila shook her head gently and explained, the princesses have separate bathing areas like the queen. At this time, Elena and Ulysses should not come to bathe, only a few of us. The scene turned and came to the elf tree pool area. Su Xian had taken off his clothes and soaked in the fragrant elf tree pool, holding a glass of juice in his hand. The thick tree roots around him intertwined together, blocking the view of other tree pools, making this a private space. In this tree pool of about 10 square meters, only Su Xian quietly enjoyed the tranquility and comfort. In another elf tree pool not far from Su Xian, Bailila and her daughters were bathing. Although it was a little blurry, Su Xian could still vaguely hear their conversation. Fu Luo, you seem to have grown up? Really? Mom. What about me? Fu Li is still as cute as before. Su Xian didn't pay too much attention to the conversation between the elves. He opened the player panel and checked the news in the World Channel. Since a player successfully broke through to the A-level guild a day or two ago, several more players have broken through to the A-level guild. Among the initial 10,000 players, a total of 9 players broke through to the A-level after nearly 3.5 months. Although there may be more players breaking through to the A-level in the next few days, the number should not be large in a short period of time. Because in this game, just reaching the level standard does not mean that you can upgrade immediately. Only by completing special commission tasks can the player's evaluation be improved. If the guild is not strong enough, forcibly challenging these special commission tasks may lead to the destruction of the guild. It takes about 3.5 months to be promoted to A-level. Su Xian pondered, comparing it with his previous promotion speed. Although he didn't know whether it was fast or slow to be promoted to D-level in half a month, he believed that if he was given another 3 months, it shouldn't be difficult to be promoted from D-level to A-level. After he simply browsed the news on the World Channel, he closed the player panel. He leaned lazily on the tree roots, stretched his arms, and looked up at the night sky. The bright moon hung high in the sky, dotted with stars, adding a bit of mystery and romance to this quiet land. The moon in the magic continent is bigger than the real one, Su Xian murmured, taking a sip of the juice in his hand. Just as he was immersed in the beautiful moonlight, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked the moonlight. Su Xian looked closely and found that it was Bailila. For some reason, she came to Su Xian from another elf tree pool, wrapped in only a thin bath towel. Against the backdrop of the bright moonlight, her jade-like skin looked even more attractive and intoxicating. The wet bath towel clung to her plump figure, showing this beautiful picture to the fullest. Su Xian was stunned for a moment, showing an incredible expression. He never expected that Bailila would come to him. You? Before Su Xian had time to ask Bailila why she appeared here, she had already fallen lightly into the pool. Water splashed everywhere, and a few drops of it fell squarely on the corner of Su Xian's mouth. But his mind was all on Bailila at the moment, and he had no time to care about the sweet drops of water. Mr. President, I was just washing the children's bodies. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Bailila came close to Su Xian, her soft white body pressed against his right arm, and the touch was so wonderful that it was intoxicating. Ahem, I don't care. Su Xian concealed his nervousness and tried to stay calm. The elf tree pool of the elves. It turned out that men and women bathed together. That. Bailila gently raised her hand, and there was a delicate bud of the elf mother tree in her palm. She said gently, let me help you, Fuli and Flo like me to wipe their bodies for them. This? Su Xian's heart was rippled, as if it evoked a deep memory. He whispered, then I trouble you. Don't worry, I will be very gentle. Bailila gently crushed the buds of the elf mother tree, and carefully squeezed out the fresh sap. This sap can be used as a shower gel, exuding a faint scent of leaves, making people feel fresh and pleasant. Under Bailila's gentle and meticulous application, the sap of the elf mother tree evenly covered Su Xian's body. The fresh aroma of the sap and Bailila's tenderness intertwined, making Su Xian feel an unprecedented comfort and relaxation. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in this unique experience, feeling the touch of his fingertips sliding across his skin, as if all the fatigue and pressure were released at this moment. But Bailila's fingertips suddenly touched the taboo of the holy light. Please don't move. In the face of this embarrassing situation, Su Xian chose to bite the straw and sip the juice to divert his attention. However, the glass of juice was soon drunk by him, and for a while, he lost something to relieve the embarrassment. Bailila watched him sip from an empty cup, and at first she showed a confused expression, but soon she smiled and said gently, I fill it for you. The following is a description of the plot of bathing in holy light, 10,000 words omitted below. On the other side, the elf queen returned to her bedroom. She whispered to Elena, you go and rest. Elena responded respectfully, yes. Then she left the bedroom. When Elena left, the elf queen slowly walked to the mirror, her eyes stared at herself in the mirror, and asked in confusion, "What kind of power is that? Why can even the real me be affected?" The Elf Queen in the mirror smiled and replied, "Who knows? They are blessed by the world, and this power may be beyond our understanding. Even if we exist, we will need them at some point, right?" The Elf Queen agreed with her own words in the mirror. She nodded, and her blue eyes looked at the bright moon in the sky. "The night is so beautiful tonight," the Elf Queen whispered, her voice soft and poetic, as if she was singing a beautiful ballad for this quiet night. "Yes, it's a pity that no one can share this beautiful scenery with you," the Elf Queen in the mirror continued. "Don't you still have it?" The Elf Queen responded with a smile, as if she was talking to herself. "But I am you, we are one." The Elf Queen in the mirror had a hint of helplessness in her tone. "Has the little guy gone back?" The Elf Queen in the mirror changed the subject and asked about Su Xian's situation. "Not yet, I can sense that he is still in the Elf clan," the Elf Queen replied. "He and Layla have a good relationship?" The Elf Queen in the mirror continued to ask. "Yes," the Elf Queen gave an affirmative answer, "their relationship is very close." "Ms. Layla, is she not well yet?" Su Xian asked with some embarrassment. He looked at the water in the elf tree pond that was almost dyed white, and then looked at the empty cup in his hand, feeling a little confused. He had already finished 3 cups of honey-dew. "Wait a moment, make sure every part is clean." Bayulila replied with a smile. She had to carefully wipe every inch of Su Xian's skin, especially the blazing holy light, which needed to be cleaned carefully. "Mom, where are you?" At this time, the voices of Bay Yafuli and Bay Yafulua came from a distance, breaking the quiet atmosphere. "We be there soon," Bayulila responded quickly, with a hint of nervousness in her tone, obviously not wanting her daughters to find out that she was wiping Su Xian's body. "Is it at the president's place?" Bay Yafuli and Bay Yafulua continued to ask, their voices getting closer and closer, obviously coming in this direction. "Wait a minute." Bayulila's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly arranged the bath towel for wiping, then stood up gracefully, ready to greet the daughters who were coming. Su Xian also realized the urgency of the situation, and he quickly said, "Ahem, Ms. Layla, I have something to go back first." After speaking, he grabbed the clothes beside him, and quickly left the elf tree pool. The blazing holy light was still flickering. If he stayed any longer, Fuli and Fulua might discover the little secret between him and their mother. "Yeah," Bayulila nodded gently, smiled and waved goodbye, "looking forward to meeting you next time." With a dazzling white light flashing, Su Xian returned to the guild safely. He took a deep breath, and a hint flashed in his eyes. Bathing in the elf tree pool increased the magic power recovery speed by 30%, 3 days. I didn't expect that bathing in the elf tree pool would have such a magical effect. Su Xian whispered softly, and then walked lightly to the practice room. Although it was past 9 o'clock in the evening, he could still hear the sound of Lorthalin swinging her sword in the practice room. When he walked into the practice room, he was deeply attracted by the scene in front of him. Lorthalin danced with the Sword of Oath, and the tip of the sword bloomed with a white sword light, like moonlight gently falling. Her blue fluorescent soul body danced in the air, like a moving painting. "I seem to have gained some new insights." Luoselin suddenly stopped and turned to Su Xian. "Another new insight?" Su Xian's eyes flashed with curiosity. "Is Luoselin going to master new sword skills? Remember that last time she comprehended the high-level swordsmanship Water Moon into Falling Moon. Is she going to comprehend the super-level swordsmanship directly this time? But Luoselin raised the Sword of Oath and pointed it at Su Xian. "I need your help." As soon as the voice fell, a prompt appeared in Su Xian's sight. The favorability reaches 120. Unlock the subsequent role task. The Undead Knight wants to give you a sword. Chapter 151. Want to give me a sword? When Su Xian saw Luoselin's follow-up task, he showed a hint of doubt. What does this mean? Does Luoselin's swordsmanship have anything to do with him? Task description. Luoselin has a new understanding of swordsmanship. In order to help her go further, you need to buy her 100 ordinary quality iron swords, and discuss the secrets of swordsmanship with her all night. Task goal. Discuss swordsmanship. Task reward, unknown. Su Xian frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand why he needed to buy 100 iron swords. However, despite his doubts, he still followed the instructions of the task, and bought 100 ordinary quality iron swords. The price of each iron sword is only 50 copper coins, and 100 swords are only 50 silver coins. If the reward for the task is super-level swordsmanship, it is much more cost-effective than spending nearly 100 gold coins to buy a super-level skill book. Clang clang clang. Su Xian piled the 100 iron swords in the practice room, then turned to Lu's line and asked, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Lu Xilin saw this, inserted the Sword of Oath in her hand into the ground, and then said to Su Xian, "Can you set up some intermediate training puppets?" "Of course," Su Xian said, handing an iron sword to Lu Xilin. Afterwards, he summoned 3 intermediate training puppets in the practice room. Lu Xilin first waved the sword in her hand casually, feeling its weight, and then focused on the intermediate training puppet. She rushed out like a cheetah, so fast that it was hard to keep up. In just a blink of an eye, she had come to the front of the intermediate training puppet, and the iron sword in her hand danced lightly and waved at it. Ding! The crisp sound of iron clashing echoed in the practice room. However, when Lorselin's iron sword just touched the intermediate training puppet, the fragile iron sword instantly broke into 2 pieces. Seeing this, Su Xian touched his chin and thought. Obviously, this iron sword could not withstand the power of Lorselin's attack, and only a shallow mark was left on the surface of the intermediate training puppet. After all, its material is harder than steel, and it is difficult to cause obvious damage to the intermediate training puppet with just an ordinary quality iron sword. Even Lorselin's high-level swordsmanship cannot make up for the flaws of the weapon's fragile nature, unless her swordsmanship can surpass the norm. "Come again?" Lorselin asked Su Xian. Su Xian quickly handed her a new iron sword. Then, she swung the sword at the intermediate training puppet. Ding! Once again, the crisp sound of iron clashing echoed in the practice room, and the iron sword broke again. However, this time, the wounds on the surface of the intermediate training puppet were obviously more serious. At the same time, the number 500 appeared in Su Xian's sight. The previous attack was 486. This was just a casual sword attack by Luo Xilin. If she used advanced swordsmanship, the value would probably exceed 2,000. "Come again!" Luo Xilin said firmly. In a blink of an eye, it was late at night. Of the 100 iron swords purchased by Su Xian, only more than 40 were left, and the 3 intermediate training puppets were also covered with scars. In addition, the damage value of Luo Xilin's ordinary sword has been increased to 1,000 points, which is double compared to the original. "Do you want to change to an advanced training puppet?" Su Xian asked Luo Xilin. However, the advanced training dummy may be too hard, and its hardness is comparable to that of diamond. If you want to leave a sword mark on it, I am afraid that the value of a sword must reach more than 2,000 points, which is a big challenge for Luo Xilin. "No need, it is difficult to improve my sword skills with just a static training puppet." Luo Xilin shook her head, and then turned her eyes to Su Xian. This glance made Su Xian frown slightly. If it is a moving training dummy, it must be upgraded to a C-level player rating, and it can only be purchased after the establishment of the official meeting. Wait! Su Xian suddenly realized that Luo Xilin was going to practice with him. Okay, Su Xian took a deep breath. Since he had promised Luo Xilin, he had to take responsibility to the end. "Okay, I can be your sparring partner," he said to Luo Xilin, praying silently in his heart. Obviously, Luo Xilin would go all out if she wanted to improve her sword skills. There seemed to be no other members in the guild who were good at close combat. Even the demon doll was a soul damage, not a technical confrontation. It seemed that only he, the guild leader, could take on this task. Su Xian took out the thunder fire stick from his backpack and prepared for a big battle. "It's about to start." Rosalind gently waved the sword to remind Su Xian. "Wait!" Su Xian immediately stopped Rosalind and immediately put on the flame demon armor. After fully armed, he was ready to fight Rosalind. Rosalind's piercing eyes made Su Xian realize that this time was completely different from the last night training. If he didn't put on the armor, he was worried that he would be in so much pain that he couldn't get up tomorrow. In order to ensure his own safety, he must protect himself well. "Okay." Su Xian put on the flame demon armor and prepared for the battle. Just as he finished speaking, Lorselin stepped out lightly and launched an attack on Su Xian. The following is a swordplay, and the following 1,000 words are omitted. Hoo-ha! Su Xian took off his helmet and panted. In the fierce battle with Lorselin, he fought dozens of rounds in a row and broke more than 40 swords. Now he finally got a few minutes of rest time. Lorselin walked slowly towards the intermediate training dummy and swung a sword easily. In an instant, only a shallow scar was left on the intermediate training dummy. But in Su Xian's vision, a damage value of up to 1,500 points popped up. Rosalind's ordinary sword now has a value of 1,500 points. If she uses sword skills, it's unimaginable. Huh? Rosalind slowly exhaled a breath of blue air. As a dead spirit, her breath was naturally different. Then, she turned her eyes to Su Xian and whispered, "Thank you." As the words fell, a prompt appeared in Su Xian's sight again. Rosalind's role mission has been completed. Kit reward, Sword Skills Perception. Sword Skills Perception. During the duration of the state, you may perceive extraordinary sword skills. 30 days, seeing the role mission reward of Rosalind, Su Xian couldn't help showing a touch of joy on his face. This means that in the next 30 days, Rosalind may comprehend more powerful sword skills every second. Super-level sword skills? Or are there more surprises? Just as Su Xian was guessing, a prompt popped up again. Luzlin upgraded the high-level swordsmanship Falling Moon to the super-level swordsmanship Yuan Wei. Su Xian's eyebrows showed a hint of joy. Now he can save the cost of super-level skilled books. Okay, let's stop here. I'm going to rest. After helping Luzlin complete the role task, he glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Wait, he suddenly realized that he was late for school. Forget it, take a leave. Anyway, the self-study class in school is also free to allocate time. Wait a minute. Just as Su Xian was about to leave, Luzlin suddenly called him. As soon as Su Xian turned around, Luzlin suddenly grabbed his hand. You are injured, Luzlin said softly, and Su Xian noticed that there was a scar on the back of his hand, oozing bright red blood. Maybe it was an accidental injury just now, it's okay. Su Xian didn't care too much, but Luo Saline pulled his palm closer and put it into her body. When his wound touched her slime-like soul body, Su Xian was surprised to feel a relief, and the pain disappeared instantly. In Luo Saline's translucent body, Su Xian observed that his wound was gradually healing. Could it be that Luo Saline was using her soul power to help him heal his wound? Does soul power have such a use? Are there other wounds? After confirming that the wound had healed, Luo Saline asked Su Xian, if it is a simple skin injury, I can help you heal it. No more. Su Xian carefully checked his body and confirmed that there were no other wounds. Then, go and rest. Luzlin picked up the Sword of Oath on the ground and seemed to be planning to continue practicing. Su Xian didn't say much and prepared to leave quietly. Just when he turned around and was about to leave, the bright moonlight suddenly flashed behind him. Then, a striking number prompt popped up in his sight. 7777. Hiss, Su Xian couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Luzlin's sword skills had reached 7,000 damage. It seems that tonight's unremitting practice was not in vain. In this way, even those enemies above level 50, Luzlin also has the ability to severely injure them. Su Xian quit the game and asked for leave from the teacher through WeChat. Then, he returned to bed and fell asleep, fully demonstrating the talent of a young man. When he entered the dream, a familiar silver-white figure immediately came into view. The Elf Queen leaned quietly against the door, waiting for his arrival. When Su Xian finally appeared, a glimmer flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, "Please come in." Then, she walked into the house gracefully. Su Xian immediately followed the Elf Queen's steps and walked in. Today's Elf Queen, with a teardrop mole on the left corner of her eye, is the original Elf Queen. As soon as she sat down, Su Xian asked with some curiosity, "During dinner you?" However, before he finished speaking, the Elf Queen's eyes had become cold, like a frozen lake. Su Xian immediately realized the sensitivity of this topic, and he wisely chose to keep silent. However, the Elf Queen had a little curiosity about what Su Xian had done to her evil thoughts. She couldn't help asking, "What did you do to her?" Su Xian replied softly, "I didn't do anything, just to make her obedient." "Oh!" The Elf Queen looked at him with gentle eyes and asked, "That can also make me obedient, right?" Chapter 152. Don't dare. Su Xian waved his hands quickly, indicating that he had no such intention. To make the Elf Queen submit to him, or something. That could only be thought of in dreams. "It seems that I misunderstood you, little guy." The Elf Queen smiled gently and elegantly, but there seemed to be some deep meaning in it. Although her smile was still gentle, for some reason, Su Xian always felt that the Elf Queen was a little different today. Could it be that she was affected by that evil thought? "You have now witnessed the evil thought in my heart." The Elf Queen stood up gracefully and walked lightly to Su Xian. She lowered her head and looked down at him sitting on the chair, with a deep light flashing in her eyes, as if she was exploring the depths of his heart. She spoke slowly, her voice gentle but full of power. "What do you think about her? Are you willing to share with me? She is too radical, and seems to be overwhelmed by power. Moreover, I think her approach is not completely in line with the traditions and concepts of the elves. She is too arbitrary and unwilling to listen to others' opinions, giving people a sense of dictatorship. However, her motivation is also for the future of the elves." Su Xian narrated his views, and the Elf Queen listened carefully, even nodding from time to time, as if to express her agreement. Well, you are right. The Elf Queen agreed deeply. Although she is a wisp of evil thought, she was born when I was concerned about the elves. In pursuit of absolute power, she has fallen into a state of madness. Hypothesis. Su Xian suddenly proposed, if there are other ways to seal or eliminate evil thoughts, can we avoid putting one of you to sleep in the Elf Mother Tree? The Elf Queen heard Su Xian's words and explained softly, if there were other ways, I would have sealed it long ago, but unfortunately, I have not yet found a way to completely annihilate it. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Perhaps it is not easy to seal and eliminate the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen, but if it can stop her from making trouble, he thinks it is worth a try. Your eyes tell me, do you have any bold ideas? The Elf Queen keenly caught the glimmer in Su Xian's eyes, and immediately realized that he seemed to have some plans. Su Xian nodded hesitantly, then looked at the Elf Queen with a firm gaze, and said in a deep voice, although the effect is unknown, it is worth a try. But it may offend you. Offend? The Elf Queen was slightly stunned by this word. Then, she smiled. I give you the power to offend me, but before that, can you let me know what you are going to do? Ahem. Su Xian cleared his throat, and said to the Elf Queen, have you heard of the Domination Eye? Of course, he couldn't tell the Elf Queen about the entry directly, but the power characteristics displayed by the entry were quite similar to the Domination Eye, so he chose to use Domination Eye to refer to it. Of course I know something about the Domination Eye, but yours doesn't seem to be the Domination Eye, right? The Elf Queen smiled and asked back. The Elf Queen was keenly aware of the fact that she had a magic eye at a glance, which forced Su Xian to touch her nose gently. Indeed, in front of an absolutely strong person, it is almost impossible to conceal the power of a witch. Although I don't have the Domination Eye, I have similar power. Su Xian explained, if I can change the evil thoughts, maybe I can help you suppress her existence, or even remove her from your soul. Su Xian's proposal immediately attracted the attention of the Elf Queen. And his words also made the Elf Queen understand why her body involuntarily obeyed Su Xian's orders at dinner, and knelt on the ground. The power of domination? The Elf Queen murmured in a low voice, and sat lightly on the jade bed. She raised her head slightly, her blue eyes stared at Su Xian closely, and said with a smile, I believe you, little guy. If you can do all this, I will give you a special reward. Special reward? Su Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and he was looking forward to the Elf Queen's reward. However, the Elf Queen is a very dignified queen, and should not give any strange rewards. I will do my best, Su Xian promised. But, can that domination power really suppress evil thoughts? The Elf Queen's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes showed deep worry. If you make a mistake, she might take advantage of you and torture you endlessly in your dream, making you miserable until the end of your life. I understand her methods, little guy. Do you have enough courage and strength to face it? The Elf Queen's serious tone made Su Xian fall into silence for a moment. The Elf Queen covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, just a joke. Even if you are killed in the dream, it will not affect the reality, and I will protect you. The Elf Queen put away her smile and said seriously, although she can't kill you directly, her methods can make you mentally collapse, or even fall into long-term fear and pain. So, if you want to suppress her, I suggest you try it on me first. After all, my power comes from the same source as hers. If you can control me, then it won't be too difficult to control her. Su Xian's emotions instantly soared after hearing this. What? The Elf Queen actually took the initiative to let him degenerate her. You are the queen, maybe it's not appropriate to do this? Su Xian asked cautiously. After all, the other party is the noble Elf Queen. If this matter is discovered by the elves, no matter what the reason, I'm afraid her name will be included in the must-kill list of the elves. However, the Elf Queen smiled lightly and didn't care. She still looked calm and said gently, don't worry, just do it boldly, little guy. I took the initiative to find you about this matter, and I will bear all the consequences. And the Elf Queen's eyes showed a trace of determination. I must solve the trouble of evil thoughts as soon as possible. The world recently is a little uneasy. The Elf Queen's words made Su Xian fall into deep thought. The uneasy she mentioned may be related to the Demon Cave. The 10,000 races of the Magic Continent have been fighting against the demons for thousands of years, and their comeback will inevitably cause new disasters and wars. Although it is still far away from the Elf tribe, no one can say when the war will spread to the Elf Kingdom. As the Queen of the Elf Kingdom, she must be prepared for the possible war. I can try, but I can't guarantee what will happen during the process. Su Xian replied immediately. The Elf Queen nodded slightly. A smile appeared on her lips, and she said softly, Then I leave it to you. For her, this is just a fantasy realm in the dream. Although the power contained in it can penetrate reality. So what? This small world is built by the power of the Elf Mother Tree, and the Elf Mother Tree is under her control. Even if Su Xian's behavior is out of line, it is difficult to touch her heart. The picture shown in the dream will also disappear with the dissipation of the dream, and no one can perceive what has happened here. As a queen, she can dominate everything here. So, I'm going to start? Su Xian asked. The Elf Queen agreed softly. Su Xian took a deep breath and turned his eyes to the Elf Queen. She still sat quietly on the jade bed, smiling, like a fairy waiting for the flowers to bloom, looking at herself gently and expectantly. Su Xian's mind flashed through various thoughts. Obviously, the Elf Queen would be affected by the degenerate term. After all, from the beginning, the evil thoughts and she were one and the same. But he was still unsure about how much effect the degenerate term would have on the Elf Queen. At that time, the Elf Queen's evil thoughts were almost completely corrupted. If measured by the corruption value, it had reached at least 90%. I just don't know how much impact this will have on the Holy Elf Queen. Su Xian thought for a moment and began to consider where the Elf Queen's corruption should start. There are only a few forms of corruption for ordinary people, and the most serious is nothing more than the 7 deadly sins. Su Xian suddenly had an idea, turned his eyes to the Elf Queen, and suggested, how about squatting down first? As soon as the voice fell, the Elf Queen's body squatted down on the ground involuntarily, and the speed was even faster than her evil thoughts. The Elf Queen was obviously also startled by this sudden change, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Su Xian was very surprised by the scene. What's going on? Is the Elf Queen's willpower really weaker than her evil thoughts? The Elf Queen also seemed very shocked. Her blue eyes were full of disbelief. Looking at her unconscious squatting posture, a huge wave was set off in her heart. She couldn't understand why Su Xian's dominance was so strong. Although she had prepared herself mentally, her body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and she squatted down on the ground irresistibly. How is this possible? She is the queen of the Elf Kingdom. How can she be so obedient in front of humans? The Elf Queen looked up at Su Xian, her eyes full of confusion. How powerful is the power of control that this human boy possesses? How did he succeed in eroding her will? Is it just because of that sentence? His voice? Impossible. She did not sense any magical fluctuations in that sentence. It felt as if she had already fallen into his control without knowing it. When did it happen? Are you okay? Su Xian stood up and helped the Elf Queen up. I'm fine. The Elf Queen shook her head gently and said in a trembling voice, Let's try again. Let me feel your power again, little guy. Okay. Su Xian let go of the hand holding the Elf Queen, but could feel her body trembling slightly. Degenerate seemed to have a great impact on her. Is it because of the Elf Queen's holiness attribute? He immediately looked at the Elf Queen's attribute panel, trying to find the answer. Elf Queen myth, level, 96, 96,000/96,000, missing brilliant crystal, race, elf. Growth, 15, gain 15 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up, attributes. Holiness, pure love, mercy, goodness, passion, question mark. Degenerate, question mark. Looking at the Elf Queen's attribute panel, Su Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. He could see more information about the Elf Queen's characteristics. And the reason why the Elf Queen is prone to degeneration, in addition to being related to the holiness attribute, seems to have some connection with the passion attribute. However, Su Xian could not see the description of the characteristics accurately, and could only observe that the two characteristics of holiness and passion were being implicated in the degenerate, question mark, entry, which means that there is a mutual enhancement effect between the three characteristics. Come on, the Elf Queen said firmly, as if she was ready. Okay. Su Xian nodded, and then issued the depravity command again, sing another song. After speaking, the Elf Queen responded. As soon as she opened her mouth, the melodious song just sounded, and she immediately bit her lips lightly, forcing herself not to fall into Su Xian's control. Maybe because the depravity element was not too strong, the Elf Queen was able to barely control her behavior. Her voice was intermittent. Your domination is related to instructions? If it is, in this case, you can issue some more excessive instructions. Yeah, I won't blame you. Little guy Su Xian heard this, touched the tip of his nose, and silently said in his heart, This is what you said. Your Majesty the Queen. He took a deep breath and issued a new order. Put on the cow costume. As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, The Elf Queen immediately changed into the cow costume. The Elf Queen put her jade hands around her arms, revealing a shy look. Although she felt that this outfit was a bit too lewd, the resistance in her heart had disappeared at this moment, and she even became a little intoxicated by the charm of this outfit. Ah, is this the feeling of being dominated? Now! At this time, Su Xian's voice sounded again. Kneel down. Plop, the Elf Queen obeyed Su Xian's instructions, and knelt on the ground. The perfect curves and full figure complement the cow costume, making the noble Elf Queen look like a real cow goddess, full of unique charm and wild beauty. At this moment, Su Xian's heart beat violently, as if responding to some irrepressible passion. Affected by lust original sin, the full effect of your filthy lust magic power is increased by 30%. Su Xian's eyes flashed with confusion. This prompt surprised him a little. He didn't expect that the filthy lust magic power could also be improved in this way. His eyes unconsciously fell on the Elf Queen again. She was in a state of confusion, and her lively eyes looked a little empty. She couldn't understand what force had caused her to fall into such a shameful posture. However, what confused her even more was that she didn't have any resistance in her heart. What was going on? Was it because of the erosion of evil thoughts? Has it become more serious? Su Xian's eyes fell on the Elf Queen, and his emotions became extremely complicated. A strange impulse emerged in his mind, and he actually wanted to see the Elf Queen do some absurd things. This must be due to the influence of the original sin of lust. Suddenly, a prompt flashed in his mind. The term degenerate is growing into evil degenerate. Current progress, 30%, Su Xian's eyes were stunned. Force terms can still grow, in this case. Then the trial of the Elf Queen must go further. I'm going to continue. Are you ready? Su Xian looked down at the Elf Queen, who was kneeling on her knees with her hands on the ground, and asked softly. Well, I feel good. The Elf Queen tried her best to control her inner depravity, and answered reluctantly. Then, can you scream twice? Ah. Depravity entry is growing. Current progress, 40%. Chapter 153. Wait. Let me slow down. The Elf Queen panted softly, her snow-white chest rose and fell violently, and crystal-clear sweat quietly slid down her forehead, like strings of pearls sliding across her snow-white skin. She was sure that she could not resist Su Xian's dominance. Even in the secret realm controlled by her, she would still be deeply controlled by the mysterious power, and her body would involuntarily do shameful things. Degenerate entries are growing. Current progress, 75%, only 75%? Su Xian muttered to himself. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with the progress. An hour passed, and the progress bar only climbed to 75%, which undoubtedly suggested that his means were still too gentle. Moreover, the growth rate of the entries was gradually slowing down. Obviously, in order to achieve the desired effect, tougher and even more vicious means must be adopted. While thinking, Su Xian's eyes fell on the Elf Queen again. At this moment, her face was slightly flushed, which added a touch of shyness to her noble and holy image, as if she was a weak woman who needed to be cared for, making people want to hold her in their hands and play with her slowly. Ahem, Su Xian couldn't help but feel confused. He just gave the Elf Queen a few depraved instructions, but he didn't expect that she would fall into it so easily. The Elf Queen seemed to be a little bit unwell. Could it be that she was not as good as his evil thoughts? Do we have to continue later? Su Xian asked the Elf Queen. Although he didn't mind continuing, seeing the Elf Queen's state. Let's stop here today, little guy. The Elf Queen shook her head gently, with a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she had not completely recovered from the depravity just now. Okay. Su Xian would not force anything on this high and mighty queen, and he did not have the ability to do so. But if this was the evil thought of the Elf Queen, the result would be another matter. He would let the other party deeply experience what lustful sin is. Your dominance is really unique. The Elf Queen slowly stood up, with a smile on her lips. Even I can fall for it, and I feel the inner feelings again in these 1,000 years. She suddenly stopped talking, her eyes moved, and there was a crystal clear teardrop swirling around her eyes. Su Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. He had never thought that this noble and holy Elf Queen would also be fragile and cry. The delicate and helpless look made people want to hug her tightly, and give her a little comfort and warmth. And giving warmth is exactly what Su Xian is good at. Su Xian asked softly, although I don't know if I am qualified to understand a queen's thoughts, if you don't mind, you can confide in me. You? When the Elf Queen heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she seemed a little dazed. But soon, she put away her sadness and told Su Xian, it was a past event 1,000 years ago, and it was also a serious disaster for the elves. An undead monarch launched a war against the Elf Kingdom, and millions of undead armies surged in just to fight for the elf mother tree on which we depend for survival. They tried to use the majestic vitality of the elf mother tree to resurrect their monarch from death. Su Xian remained silent, just listening attentively to the elf queen's story. In that battle, our elves fought with all their might and finally won, but we also paid a huge price. Hundreds of thousands of elves left us forever in this war. Speaking of this, the elf queen paused for a moment, and a trace of tears flashed in her eyes. And Su Xian silently remembered this history in his heart. Then, the elf queen continued, after that war, the elves were seriously injured, causing many surrounding tribes to stare at us covetously. During that period of time, the elf kingdom has been in a crisis situation. In order to survive this crisis, I came up with the idea of using the forbidden power of the elf mother tree, and this is one of the reasons for the birth of evil thoughts. At that time, there were also two voices in the elves. One was to seek peace through negotiations, and the other was to rely on war to achieve peace in the kingdom. The elf queen said, turning her blue eyes to Su Xian and asked softly, "Guess, which one did I choose?" "War." Su Xian answered without hesitation. "Oh!" The elf queen was somewhat curious about Su Xian's firm tone. "Why are you so sure?" "The elves seek peace with other races, which is nothing more than handing over the resources of the elves." Su Xian replied, "The elves have rich mineral resources and various specialty crops. However, for other races, a beautiful and capable elf is what they desire most. As long as the elf queen gives an order, the elves will be willing to become slaves of other countries for the queen. I think there is nothing more attractive than this." Su Xian's answer made the elf queen silent for a moment. Obviously, this is the correct answer. Long-lived elves are more popular in the slave market than ordinary humans, and even adult male orcs. However, under the management of the elf queen, real elves have long disappeared from the slave market. Most of the so-called elf slaves are fake, and a very small number are elves who have rebelled against the elves, but their number is insignificant. Your answer is correct. In their eyes, the elves, who only have women, are a hot treasure. The elf queen smiled and agreed, and then said, "So we chose war. I appointed an elven elder to form the Night Elf Legion. They are all brave and warlike elites in the tribe. I gave them the special blessing of the elf mother tree, and ordered them to eliminate the tribe that was most hostile to our elf kingdom within 10 days. They did not disappoint me. It took only 1 day to completely exterminate that race. The reputation of the Night Elf Legion is also at this moment, which deters those countries that intend to invade the elf kingdom. Do you know?" The elf queen smiled charmingly at this moment and said, "The Night Elf Legion scared those stupid people. They were also the most powerful legion in our elf kingdom at that time, and they were not weaker than the most powerful legions in other countries. Take the legions of the human kingdom as an example, the Holy Guard Legion of the Sun Church, the Moonlight Council of the Moon God Empire, the Star Knights of the Star Kingdom, and even the legions known as the strongest. The Dragon Knights led by the Holy Kingdom of Dragons are also deeply afraid of our Night Elf Corps." Listening to the proud tone of the elf queen, Su Xian deeply felt the strength of the Night Elf Corps. At the same time, he also learned about the top core of several human kingdoms. Before this, he only knew about the Star Knights of the Star Kingdom. However, the elf queen suddenly changed her tone, from pride to deep sorrow. She said heavily, "But not long after that, for some reason, I ordered the disbandment of the Night Elf Legion. It was this decision that led to the division of the elf tribe. Some members of the Night Elf Legion chose to leave the elf tribe, and eventually evolved into the current Dark Elves." Speaking of this, a trace of crystal-clear tears flowed from the elf queen's eyes, and she whispered, "Including the elf elder I personally appointed, she is also my only friend who can confide in." As the words ended, Su Xian seemed to understand something. For the elf queen, she is a high and mighty queen, and few people can become her friends. Especially the group of female elves who regard her as the only truth. They have lowered their posture in front of her since birth, and naturally cannot become close friends. As for the elf elder mentioned by the elf queen, perhaps due to her personality or other special reasons, she became the elf queen's only close friend. Unfortunately, however, this elf elder eventually chose to leave. "I think you must have your reasons for making this decision," Su Xian interrupted. "Yes." The elf queen nodded and replied, "The blessing of the Night Elf Corps is based on the power of the elf mother tree Shinyun Tree Whole. If the elves rely too much on this power, they will gradually lose themselves, and may even lead to consequences that I cannot predict. Therefore, I must be ruthless and disband the Night Elf Corps and bury their glorious history." Hearing this, Su Xian roughly understood what happened. The creation of the Night Elf Legion originated from the power of the Shinyun Tree Whole of the Elf Mother Tree, But this power would gradually erode their hearts, so the Elf Queen chose to seal this power. However, for some reason, the elves became obsessed with this power, which led to the division of the tribe and the birth of the Dark Elves. That's not your fault. Strong power often comes with a price. This is inevitable. Su Xian comforted. But I can no longer save those elves controlled by power. This is my dereliction of duty as the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen said, showing a bitter smile, Okay, little guy, you don't have to comfort me. That was 1,000 years ago. No matter how sad the story is, after 1,000 years of precipitation, I have already let it go. Really? Su Xian doubted the Elf Queen's relief. Obviously, she didn't really let it go, and still blamed herself, which also led to her evil thoughts gradually expanding. Let's stop here for today's conversation. The Elf Queen stood up slowly and said gently, Your power is very special, which makes me believe that you may really be able to seal my evil thoughts. I look forward to your good news. After the words fell, the Elf Queen walked out of the house. But at the moment when she was about to step out of the door, the Elf Queen slowly turned around, smiled at Su Xian, and reminded him gently, You can't tell others about what happened here today. Do you understand, little guy? Su Xian swallowed his saliva. Although the Elf Queen's tone was as soft as water, he could feel a tremor from the bottom of his heart. It seems that the matter of letting the Elf Queen be a bitch can only be buried deep in his heart. Ahem. It's not that far yet. When the scene in the dream dissipated like smoke, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes. He was in good condition and in a good mood. He was looking forward to enjoying a hearty battle with his guild partners. Today's goal is to solve another demon cave. However, when Su Xian saw the scene in his eyes clearly, he was stunned for a moment. He found that he was not in the guild, but in a sea of fire. The blazing flames were devouring everything madly, and the roar of evil spirits echoed around. What shocked him even more was that there was a woman standing in the sea of fire. Her appearance was quite similar to Princess Vivian, but her golden eyes revealed coldness and madness. She was standing in the sea of fire, staring at Su Xian closely, with a strange smile on her lips. She is. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heartbeat accelerated instantly. The Witch of the Night. Soon, his guess was confirmed. The woman's laughter was as clear as a silver bell, and it rang instantly. This is just the beginning. Young man, let us immerse ourselves in this betrayal from the night together. Chapter 154. Let's immerse ourselves in this drama together, young man. The crazy laughter of the night which echoed like a ghost, like a crazy woman, making people tremble with fear. At the same time, Su Xian felt a heart-wrenching pain in his left eye. Damn it! The severe pain made Su Xian grit his teeth, and his pupils were full of bloodshot. He covered his left eye with his hand, knowing that this was due to the influence of the inheritance of the magic eye. But what he had never expected was that it would suddenly trigger the memory of the night which... Wait, perhaps, this is not just a memory. Su Xian raised his left eye, and a golden light flickered in his pupils. Through his fingers, he stared at the night witch in the distance. That sinister smile seemed to be declaring her sovereignty, declaring to him that this power was hers after all. But Su Xian knew that the night witch had died long ago, and this was just the regret she had left in the magic eye. What is your real intention? Su Xian tried his best to suppress the severe pain in his left eye and question the night witch. However, the unbearable pain made his words unclear, and his consciousness was gradually swallowed up in the chaos. In response to Su Xian's questioning, the night witch just laughed grimly, and did not give any response. Mr. Su Xian? Mr. Su Xian, can you hear me? Master. Wake up! President, what's wrong with you? Su Xian suddenly woke up from the bed, and found that the members of the guild were surrounding his bed, with worried faces. What's wrong with me? Su Xian looked at them and asked. You just covered your left eye and cried out in pain. Bei Yafulu answered softly. President, are you okay? Bei Yafuli also came closer, and asked with concern. Have you been covering your left eye? Su Xian took a deep breath and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just the severe pain caused by some power. The magic eye? Lucia's voice came softly. She sat on the wooden chair in the room, and quietly observed Su Xian's situation. Since there were many people around the bed, Su Xian did not notice that Lucia was there at first. Yeah. Su Xian nodded. He never thought of hiding the existence of the magic eye from the members of the guild. Lucia explained softly, After all, this is the power of the witch, and it is normal to have the regret of the witch. However, regret is just regret. As long as you have enough power, you can suppress the side effects of the magic eye. Is that the regret of the witch? Su Xian whispered to himself. He remembered the scene in his memory, but the conversation with the knight, which seemed to have spanned time. As for the so-called side effects, except for some pain in the eyes, there seemed to be no other effects. But what exactly does the drama mentioned by the knight witch mean? What is betrayal from the knight? He was a little confused. I'm going to take a shower, wait a moment. Su Xian stood up and walked into the bathroom, and the sound of running water sounded. Not long after, he walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. His hair was still a little wet, but it didn't hinder anything. Master, I help you change clothes. Alice immediately stepped forward and changed clothes for Su Xian. While changing clothes, Issa came in with a letter. Mr. Su Xian, there is a letter for you. Su Xian took the letter from Issa and saw the familiar rose badge. He immediately knew who the owner of the letter was. He opened the envelope and saw the familiar handwriting. Are you free tonight? I make an appointment with you. It's getting more and more concise. However, Su Xian also happened to be looking for Edith, so there was no reason to refuse. Let's go and start today's mission. Yes, sir. After Su Xian put on his clothes, he immediately led the guild members to the mission location. Time flies, and it's already evening. Everyone returned to the guild through the flashing white light of the teleportation array. Su Xian sat on the sofa and submitted the tasks completed today. They completed 4 D-level commission tasks, and obtained 12 gold coins and 15 W experience. In addition to the experience that was not used in time because the elf sisters urged them to go to the elf kingdom, the experience in the experience pool has accumulated to 24 W. So much experience. This will give them a lot of upgrades. Luzlin upgrades from level 28 to level 38, 62,150 experience. Haved experience, Efsa and Alice upgrade from level 22 to level 27, 72,000 experience. Beefuli and Beefulu upgrade from level 20 to level 25, 66,000 experience. Lucia upgrades from level 18 to level 25, 40,400 experience. A total of 240,000 experience is consumed, just draining the experience pool. Half experience is really a god-level talent. Su Xian whispered. The experience required for Lozlin's level upgrade is much lower than that of other adventurers. This is indeed a lot more convenient, and the level is rising. However, when adventurers break through level 50, they will need special upgrade materials, and experience alone will not be able to meet the needs of upgrading. After handling these matters, Su Xian carefully checked the financial situation of the guild. At present, the guild has assets of 70 gold coins. Although this seems to be a considerable fortune, in fact, it is far from enough for the operation of the guild and the equipment update of members. As the difficulty of the task increases, Su Xian naturally has to update some equipment for the guild members. Ordinary equipment can no longer meet the needs of combat. It is best to let all guild members wear elite quality or above equipment to comprehensively improve combat effectiveness. However, the price of an elite quality equipment is between 3 and 10 gold coins. If you want to equip each of them with a set, it is indeed a bit difficult for the current guild. Hey, I buy one for each of them after I come back. Then, we can prepare to challenge the more difficult magic cave. Su Xian whispered to himself, then got up and stepped into the teleportation array to go to Idza's territory to keep the appointment. When he arrived at Edith's mansion, the rose scent in the air made him a little intoxicated. But for some reason, there seemed to be a unique fragrance in the fragrance. Was it the breath of a succubus? He did not investigate further and walked straight into the mansion. At this time, Edith was reading a book in the pavilion in the garden, and next to her, a woman with blue curly hair attracted Su Xian's attention. The woman was concentrating on painting, and the object in the painting was not Edith, but a rose in the distance. You are here. Edith waved to Su Xian after seeing him. Su Xian walked to Edith's side, and turned his eyes to the blue-haired woman who was painting on the side. Who is this? She is Catherine, the second princess of the Star Kingdom. Edith introduced to Su Xian. Hello. Catherine smiled at Su Xian and continued to concentrate on painting. The second princess? Su Xian was a little confused. Did Edith let him meet the second princess of the Star Kingdom? Is there any special meaning? Sit down first. Edith smiled and invited Su Xian to sit down. Then, she gently put down the book in her hand and said, I have something to ask you. Of course, you won't refuse. What is it? Su Xian showed a puzzled expression. What is something he wouldn't refuse? About the white rose. Edith gently lifted her legs, took a sip of the black tea, and a mysterious light flashed in her eyes. When her voice fell, Su Xian knew that this was indeed something he couldn't refuse. What happened to the white rose? He asked Edith. However, it was not Edith who answered him, But Catherine, the guardian flowers in various places in the Star Kingdom are withering one after another. The blood jasmine, violet, and blue lily are on the verge of collapse, and the white rose has also shown signs of withering recently. Catherine answered while painting. Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard this and looked at Edie's. Yes. Edie's nodded. What she said is true, and this should be the method left by the Night Witch. Night Witch. Su Xian frowned slightly. Did the Night Witch not only want to destroy the white rose, but also the other 6 guardian flowers? What exactly does she want to do? This is a contest of power. Catherine gently put down the paintbrush in her hand, her sky-blue eyes staring at Su Xian, her tone serious. It is obvious that my father stood on the side of the Night Witch, and he wanted Vivian to become the new king. Maybe so? Edith also echoed. So, I hope you can stop the withering of the white rose. Catherine continued. At least hold on until the end of the star ceremony. We will have a way to solve the root cause of the withering of the guardian flower. Su Xian fell into a moment of contemplation. He understood why Edith asked him to come, but there was one thing he didn't quite understand. So he asked, I heard that the Star Kingdom wants the army of other countries to help them solve the troubles of the Demon Cave, and even let them enter the royal city. Why is this? Is there such a thing? Catherine was surprised when she heard Su Xian's words. She had never heard of this situation before. The reason is very simple. However, Edith seemed very calm and explained with a smile, the dying king was willing to let the troops of other countries enter the royal city for only one reason, that is, he was sure that his enemies would stay in the royal city forever. As for what he wanted to do with them, I didn't find out clearly. Keep his enemies in the royal city forever? Isn't he afraid of counterattacks from other countries? The national strength of the Sun cult is several times stronger than that of the Star Kingdom. Su Xian asked doubtfully. Is it difficult to find a scapegoat? Edith asked with a smile. This sentence made Su Xian understand immediately. As for who this scapegoat is it the demons in the magic cave, or is it someone else? No matter what their purpose is, we must face it if we want to seize the power of the Star Kingdom. Edith shook the teacup in her hand and whispered, I need your help. If you are willing to stand by me, I can meet all your requirements. As she said this, her eyes inadvertently swept over Catherine, who was sitting beside her. That look seemed to imply that even giving the second princess to him as a maid would not be a problem. This glance made Catherine's heart tremble slightly. She realized that she was just a chess piece in Edith's hand, and she had no room for resistance. Are you going to use my magic eye to deal with Vivian? Su Xian heard the intention in Edith's words. Correct answer, Edith smiled, resting her left hand on her cheek. So, are you willing to accept this commission? Of course, if you think it's not enough, I still have hundreds of little succubi waiting to be fed. As long as you think your body can bear it, they can be given to you. As she spoke, she stroked her lips and tongue with her fingertips, showing a charming expression that made people intoxicated. The scene switched. Su Xian had returned to the guild, thinking over and over again about the information provided by Edith. He was still confused about the real intention of the old king. Is it just to let Vivian ascend the throne smoothly? Or does he hope to continue his lingering life in some way? Talk to Lucia tomorrow. Su Xian said to himself. Lucia might be able to provide him with some help. But now, he needs to go to Sunset City with Rosalind. Rosalind, come with me. Su Xian knocked on the door and shouted to Rosalind in the room. Rosalind immediately opened the door and asked, Is there anything urgent? Yes, come with me. Su Xian didn't have time to explain, grabbed Rosalind's hand, and rushed to the teleportation array. When the light of the teleportation array flickered, they appeared in the familiar Yerman castle. You go find Rasia, and then we will meet in Natasha's room. Su Xian ordered Rosalind. Okay. Rosalind nodded and walked towards Rasia's room. Su Xian went to Natasha's room. He knocked on the door gently and asked, Natasha, are you asleep? Mr. Su Xian. Hearing that it was Su Xian's voice, Natasha came over to open the door immediately. As soon as the door opened, Su Xian noticed that Natasha was wearing a thin pajamas, looking at him expectantly. Mr. Su Xian, why are you so late? Natasha's words haven't been finished yet. Su Xian's eyes have naturally fallen on her status bar, which clearly shows the withered status. He gently put his hand on Natasha's fragrant shoulder and asked seriously, Natasha, have you felt uncomfortable recently? Feeling uncomfortable? I shouldn't. Natasha shook her head gently. I just always feel very sleepy. Even if I do nothing, I feel sleepy. Hearing this, Su Xian frowned slightly. The withering phenomenon of the white rose has begun. Facing this scene, Su Xian is deeply worried, thinking about how to help Natasha get out of this predicament. But even Edith and the others are helpless. Wait, at this moment, Su Xian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He thought of the soul necklace Natasha was wearing and the residual soul of the Valkyrie in it. Perhaps she knew a way to suppress the withering of the white rose, but Su Xian recalled his first conversation with the Valkyrie. That time, he only had time to look at her, and was coldly rejected by her. I wonder if he can successfully communicate with her this time, but no matter what the result is, he must try. Natasha, can you give me the soul necklace? Su Xian asked Natasha. Yes. Natasha took the necklace off her snowy neck and handed it to Su Xian. When Su Xian's soul power penetrated into the soul necklace, a majestic divine power violently hit his mind. At the same time, the cold rebuke echoed in Su Xian's ears again. Human. Why did you come in again? Get out. Chapter 155. Get lost. This cold and angry rebuke, like a sudden storm, violently hit Su Xian, almost shaking him out of the hidden space of the soul necklace. Wait, I'm here for the white rose. Su Xian gritted his teeth, trying to stabilize his body, and endured the other party's raging anger. However, this did not calm the anger of the white rose Valkyrie's residual soul. In desperation, Su Xian bit the bullet and shouted again, if you don't restrain your arrogance and anger, the white rose flower you left in the magic continent will wither soon. Hearing this, the white rose Valkyrie's residual soul reluctantly restrained its anger. Su Xian was able to stand firm, but when he began to look around, he found that there was nothing here, only endless darkness. As for the face of the white rose Valkyrie, only a pair of gray eyes floating in the darkness remained. Su Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. The white rose Valkyrie's residual soul in front of him only existed in the form of a pair of eyes, which made him feel a little confused. He originally thought that he would see a more complete and specific image, but he never thought that it would be such a result. What happened? The residual soul of the white rose Valkyrie asked coldly. From her reaction, Su Xian saw that the residual soul of the Valkyrie in the soul necklace knew nothing about the situation of the white rose. Someone intends to make the guardian flowers of all Valkyries wither, and the white rose flower has now begun to show signs of withering. I wonder if you can stop the withering of the white rose flower? Su Xian asked her. I am just a remnant soul. I have no divine power, and cannot stop the withering of the white rose flower. The residual soul of the white rose Valkyrie replied indifferently, my existence is just a mark left by the white rose Valkyrie, as the coordinates for her future return to the magic continent. Su Xian couldn't help but frown after hearing this. He didn't expect that the Valkyrie's residual soul in the soul necklace was just a mark, and no longer had any divine power. That would be troublesome. But suddenly, the Valkyrie's residual soul changed the subject and continued, although I can't directly stop the withering of the white rose flower, I have a way to awaken a trace of divine power hidden in it, which may be able to stop it from withering. What method? Su Xian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Sure enough, this Valkyrie's residual soul had a way to stop the withering of the white rose flower. The white rose Valkyrie left a short sword in Sunset City. This sword can awaken the divine power hidden in the white rose flower. The residual soul of the white rose Valkyrie revealed to Su Xian. Lu said, but to use this sword, you first need to pull it out of the scabbard, but not everyone can successfully pull out the Valkyrie's sword. No matter what, I have to find the dagger first. Su Xian pondered for a moment and said, can you tell me the specific location? The former residence of the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's residual soul replied, you'd better act as soon as possible. Once the white rose flower is completely withered, even if you mobilize the remaining divine power, it cannot be saved. Wait. Suddenly, Su Xian's soul was suddenly pulled back to reality. Mr. Su Xian? Natasha looked at Su Xian with doubtful eyes, her eyes full of concern. At this time, Luo Saline and Luo Xia also came to Natasha's room, quietly observing Su Xian. What happened? Luo Xia asked doubtfully. There are some problems with the white rose flower, and we need to solve them as soon as possible. Su Xian replied, do you know where the former residence of the white rose Valkyrie is? I know. Luo Xia nodded affirmatively. That's good to know. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that it would take some effort to find the former residence of the Valkyrie, but he didn't expect Luo Xia to know its location. The former residence of the white rose Valkyrie is in the Yerman castle. Our ancestors bought that piece of land and built the current Yerman family. Luo Xia explained. Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It really was easy to get it. Take me there. Yes. Luo Xia nodded slightly, and then led Su Xian into the former residence. This place where the White Rose Valkyrie once lived is still in good condition. It is a small courtyard that looks no different from an ordinary house. The roof covered with red tiles, the white exterior walls, and the lush white roses in the courtyard. These roses seem to be protected by some kind of magic. Even after a long time of baptism, they have never withered, and they still bloom and sway beautifully in the breeze. There is a dagger in the White Rose Valkyrie's former residence. Have you seen it? Su Xian asked Luo Xia. Dagger? Luo Xia showed a confused expression, and then began to look for relevant fragments in her memory. But there was no impression of the dagger in her memory. At this time, Luo Xalin said, I remember that the sword was buried in the White Rose Garden. Because the sword contains the power of the White Rose Valkyrie, no one can pull it out, so our ancestors buried it in the soil. Why bury it in the soil? Su Xian whispered, confused by the behavior of the ancestors of the Yerman family. He walked quickly towards the White Rose Garden and dug the buried dagger out of the soil. This is a snow-white dagger, with a lifelike white rose delicately carved on the hilt. Although this sword has been sleeping in the soil for many years, it is still shining and radiant. Rose dagger of the White Rose Valkyrie, epic ? Is there really no one who can pull it out? Su Xian's eyes flashed with confidence. He held the hilt tightly and exerted force with both hands. I am. Alas, I can't pull it out. Su Xian sighed lightly. Although he tried his best, the dagger seemed to have taken root and did not move at all. Luzline, do you want to try? Su Xian handed the dagger to Rosaline. Rosaline took the sword and shook her head helplessly after trying it. Natasha, do you want to try it? Su Xian suggested. He guessed that perhaps the blood of the Guardian family could successfully pull out this sword. Here. Rosaline handed the dagger to Natasha. Natasha took the dagger and tried to pull it out, but the sword was still tightly in the scabbard, motionless. It seems that I am not the one with destiny either. Natasha sighed helplessly, and handed the dagger back to Su Xian. This made Su Xian feel a little confused. What kind of person can pull out this sword? While he was thinking, he handed the dagger to Luo Xia, hoping that she could try it too. Suddenly, accompanied by a crisp click sound, the dagger miraculously opened at this moment. Su Xian looked at Luo Xia with doubts. He didn't understand why Luo Xia pulled out the dagger. Luo Xia was also confused. She just used a little force and successfully pulled out the dagger. At this moment, a prompt message appeared in Su Xian's sight. White Rose Valkyrie's Rose Dagger, epic, a weapon that can only be drawn by a pure girl, and must be recognized by the White Rose Rite. Attack power increased by 500, causing 30% additional true damage to the enemy. After seeing the introduction of the White Rose Valkyrie's Rose Dagger, Su Xian finally understood why no one could draw it before. This sword needs to be recognized by the White Rose Rite, and the sword drawer must be a pure young girl. Among the sworn knights over the years, there may be only 2 or 3 who meet this harsh condition. Since the prerequisites are not clearly marked, many people mistakenly believe that this is a weapon that cannot be drawn. For example, although Lortharin is a sworn knight, she is now a dead body, and her age has long exceeded the definition of a girl. In contrast, Luo Xia has just stepped into the threshold of 18 years old, and can barely be associated with the word girl. Since the sword has been drawn, Su Xian did not waste time and immediately went to the location of the white rose flower. When they arrived at the bottom of the giant white rose in Sunset City, the scene in front of them made everyone deeply worried. The white rose had already shown signs of withering, and its edges were even stained with the color of the night. This? Luo Xia frowned slightly. If Su Xian hadn't reminded her, she would not have noticed the abnormality of the white rose. The signs of withering only lasted for a few hours. It's normal that you didn't notice it. Su Xian told Luo Xia that no one believed that the guardian flower would show signs of withering, and the information from other guardian cities had not been transmitted to Sunset City in time. What should we do? Luo Xia looked at Su Xian, her eyes full of anxiety, eager to stop the white rose from withering. Try to see if you can use this rose dagger to establish a connection with the white rose, Su Xian suggested. The residual soul of the White Rose Valkyrie once said that this rose dagger can activate the remaining divine power in the white rose. As for how to act, the rose dagger in Luo Xia's hand will reveal the answer. The moment she pulled out the dagger, the sword seemed to wake up and bloomed with brilliant light. Following it, the huge white rose suspended in the air slowly opened its petals, like a star in the night sky, and the white halo spread like water waves. At the same time, Su Xian witnessed a layer of white magic as thin as a cicada's wing gently covering the entire rose, erasing the withered marks bit by bit. It seems to be successful. Luo Xia looked at the white rose that was rejuvenated, and her joy was beyond words. When the last trace of withering disappeared from the petals of the white rose, Natasha's voice rang in Su Xian's ears. "Thank you." Su Xian just smiled indifferently, thinking that the problem of the white rose was finally solved. At this time, Su Xian suddenly noticed that Natasha, who was standing next to him, had a white rose pattern flashing between her eyebrows. "What is this?" "Mark of the White Rose Valkyrie, question mark. Mark of the White Rose Valkyrie." Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of doubt. He wondered, could it be the same mark as the residual soul of the White Rose Valkyrie in the soul necklace? Can this mark guide the direction of the White Rose Valkyrie? In addition, since the withering of the white rose flower has been successfully prevented, he feels it is necessary to inform the remnant soul of the Valkyrie in the soul necklace of this good news. Su Xian immediately took back the soul necklace from Natasha and entered it again. This time, the remnant soul of the White Rose Valkyrie was no longer full of anger towards him, but asked in a cold tone, "Is the matter resolved?" "Yes, thanks to your reminder, we successfully prevented the withering of the white rose flower." Su Xian nodded to the remnant soul of the White Rose Valkyrie and expressed his gratitude to her. "Since everything is over, you can leave." The remnant soul of the White Rose Valkyrie issued an order to expel Su Xian. However, Su Xian did not leave immediately. He still had one thing he wanted to clarify. "Wait, I want to ask. The mark of the White Rose Valkyrie appeared between Natasha's eyebrows. What does that mean?" "You mean the spirit of the White Rose also gave birth to the mark of the Valkyrie?" Upon hearing this, the residual soul of the White Rose Valkyrie showed a look of surprise, as if she was very shocked by this matter. "Yes," Su Xian replied. "Is there any difference between this mark and yours?" "It's very different. Due to some factors, the mark of the White Rose spirit has not been activated. The Valkyrie can't wait any longer, so she chose to leave a remnant soul as an alternative. Moreover, my mark is one-time, while her mark is permanent." The Valkyrie's remnant soul explained, "Now that the White Rose spirit has successfully activated the mark, my existence is no longer necessary. Help me do something." The Valkyrie's remnant soul said to Su Xian, "I hope you can take me to the place where the white rose blooms." As soon as the voice fell, Su Xian's sight popped up a series of prompts. Trigger hidden task. The wish of the Valkyrie's remnant soul. Task target. Go to the place where the white rose blooms. Task reward. Super rare item Valkyrie. Chapter 156. Where the white rose blooms. Su Xian whispered, and then exited the space in the soul necklace. He naturally had no reason to refuse the commission of the Valkyrie's residual soul. The super rare Valkyrie entry was too tempting for him. Since the withering of the white rose has been curbed, let's go back. Yes. In a flash, Su Xian and others have returned to Yerman's castle. At this moment, the time is already 8 o'clock in the evening. The night is like ink, completely covering the sky, and the sunset city is silent. "It's getting late, I say goodbye first, good night." After Su Xian sent Natasha and the others back to the room, he was ready to leave. Just as Su Xian was about to leave, Natasha gently pulled his wrist, with a tender light in her eyes. After a brief hesitation, she whispered, "The withering effect makes me a little uneasy. Can you coax me to sleep before leaving?" Su Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. He naturally understood the meaning of Natasha's words. He readily accepted such a clear indication. "I only know how to tell the story of Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. I just want to hear this story." Su Xian followed Natasha into the room, and the door was tightly closed. Outside the door, Luo Xia was confused. She looked at her Aunt Luo Saline beside her and asked in a puzzled tone, "Are they really going to tell a story?" "Yes," Luo Saline answered briefly, and then quickly walked to the reception room opposite. Luo Xia didn't dare to think too much, and went straight back to her room to rest. About 2 hours later, when Su Xian finished the story, Natasha fell into a coma with satisfaction. "We should go." Su Xian walked out of the room and said to Rosalind in the reception room. "Yes." Rosalind put down the book in her hand, stood up and prepared to follow Su Xian to leave. But when Rosalind found that Su Xian did not open the teleportation array to return to the guild, a trace of doubt flashed through her mind. However, she usually never asked about Su Xian's actions, but just followed him quietly and trusted his decisions. But before that, Rosalind reminded Su Xian, "Go wash your face first, your face is full of lipstick marks." The scene changed, and Su Xian and Rosalind stepped into the place where the white rose bloomed together. The so-called place where the white rose bloomed was located in a valley near Sunset City. The valley was deep and silent, and the sound of insects rose and fell, creating a dark environment that made people unable to see their fingers. Su Xian then performed the lighting technique to illuminate the surrounding environment. When they arrived at the center of the valley, Su Xian found a statue of a Valkyrie standing there. However, the statue is now in ruins, and only part of its shape can be vaguely identified. The upper part of the statue has collapsed to the ground and is covered by lush weeds. Is this the place? Su Xian asked with some confusion. In this so-called blooming place of white roses, he didn't even see the shadow of a white rose. While he was thinking, the voice of the white rose Valkyrie sounded in his mind. This is it, wait a moment. Oh! Su Xian responded, looking around, wondering why the Valkyrie's residual soul came here, and even came out of the soul necklace that protected her, just to come here. Before his thoughts were completely settled, suddenly, a bright light flashed between his eyebrows. Under the illumination of this ray of white light, the surrounding environment changed dramatically in an instant. The originally barren valley was instantly full of vitality. White roses appeared out of thin air and bloomed in front of Su Xian. In just 1 minute, the empty valley was covered with white roses, and the originally collapsed statue was also surrounded by white roses. On the fault of the statue, a white rose with a width of about 3 or 4 meters was quietly blooming, gorgeous and mysterious. Su Xian was surprised to observe everything in front of him. He didn't expect the picture to switch so quickly. The valley was still empty the last moment, and it was submerged by a sea of white roses the next moment. As the roses bloomed, a ray of white light shone from Su Xian's eyebrows, and it gently floated towards the white rose on the statue. This ray of white light seemed to accelerate the blooming process of the roses. When the petals opened one by one, Su Xian was surprised to find a small and delicate figure curled up in the bud. Who is that? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the petite figure in the white rose. At the same time, a prompt message appeared in his sight. White Rose Valkyrie, ? Level, ? Race, Flower Fairy/Valkyrie. Growth, ? Gain? Points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. She is the White Rose Valkyrie. Su Xian showed a surprised expression. The White Rose Valkyrie was actually a lowly. In Su Xian's shocked eyes, the White Rose Valkyrie slowly opened her eyes. Her gray-white pupil showed a unique shape, as if a blooming flower. And her skin was not the skin color of ordinary humans, but white as jade, bright as the moon, exuding a mysterious and elegant luster. Her skin was more like the petals of a white rose, not the skin of an ordinary woman. What Su Xian was more concerned about was the armor worn by the White Rose Valkyrie. This armor was made of white rose petals. It looked fragile, but it contained indescribable exquisiteness. Each petal seemed to have life, giving the White Rose Valkyrie a magnificent divine power. Young man. The White Rose Valkyrie slowly stood up, and then a brisk and clear voice of a proud girl came. Thank you for sending me here this time. I forgive you for breaking into the soul space again and again. Su Xian looked thoughtful. She was actually a proud girl. The proud girl has retired. Moreover, Su Xian's original expectation was very different from the White Rose Valkyrie in front of him. He thought that the White Rose Valkyrie would be a cold and majestic queen, but he never thought that she was actually a proud lowly. This unexpected contrast made Su Xian wonder, is the ranking of the Valkyries determined by height? What are you doing here? Su Xian asked the White Rose Valkyrie. What am I going to do? Do you, a mortal, need to know? The White Rose Valkyrie glanced at Su Xian, and then turned her gaze to the collapsed statue. Forget it. Su Xian shrugged. He didn't want to know much about the White Rose Valkyrie. The White Rose Valkyrie stared at the collapsed statue for a long time, as if she was recalling something. Then, she exhaled deeply, turned her gaze to Su Xian, and said seriously, the responsibility of protecting the White Rose can only be entrusted to you now. I can't take care of myself now, and can't continue to protect this place. Also, I know what you did to my White Rose. As soon as I descended, I sensed a foul stench emanating from the White Rose. You filthy, stinking fellow. Su Xian knew very well that what was before his eyes at this moment was not the residual soul of the White Rose Valkyrie. It was the real White Rose Valkyrie. Could it be that the residual soul of the Valkyrie used its mark to allow the White Rose Valkyrie to temporarily descend on this magical continent? Oh! Su Xian stroked the tip of his nose, and agreed to the other party. Humph, you are smart. The White Rose Valkyrie said coldly. You can stop the withering of the White Rose this time, which is also a great contribution. I will not treat you unfairly. As she said, she flicked her fingertips, and a ray of pure white light sank into Su Xian's brow. This is the reward you deserve. You have received the blessing from the White Rose Valkyrie. Your luck value increases by 100. At 100 luck value? Su Xian's eyes widened instantly. This increase was too amazing. Just as Su Xian was still surprised, the body of the White Rose Valkyrie began to become translucent and was about to disappear completely. But before she disappeared completely, she issued a final warning to Su Xian, pay attention to your size. No! Before she finished her words, she turned into a light spot and disappeared in front of Su Xian. Size? Did she mean to pay attention to the scale and measure? Su Xian frowned slightly. He didn't expect the White Rose Valkyrie to speak so concisely. The wish of the Valkyrie's residual soul, completed. Get reward super rare entry Valkyrie. Hiss. Su Xian took a breath of cool air, his eyes flashing with joy. Now he has the 2 super rare items. Eternal Fire and Valkyrie, which undoubtedly greatly increases the possibility of recruiting mythical adventurers. Loseline, we should go home. Su Xian quickly activated the teleportation array and prepared to return to the guild. But Loseline was still staring at the gradually disappearing White Rose with a focused expression. Loseline? Su Xian was a little puzzled. Could it be that the little skeleton was worried? Nothing. Loseline said softly, and then followed Su Xian's steps into the teleportation array and disappeared in an instant. When the white light flashed, the two returned to the guild. Su Xian simply washed up and then fell into a sweet dream. But when he entered the dream and was about to train the Elf Queen again, he found that the Elf Queen left him a text. This king feels a little unwell, little guy, we will see you tomorrow. Su Xian stroked his chin, thinking about the Elf Queen's physical discomfort. It seems that the evil thoughts have had a great impact on her. Taking advantage of his free time, Su Xian took out the 5 precious leaves of the Elf Mother Tree. Each of these leaves can increase his unallocated attribute by 30 points, which is a huge increase of 150 points in total. In addition, these leaves are the exclusive blessings given to him by the Elf Mother Tree. Only he can use them, and they cannot be given to Ivsa and others. Try taking one first. Su Xian carefully picked up a leaf of the Elf Mother Tree and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the fresh taste spread in his mouth, as if there was a life force wandering in his body, making him feel unprecedented comfort and pleasure. Take the leaves of the Elf Mother Tree and get 30 unallocated attribute points. Chapter 157. After taking 5 leaves of the Elf Mother Tree, Su Xian took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with his attribute panel. Su Xian, level, D-level evaluation. Race, human. Strength, 220/agility, 220/magic, 240/constitution, 220. Growth unknown. Features: Dragon Knight, sunny and cheerful, mother-in-law killer, succubus constitution, super fan, soul snatching. Tip: there are currently 150 unallocated attribute points. I have to think about how to allocate these 150 attributes. Su Xian pondered for a moment, and then began to allocate attribute points. Strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 30 points, and magic increased by 60 points. From the current situation, the increase in magic value is slightly more beneficial to him than the other items. The higher the magic value, the stronger the spell effect, including amplification magic. After allocating the attributes, Su Xian looked at the jade bed in the wooden house. There was no bedding on the jade bed, only a jade pillow. By the way, can I sleep in a dream? Su Xian lay on the jade bed, wondering if he could fall asleep in a dream. After he lay down, he thought the hard jade bed would make him feel uncomfortable, but surprisingly, he felt very comfortable. It was like lying on a water bed, and his whole body felt an indescribable sense of relaxation. In addition, a fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him fall asleep quickly. When Su Xian woke up, he took off his VR glasses, walked into the bathroom, and simply washed himself, and then went to school. Today is Thursday, and when he stepped into the school, there were not many people in the classroom. He has been sleeping very little recently, and only 5 hours is enough to dispel his sleepiness. Were you sick yesterday? Lu Shui walked to Su Xian and asked with concern. Well, I felt a little uncomfortable. But I'm fine now. Su Xian replied. He felt it was not convenient to tell Lu Shui about the specific details. I'm glad you're fine. This is the review material you asked me to help you organize before. Lu Shui handed him a detailed review notebook. Thank you. Su Xian took the notebook and thanked Lu Shui. Don't forget to come to the noodle shop on Saturday, Lu Shui reminded her before she left. Okay, I come. Su Xian nodded affirmatively and agreed. After school, Su Xian returned home, ate a simple meal, and then entered the game. As soon as he entered the game, the first thing that caught his eye was the beautiful face of Efusa, who was sitting in the guild hall with a Bible in her hands. Mr. Su Xian, good morning. Efusa smiled sweetly when she saw Su Xian. Why are you here so early today? Su Xian was a little surprised, because the time in the game was only a little after 7 in the morning. Because I didn't attend the nuns' morning prayers, Issa said with a smile. Her loving eyes seemed to say, I just want to stay with you for a while. It's okay to pray in the guild, right? Su Xian paused and asked, Isn't it the same to pray in the morning? Yes, it's the same everywhere, but first of all, there must be someone to pray to. There is a statue of the God of Light in the church, but here, Issa said, a gleam in her eyes, looking at the only person to pray to in the guild. Su Xian frowned slightly. He fell into the trap of the succubus again. An hour later, Lucia and the Elle sisters came to the guild one after another. At this time, Su Xian was browsing the world channel in the guild hall, while Issa was tasting a cup of fresh milk coffee, which she had just squeezed out by herself. What happened before? Has there been any results? Lucia walked lightly and barefoot to Su Xian and asked. Yes. Su Xian nodded slightly and responded, The king of the Star Kingdom seems to have a plan in mind and intends to keep the troops sent by various countries in the royal city forever. At the same time, his approach will not cause a war. As for what means and methods he will use, it is still unknown. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the adventurers will eventually gather in the royal city of the Star Kingdom. Because the location of the extremely difficult magic cave happens to be close to the royal city. This is the news he just learned when browsing the task information. At present, the progress of destroying 50 magic caves has exceeded half, so the game system has exposed the specific location of the extremely difficult magic cave. Regardless of whether the other 50 magic caves are destroyed, the extremely difficult magic cave will appear near the royal city 3 days before the star ceremony. This means that the armies of various countries, the Adventurer Guild, and the demon army of the magic cave will gather in the royal city of the Star Kingdom, which will become the final battlefield. After hearing this, Lucia's cold face flashed a trace of coldness, as if she was thinking about all the information Su Xian told her. I suggest that the Sun Church keep its troops in place, or only send a small number of troops, and find the right time to act. Su Xian made his own suggestions to Lucia. So, are you going to step into this royal city? Lucia asked softly. Yes. Su Xian nodded. Since he chose Ides, he would naturally participate in this battle in person. In addition, Ides and Issa are inextricably linked, and no one knows whether Ides' death will have an impact on Issa. He has reasons to participate in the battle. I understand your idea. Lucia nodded, and she had already made her own decision in her heart. Since everyone is here. Su Xian stood up and faced the members of the guild, saying, I have 6 pieces of elite quality equipment here. Each of you come and get one. Equipment? Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Xian, and their eyes were full of curiosity. Luzlin, this is for you. Su Xian handed Luzlin a pair of gauntlets. Prince Snow's gauntlets, elite increase attack speed by 30%. Thank you. Luzlin took the gauntlets and expressed her gratitude to Su Xian. Here you go, Alice. Su Xian handed Alice a pair of earrings. Shining made earrings, elite increase dodge rate by 30%. Thank you, master. Alice took the earrings with joy, and was very satisfied with the gift. This is for both of you. Su Xian took out 2 bracelets and handed them to the Elle sisters. Flame, pure water, magic bracelet, elite increase fire element, water element, damage by 30%. Thank you, President. The 2 sisters happily took the bracelets, their eyes flashing with love for the bracelets. Lucia, this is yours. Su Xian took out a golden hairpin and handed it to Lucia. Sacred Song Hairpin, elite increases the speed of chanting light magic by 10%. Do I have a share? Of course, you are also a member of the guild. Lucia saw Su Xian handing her a golden hairpin, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, as if this was the first time someone gave her a gift in person, even if it was just an elite quality hairpin. Thank you. Finally, Su Xian took out Issa's gift, which was a ring with a dazzling purple diamond inlaid on it. This is for you, Issa. Ring of Desire, elite desire plus 20. Can you put it on for me? Issa asked expectantly. Of course. Su Xian would not refuse, and carefully put the diamond ring on Issa. Look, it's really beautiful. Issa admired the shining purple diamond ring on her ring finger, and the love in her pupils flickered slightly. And her actions immediately caused other members of the guild to follow suit. Master, I want one too. Please, Master Guild Leader. In the face of the hustle and bustle around her, Lorthelin quietly put on her gauntlets. Her equipment was more combat-oriented than others. Of course, she liked it. Lucia glanced at the golden hairpin in her hand casually, and then turned her gaze to Su Xian, who was surrounded by guild members. After staring for a moment, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up, revealing a barely perceptible smile, as if she was enjoying this interesting scene. Chapter 158. The number of players is increasing. After giving Ivsa and the others elite equipment, Su Xian led them to a magic cave with a medium risk factor. Compared with those magic caves with lower risk factors, the number of players here has increased significantly, and the level of adventurers is generally higher. This situation mainly occurred because 26 magic caves have been successfully cleared, and only 2 types of magic caves with high and medium risk factors remain. Since the magic caves with high risk factors are extremely difficult, most players choose the magic caves with medium risk factors, which has also led to a significant increase in the number of players in this area. There are several powerful characters. Luocelin whispered in Su Xian's ear. Following Luocelin's guidance, Su Xian's eyes fell on a magician in a blue robe. The level of this magician has exceeded level 50, and he is undoubtedly the highest level adventurer in the current venue. In addition to this magician, there are several knights and orc warriors close to level 50, and their strength should not be underestimated. Friend, are you interested in joining our team? At this time, a male player walked up to Su Xian and invited him to join a team. Su Xian was about to refuse, but the other party interrupted him and said, "Don't rush to refuse, listen to me." The player smiled and said, "Now there are many powerful guilds gathered here, and even C+ guilds are competing for this magic cave. You know, everyone is working hard to improve the activity ranking. So, this time the goal is not just as simple as defeating the magic cave." Hearing this, Su Xian understood what the other party meant. This must-win war will turn into a competition between players. No wonder when he arrived at the scene, the players seemed to gather together according to different camps. In response, Su Xian fell into deep thought and began to consider whether he should join a certain camp. Considering the threat from other players and demons at the same time, even his guild felt the pressure. Just as Su Xian was weighing the pros and cons, a hearty laugh suddenly broke the silence around him. "Fulua? Why are you here?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a fiery red figure appear in front of them. Honglian? Su Xian was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet this fire elf in such a place. Sorry. Honglian walked quickly to Su Xian, hugged his neck intimately, and smiled brightly. "He is one of us, don't think about him." Humph! Hearing Honglian's words, the male player snorted in dissatisfaction and turned away. "You're hugging too tightly." Su Xian quickly patted Honglian's arm, trying to tell her about the dilemma he was facing. Honglian was nearly 2 meters tall, making Su Xian, who was 1.82 meters tall, look a little short in front of her. Although elves are generally taller than human women, it is relatively rare to have such an outstanding height as Honglian. In addition, Honglian is a warrior who mainly strengthens her body. Her physical strength is very strong, making Su Xian powerless in her hands. Ha. Sorry. Honglian quickly let go of Su Xian, smiled and gently patted his back to comfort him. "And Honglian, why are you here?" Fulua asked curiously. "Of course, I am here like you, following the instructions of the president to attack this demon cave." Honglian reached out and rubbed Fulua's head, smiling. "I didn't expect that you have become so powerful after not seeing you for a few days. This is all thanks to the president." Fuli answered affirmatively. "Would you like to join us? It would be good to have someone to look after you," Honglian suggested to Su Xian, pointing to the camp in the distance. "Yes." Su Xian nodded in agreement. It is undoubtedly the best choice to cooperate with people he knows. Moreover, since Honglian appeared, she has surpassed the level 50 blue-robe magician and become the highest level adventurer on the scene. This female elf is undoubtedly the most powerful fighting force in the current venue, and what surprised Su Xian even more was that the blue-robe magician actually belonged to Honglian's camp. With 2 strong men above level 50, Honglian's camp is undoubtedly the best among all players. "Let's go, I take you to see them." Honglian took Su Xian and the others to the location of the camp. When they came to the group of players, a male player with a mustache asked Honglian curiously, "Why? Do you know him, or does Fia know him?" "He is my friend, and I haven't mentioned him to the guild leader yet." Honglian patted Su Xian's shoulder and introduced him. "This is the president of the July Day Guild, Lu Bo." "Hello, friend." The mustache man showed Su Xian a friendly smile. "Please give me more advice." Su Xian responded, and at the same time cast his eyes on the blue-robed magician behind Lu Bo. Since he is the guild leader with a guild name, he is naturally a player with at least a C-level rating. This is President Shinseki. Hong Lian continued to introduce another black-haired girl with a ponytail to Su Xian. Hello. Shinseki smiled and waved to Su Xian. Hello. And Shinseki's cousin Shinjun Hong Lian introduced at last. A square-faced man with a buzz cut walked up to Su Xian, smiling with a bit of simplicity, and introduced himself to Su Xian. I am Shinjun. Su Xian. Since you are Hong Lian's friend, you are our friend. If you encounter danger, feel free to ask us for help, and we will do our best to help you. Shinjun said to Su Xian. Shinseki interrupted. Brother, his adventurer strength may be stronger than yours. Although his adventurer level is not high, they all look very powerful. Really? Shinjun smiled and scratched his head. Su Xian chuckled and replied, I understand. Please take care of me later. Let's help each other, and win together, Lu Bo replied with a smile, rubbing his mustache. In addition, Su Xian suddenly remembered a question. He looked at Hong Lian and asked in confusion, Hong Lian, where is your guild leader? Isn't she here? Hong Lian explained, my guild leader usually doesn't come to the battlefield in person, and she needs to command the adventurers of the guild to fight in 3 magic caves, so she can't split her time. After hearing this, Su Xian became very interested in Hong Lian's guild leader. Being able to command adventurers to fight in 3 magic caves at the same time, this is probably difficult for even a C-level guild to do. Moreover, the remaining magic caves are not dangerous at all, and even a C-level guild needs to go all out to deal with them. So you are the only one from your guild? Su Xian asked in confusion. He noticed that it seemed that only Hong Lian came. Hong Lian smiled and explained, most of the members are fighting in the dangerous demon cave, so I can only be assigned here. In addition, our guild had other urgent matters a few days ago. We just participated in this event today, so we must find a way to catch up. Su Xian frowned slightly after hearing this. So Hong Lian's guild just participated in the event today, and from her tone, it can be judged that her president wants to compete for the top 3 places. Could it be a B-level guild? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. A B-level guild participated in the event, and it was obvious that they were eyeing the rewards for the top 3 contributions. He must seize the reward that will make the B-level guild excited. Okay, let's get ready to set off. Lu Bo rubbed his beard, stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his clothes, and then said, I heard that in addition to the undead lord, there is also a special boss hidden in this magic cave. I hope we can have the honor to meet it. Are the demons in this magic cave undead? Su Xian recalled the necromancer in the Shadow Mountains, but the actual demons in that magic cave were ghouls. Soon, the players stepped into this magic cave with a medium risk factor. The entrance to the magic cave is a huge cave. Compared with a low-level magic cave, the scale of this magic cave is much larger, as if it is an independent small world. In the magic cave, there are towering tombstones all around, giving people a solemn and gloomy feeling. The virtual starry sky above the head seems particularly dark, and from time to time there are a few ghosts crying and howling, which is terrifying. What the hell is this place? Why are there tombstones everywhere? Lu Bo couldn't help but complain, obviously not used to this environment. Su Xian was also very confused by the scene in front of him, because the environment of this demon cave was basically a vast cemetery covering hundreds of hectares. Millions of tombstones were scattered on the rolling hills, giving people a weird feeling. But in this endless cemetery, they didn't even see the shadow of a monster, which made people feel confused. Shinjun made a suggestion. Let's act separately, but don't be too far away from each other. Well, if you encounter the undead lord, you must notify everyone in time. This guy is difficult to deal with. Lu Bo reminded everyone carefully. Yeah. Everyone then divided into 3 teams to start the action. Shinjun and Shinseki chose the south direction, Lu Bo went east, and Su Xian went north. Hong Lian naturally followed Su Xian's team to ensure that the combat effectiveness of the 3 teams was roughly the same. Why is there no breath of demons here? Su Xian showed a confused expression. Apart from the dense tombstones around him, he did not feel the presence of any demons. This land is interfering with our perception, making it difficult for us to detect the breath of demons. Lucia explained to Su Xian lightly, as if everything was under control, but we have reached the key position. After she finished speaking, she took out the sun's scepter and held it in her hand. Then, she squatted down and tapped the ground lightly. In an instant, a golden energy wave spread from the tip of the scepter, spreading like ripples, and instantly swept the surrounding area. As the ripples spread, there began to be movement underground. Countless skeletons, as if summoned, emerged from the ground, opened their bloody mouths, let out a creepy roar, and rushed towards them violently. So they are all hiding. Faced with the aggressive skeleton army, Honglian responded quickly. She raised the giant sword on her back, and her body was immediately surrounded by blazing flames. The flames burned fiercely, reflecting her powerful magic, as if to burn all obstacles to ashes. Let you taste the taste of this blazing flame, Honglian shouted, and the giant sword suddenly stabbed into the ground. As the sword body sank into the ground, a ball of flames immediately gushed out from the ground, roaring like a fire dragon and rushing forward. Wherever the flames passed, the skeletons turned into ashes, leaving only a piece of charred land ravaged by the flames. It's really convenient, Su Xian said to himself. As a fire warrior, Honglian's performance in team battles is simply a killer. The fire she released is extremely destructive, and no creature can escape wherever it goes. Perhaps, it can be considered as a direction for Su Xian to consider changing his job. At the same time, Issa and the others also joined the battlefield. These skeletons were as fragile as grass under their attacks, and fell to the ground one after another. In Su Xian's sight, there were also constant prompts. Kill the skeleton, the contribution value increases by 1. Kill the skeleton, the contribution value increases by 1. In just a moment, hundreds of skeletons that drilled out from the ground were swept away by them. Contribution value increases by 160. Your guild members are really amazing. Honglian walked in front of Su Xian with a giant sword and exclaimed. When she saw the battle between Issa and the others, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She even thought in her heart that if they were at the same level, she might not be able to defeat any adventurer in Su Xian's guild. They are indeed excellent. Su Xian smiled and nodded, full of confidence in the strength of his guild members. You make me look forward to your performance in the guild war more and more, kid. Honglian smiled and patted Su Xian's shoulder, with high hopes for his future performance, but I want to remind you that my guild has never lost. Never lost? Su Xian showed a little surprise on his face. Guild wars are extremely fierce competitions between guilds of different levels. The fact that Honglian Guild can remain undefeated in such a battle is enough to prove its strong strength. By the way, are you the strongest in your guild? Su Xian asked Honglian curiously. Of course not, I am only ranked 3rd. Honglian smiled and stretched out 3 fingers, showing her white teeth, and said so. 3rd? Su Xian had a new understanding of Honglian's guild. If she was really ranked 3rd, then Honglian's guild was undoubtedly the top one among the B-level guilds. You know, there are not many B-level guilds, probably only a few hundred, and they are undoubtedly at the forefront among hundreds of thousands of players. Although I can't tell you the specific situation in the guild, I want to tell you that the number 1 in our guild is much stronger than me, and 10 of me are not her opponent. Honglian smiled and chatted with Su Xian about gossip. It is said that my president spent 10,000 gold coins to buy her. You can imagine how powerful she is. 10,000? Su Xian heard this number, and had a deeper understanding of Honglian's president. 10,000 gold coins, that is equivalent to tens of millions of wealth, and an adventurer worth 10,000 gold coins. I am afraid that he is at least a legendary quality. Just as Su Xian was talking to Honglian, Lucia seemed to notice something. She raised her head slightly, and looked at the sky in the distance, with a faint light flashing in her golden red eyes. At the same time, Su Xian was surprised to find that the soul crystal ball in the backpack began to emit a strong light. The voice of the red dragon's mother also sounded at this moment. Good people. The soul crystal ball has reacted. Has reacted? Su Xian's eyes condensed slightly, and doubt surged in his heart. Why did the little red dragon appear in the magic cave? Chapter 159. Is it nearby? Su Xian felt the breath of the little red dragon through the soul crystal ball. However, he was confused and didn't understand why the little red dragon appeared in this magic cave. In addition, although he could sense the faint breath, he couldn't accurately determine its location and still needed to continue searching in the magic cave. Let's move on. Su Xian put away the soul crystal ball and prepared to lead the team to go deeper into the magic cave. But at this time, Lucia stopped and stood there. Her strangeness immediately attracted Su Xian's attention. Did you find anything? Su Xian looked at Lucia and asked. There is a guy watching us in secret, Lucia said softly. How strong is it? Very weak, Lucia added, but it has a special power. Special power? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking. He inferred that it might be the hidden boss that Lu Bo mentioned. Only creatures that reached the boss level would attract Lucia's attention. Those ordinary skeletons and undead spirits were not worthy of the saint's attention. The team continued to move forward, looking for targets while destroying the skeletons that drilled out from the ground. An hour later, they came to a high ground, and there was a wide open space in front of them. There were no tombstones in this area, but there was an undead knight riding a ghost warhorse guarding it. In addition to Su Xian and his team, there was another player guild that arrived earlier than them. The adventurers of that guild had surrounded the undead knight, ready to launch an attack. Boom boom, the ghost horse stomped its hooves and neighed. The undead knight on horseback looked around quietly. The long sword on his waist flashed a faint blue light. The cloak behind him fluttered in the wind, waiting for the adventurers to attack. A level 49 Undead Skeleton Knight. Undead Skeleton Knight, Elite, Level 49, 0/24500, Race, Undead. Strength, 800/Agility, 824/Magic, 596/Constitution, 840. Growth, 8 points of all attribute enhancement per level status. Void. Su Xian's eyes stayed on the status bar of the Undead Skeleton Knight. Void? This power did not seem to come from the Undead Skeleton Knight, but was given by some other mysterious power. Just as Su Xian was thinking, the player had already issued an attack order to his adventurer team. Deal with him. With an order, 3 adventurers of about level 40 launched an attack on the Undead Skeleton Knight. One of the orc warriors showed terrifying power. The giant axe in his hand seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. He chopped the Undead Skeleton Knight fiercely with one axe. However, when the giant axe fell heavily, it missed and only chopped the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The body of the Undead Skeleton Knight flickered like a ghost, and cleverly dodged the attack. Before the orc warrior came to his senses, the Undead Skeleton Knight reappeared and scratched his left arm with a sword. Ah! The orc warrior covered his wound in pain, and retreated again and again. Seeing this, the other adventurers quickly gathered and launched a fierce attack on the Undead Skeleton Knight. However, the ability of virtualization made them helpless. Although there was a brief gap between the transformation of virtuality and reality, with their strength, it was difficult to catch the ever-changing gap and inflict fatal damage to the Undead Skeleton Knight. They can't defeat the Undead Skeleton Knight. Lorslin whispered to Su Xian. She had already grasped the Sword of Oath and was ready for battle. Su Xian nodded silently and decided to wait and see for a while. He was sure that there were other demons nearby, and it was they who gave the Undead Skeleton Knight that mysterious power. But if this was a gain given to the Undead Knight by other demons, maybe Alice's soul cutter could cut off this connection. While thinking, casualties had already occurred on the battlefield. Ah! A shrill scream broke through the sky, and the first orc warrior who attacked had fallen in a pool of blood. The rest of the adventurers were also seriously injured. Obviously, they were no match for the Undead Skeleton Knight. Damn it! How could it be so difficult to deal with? The player cursed angrily and immediately activated the teleportation array, intending to escape from here. However, the Undead Skeleton Knight seemed to have sensed his intention and rushed straight towards him on his ghost horse. Stop it! The player ordered loudly. His adventurers tried to stop it, but the virtual Undead Skeleton Knight was as elusive as a ghost, making it impossible for them to effectively intercept it. In just a moment, the Undead Skeleton Knight appeared in front of the player. Before the teleportation array was fully deployed, it swung its sword and cut off the player's head neatly. Su Xian watched this scene silently, frowning deeply. Although players can be resurrected with resurrection coins, the moment of having their heads chopped off is undoubtedly terrifying. After the player fell, his adventurers fled in all directions. But there were always a few unlucky ones, who failed to escape in time, and eventually died tragically under the sword of the Undead Skeleton Knight. In a short moment, only 5 or 6 adventurers' bodies were left on the battlefield. What a tricky opponent! Hong Lian stared at the Undead Skeleton Knight with a smile on his face. It seems to have noticed us. Lu's line reminded him, and the Undead Skeleton Knight had turned his gaze to them, his dark green eyes revealing a cold murderous intent. Then, the Undead Skeleton Knight rode the ghost horse, and rushed to Su Xian's position, intending to kill him in one fell swoop. I stop it, but to defeat it completely, we must find a way to solve its weird ability. Hong Lian carried the blazing flaming giant sword and bravely rushed towards the Undead Skeleton Knight. The moment they clashed, the Undead Skeleton Knight instantly turned into nothingness, trying to get past Hong Lian's obstruction. However, how could Hong Lian let him escape so easily? She shouted, "Get back!" As soon as she finished speaking, the giant flaming sword pierced the ground, and the surrounding air was instantly surrounded by crimson flames, forming a huge fire circle that locked the entire battlefield firmly. The undead skeleton knight tried to break through the fire circle, but was horrified to find that the crimson flames could actually burn his soul. In desperation, it turned around and attacked Honglian. The battle officially started, and Luzline spread her soul-light wings, flew into the fire circle, and fought side by side with Honglian. Through the blazing flames, Su Xian vaguely saw the scene on the battlefield. Although Honglian and Luzline could temporarily contain the undead skeleton knight together, the flames that burned the soul would eventually burn out. Lucia, can you still feel the existence of that guy? Su Xian asked Lucia. Lucia closed her eyes tightly, and sensed the soul fluctuations around her. After a moment, she slowly said, "It is nearby, but it does not exist in physical form. If it is damaged by large-scale soul magic, it can be forced to show up. Is it not a real existence?" Su Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. "Is it a ghost?" In addition, Lucia mentioned that it can be made to show up by causing large-scale soul magic damage, which is not difficult. Luzline absorbed the flames of the Red Lotus and released the soul-light killing cannon. Su Xian ordered decisively. As for the name soul-light killing cannon, it was just a name he casually gave to Rosaline's moves. Soul-light wings absorb elemental damage and release large-scale soul magic attacks, which can definitely make the opponent know where to hide. "Yeah." Rosaline nodded in response, and then the soul-light wings behind her slowly unfolded and began to absorb the surrounding flames from the Red Lotus. "What kind of power is this?" Honglian, who was in the battle, showed a trace of surprise on her face. She had never expected that Rosalind had the ability to absorb the flames she released. Soon, the soul-light wings behind Rosalind began to accumulate energy and emit brilliant light, like the stars twinkling in the night sky. "Soul-light killing cannon?" Rosalind solemnly repeated the name Su Xian gave her move. At that moment, the soul power released by the soul-light wings behind Rosalind, with an amazing force, spread around like a wave, and instantly swept the entire battlefield. Due to the increase in level, the coverage of Lorthalin's soul magic this time is far greater than before. With her as the center, all areas within a diameter of 10 kilometers are covered by this powerful soul power. The players who were fighting the skeletons that drilled out from the ground were instantly touched by this power. Since this soul power was not directly aimed at them, they were not affected too much. But when they came back to their senses from the battle, they were surprised to find that the skeletons that had been fighting with them had turned into skeletons and scattered all over the ground. This scene stunned the players present. After a silence, angry curses came one after another. Which bastard used the AoE skill to clear the entire field? Don't let people live. Too much. Nearly 100 contribution points. Bang. Gone. My skeleton knight. What's wrong with you? Wake up. Woohoo. I'm so angry. I was about to defeat a skeleton commander, but someone else got the head. Don't let me know who did this. The players cursed, but unfortunately, Su Xian couldn't hear a word. When Lorthalin's soul power bloomed, the flames on the battlefield were extinguished instantly. And on the body of the undead skeleton knight, a blue soul energy appeared, which connected to the virtual starry sky like a thin line. Alice. Yes. Alice immediately followed Su Xian's order, and controlled the soul cutter to cut off the blue soul energy. When the soul energy was broken, the undead skeleton knight instantly lost the ability to virtualize. Well done. Seeing this, Honglian quickly swung his sword and slashed at the undead skeleton knight. At the same time, Itcha's sacred magic condensed into a huge holy light sword, which fell from the sky and pierced straight into the chest of the undead skeleton knight. With a deafening roar, the undead skeleton knight instantly turned into a dark green soul flame and disappeared from the world. At the same time, a series of prompts appeared in Su Xian's sight. Kill the undead skeleton knight. Contribution value plus 70. Experience plus 10,000. Kill the skeleton. Contribution value plus 1. Kill the skeleton. Contribution value plus 1. Su Xian paused for a moment and was a little surprised. Why are there so many extra experience points? Could it be because of the blow that Luzline just made, which cleared all the skeletons within the range of soul magic? Awesome. However, compared to the rapid increase in contribution value, Su Xian was more concerned about the figure that fell from the virtual starry sky above after the soul energy was cut off. Ouch! A white figure floated from the sky and landed in front of Su Xian. Since it only existed in the form of a soul, it fell directly into the ground. But soon it drilled out from the ground and reappeared in front of everyone. It was at this time that Su Xian saw its appearance clearly. Wait! Su Xian frowned slightly, and a female ghost appeared in front of him. The upper body of this ghost was tightly wrapped in white cloth, and the lower body only revealed two pale and slender thighs, which was impressive. Almost at the same time, information about the other party popped up in his sight. Mission by soul, level, race, ghost. Growth, gain. Points of all attribute enhancement for each level up feature. Ghost, defeat this unit to obtain the mandatory item Soul Tremor mission by? Su Xian was full of doubts, and carefully looked at the ghost in front of him with only two thighs exposed. It was indeed very white. Although the information column was full of question marks, Lucia said that her combat power was very weak, so it was more appropriate to let Alice, who was good at dealing with souls, take action. Alice, do it. Yes. Master. Alice raised the big scissors, ready to cut Miss Shinbai into pieces. I warn you. Don't get close to me. I have a boss. Miss Ghost was so scared that her legs trembled, and warned Alice. Boss? Su Xian heard Miss Shinbai's words, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, a strong wind blew, and a hurricane blew in all directions. Then, a huge black shadow flew down from the virtual starry sky and quickly approached their location. What is that? When Su Xian saw the true appearance of the black shadow, a flash of shock flashed across his face. Bone Dragon. It turned out to be a bone dragon with a body length of nearly 100 meters. Child, that is the breath of my child. At this time, the excited cry of the red dragon mother echoed in Su Xian's mind. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. That bone dragon turned out to be the little red dragon that the red dragon mother had been thinking about. Wait, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a flash of red light on the belly of the bone dragon. That is a red dragon egg? Corpse bone dragon, legendary, level 70, 55,000/56,000, race, red dragon. Growth, 12 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up feature. Witch's Curse, level 70 bone dragon? Su Xian frowned. A level 70 bone dragon was definitely not something they could handle right now. Oh no! Boss! Boss! Save me! Miss Ghost waved excitedly, and asked the bone dragon for help. However, the bone dragon had no interest in him, and flew directly over the heads of the crowd, and flew towards the exit of the magic cave. This embarrassing scene instantly solidified the atmosphere on the scene, and it was silent, as if time had stopped at this moment. Miss Ghost was even more stiff in place, turning into a stone sculpture. Chapter 160. Miss Ghost stood there, a little embarrassed, glancing at the skeleton dragon that had already flown away from time to time, looking a little at a loss. She had never expected that the skeleton dragon would fly away without even looking at her. Damn it. Sure enough, it is useless to just be the other party's little follower willingly. You must get the other party's consent. Master, she seems a little silly. Alice looked at Su Xian, her sky-blue eyes flashing with confusion about Miss Ghost. She seems a little silly. Su Xian also felt a little speechless, full of doubts. Is this guy really the hidden boss in the magic cave? His combat power is low, and his IQ seems to be problematic. Don't. Please. Don't kill me. I can be your little follower. I still want to live. Miss Ghost quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Xian for mercy. But her reaction made Su Xian frown. You? Aren't you dead? Leave her here. Her ability may come in handy. At this time, Lucia spoke. Her ability to become a virtual being? Su Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Coincidentally, he had a soul crystal ball that could be used to store souls. Well, I spare your life. Come in. Su Xian took out the soul crystal ball, and led Miss Ghost to float gently into it. Thank you for not killing me. In a soft light, Miss Ghost was gratefully sucked into the soul crystal ball. Miss Shinbai's soul has been defeated, and the mandatory entry Soul Tremor has been obtained. Soul Tremor can cause the target's soul to tremble violently, producing some strange effects. Su Xian studied the effect description of Soul Tremor intently, and was full of curiosity. What strange effects will it produce? At this moment, Miss Ghost's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Ah! There is a dragon! Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Su Xian gently touched the tip of his nose, and then stopped paying attention to the situation in the soul crystal ball. His eyes slowly swept across the battlefield, and finally stopped on the remains of the adventurers. Their equipment was already badly damaged, and for Su Xian, there was almost no use value. However, just as he was about to look away, Something on a corpse suddenly attracted his attention. Su Xian exclaimed, his eyebrows slightly raised. He remembered that the adventurer was a magician before his death, but unfortunately he was a step slower in the process of escaping, and was ruthlessly pierced through the heart by the undead skeleton knight, and died. And a gem hanging on the magician was flashing an attractive light. Su Xian stepped forward and gently took it off. This ice blue gem exuded a faint magical halo, as if it contained some mysterious power. Ice gem, rare jade that can absorb ice. Wearing it can reduce ice damage. Ice damage is reduced by 80%. There is an absorption limit, the second elemental gem? Su Xian looked at the ice blue gem and raised his mouth slightly. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. At this time, he received a message. Shinseki, Su Xian, we found the location of the undead lord, come here quickly. Okay. After Su Xian replied briefly, he immediately led the guild members to the location of the undead lord. Before leaving, Su Xian casually glanced at the direction where the bone dragon left. Since they had already met, he could track the position of the bone dragon through the soul crystal ball. But the bone dragon was at level 70, and with the strength of their guild, they were definitely not its opponent. Let's talk about it, after we defeat this demon cave. Su Xian said to himself, and then immediately rushed to the coordinates provided by Shinseki. On the other side, a group of well-equipped skeleton warriors were lined up in an orderly manner, guarding their lords, with a number of more than 1,000. Among them were also undead knights of about level 40, and undead mages. In the center of them, there was a burly undead wearing armor, and a black iron crown. One of its arms was hanging on the tombstone, and its head was drooping, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Is that the undead lord? Shinseki looked at the undead lord from a distance, her heart full of curiosity. At this time, Lu Bo had already joined the brother and sister, and they were ready to attack the undead lord together. There are too many people gathered around. Lu Bo looked around and found that the number of guilds here had reached 15, and was still increasing. Although the enemy's skeleton warriors were numerous, there was only one undead lord, and there was only one demon cave core in its heart. Such a rare resource could not satisfy the desires of many guilds. Is Su Xian here? Lu Bo rubbed his mustache and asked Shinseki. I have notified him, and he should be here soon. Shinseki replied. Several guilds can't hold back. If they take the lead, then we don't have to wait for Su Xian anymore. Lu Bo continued. Yes, the Shen brothers and sisters nodded in tacit understanding, expressing their approval of the current situation. Just as Lu Bo finished speaking, a sea-level player decided to take the lead. 5 adventurers with strengths above level 40 launched a fierce attack on the undead lord's army. Go! Seeing someone take the lead, the other players on the scene quickly issued orders to let their adventurers join the battlefield. A fierce battle officially kicked off. Facing the surging offensive of many adventurers, the undead lord surprisingly remained still sitting in the same place, as if he was oblivious to everything around him. At the same time, the undead knights began to command the skeleton warriors in an orderly manner to counterattack the players. In an instant, the two sides intertwined, the swords and shadows on the battlefield kept flashing, and various elemental magics drew brilliant trajectories in the air. It was not until a high-level magic exploded in the center of the battlefield that the deafening sound completely awakened the sleeping undead lord. It slowly opened its deep green eyes, and the mysterious light of the soul fire flashed in its pupils. A trace of anger was revealed in its eyes, making the air around it seem to solidify, and filled with a murderous atmosphere. What a noise! The low voice like thunder slowly came out of the undead lord's mouth, but in this chaotic battlefield, no one could catch the sound. In response, the undead lord exhaled a deep blue breath and cast his eyes on the tombstone beside him. It gently stroked the tombstone with its withered bone fingers and whispered, "My love, after I get rid of this group of insignificant ants, I will come back to continue to atone for your sins." After the words fell, the undead lord slowly stood up. His burly body was almost 5 or 6 meters tall, and the giant hammer in his hand was so big that it was daunting. It issued a cold order, "My people, keep these stupid invaders here forever." Roar! With the order of the undead lord, all the skeleton units instantly burst out with more powerful combat power. Su Xian, who had just arrived at the battlefield, also showed a surprised expression, because your adventurer Luz Lin received an increase from the undead lord, and her combat power increased by 50%. Strength increased by 50%. Fighting desire increased by 50%. The skill increase of all undead? Even enemy units are included? Su Xian's steps paused slightly. It was the first time he encountered such a skill that could increase the combat power of enemy units. After receiving the increase from the undead lord, the morale of all undead was high, and they began to launch a fierce counterattack against the adventurers. Damn! The combat power of these undeads has suddenly increased. It's a bit tricky. And the undead lord hasn't made a move yet. Their combat power increase comes from the undead lord. We have to get rid of it quickly. The level of the undead lord is as high as level 55. Only the high-level adventurers gathered here can quickly defeat it. Let's join forces temporarily. After solving the undead lord, we will decide who will own the core of the magic cave. The players realized that the situation was serious and decided to put aside their competition temporarily, and gather the 5 highest level adventurers present to fight against the undead lord in the center of the battlefield. The level 50 magician of Lubo's guild was naturally the first choice, and when other players saw Honglian also arrived at the scene, they naturally had another suitable candidate. In response, Lubo stroked his beard and said to other players, "We have 2 level 50 adventurers as the main combat force. The core of the demon cave should belong to us at that time." What a joke. If we hadn't held back those undead knights and skeleton warriors, how could you have the chance to get close to the undead lord? That's right. We will also send 3 adventurers at that time. How can we let you take all the credit? The first kill of the undead lord depends on your ability, and the destruction of the demon cave core must be shared equally. Although the battle is still going on, the players have begun to discuss how to distribute the benefits fairly. Of course, this is understandable. After all, the battlefield is far away from the players, and players who don't need to fight in person tend to distribute the benefits quickly to avoid unfair distribution. At this time, Su Xian was concentrating on watching the undead lord. Noland, Epic, Level 55, 0/33,000, Race, Undead. Strength, 1250/Agility, 1060/Magic, 880/Constitution, 1355. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Su Xian stared at the attribute panel of the undead lord, his eyes revealing deep contemplation. The high attribute of the opponent made him feel a bit tricky, but what bothered him more was the tombstone next to the undead lord. He was surprised to find that the tombstone seemed to have an attribute panel. Although he couldn't open this attribute panel, Su Xian was sure that the opponent would definitely join the battle later. Is that the real hidden boss? Su Xian frowned slightly, and he began to suspect that the ghost lady he met before might just be a fool passing by. If the existence under the tombstone is also above level 50, the other adventurers present may find it difficult to deal with 2 bosses above level 50. Just as Su Xian was thinking, a faint blue soul floated out from the tombstone. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed to be the soul of a young woman, and it seemed that no one noticed her, only him. Before Su Xian could figure it out, the soul floated towards him. At the same time, a panel opened in his sight. Soul of Nolan's wife, Epic, Level 52, 0/31200, Race, Undead / Strength, 800/Agility, 850/Magic, 1480/Constitution, 770. Growth, 10 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Status, Soul Seducing, from you, Su Xian, ? What's going on? How did the Soul Seducing entry seduce someone else's deceased wife? Wait, there's something wrong. When the soul got closer and closer, Su Xian suddenly realized that the other party was not human. She was wearing a gray-blue dress and had a charming face, but her limbs were similar to the tentacles of an octopus, slender and strong, with the suction cups on the surface clearly visible. As her mood fluctuated, she made a gentle sucking motion. Chapter 161. Look, I found a little cutie. The soul of Nolan's deceased wife floated gently beside Su Xian, staring at him with joy. Her tentacles moved gently, as if she wanted to play with a novel toy in front of her. Su Xian's face was full of question marks. Is the effect of soul seduction really that good? It directly seduced the soul of someone else's wife? In addition, Lady Lord, what kind of creature are you? Why are your limbs turned into tentacles except for your head and torso? Little brother, do you want to play with your sister? The soul floated in the air, circling around Su Xian, and sometimes posing in a coquettish manner. She even touched Su Xian's skin gently with her tentacles. Fortunately, the other party was just a soul body, and the feeling was not particularly strong. Su Xian's face became slightly serious. Madam, you have a husband. At this moment, the voice of the undead sounded again, with a hint of coquettishness in the tone. Why don't you speak, little brother? Don't ignore me. My sister's life is so miserable, married to an undead lord, and never lived a woman's life for a day. Hearing this, Su Xian raised his eyebrows. The undead lord is indeed nonsense. Wait, if the hidden boss is an undead, maybe Alice's soul weapon can come in handy. Not right, not right. Su Xian shook his head. The wife of the undead lord is not an ordinary undead. Her body should be buried under the tombstone. That is her main combat power. If you act rashly, you may alarm the other party. Once she joins the battle, the situation will be extremely unfavorable to the players. Just as Su Xian was thinking, Shinseki gently patted his shoulder. Su Xian? What are you daydreaming about? Shinseki asked curiously. What's wrong? Su Xian looked at Shinseki, and noticed that the eyes of the surrounding players were all focused on him. Honglian recommends your knight Lorslan to participate in the operation to kill the undead lord. We want to know if you agree? Shinseki explained. Lorslan is very powerful. She is definitely capable of this task. Honglian patted her chest and assured confidently. She had witnessed Lorslan's fighting style with her own eyes, and she firmly believed that Lorslan was the most suitable candidate. Even among the adventurers present, except for the 2 adventurers of level 50, the strength of others was not as good as Lorslan. Many players were skeptical about Honglian's guarantee. After all, Lorslan's level was not outstanding, and she was not even in the top 20. However, since this was Honglian's recommendation, they did not raise any objections. Su Xian glanced at Luo Salin, who was quietly waiting for his instructions. Then go. Su Xian made a decision. After all, the main purpose of his coming to the demon cave was to contribute points, so he would not miss the opportunity to kill the boss. Now that the candidate has been determined, we have to act quickly. The players quickly organized themselves, and prepared to launch a new round of attacks on the undead lord. As Luo Salin was preparing to act, Su Xian gave her mission Bai's ability to become a virtual being. Be careful. Su Xian reminded Luo Salin. Yes. Luo Salin nodded slightly, and then followed Honglian and a dwarf warrior to rush towards the undead lord in the center of the battlefield. On the distant battlefield, 2 high-level magicians began to chant magic, and the sky was shining with the light of fire and ice, and they took the lead in attacking the undead lord. Humble invaders, I will bury you completely in this land of nothingness. The undead lord roared angrily, and the giant hammer in his hand instantly smashed to the ground. In an instant, the broken boulders bulged, forming a barrier to block the elemental magic sweeping from the front. Then, it raised the giant hammer again, and smashed it fiercely at the approaching Honglian. Die! Boom! With a deafening roar, the giant hammer fell heavily again, splashing rubble all over the sky. However, Honglian easily avoided this devastating attack with amazing agility. The giant sword in her hand burned with blazing flames, cutting through the dust, turning into a mighty firebird, and slashed fiercely at the undead lord. The blazing flames frightened the undead lord, and it hastily retreated, barely dodging Honglian's sword. What a pity it missed! Honglian once again tightly grasped the flaming giant sword, with a confident smile on her lips. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped lightly with her front foot, and the flames under her feet instantly rose up, turning into flame chains, tightly binding the undead lord's body. The undead lord snorted angrily. Despicable ant. Its whole body immediately exuded a faint green aura, gradually corroding Honglian's flame chains, trying to break free from Honglian's control. However, the next moment, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed steadily on the head of the undead lord. Yuan Yu? Lorthalin activated her sword skills. Instantly, the bright moonlight fell like a dream, and with every swing of the sword, it seemed to draw a brilliant picture in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The moonlight poured down like water, instantly enveloping the undead lord. Under the continuous sword attack, the huge body began to show obvious scars. The terrifying sword light surprised the players present. They had never expected that Lorthalin's swordsmanship was so powerful that it could cause such huge damage to the undead lord, who was far superior to her. What a superb sword skill! Is this probably a high-level sword skill? High level? At least it's super level. I didn't expect her strength to be so strong. Judging from her combat performance, she is not inferior to Honglian at all. Wow, I really underestimated her just now. The players talked a lot, and exclamations came one after another. As the moonlight gradually faded, the figure of the undead lord reappeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, its armor was broken into pieces, and its black skeleton was exposed. Even the surface of those bones was left with countless deep sword marks under Lorthalin's sword skills. You deserve to die. The undead lord was completely enraged, and his body was gushing out green soul flames, and the giant hammer in his hand angrily smashed towards Lorthalin in the sky. However, at this moment, Honglian's charged attack was ready. "Hey! Your opponent! It's me!" As soon as the voice fell, a fire dragon condensed on Honglian's giant sword, and then roared towards the undead lord. On the other side, Su Xian was also fighting fiercely with the undead lord's wife. While dealing with her, he directed Ivsa and others to quickly clean up those skeleton warriors. Although the contribution value of a single skeleton warrior is only 1 point, there are many of them, and they are easy to eliminate. Moreover, there are undead knights and undead mages with higher contribution values, so Su Xian will not let them go. But what makes Su Xian even more troubled is Medina, the wife of the undead lord. She is wrapping her tentacles tightly around Su Xian's body, constantly teasing him with words and actions. "Hey, little brother, I'm talking to you. Don't let me be lonely." Medina gently stroked Su Xian's cheek with her tentacles, sucking his skin with suction cups. Medina is the name of the dead soul. In the conversation just now, she has revealed a lot of information to Su Xian. She was originally a noble daughter of a certain demon tribe, but her father betrothed her to the undead Lord Noland. 10 years after she married, the undead lord cruelly buried her in the ground and refined her into a demon undead, thereby obtaining powerful undead power. Therefore, she hated the undead lord very much, but because her body was controlled by the undead lord, she could only sleep in the abyss as a soul. However, due to Su Xian's soul-catching ability, she was awakened and appeared in front of Su Xian to talk to him. "Mrs. Medina." Medina poked Su Xian's cheek with her tentacles. Su Xian stroked the tip of his nose and asked her, "Have you ever thought about getting rid of the control of the undead lord?" "Oh, what are you going to do?" Medina blinked, waiting for Su Xian's response curiously. "Why don't we explode with your husband?" Su Xian explained softly, "I will help you temporarily cut off the control of the undead lord over your body, and then I leave it to you." Chapter 162. Oh! Medina had a complicated expression on her face when she heard Su Xian's words. She did not feel any resistance to Su Xian's idea of freeing her body from the control of the undead lord. The husband who refined her into a demonic undead naturally could not get her loyalty. She was confused about how Su Xian planned to make the undead lord temporarily lose control of her. You know, even she couldn't do it. How could Su Xian, a seemingly ordinary little brother, do it? But she wanted to try. "Okay," Medina smiled and nodded, gently hooking Su Xian's chin with her tentacles, "but I have a condition. I hope you can use holy magic to purify my corpse. It's too ugly. As long as it still exists in this world, my heart will not be at peace." Medina's face showed deep sorrow, as if she was expressing the pain and anger deep in her heart. Su Xian nodded silently, and he understood Medina's request very well. Besides, Medina leaned close to Su Xian's ear and whispered, "After all this is over, I have something to tell you." "Can I tell you now?" Su Xian asked curiously. "No." Su Xian was silent for a moment, and then reached a consensus with Medina. At this time, the center of the battlefield also ushered in a white-hot moment. "Humble ants! Today, none of you can leave here." The undead lord roared, and the armor on his body was broken at this moment, revealing the dark bones. Inside the hollow body, the core of the magic cave was emitting a faint green light, injecting it with a steady stream of magic power. But even with such powerful energy, facing the siege of 5 high-level adventurers, it still seemed powerless. Especially the flame of the red lotus that can burn the soul, which makes the undead lord realize that he must do his best to defeat this group of invaders. "Wake up, my love!" The undead lord roared loudly, and a dark green iron chain condensed in his hand in an instant, and he pulled it suddenly. In an instant, the tombstone beside it collapsed, the ground was broken, and a dry skeleton rushed out from the ground and appeared in front of everyone. "What is that?" At the moment when the skeleton broke out of the ground, everyone's expression immediately became solemn. This 8-foot-tall female corpse, the torso has weathered into a dry skeleton, but the limbs are still flexible, and in the shape of tentacles. On the 4 dark tentacles, the strange suction cups gently spit out dark green foam, releasing a chilling breath of death, which slowly permeates the surrounding air, making people shudder. "Damn it! This is the second boss. Is it the rumored hidden boss? This is bad. It's over. How should we deal with 2 bosses above level 50? There is still a chance. Believe in the strength of the adventurers." The players looked grim. They didn't expect that the hidden boss had been buried in the center of the battlefield. What was even more unexpected was that this hidden boss was actually controlled by the undead lord himself, causing the battle situation to change dramatically in an instant. Just as everyone was panicking, the undead lord's eyes released a bright green light, and it roared with a deafening volume, "You tiny ants, sleep here forever." After that, it gently pulled the chain, and the floating female corpse immediately emitted a deep green light. Then, green bubbles emerged from the suction cups of the tentacles and floated towards the adventurers present. The players immediately saw information about the green bubbles. Toxic bubbles. Causes poisoning to the target. Ineffective against non-living things. Poisoning state. All attributes are reduced by 30%, and 0.1% of current health is lost per second. Can be removed with antidote potion, it's poisonous. Everyone be careful. Retreat quickly. We can't handle this kind of poison at all. It's over. It's really over this time. Our adventurers can't fight in this environment, but it has no effect on the undead. Damn it! How can this medium-risk magic cave be so difficult to deal with? What's going on? It's the magic cave core. Look at the heart of the female corpse. There is also a magic cave core in her heart position. Everyone looked at the heart of the female corpse, and a deep green magic cave core was flashing light. The players then realized that there were actually 2 magic cave cores in this magic cave. However, due to the existence of the poisonous bubbles, the players could only immediately command the adventurers to temporarily retreat and wait for a solution before challenging the magic cave again. This is not good. Honglian showed a far-fetched smile, and the blazing flame surrounded her body, forming a flame barrier that prevented the poisonous bubbles from approaching. However, she was the only one who could resist the threat of the poisonous bubbles, and the rest of the adventurers had chosen to retreat. She alone could not fight against 2 bosses above level 50. Just as Honglian was about to evacuate, she unexpectedly discovered that Lorslan was still holding on to the battlefield. Lorslan did not even take any protective measures, and allowed the poisonous bubbles to hit her body. But strangely, she seemed to be unaffected at all. She just glanced at the green bubbles on her armor, and continued to stare at the undead lord in the distance. Honglian was confused. Why would this adventurer from Su Xian's guild? When she was confused, the voices of Lu Bo and others suddenly came, interrupting her thoughts. Honglian, go! Let's retreat temporarily, and find a solution. After hearing this, Honglian hesitated for a moment. And at the moment she hesitated, Lorslan had already launched a fierce charge at the undead lord. Hey! Honglian was about to step forward to stop Lorslan, but was surprised to find that Su Xian's adventurers did not retreat, and still stayed on the battlefield. What are they doing? Honglian was confused and didn't understand what Su Xian was going to do. Just as Honglian was hesitating, the voice of the guild leader sounded in her mind. Help them. Understood. Honglian responded and immediately rushed towards the undead lord with Lu's line. Honglian? Lu Bo and others were stunned for a moment, and turned their eyes to where Su Xian was before, but found that Su Xian had disappeared without a trace. Where did Su Xian go? Crazy. It's crazy. Lu Bo was speechless, rubbing his beard vigorously with his left hand. Let's retreat slowly, at least to help them leave safely, Shenjun said to Lu Bo. They couldn't get close to the area covered by the poisonous bubbles, so they could only provide support from a distance. This group of people is really crazy. Lu Bo couldn't help but complain, and immediately ordered his level 50 magician to start building a magic circle to prepare for the follow-up support for Su Xian and Honglian. At the same time, Luoselin and Honglian had already approached the undead lord. Honglian asked Luoselin, "What exactly does your president want to do?" "I don't know." Luoselin's answer was brief and indifferent, because she only received the order to attack the undead lord. You? Honglian was stunned for a moment when she heard Luoselin's answer, but soon she showed a bright smile again. "It's really interesting. My flame may have a wide range later, so you should be careful." Luoselin didn't say much, just nodded gently. Unless it is a flame that can hurt the soul, it can't cause any harm to it. Just as Honglian's words fell, she burst into a blazing red flame all over her body, turning into a firebird flapping its wings behind her, and moving towards the undead lord with her. "Stupid ants, none of you can escape today," the undead lord roared, commanding the undead army to chase the fleeing players, while raising the huge war hammer and releasing a dark green mist. The mist condensed into a skull behind it, ready to fight Honglian and Lu's line. "Fire lotus wings." "Bloom!" Honglian shouted softly, and the firebird behind him instantly swooped down at the undead lord. The blazing flame instantly ignited the magic factor in the air, and as the firebird danced, it left a burning trail. At the same time, Losline's sword skills were activated. A crescent-like sword light slashed at the undead lord swiftly, directly hitting his head, intending to severely injure him. "Stupid!" the undead lord roared, and the skull behind him opened its bloody mouth and swallowed up Lorsland's sword. At the same time, the giant hammer suddenly fell and hit the bird of fire. The two powerful forces collided violently at this moment, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Too weak. The eyes of the undead lord flashed green light, and the giant hammer vibrated violently, and in an instant, the fire bird was smashed into ashes. The roar of thunder resounded all around. You little ants, you will be buried here forever today. Become a part of this land. The undead lord roared angrily, intending to tear the two people in front of him into pieces. At the same time, it used the power of controlling the core of the magic cave to quickly close the entrance of the magic cave, determined to bury all players and adventurers under this land forever. Su Xian seized the opportunity and decisively gave Alice an order. Now! Okay. At this moment, the undead lord did not notice that the soul cutter controlled by Alice had quietly approached and cut the soul chain that controlled Medina's corpse. Crack! With a crisp sound, the soul chain used by the undead lord to control Medina broke. Humble ants! Do you think you can defeat me like this? The undead lord roared angrily, quickly condensed the power of the soul, formed the chain again, and tried to regain control of Medina's corpse. At this critical moment, a dark blue soul quickly poured into Medina's corpse. Then, the hollow eyes of Medina's corpse began to emit a deep blue light, and a cold and angry voice came from the mouth of Medina's corpse. Noland, you deserve to die. After the words fell, Medina's tentacles released a monstrous green magic power, which turned into chains and tightly wrapped around the undead lord, making it temporarily unable to move. You? You betrayed me. The undead lord was furious. Medina did not answer, but only stared at the other party coldly. At the same time, the sacred magic from Ivsa and Lucia shone in the sky, condensed into hundreds of lightsabers, and hung in the air. Go to hell. Medina sneered, her eyes full of determination. No! No! Before the undead lord's unwilling roar could be heard. Swish! Swish! The golden swords fell like raindrops, instantly piercing their bodies. Chapter 163. The golden holy sword was like a drizzle, and the dazzling light filled the entire magic cave, illuminating it like daylight. The players and adventurers, who were originally running, stopped and looked back at the center of the battlefield in astonishment. However, the dazzling light was too dazzling, so they could not see the actual situation on the scene. Suddenly, a striking prompt appeared in their sight. The core of the magic cave has been destroyed. The players looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. They couldn't understand what happened just now. Lu Bo and the others witnessed all this, their faces full of astonishment and confusion. They were shocked by the brilliance of the holy light magic, but confused about why the two bosses suddenly turned against each other. They even heard the word betrayal. Could it be that Su Xian turned someone's wife against him? As time passed, the golden light gradually dissipated. The corpses of the undead lord and Medina completely disappeared, leaving only scattered armor and fragments. As the life of the undead lord came to an end, the undead warriors also collapsed one after another, turning into a puff of light smoke and dissipating in the air. At this time, a series of related prompts appeared in Su Xian's sight. Kill the undead lord Noland, experience plus 10,000. Contribution points plus 100. Kill Medina, experience plus 10,000. Contribution points plus 100. Destroy the demon cave core asterisk 2. Contribution points plus 600. Kill the skeleton knight asterisk 1. Contribution points plus 5. A series of harvest prompts popped up in Su Xian's sight. Together, with the previous contribution points, this battle gave him a total of 1,262 contribution points. Wait, where's Mrs. Medina? Su Xian suddenly realized that Mrs. Medina was gone. Come here. At this time, Medina's voice came faintly, telling Su Xian that she was still alive. Su Xian immediately walked in the direction of the voice, and came to the place where Medina's tombstone was before. Through the cracks in the ground, he saw Medina's soul, hiding in a dark corner. Come down quickly. Medina's tentacles stretched out to Su Xian and gently hooked. Su Xian landed lightly beside her. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the tombstone seemed to have a spirit, and instantly sowed the broken land around it, turning it into a hidden secret room. Su Xian was a little confused. What exactly did Medina want to say to him? Mysterious. At this time, Medina floated to Su Xian like a breeze, and her warm tentacles gently sucked Su Xian's face. Smiling, she said to Su Xian, "You really opened my eyes. You actually helped me get rid of Nolan's shackles. You are really amazing, little brother." As for Mrs. Medina's condition, Su Xian couldn't help but worry and asked, Mrs. Medina, your current condition. Her soul flickered, as if it would disappear into the air at any time. Yes, my soul power is too weak, and may not last too long. Medina replied helplessly. If you don't mind, can you enter my soul ball? Su Xian suggested to her. No, little brother, I appreciate your kindness. Medina smiled and shook her head. After gaining freedom, I want to use my remaining time to find the existence of Mother. Mother? Su Xian showed a confused expression. Yes, it is rumored that Mother is the mother of all demons, but no one has seen him in person so far. I hope to use the remaining time to find his traces. Only he can make me reborn. Medina explained. That's fine. After listening to Medina's explanation, Su Xian respected and agreed with her choice. But he was a little curious in his heart. The existence that gave birth to all demons? Aren't there many groups of demons? For example, succubus, nightmare, ghoul and fire demon. From the game setting, vampires are also classified as a branch of demons. Demons are just a general term, and together with the undead, banshees, etc., they are collectively called demons. What would be the existence that gave birth to all demons? The ancestor of demons? Just when Su Xian was confused, Medina approached him silently. Her tentacles gently wrapped around Su Xian's limbs, lifted his chin, and asked softly, but before that, little brother, can you let your sister see your strength? As she spoke, the tentacles with suction cups slowly stretched in from the collar, and gradually moved down. The suction cups attached to Su Xian's skin, sending a wonderful touch. Even though the other party was only a soul, reducing the physical collision, it was still hard for him to resist. It was hard to imagine how terrible damage Mrs. Medina would cause to sensitive skin if she was a physical body. Especially when Medina's soul exhaled, the suction cups rhythmically went from fast to slow, from tight to sucking. The extreme feeling made Su Xian a little confused, as if he was about to fall into the abyss. At this delicate moment, Medina's tentacles have quietly touched the forbidden land. Medina's eyes were full of curiosity, because as the wife of the undead lord, she had never seen a normal man. She was even imprisoned in the undead castle, and her 3 meals a day were delivered to her room by the maid. As for the undead lord, it was nonsense. How could he touch her? Of course, the undead lord married her and planned to use her bones to refine the demonic undead from the beginning. After living in the undead castle for 10 years, she was buried underground by the lord and eventually became what she is now. Therefore, she had never seen a real man, and now, this is the first time. Little brother, sister, I want. Medina took off her disguise with expectation and prepared to enjoy it, but at this moment, a bright holy light suddenly flashed in front of her, which caught her off guard. This. The sacred light shocked Medina. She had never expected such a scene to appear in front of her. The blazing and brilliant holy light shocked her soul. It seemed that in the next moment, her filthy soul would be completely purified by the holy light, but this may be the only chance. Medina mustered up her courage and stretched her tentacles towards the holy light. Ah, it's been purified. The following is a plot about purifying the devil. 100,000 words omitted below. 10 minutes later, Su Xian left from underground. Mrs. Medina has set off to find the illusory mother. She is not sure, but this is her only hope for rebirth. Before leaving, she gave Su Xian a fragment. A black fragment engraved with strange runes. With the player's authority, Su Xian was able to see some of the hidden information. A quarter of the demon slate, ? Records his story. 1/5 his story. Su Xian muttered to himself. A trace of doubt flashed across his face. He really exists? Chapter 164. Su Xian held the fragment in his hand and fell into deep thought. He was sure that the existence called Mother was probably real, but whether he could find her was another matter. Ha ha! We finally defeated that powerful undead lord. This is really interesting. Honglian walked to Su Xian with a giant sword. Her laughter was full of joy and excitement. Everything that had just happened was still vivid in her mind, but compared to how Su Xian successfully turned Medina against her, she was more concerned about the happiness brought by this victory. Compared to Honglian's smile, Lu Bo and others seemed a little confused. They looked at Su Xian with doubts in their hearts. They didn't understand how Su Xian successfully turned the hidden boss against her. Without the help of this hidden boss, it would never be possible to defeat the undead lord so easily. In addition, the adventurers of Su Xian's guild also brought a lot of shock to Lu Bo and others. At first, they thought that only the knight had outstanding combat power, but they didn't expect that the other 2 women with holy attributes were equally powerful. The holy magic that could annihilate the undead lord was definitely not something that an ordinary holy magician could perform. In response, Lu Bo gently rubbed his beard and said with emotion, I once met a player who could control the actions of elite monsters with a special spiritual magic. But it's the first time I've seen someone like you directly control a hidden boss. It's just a one-time method. Su Xian's answer seemed very calm. The effect of Soul Hook is not easy to trigger, but it just happens to be suitable for his tactics in this place. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Lu Bo had a new understanding of Su Xian. Although we didn't get the contribution points of the Demon Cave and the boss, we also got more than 100 contribution points in the previous battle, so this adventure is not without gain. Shinseki carefully counted the number of skeletons she killed and said softly, We still have too little information about the Demon Cave. If we knew the mechanism of the hidden boss earlier, we wouldn't be beaten so badly. Shinjun touched his chin and thought. Su Xian is still powerful, am I right, brother? His adventurer is much more powerful than yours. Shinseki said with a smile, then approached Su Xian and asked him for his offline contact information. Shinjun scratched his head for his sister's words, glanced at his proud desert dog head, elite, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. He firmly believed that his adventurer would shine and amaze everyone one day. Okay, we should go. Lu Bo urged everyone, if we stay any longer, it will be difficult to leave. After speaking, he looked into the distance, and the players who had just escaped were returning to the battlefield quickly. Yeah. Everyone activated the teleportation array and prepared to return to the guild. Before leaving, Honglian asked Su Xian, by the way, have you ever thought about challenging the high-risk magic cave? As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Su Xian. Obviously, the question raised by Honglian was not her personal idea, but came from the president of her guild. I should consider it. Su Xian replied. The smallest high-risk demon cave can also provide more than 4,000 contribution points, so he naturally has no reason to refuse. You know, even if a medium-risk demon cave has 2 demon cave cores, the total contribution value will not exceed 2,500 points. If you want to get the top 3 contribution rankings, attacking a high-risk demon cave is an inevitable choice. For some reasons, most high-risk demon caves are still in the reconnaissance stage. After all, a high-risk demon cave is a high-difficulty dungeon that even a sea-level guild may be wiped out, so you must be careful. There are a total of 7 high-risk demon caves, but only one has been attacked so far, and it is the smallest one. In 3 days, we will challenge a high-risk demon cave. If you are interested, you can come together. Honglian invited Su Xian. Okay, I come. Su Xian nodded. He guessed that Honglian's guild might have obtained the key information of the high-risk demon cave, so he decided to venture deeper in 3 days. He would naturally not refuse someone to lead the way for him, and Honglian was worthy of his trust. Well, see you in 3 days. Honglian waved her hand, and then entered the teleportation array. Lu Bo and others also entered their own teleportation arrays, and returned to their respective guilds. Su Xian did not stop, and immediately led the guild members into the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, everyone's figures disappeared instantly. After returning to the guild, Su Xian first checked his contribution ranking, which was currently 19th. Now the top-ranked player has reached 5,000 contribution points, and he must work harder to catch up. Suddenly, Su Xian noticed a strange player name appeared in his sight. Because the player's evaluation exceeded sea level, the displayed guild name Xianfei was not the player's number. Is this the guild where Honglian is? Su Xian guessed that the other party now has 2,266 contribution points, while he has a total of 2,630 contribution points, slightly higher than the other guild. However, if Honglian did not lie to him, their guild had just joined the battlefield today. That is to say, Su Xian immediately checked the remaining number of magic cave activities, and found that there were only 19 left. In other words, among the 5 magic caves that were attacked today, 4 of them had the presence of the Xianfei guild. And one of them was a magic cave with a high risk factor, which allowed their guild to obtain a total of 2,266 contribution points in 1 day. Su Xian touched his chin and thought. It is indeed a dimensionality reduction attack for guilds above B level to participate in this level of tasks. Unfortunately, his authority was limited, and he could not view the guild information. He could only learn about the player evaluation level of the Xianfei guild from the player conversations in the activity channel. And her player evaluation level was B+? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that Honglian's guild was actually B+. There were a limited number of B-level guilds, and B+ was even rarer. It was estimated that the number of people would not exceed 100. Since the high-risk demon caves can only be deepened after 3 days, we can focus on solving some medium-risk demon caves in the next few days, as well as completing the commission tasks and upgrading the levels of Luocelin and others. Su Xian planned his actions in the next few days. With his current strength, it should not be a big problem to deal with medium-risk demon caves. In addition, after making the next plan, Su Xian took out the Soul Crystal Ball. Now, there are 2 souls in the Soul Crystal Ball. Let's not talk about Mission Bai for now. It's time to fulfill the wish of the Red Dragon Mother. With a thought, he made the Red Dragon Mother soul appear in front of him. Are you going to find my child? The Red Dragon Mother asked Su Xian eagerly. She has been waiting for many years, and finally met her child again. Although, it is an egg. I now know the location of your child. It is located where the giant dragon fell. Su Xian learned the specific location of the egg through the Soul Crystal Ball. However, the bone dragon may be difficult to deal with at this stage. It is guarding the dragon egg every step of the way. The Red Dragon Mother showed a worried look, and after thinking for a moment, she replied, "It is very likely that my body has become an unconscious corpse bone dragon for some reason." Hearing this, Su Xian fell into thought. For the speculation of the bone dragon, it is easy to associate it with the body of the Red Dragon Mother. And the bone dragon protected the dragon egg in its body. Even though it was only bones left, it still tried its best to protect its child. But no matter how hard it tried to protect it, the skull dragon was still an unconscious undead creature. It did not have a soul, and it could not hatch the egg. In order to fulfill the wish of the Red Dragon Mother, the dragon egg must be brought back first. But the question was, how to take the egg out of the unconscious corpse of the bone dragon. The level 70 bone dragon was beyond his ability to deal with, and he was not sure whether his Dragon Knight would be effective against the bone dragon. And to trigger Dragon Rider, you first need to remove the witch curse on the skeleton dragon. At this time, the Red Dragon Mother said, "If that is really my corpse, maybe I have a way to deal with it." What method? The Red Dragon mark I gave you before is a unique mark of the Red Dragon Chief. If you confuse it, it will have a certain suppression effect on the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon Mother explained, even if that Red Dragon turns into a skeleton, this suppression still exists. Fusion? Su Xian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. It turns out that the Red Dragon mark can be fused? Yes. The Red Dragon Mother nodded and added, the Red Dragon mark will cause some changes in your soul and body. You may grow the characteristics of a giant dragon, but it will never harm you. I promise you as the daughter of the Red Dragon Chief. Su Xian was a little surprised. It turned out that the Red Dragon Mother was also the daughter of the Red Dragon Chief. Then how can I fuse this Red Dragon mark? Su Xian asked the Red Dragon Mother. There was no option to fuse the Red Dragon mark in his player rights. Obviously, if he wanted to fuse the Red Dragon mark, he had to rely on other powers. I can help you, but... The Red Dragon Mother's voice suddenly paused. Her fat red dragon tail swayed gently, and the tip of the tail slapped the ground heavily. It seemed that the next words were a little difficult to say, which made her feel a little excited. But? Su Xian showed a hint of doubt, but what? The Red Dragon Mother hesitated for a moment, and said softly, maybe. You need to take off your clothes, because the next fusion process will change your body, and cause your clothes to break. In addition, I need to use the dragon's secret technique to touch your body for a long time. I hope you don't mind. Chapter 165. Please relax. The gentle words of the Red Dragon Mother rang in Su Xian's ears, and she helped him take off the last piece of clothing with her own hands. When she saw the brilliant holy light, a look of surprise appeared on her face. It was the first time she had seen such an amazing scene. Could it be that Su Xian was a half-dragon? How long will it take? Su Xian asked curiously, full of expectations for the fusion of the Red Dragon mark. Very soon, only about an hour. The Red Dragon Mother gently swayed the tip of her tail and suspended the Red Dragon mark in her palm, but her eyes were always fixed on the blazing holy light, as if she was full of curiosity, or she had stimulated the silver fish from the dragon's bloodline. Even, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her heartbeat slightly accelerated at this moment, like a deer running wildly. Su Xian was slightly stunned by the reaction of the Red Dragon Mother. He asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." The Red Dragon Mother shook her head gently, with a hint of comfort in her eyes. "Close your eyes, sir." She stretched out her left hand, and gently placed it on Su Xian's chest. Although she had transformed into a human form, the Red Dragon Mother still retained the characteristics of a giant dragon, and belonged to the category of a half-dragon. Her arms were attached with dragon claws and dragon scales. When she touched Su Xian's chest, he could feel a trace of coolness from the scales. Okay. Su Xian nodded, slowly closed his eyes, and completely trusted the Red Dragon Mother to fuse the Red Dragon mark for him. But before she started, she stared at the holy light and couldn't help sighing in her heart. It turns out that the human tail is so unique. Oh! What am I thinking about? The Red Dragon Mother patted her cheeks and tried to concentrate on the Red Dragon mark in her hand. She began to chant the secret art of the Dragon Clan to activate the Red Dragon mark. In an instant, the Red Dragon mark burst into a brilliant red light. The hot magic power gathered in her palm, like a ball of hot flames, eager to be injected into Su Xian's body. Sir. The Red Dragon Mother's gentle voice sounded in Su Xian's ears. He closed his eyes, and the voice added a bit of charm. I'm going to start. Yeah. Su Xian nodded gently, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Because he closed his eyes, his senses became more acute, and the hot red dragon mark made his skin sweat slightly, and the sweat beads that slipped down were more obvious to the touch. Seeing this, the Red Dragon Mother quickly wiped away Su Xian's sweat with her fingertips, worried that the sweat would affect the fusion of the Red Dragon mark. But considering that the sharp claws might scratch him, she then used the dragon tongue to gently lick the sweat beads that slipped off. This action made Su Xian a little confused, and ripples appeared in his heart. What's going on? Why did he start licking? It will be fine soon. Seeing that the activation of the Red Dragon mark had been completed, the Red Dragon Mother decisively pressed it on Su Xian's chest. In an instant, the hot Red Dragon mark was close to Su Xian's skin, and the power from the Red Dragon brought a strong burning sensation. Ah! The pain made Su Xian grit his teeth, and his muscles all over his body trembled violently and slightly, and it was difficult to calm down. This pain was comparable to the pain of Edith piercing his heart. At this time, the Red Dragon Mother quickly embraced Su Xian's body in her arms, buried his head between her plump Snow White, and gently comforted him. Please be patient, it will be fine soon. Her voice seemed to contain some kind of magic, which could actually relieve the pain. Su Xian felt the Red Dragon mark gradually merge with his skin, and the burning sensation gradually subsided, replaced by a warm breath. Although his eyes were closed, he could clearly feel the power of the Red Dragon mark spreading in his body, quietly changing his body. As time passed, Su Xian's limbs gradually emerged with faint red dragon scales, his body gradually expanded, and his muscle lines became clearer. He could even feel a strange feeling at the end of his spine, as if something was growing. Suddenly, the Red Dragon Mother was pushed away by a force. She looked puzzled, but was surprised to find that it was not Su Xian's intention. Instead, the brilliant holy light jumped into combat mode and gently pushed her to about half a meter away. The Red Dragon Mother showed a surprised look, with an incredible light flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect that the holy light was even more dazzling than before. Looking at Su Xian's painful expression, the Red Dragon Mother hesitated in her heart, thinking whether to let the holy light bloom to help him relieve this state, but she had never done such a thing before. After a brief thought, she softly asked Su Xian, "Please, no matter what happens later, don't open your eyes." Su Xian frowned slightly at the Red Dragon Mother's words, but he still chose to believe and nodded. However, the next moment, the holy light suddenly trembled, and Su Xian felt that his holy light was being wrapped by something. You? Don't ask. Please don't ask. This is all to help you successfully merge the Red Dragon mark. The Red Dragon Mother shouted to Su Xian anxiously, as if trying to calm her emotions and relieve the pain caused by the holy light to her soul. Su Xian followed her words, and let her do what she wanted. Gurgle. The Red Dragon Mother looked at the bright holy light, and swallowed involuntarily. She had never done such a thing before, but for her child, she was willing to sacrifice her soul. Ugh, why is it getting hotter? It's even expanding. The following is the plot of the fusion of the Red Dragon mark. 100,000 words omitted here. Okay, you can open your eyes. Su Xian slowly opened his eyes, and his sight was touching the side of the Red Dragon Mother's face, who was wiping tears. Maybe the blazing holy light hurt her. He was about to speak, but was interrupted. The Red Dragon Mother smiled brightly, pointed to the mirror beside her, and said to Su Xian, "Look, you are completely different now." Su Xian reflected in the mirror now showed obvious characteristics of a giant dragon. His arms and legs were covered with dark red dragon scales, and a small tail extended from the tail of his spine, about 10 centimeters long, far less than the previous tail. In addition, the dragon wings seemed to have not grown yet, perhaps because the power of the Red Dragon mark had not been fully absorbed. In addition to these dragon characteristics, Su Xian found that his physique had obviously expanded, and his original height, of 1.82 meters had increased to more than 2 meters. His muscle lines also became more symmetrical, and he had a perfect figure, but what surprised him most was the holy light. He has now transformed into a real dragon. Get the skill Half-Dragon Transformation, Red Dragon. Half-Dragon Transformation. The body undergoes a transformation into a dragon. All attributes are increased by 100%, 20% damage reduction is obtained, and Greedy Desire is increased by 50. Note, this skill has no consumption, and can be turned on or off at any time. Half-Dragon Transformation. Su Xian was filled with joy. Was he going to stop being a human? Chapter 166. How do you feel? The Red Dragon Mother asked Su Xian with a smile. It feels great. Su Xian was refreshed, and the power of the half-dragon made his whole body full of explosive power. This power made him feel both novel and excited, as if all the cells in his body were singing. At this time, a prompt suddenly appeared in his vision. Red Dragon Mark. Produce a certain suppression effect on the red dragon, reducing its all attributes by 50%. 50% reduction in all attributes? Su Xian widened his eyes, and showed a hint of surprise. Can you reduce the other party's all attributes by 50% just after meeting? This is simply an excessive suppression for the red dragon. Su Xian couldn't help but imagine that if this ability can also work on the bone dragon and reduce its all attributes by 50%, then he might really have a chance to defeat it. Just as Su Xian was immersed in his thoughts, the Red Dragon Mother suddenly shook a little, and her body fell weakly into Su Xian's arms. Are you okay? Su Xian asked with concern. It's okay, it's just that my soul power is overconsumed, and I'm a little weak now. The Red Dragon Mother's voice was exhausted. I need to return to the Soul Crystal Ball to recuperate for a while, my child is. Please find it. After that, the Red Dragon Mother slowly put her cheek on Su Xian's chest, and her soul-woven body began to become flickering, and finally gradually disappeared. Don't worry, tomorrow morning, we will go to the place where the giant dragon fell and rescue your child. Su Xian promised softly. After the Red Dragon Mother returned to the Soul Crystal Ball, Su Xian meditated for a moment. After fusing the Red Dragon Mark, he not only gained the ability to become a half-dragon, but also obtained more information about the Red Dragon clan. Even the genealogy of the Red Dragon clan appeared in his mind, with detailed records of the name, personality, level and spouse information of each Red Dragon member. The daughter of the Red Dragon clan's patriarch was named Lanfinley, but she did not have any spouse information or pregnancy information. It's so late already. Su Xian looked up at the time and found that it was almost midnight. After a simple wash, he fell asleep peacefully. Tomorrow, he would immediately go to the place where the giant dragon fell and rescue the little red dragon. When Su Xian closed his eyes, he was immediately brought into the dream woven by the Elf Mother Tree. The Elf Queen should have been waiting for a long time, right? Su Xian took a step and ran towards the wooden house, ready to continue to complete the unfinished business for the Elf Queen. But as soon as he walked into the door, Su Xian suddenly stopped, and his figure seemed to be frozen and stiff in place. Because the person sitting in the wooden house is not the Elf Queen, but her evil thoughts. The Elf Queen, wearing a black dress, was sitting on the jade bed. When she noticed Su Xian's arrival, her cold dark golden pupils instantly focused on Su Xian, full of anger and malice. Su Xian prepared to cast the depravity command on the Elf Queen's evil thoughts without hesitation. Even the Elf Queen could not resist the power. How could this little evil thought compete with it? I will not give you this opportunity. The Elf Queen's eyes flashed coldly, glaring at Su Xian, as if she had seen through his inner intentions. Although she could not take Su Xian's life under the constraints of the dream world, she had countless means to make Su Xian submit to her. She stood up calmly, and a chilly breath immediately spread around her body. Then, this breath quickly condensed into countless sharp ice cones, pouring down on Su Xian like a rainstorm. Kneel down! Su Xian quickly issued a degenerate command, and at the same time, his body retreated rapidly, trying to avoid the attack of those ice cones. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Elf Queen knelt down on the ground, eroded by the power of degeneration, and showed a shameful posture. But Su Xian was not having a good time either. With his strength, how could he be an enemy of the Elf Queen? Even if he dodged at the fastest speed, Su Xian's body was still injured by the ice cones, and blood splattered for a while, looking extremely embarrassed. The severe pain made him frown and clench his teeth. But in the next second, Su Xian's body emitted a soft white light. Soon after, the ice cones disappeared without a trace, and the wounds healed quickly, only the feeling of pain remained. Su Xian knew in his heart that this was the difference between dreams and reality. In a dream, wounds can heal quickly, but this is not true healing.
but a self-reset of the dream state. You? You must surrender to me. Your power. You must be used by me. The Elf Queen stood up angrily and broke free from the influence of the fall. Her body released endless magic power, and the blazing flames instantly ignited around her, engulfing everything around her. Like, burn! Su Xian issued the fall command again. You? In the eyes of the Elf Queen, a flash of anger flashed like lightning, but her body could not resist burning her own magic power. Boom! The blazing flames erupted instantly, and the entire wooden house was reduced to ashes in this raging sea of fire. Everything within sight was devoured by the flames and turned into nothingness. After a few minutes of calm, the flames gradually dimmed and subsided. The Elf Queen stood up from the blazing flames. Her long skirt, which was once as black as night, was now ruthlessly torn into tattered pieces by the flames, barely covering her snow-white body. Although the fragments of the long skirt covered some private areas, it added a bit of seductive charm, making people more fascinated. The burning of the flames even made her skin whiter and more transparent, and her exquisite figure was more seductive under the tattered long skirt. When the Elf Queen slowly stood up, her eyes immediately cast to the position where Su Xian had stood before. There, a blazing pillar of fire was burning. Although her body was affected by the fall, her magic was still strong and powerful. Therefore, at that moment, Su Xian was engulfed by the flames with her. Facing the flames released by the 96th level Elf Queen, its power is enough to burn everything. For a low-level human male, such flames are undoubtedly irresistible. His soul will tremble in fear and finally choose to surrender to her. Surrender to me. Otherwise, you will suffer endless pain. The Elf Queen warned Su Xian coldly. Are you kidding? However, what shocked the Elf Queen was that Su Xian's voice came from the blazing flames. Then, a dragon claw stretched out from the flames and tore the fire pillar apart. Su Xian strode out of the flames and appeared directly in front of the Elf Queen. The power of a dragon? The Elf Queen looked at Su Xian with a hint of doubt in her eyes. She was puzzled as to why Su Xian could obtain the power of a dragon in such a short time. What kind of adventure was hidden in this young human male? Huh? Su Xian, who had successfully escaped the flames, breathed a sigh of relief. The flame gem on his body could only last for 1 second before it broke. Fortunately, the reset function of the dream kept repairing it, and continued the effect of flame reduction, otherwise he would have turned into ashes long ago. However, even after turning on the half-dragon transformation and gaining 20% damage reduction, he still couldn't resist the flames of the Elf Queen, and all his clothes were burned in the flames. However, after the half-dragon transformation, the clothes also broke due to the expansion of the body, so this was no longer important. Perhaps, he should go buy a pair of durable pants that are not easy to break, so that the holy light will not be hanging around outside all the time. What a dirty bug. The Elf Queen began to cast a new elemental magic, and the air around her instantly became violent, turning into a hurricane and gradually gathering. Su Xian observed all this, frowning slightly. As the strongest elf blessed by the goddess of elements, the Elf Queen indeed possesses the ability to control all basic elements. However, sleep. Su Xian immediately issued the order to fall. In an instant, the Elf Queen felt a little sleepy, but she did not fall asleep immediately with her strong willpower. Your ability cannot make up for the absolute power gap between us. Here, I am your nightmare. Your hell. The Elf Queen said coldly, her dark golden pupils flashing a firm and dangerous light. The violent hurricane around them instantly turned into a violent storm, making a terrifying sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Faced with the powerful magic of the Elf Queen, Su Xian took a step without hesitation and rushed towards her. Although he was far inferior to the Elf Queen in all attributes, it was much better than the gap between magic. His magic power was insignificant in front of the Elf Queen, just like the contrast between a drop of water and the sea. Facing the violent storm, Su Xian could not resist it, and just touching it could tear his body into pieces. So, while approaching, he had to use other forces to weaken the Elf Queen's strength. Strong desire. Su Xian issued a degenerate order again. Despicable means. Hearing Su Xian's degenerate order, the Elf Queen's eyes condensed slightly. She bit her lips and teeth lightly, trying to resist the erosion of the degenerate power. Although her body reacted strongly to desire, she still persisted tenaciously. It's useless. The Elf Queen said coldly, I have conquered your power. Quickly surrender to this king. It's not over yet. Su Xian's pupils bloomed with a faint pink halo at this moment. Charming magic. Instantly, a trace of magic power rippled towards the Elf Queen. Due to the influence of fall,
she was instantly controlled by Su Xian's charming magic, and a faint pink love appeared in her eyes. You? The Elf Queen was shocked and angry, but her body trembled slightly at this moment, and it was difficult to resist the double attack of fall and charming constitution. At the same time, the power of the storm also suddenly weakened, leaving only about 10%, which gave Su Xian the opportunity to get close to the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen is now in an extremely weak state, and Su Xian knows that the opportunity cannot be missed. Seize the opportunity, he immediately quickened his pace and rushed towards the Elf Queen. Don't come over. The Elf Queen tried her best to resist the abnormality of her body, stretched out her jade hand, and drove the hurricane to try to stop Su Xian from approaching. However, Su Xian plunged into the storm. Boom! The first attempt failed, and Su Xian was blown away by the hurricane. But because the power of the storm had been greatly reduced, he did not suffer serious fatal injuries. Only a few blood marks were left on his half-dragon body, and even the white bones were exposed. Fortunately, thanks to the recovery effect of the dream, he instantly recovered to an intact state. Su Xian did not hesitate and immediately launched a second charge. However, the result was still a failure. The third time, failure. The fourth time. Facing Su Xian's charge again and again, the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen felt unprecedented panic at this moment. She was affected by the dual effects of depravity and charming constitution, and her body was in an extremely fragile state, like walking on thin ice, and she would fall into the abyss if she was not careful. However, she was powerless at the moment, unable to stop Su Xian's fierce attack, nor to break the shackles of this dream. When Su Xian successfully broke through the storm, she would lose all her defenses and fall completely. Boom! With a loud noise. Su Xian's bright red dragon claws tore through the storm, and he appeared in front of the Elf Queen with scars all over his body. The blood flowing on his body seemed to become a mark of honor at this moment, making him look extremely mighty and majestic under the unique sunlight of the dream, and the holy light that was not hidden was only a few centimeters away from the Elf Queen, and the hot breath instantly pulled the desire that was about to fall into a deeper dark abyss. That was a power she had never seen before. The combination of succubus and half-dragon allowed Su Xian to successfully suppress the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen in his dream, and this suppression indicated that Su Xian would begin to exercise absolute control over the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen. Now! Su Xian's voice roared in the Elf Queen's ears like thunder, causing her to bite her teeth lightly and her body to tremble slightly. It's my turn. Chapter 167. Kneel down. Su Xian's cold command made the Elf Queen unable to resist, and her body knelt down in front of him involuntarily. Under the power of depravity, her body was so sensitive that it seemed like an electric shock, and her snow-white skin was faintly flushed, like a flower that would burst with a slight blow, tender and dripping. You? What do you want to do? The Elf Queen knelt down in front of Su Xian, bringing her closer to the sacred light. Perhaps, as long as she slightly extended the tip of her tongue, she could. How filthy it was! How disgusting! She clenched her teeth and tried to keep herself awake, but the love flashing in her eyes made her unable to look away, and the dazzling holy light made her swallow her saliva. At this time, Su Xian realized that his holy light was aimed at the Elf Queen. But there was no way. The Elf Queen's flames completely burned his clothes to ashes. In the half-dragon state, his physical fitness reached an unprecedented level, far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Therefore, it is reasonable that some unusual phenomena occur. The desire to fight is rising. I must purify you. Your existence poses a great threat to the Elf Queen, Su Xian said in a deep voice. It's so stupid. They should disappear. The Elf Queen's evil thoughts gnashed her teeth and retorted, the price of power is nothing but her fear and escape from the taboos, and she is unwilling to bear the consequences of the taboos of the Elf Mother Tree. If it were me, I would lead the Night Elf Legion to conquer the whole world. You are too crazy. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The Elf Queen's evil thoughts actually tried to conquer the whole world with the help of the forbidden power of the Elf Mother Tree. You are as weak and incompetent as them. The Elf Queen whispered coldly, you are like a group of lambs to be slaughtered, allowing the strong to bully. Snap! Before she finished her words, a beam of holy light suddenly slapped her fair cheek. You? The Elf Queen was a little confused for a moment. Although she didn't feel any pain, this humiliation made her heart ignite strong anger. When did the elves become the lambs you mentioned? If they were really so weak, they would have disappeared in the long river of history, Su Xian said in a cold tone. But they have never left the elf forest in 10,000 years, and have never coveted other powers. They just regard the gifts of the goddess of elements and nature as the only ones, and they are always self-contained. The evil thoughts of the Elf Queen continued. The human race, the beast race, etc. are constantly causing wars and constantly strengthening their national strength. If the elves always stay where they are, we will sooner or later fall far behind them. When their army is at the gates of the city and the people are captured, our queen will realize her stupidity and finally let the elves become enemies. Shut up. MMMM. The elf queen was quickly blocked by Su Xian. The scorching heat made her feel a little uncomfortable and made a strange sound. But the effect of degeneration and charm had an irresistible attraction to her. You are going too far, but there are also some valuable insights. Su Xian commented calmly, but what she was worried about was not impossible. Su Xian crossed his arms in front of his chest and fell into deep thought. The forbidden power of the Elf Mother Tree is obviously the fuse of this dispute. According to what the Elf Queen said before, this power can create the most powerful Night Elf Legion on the Magic Continent, and even the Dragon Knight Legion led by the Holy Kingdom of Dragons will be terrified. However, behind the power, there must be side effects, which may cause a greater crisis. This is not a simple trade-off, but a major decision that requires careful consideration. Perhaps, more types of power should be sought to make up for the singleness of the elves' fighting style and avoid getting into trouble. For example, if each warrior of the opponent's legion has a high amount of magic resistance, then the elves' combat power will be seriously weakened. So how to give the elves more powerful power? Compared with the power of other races, eliminating the side effects of the forbidden power of the Elf Mother Tree may be a more effective method. But? Su Xian frowned slightly. This matter needs to be discussed in depth with the Elf Queen. He can't make a decision on his own. While Su Xian was thinking, his eyes fell on the Elf Queen Xianyan, who was kneeling in front of him. He was surprised to find that she was licking the holy light bit by bit. The evil thoughts of the Elf Queen also immediately noticed Su Xian's sight, and realized that she was doing something extremely shameful. Her expression became very embarrassed and confused, and she didn't know how to deal with this situation. However, the power of depravity made her unable to control herself. Damn it! Crack! Su Xian's pupils suddenly dilated and his face suddenly changed. Damn it, are you a cat? The tiger teeth are so sharp. Since you are so fierce, Su Xian smiled slightly, I must let you taste the brilliance of the holy light. The following is a plot that makes the Elf Queen undergo the baptism of holy light, and 10,000 words are omitted below. Degradation item is growing. Current progress, 85%, there is only 15% left. Su Xian glanced at the progress of the degradation item, which is about to evolve into evil degradation. And at this moment, what is the Elf Queen's evil thoughts doing? She is wiping her cheeks with disgust with a silk scarf, as if she wants to wipe off the traces of holy light, and occasionally makes a retching motion, obviously not fully recovered from the scene just now. As for why her hostility towards Su Xian has weakened, part of the reason is due to the influence of degradation, and the other part is that Su Xian began to understand her thoughts. Of course, this does not mean that Su Xian agrees with the Elf Queen's evil thoughts. He just thinks that the elves really can't rest on their laurels, and need to find ways to strengthen the military strength of the Elf Kingdom to deal with future crises. You go tell that pure queen. At this time, the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen once again cast a cold gaze at Su Xian. If she is unwilling to bear the consequences of the forbidden power, then I will bear it. Even if it costs my soul, I will ensure that the elves will live forever. As the words fell, the picture of the dream gradually became blurred, and Su Xian slowly woke up from his sleep. He took off his VR glasses, and everything in the dream echoed in his mind. Although the evil thoughts of the Elf Queen seemed crazy and obsessed with power, her concern for the elves was no less than that of the real queen. Let's take it slowly. Su Xian got up, walked into the bathroom, and enjoyed a comfortable bath, and then set off on the journey to school. At the same time, at the other end of the Elf Kingdom, in the Elf Queen's bedroom. The time point in the game was still late at night, and the Elf Queen lay quietly on the white jade bed and fell asleep. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable in her stomach and woke the Elf Queen from her dream. She sat up, her eyebrows slightly frowned. What's going on? The Elf Queen gently pressed her snow-white abdomen with her fingertips. She felt as if there was a flame burning in her stomach, but she couldn't determine the reason. Queen, are you feeling unwell? The elves guarding outside the bedroom noticed something was wrong and asked outside the door. I'm fine. The Elf Queen shook her head, then slowly stood up and walked to the mirror. Through the mirror, she was surprised to find that her abdomen was glowing slightly. This strange reaction made the Elf Queen look puzzled. She didn't understand
What exactly happened? Chapter 168. Buzz buzz buzz, the guild flashed with white light, and Su Xian appeared in the game. As soon as he returned to the guild, Ivsa came to meet him. Mr. Su Xian. She threw herself into Su Xian's arms, tears in her eyes, and her voice trembled. What's wrong? Su Xian asked with concern. Kelly. Sister Kelly said that my recent behavior is less and less like a nun, and she punished me to copy the entire Bible. Ivsa pressed her cheek tightly against Su Xian's chest, rubbing it, revealing grievance in her voice. A whole Bible? Su Xian's eyes flashed with pity. He knew that the Bible was very long and had many words, and copying it by hand was undoubtedly a difficult task. At this time, Ivsa continued to sob, and she doesn't allow me to use magic, I can only copy it slowly by hand. But I get a headache every time I chant the Bible, what should I do? Su Xian frowned when he heard this. Ivsa has a special entry that is immune to holy light, and chanting the Bible should not cause her any trouble. So, Su Xian saw the desire in Ivsa's eyes, and suddenly understood her true intention. So Ivsa's fingertips gently stroked his chest and asked coquettishly, when I copy the Bible, can you ask Mr. Su Xian to accompany me? With your holy light, maybe I won't have a headache. Su Xian was silent for a moment, thinking secretly in his heart. Ivsa seemed to like praying for the advent of holy light more and more at various unexpected moments. Of course, he would not refuse this request. Okay. Great, thank you Mr. Su Xian. Ivsa happily kissed Su Xian on the cheek, leaving a light pink lip print. So affectionate so early in the morning? Just then, Lucia stepped into the guild lightly, her snow-white jade feet like stepping on the spring breeze, without a trace of sound. The golden red eyes under the white veil gently swept over Su Xian and Ivsa. For her, such a scene has long been commonplace, and there is no need to make a fuss. Although the Church of Light did not explicitly stipulate that nuns cannot fall in love or get married, it was the first time she met a nun like Ivsa who wanted to blaspheme the holy light all the time. Sure enough, the desire hidden in the blood of the succubus could not be completely removed even by the holy light. Since everyone is here, I want to discuss with you about the place where the dragon fell. Su Xian saw Lucia coming, and immediately called the members of the guild to sit around the wooden table. The soul of the red dragon? Lucia asked. Su Xian told Lucia and other guild members the whole story in detail, hoping to brainstorm and get some valuable suggestions. The level 70 bone dragon is indeed a difficult opponent. Fuli and Fulua looked at each other, revealing a worried look. The level 70 bone dragon is powerful enough to destroy the entire city. Such an enemy is incomparable to any opponent they have encountered before. Without thorough preparation, it is indeed difficult for them to deal with such an existence. Moreover, Su Xian will never let them take risks easily. Although the bone dragon is powerful, if it is true as the president said that we can suppress 50% of its attributes, we are not without the power to fight. Luzline said while wiping the sword of oath. There was a firm light in her eyes, and she was obviously ready to face a strong enemy. The combat power of the bone dragon should be lower than when it was alive, right? Alice asked curiously. Not necessarily. Ivsa shook her head and explained, if it gains other powers after death, it is possible to surpass it in life. Ah. The members of the guild were discussing enthusiastically, but Su Xian found that Lucia was thinking with her head down, as if thinking about something. What's wrong? Su Xian asked Lucia. You just said that in addition to the bone dragon, there was also a sage who had been to the place where the dragon fell, right? Lucia asked. Yes. Su Xian nodded. He had just told everyone about the clues about the sage. However, his understanding of the sage was indeed limited, and it was difficult to find clues about the sage even in the library of the game, which made his knowledge of the sage almost zero. Generally speaking, saints are people who are protected by the Holy Spirit and have great wisdom. Lucia explained, but 300 years ago, the saints disappeared, and no one knows where they went. Hearing Lucia's words, Su Xian fell into deep thought. After a moment, he asked, how is the fighting power of the saints? Is it considered top fighting power? Not top fighting power. Lucia shook her head and replied, they just have some special powers. Or it can be said that they are a group of people who have a domain by nature. Usually only when they advance to the semi-god stage can they obtain the power of the domain. And they are a group of special beings. After listening to this, Su Xian understood what the saints represented, and at the same time, he was a little curious about how powerful the power of the domain was. However, even with the clues of the sages, it is not easy to track them down. Let's focus on dealing with the skull dragon first. Lucia added,
If the skull dragon you are talking about is the one we encountered in the magic cave, with our current strength, it is indeed difficult to deal with it, but it is not without a chance of winning. As Lucia spoke, a golden light spot bloomed from her fingertips. Then, the golden light spot split into 7 parts, pouring into the eyebrows of the guild members, covering their bodies with a layer of faint golden light. Get the blessing of light from Lucia. Super level reduce 40% of the damage caused by evil attributes, including darkness, corrosion, death, etc. Get 1 damage immunity, which is triggered when the damage exceeds 50% of the upper limit of life. Last 3 hours, Su Xian saw the blessing given by Lucia, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The effect of this blessing of light is too amazing, right? It is indeed a super level magic. Okay, let's go. Lucia stood up gracefully, and walked slowly towards the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, everyone has arrived at the place where the giant dragon fell. The nearly 10,000 meter long giant dragon skeleton is winding and spreading, forming this so-called place where the giant dragon fell. Before they stepped into it, they felt a majestic breath spreading around, as if the giant dragon did not really fall, but was sleeping here, breathing out hot breath. And when they really stepped into this area, a strange roar sounded in their ears, as if there was really a giant dragon roaring. It's so gloomy here. Fuli and Fulua hugged each other tightly, showing uneasiness about the surrounding environment. In the land where the dragon fell, there were piles of bones everywhere. However, these bones did not seem to belong to the dragon. At least in the area they just entered, they did not find the skeleton of the dragon, but saw the skeleton of a group of unknown monsters. Su Xian vaguely remembered that every part of the dragon was a precious treasure. Even after death, their skeletons could be sold at a high price. And the value of a living dragon is even more immeasurable. If there were dragon skeletons scattered everywhere here, those greedy speculators would have snatched them away long ago. Su Xian looked around, looking for the figure of the bone dragon, while carefully searching for clues about the sage. According to the description of the task, this is the location where the sage appeared for the last time. He must have a purpose for coming here. Suddenly, among a pile of scattered bones, Su Xian's eyes were attracted by an extremely conspicuous human skeleton. The skeleton knelt on the empty ground in an extremely pious posture, as if paying tribute to some unknown existence. This unexpected discovery made Su Xian frown, and his heart was full of doubts. At this moment, Lucia's eyes were also attracted by the skeleton. In this place where the dragon fell, the appearance of human skeleton seemed so out of place, and its existence itself was like an inexplicable mystery. A chilling idea emerged in Su Xian's mind. Could this be the remains of a saint? Su Xian's eyes suddenly turned to Lucia, and the look seemed to convey his thoughts silently. Yes. Lucia nodded gently, her voice low and firm. This is the remains of the saint. Su Xian's heart was in turmoil. Lucia reminded in time, we'd better not get close to the skeleton. Even if the saint is dead, his domain power still exists. If you rashly enter, you may be harmed by the domain power. Everyone nodded and carefully chose to stay away from the skeleton. Just as Su Xian was about to go deeper into the place where the giant dragon fell, the sage skeleton suddenly moved. It turned its head and looked straight at where Su Xian was. At the same time, a deep voice echoed in Su Xian's mind. Since you have seen the red dragon, why don't you kneel? Chapter 169. A deep and creepy voice echoed in Su Xian's mind, causing him to stop for a moment. At the same time, clues about the sage emerged again. Clues about the sage. He admired the great crimson dragon, and even gave his life for it. Crimson dragon? Su Xian frowned upon hearing this title. What kind of existence is a dragon that can make a sage submit to it? Is it a demigod? Or, what did you say just now? Lucia heard Su Xian's whisper, and asked him. Crimson dragon, the name of the dragon that the sage's skeleton knelt down to worship. Su Xian responded to Lucia. After hearing the title Crimson Dragon, Lucia fell into deep thought, and a glimmer flashed in her beautiful eyes. Do you know its existence? Su Xian asked Lucia. Lucia nodded and replied, well, but what I know is that the Crimson Dragon is a legendary existence. It is said that it fell thousands of years ago, when it was competing with another dragon for the throne of God. The throne of God. Su Xian repeated the word. Obviously, the status of the Crimson Dragon is extraordinary. It was once close to the height of God, but ultimately failed. So the huge skeleton here is the remains of the Crimson Dragon? Why not kneel? Why not kneel? The voice of the sage echoed in Su Xian's ears again. The skeleton stared at him tightly, as if strange light was shooting out of the empty eye sockets, which was chilling. The picture made Su Xian's back cold. Wait, Su Xian's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. He remembered that his soul-catching entry still had a limited skill that had not been used. If the Crimson Dragon really fell here, could he use soul-catching to summon its soul and make it his helper, sending a demigod soul? When Su Xian was thinking, Lucia's voice interrupted his thoughts. We have to find the Bone Dragon first. The Blessing of Light only lasts for 3 hours, so we have to hurry. Yes. Su Xian nodded. It would not be too late to explore the remains of the sage after dealing with the Bone Dragon. When they left, the voice of the sage was still echoing in Su Xian's mind until it gradually disappeared after 100 meters away. Soon, Su Xian led everyone deep into the burial place of the giant dragon. As they continued to go deeper, the number of bones around became more and more dense, and occasionally some huge skeletons of giant dragons could be seen lying on the ground. However, disappointingly, these bones seemed to have lost their former power and became worthless. Where is the Bone Dragon? Alice looked around curiously, and the big scissors in her hand flashed a cold light. Everyone also carefully observed the surroundings. Logically, the huge size of the Bone Dragon should have nowhere to hide. But they were about to explore the entire land where the giant dragon fell, but they still didn't find the Bone Dragon. It should be here. Su Xian determined that the Bone Dragon was near them through the perception of the soul crystal ball. He looked up and saw a mountain made of piled bones in front of him. Compared with other bone piles, it was particularly spectacular, hundreds of meters high and nearly 1,000 meters wide. Su Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could it be that the Bone Dragon was hiding in this pile of bones? However, although he used the player's power, he still couldn't find out the specific information inside the pile of bones. There was only a blank space in front of him, as if the dense bones completely blocked his sight. Lucia, do you have large-scale perception magic? I want to detect that pile of bones. Su Xian asked Lucia. Lucia nodded slightly, and took a few steps forward lightly. The sun scepter in her hand shook gently, and golden mysterious runes appeared in the air. Then, she tapped the scepter lightly, and golden ripples immediately spread out in all directions, covering the entire pile of bones in front. As the golden ripples spread in the pile of bones, there was movement inside the pile of bones. A low roar sounded, as if it came from the abyss, which was chilling. Then, the entire huge pile of bones began to vibrate violently, as if some huge force was struggling in it, trying to break out of the shell. It's coming! Everyone immediately grasped their weapons, and prepared for battle. The tense atmosphere in the air became more and more intense, and as the vibration intensified, they became more and more uneasy. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the entire pile of bones collapsed instantly. A huge figure rose from the pile of bones, and the Bone Dragon finally appeared. When the Bone Dragon saw humans invading its territory, a dark red light flashed in its empty eyes. The huge bone claws stepped heavily on the bones and roared to the sky. Roar! The deafening dragon roar instantly echoed throughout the space, and the shadow of death instantly spread, covering everything around. Dead miasma. Non-undead units within the range will be added with the dead abnormal state. When the dead abnormal state lasts for 1 hour, the target will fall into a state of suspended animation. If you leave the range of the miasma, you can gradually reduce the impact of the dead abnormal state. Suspended death? Su Xian frowned slightly. The strength of this Bone Dragon was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, as long as the Bone Dragon was defeated within an hour, the miasma of the dead would dissipate. Su Xian activated the Red Dragon mark without hesitation, and a powerful pressure was released instantly, exerting pressure on the Bone Dragon. Suddenly, a phantom of a red dragon appeared in the sky, like a real creature, exuding a powerful breath. It opened its mouth, and a dark red dragon breath gushed out, rushing straight towards the Bone Dragon. This dragon breath brought endless pressure, as if it could penetrate everything and hit the soul of the Bone Dragon. In an instant, the huge body of the Bone Dragon was shrouded by this dragon breath, and the surface of the body was covered by a layer of dark red light, and all attributes decreased by 50%. Now! Yes! The guild members acted quickly. In a flash, Luo Selen flew over the Bone Dragon with the soul-light wings. She swung her sword and chopped it down suddenly. A sword light as white as moonlight broke through the air, and chopped heavily on the huge body of the Bone Dragon. However, even the powerful super-level sword skills could only leave a few sword marks several tens of centimeters deep on the skeleton of the Bone Dragon. Roar! The Bone Dragon roared angrily, and its bones trembled violently. Then, red light condensed in its mouth, and then a hot red light sprayed towards Lorcelin. Lorcelin flexibly waved her soul-light wings, and narrowly avoided it. At the same time, the water fairy wrapped around her armor spit out a water column, accurately hitting the skeleton dragon, adding an additional 20% damage to Lorcelin. While Lorcelin successfully restrained the skeleton dragon, Ivsa and other guild members began to chant magic, and the gorgeous magic light fell on the skeleton dragon, causing huge damage. Roar! Feeling the threat from Ivsa and the others, the skeleton dragon quickly shifted its target, and spit out a breath of dragon's breath violently towards their location. Faced with this terrifying attack, Lucia took a step forward calmly. She held the sun scepter in her hand, emitting a dazzling light, instantly forming a powerful barrier to completely block the skeleton dragon's breath. While everyone was fighting hard, Su Xian was not idle either. He took out the thunder fire stick and began to chant the fire element magic. Although he was not proficient in the control of magic, he still chanted hard. The moisture of the fire element goddess. As Su Xian chanted, a small fireball gradually formed in his hand, and he threw the small fireball at the skeleton dragon. Puff! The small fireball accurately hit the skeleton dragon's hind leg bone, but it only caused a negligible 5 points of damage. There is progress, but the power of low-level magic is still slightly insufficient. Su Xian said softly, and then took out the remaining 2 high-level magic scrolls. When the first magic scroll was unfolded, a water element as tall as 5 or 6 meters came into being. As a summoned creature, it sprayed a column of water and launched a fierce attack on the skeleton dragon. Then, Su Xian unfolded the second high-level magic scroll. A huge meteorite appeared in the sky, aiming at the skeleton dragon in the center of the battlefield and suddenly fell. With a loud bang, the violent impact made the huge body of the skeleton dragon tremble, temporarily suppressing its movement. Taking advantage of this time, Ivsa launched the Fallen Glory, and the shadow of the nun opened her hands and approached the skeleton dragon, followed by a shocking explosion. A series of magic attacks caused great damage to the skeleton dragon. If you could observe its health bar, it is probably reduced by more than half. At this moment, the skeleton dragon's body suddenly burst into red light. Be careful. It's going to release a big move. For Su Xian, this scene is very familiar. In many games, when the boss's health drops below half, it will immediately release a full-screen transition big move. As soon as the voice fell, the skeleton dragon roared, and the red energy wave spread in all directions like a tsunami. At this critical moment, Lucia waved the sun scepter, and the golden shield appeared again, and a miniature sun could be seen flashing above the shield. With a loud bang, the red energy wave hit the shield violently, making a deafening sound. After a few seconds, the red energy wave gradually subsided, but the golden shield still stood, but it was covered with cracks. It still successfully resisted the full force of the skeleton dragon, allowing everyone to survive. Roar! After releasing its tremendous energy, the skeleton dragon roared again. Its withered bones now released a faint black aura, and a dark red flame ignited behind it. The second stage. Begin. Just as Su Xian was about to lead everyone to continue challenging the skeleton dragon, the voice of Red Dragon Mother rang in his ears. Please stop. I am not your enemy. Are you talking to me? Su Xian asked the Red Dragon Mother's soul in the soul crystal ball. No, that's not me. Red Dragon Mother hurriedly denied, that voice is indeed mine, but it's not me. Chapter 170. That means the sound comes from your skeleton? Su Xian cast his eyes on the skeleton dragon in front of him. Since it was not the call of the Red Dragon Mother's soul, it could only come from the Red Dragon skeleton itself. However, the skeleton without the soul should not be able to speak, and can only make a simple roar at most. Unless, there is another soul living on the skeleton. I am not your enemy, put down your weapons. We can sit down and have a good talk. The voice sounded again, mixed with a trace of magic power. At the same time, the corpse dragon's attack temporarily stopped, as if to show the enemy that it really wanted to communicate with them. But Su Xian knew in his heart that this was just a trick of deception and bewitching. There must be something hidden in its body, find a way to find its power core. Su Xian solemnly ordered the guild members. Yes. Luzlin nodded, then spread her soul light wings and flew towards the corpse dragon again. At the same time, Lucia began to chant magic, and hundreds of golden chains quickly stretched out from all directions, tightly wrapping around the huge body of the skeleton dragon. Roar! The skeleton dragon roared angrily, trying to break free from these golden chains. In just a moment, more than a dozen golden chains were broken by it. But at this moment, Lorthelin had already flown into the skeleton dragon. Su Xian immediately turned on Lorthelin's perspective light screen, and carefully looked for possible abnormal points. After entering the skeleton dragon's body, The first thing that came into view was the red dragon egg in its abdominal cavity. This dragon egg lay quietly in the area built of white bones, about 2 or 3 meters high. Because the bones were tightly protected, it was difficult to take it out. In addition, Su Xian was surprised that he could not sense any life breath of this dragon egg. Found it. Suddenly, a dragon scale hanging in the heart of the skeleton dragon attracted Su Xian's attention. It was a unique dragon scale, as black as ink, emitting a strange light. And it was this dragon scale that was constantly releasing unknown power to the skeleton dragon. Is this the dragon scale of the black dragon? Su Xian frowned and gave an order to Luo Selen, try to destroy it. Well, Luo Selen immediately swung the sword and slashed at the huge dragon scale. However, the powerful sword light only left a shallow white mark on the black dragon scale. When the white sword light touched the black dragon scale, the voice of the red dragon mother suddenly changed, becoming sharp and high. You were found out so quickly? It seems she is hiding in your body. Hand her over. As soon as the words fell, the scales of the black dragon exuded deep dark magic, and a black light shot toward Su Xian like an arrow, hitting his forehead. Danger! Lucia immediately released the golden holy light, trying to block this fatal blow. However, the opponent's strength far exceeded her at the moment, and the black light easily bypassed the golden holy light and instantly poured into Su Xian's forehead. Quick! Hand her over. A huge black dragon suddenly appeared in Su Xian's soul space, and at the same time, a severe headache almost tore his brain apart. Oh no! Su Xian frowned, and the prompt in front of him startled him. Soul erosion. You are suffering from a kind of soul power erosion from the black dragon, level 80. Level 80 black dragon? Su Xian gritted his teeth. The opponent was just a trace of soul power left on the dragon scales, but even so, the level 80 black dragon was not something he could easily deal with. If it weren't for the soul space protection created by Soul Star language, his will would have been completely eroded by the opponent. At the same time, the skeleton dragon broke free from the golden chains, and hundreds of golden chains broke instantly. Roar! It let out a thunderous roar, and the flames behind it instantly erupted, sweeping the entire venue. Lu Zlin, who was in the body of the skeleton dragon, was the first to be engulfed by the flames. Fortunately, she had the ability to be immune to fire, and did not suffer any substantial damage. Break it. Lu Zlin did not choose to retreat. She continued to swing the sword of oath in her hand, constantly and violently slashing at the dark dragon scale. She knew that as long as she could destroy this dark dragon scale, she could remove its influence on Su Xian. But the effect of each sword was very weak. Roar! The skeleton dragon let out a thunderous roar. After breaking free from the golden chains, it ignored Lu Zlin and its body, and rushed straight to where Su Xian was. We have to stop it, Sister Lucia, the president is in your hands. Fufuli and Furo immediately began to chant magic, trying to stop the skeleton dragon from approaching. Yes. Lucia nodded gently, and her fingertips twisted lightly, releasing brilliant golden light, trying to slow down the influence of the black light on Su Xian, but the effect was minimal. Is this the soul of the black dragon? Lucia instantly understood the torture Su Xian suffered, and frowned slightly. If she wanted to suppress a high-level black dragon, she might have to use the true. Suddenly, Su Xian turned to Lucia and said, You go to support Lu Zlin and the others. I can deal with the soul of this black dragon. Lu Zlin and the others alone could not stop the attack of a level 70 bone dragon. But you? Lucia's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and she was about to say something, but was interrupted by Su Xian. Don't worry, I know my limits. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xian immediately started a fierce battle with the black dragon that was eroding his soul in the soul space. Soul Tremor. He quickly added a mandatory term to the opponent's soul. As long as the opponent's power came from his own soul source, no matter how far away, he would be restricted by the mandatory term. Wow! After being affected by the Soul Tremor effect, the black dragon let out a painful wail. The soul erosion effect it exerted on Su Xian was greatly weakened, so Su Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. This scene made Lucia look surprised. She found it unbelievable that Su Xian actually suppressed the soul erosion of the black dragon. How did he do it with his strength alone? Yeah. Lucia chose to believe Su Xian and immediately took action and headed for the battlefield ahead. At this time, the skeleton dragon had already flown over everyone's heads, and its huge body was about to swoop down and crush the tiny creatures below into powder. Danger! Issa spread her demon wings, hugged the two elf sisters tightly, and quickly fled the scene. Alice also immediately changed back to her doll form, hung on Issa's wings, and followed her to escape. Boom! With a loud bang, the skeleton dragon fell, causing a terrifying shock. As it fell, a terrifying flame spurted out of its mouth and rushed straight towards Issa in midair. Oops. Issa immediately accelerated, but it was difficult to completely avoid it with the elf sisters, so she immediately released the magic shield to try to resist the attack. At the critical moment, Lucia stepped lightly on the golden ripples, and the majestic golden holy power bloomed from her sun scepter. In an instant, the terrifying golden holy power and the flames of the corpse dragon collided violently, forming two balanced magic tides that spread around, causing a strange distortion in the surrounding space. Great! It's Sister Lucia! The elf sisters in Issa's arms finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lucia helping them. Just as Issa took them to a safe area and was about to return to help Lucia, they were surprised to find that a shadow of an angel several tens of meters tall emerged, holding a golden holy sword and swung it violently at the corpse dragon. Is that the pseudo-forbidden magic of the Church of Light? A hint of surprise flashed in Issa's eyes. She remembered that every saint possessed a unique pseudo-forbidden magic, and these magics had the power to destroy the world. At this moment, the angel shadow swung the golden holy sword and slashed it down, causing a large area of fracture in the bones of the corpse dragon. The 100-meter-long body leaned back in pain and almost lost its balance and fell to the ground. But soon, the skeleton dragon quickly adjusted its state, and its bones emitted a faint red light. After it stood firm, it roared and pounced on the angel shadow. At the same time, on another battlefield, Su Xian was fighting a fierce battle with the black dragon's soul in his soul space. What did you do to me? Under the influence of soul tremor, the black dragon's soul was shaking constantly, and even speaking became difficult. However, although the effect of soul tremor was powerful, it could only make the opponent's soul tremble, increase the soul damage received by 100%, and reduce the mental concentration by 50%. For a level 80 black dragon, such an impact was not enough to expel it. Su Xian clearly realized that if he wanted to completely defeat the soul of the black dragon, he needed to find other more effective methods. Degenerate? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Since degenerate was used in a dream before, the degenerate entry in reality still existed. In order to win this battle, he must impose two mandatory entries on the opponent. Wait, Su Xian suddenly remembered the limited skill of soul stealing. Although it is not certain whether it can control the soul of the demigod level, it is worth a try. Soul stealing, effect activated. Currently there are 37,855 souls sleeping here. Please select the target unit. Su Xian was stunned when he saw the prompt. In the place where the dragon fell, there are more than 30,000 souls gathered. But you know, not all souls can live forever. This number is really amazing. However, it is easy to find the soul of the demigod. Because, compared with the souls of other monsters, the soul of this demigod-level dragon is particularly huge. If the souls of other monsters are compared to moon-sized satellites, then the soul of the Crimson Dragon is undoubtedly the blazing sun. Give it a try. Su Xian immediately used the limited skill of the soul-catching entry, trying to awaken the Crimson Dragon that had been sleeping here for a long time, and used this powerful soul of the demigod level to fight against the black dragon soul that invaded his soul space. As soon as the limited skill was activated, a pressure instantly attacked him from all directions. This pressure was so strong that it made his soul tremble, and even the black dragon in the soul space was frightened by this pressure and froze in place. As the pressure descended, a pair of huge red dragon pupils appeared in Su Xian's soul space. Even the size of this pair of dragon pupils is almost as big as the 100-meter-long black dragon. Then how huge should its body be? And in those red dragon pupils, there was a raging fire, as if to burn everything around. It's you? You woke me up?